plane.
Hello to all you swinging weenies out there and non-swinging weenies. How you doing today? Welcome to Rights for Vets. We have a special
Swinging
guest today.
weenies.
We
You
have
weenie.
Rusty. We have
You-
Guru. Say hi, people.
Hello.
Looks like I'm the bottom weenie.
You're
Look at your
weenie.
bare ass.
I'm the bear weenie.
I'm up here with two weenie bumpers.
That'd be-
I'm in a pickle here. No matter where I look, it's blue balls. Blue ball mania everywhere. Nothing I can do. I'm boxed in.
Let's show the people what you look like when you shoveling snow. This is the way you should shovel snow so you never sweat.
Yes.
There you go,
Yes.
people.
And when I'm doing it right, I move to the tropics, and this is what happens.
Oh,
With a smiling banana.
Of course,
It needs,
go ahead.
it needs to be peeled.
yeah.
Yeah, well, I do like to take a couple pit stops on the way and make sure I got enough gas.
You're certainly getting your tank filled.
Thank you, Frosty. I appreciate that. Make sure you got a good view.
Yeah.
That's a happy snowman there, boy. He got his tank filled.
Of course, when
Oh,
I
yeah.
need a jump start, I always give Mr. Wrights a call.
Hey, you got my picture in there. How'd you do that? Looks good. Oh yeah, there you go.
Neener, 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 neener.
That's what happens when you don't get your banana peeled. It goes to your head.
This right here is why I don't go outside.
I love the wings.
The lower ones or the upper ones?
The ones that are flapping in the wind.
Hmm. That would definitely be the lower ones.
Welcome to Rights for Vets today, guys. We appreciate it. And ladies out there. Hey, Eddie Gannon, how you doing, buddy? Merry Christmas to you, too. If you want to come
Yeah,
on
What's
up,
up, Eddie?
you're more than
Merry
welcome
Christmas,
to.
Eddie.
Do you want to come up, Eddie? You're more than welcome. You know that. I'll have Frosty give you a link, and you'll be all set.
Okay, Frosty. The
Sure.
pressure's on.
There we go. All right. It's all yours there, Frosty. Do it to it.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Frosty. I appreciate that. He's got the link.
Ah, good.
So who's the special guest?
Eddie Gannon.
I thought it was me. I mean, I'm getting beat out on everything else. I figured I'd get something out of it. Wow.
Now, what kind of special are we talking about? I might concur.
Talk to my CEO. CEO, what kind of special do we have today?
Oh, I'm having the moose plate. I don't know about you guys. You can have.
There we go.
You can have.
There we go.
Meatloaf.
Hello, Eddie.
Hello, guys. How are you? Happy Christmas to you.
What's up, Eddie?
Thank you.
Did you make it to the UK, Eddie?
I did. I'm here at the moment,
All right, great.
and we're having a great time.
Great.
Oh, did you guys go out today?
Well, we did go out yesterday. Yes.
Yes.
We got a few candles, you know, and like to celebrate our grievings, and it's yeah, like it's onwards and upwards type of deal anyway.
Full of good cheer.
Yeah.
I was telling Eddie, I says I wasn't worried about him or Tompkin. I was worried about DJ for getting in a bar fight and throwing some guy through the window. So what should we discuss today, everybody? Since we just came up here and we got to discuss something here. Let's make this good.
Well,
So what's
We
this about the Grinch who stole your Fiat?
the green what?
What's this about the Grinch who stole your Fiat?
Oh yeah, yeah. Grinch stole his Fiat.
Yeah, stole my money, my American money. They're doing it every day.
Yeah.
You know.
They've been doing it for decades.
Yeah, Grinch is called the government. Our leaders in crime. Did you see that video about the UK, Eddie?
I didn't have a look at it as of yet, but
How's the UK looking right now? Does it look favorable where you're at, or I mean, is it lively? Is it you see a lot of people on the streets, or
it's not as a lot.
come on up? Oh, excuse me. Come on up, Duncan, if you want to come on. Come on up. You're more than welcome.
It's
You know
not as
that.
lively as it was like back in the day. But it's it's a lot of fun. It's like there is people around all right, but it's not as
Not like it used to be, eh?
active as it was, you know.
Duncan probably could help us out with this too. Duncan, can you come on up? Probably going to have to pay him to come up here.
Yeah.
Well, I have your checkbook ready.
What's up, Duncan?
I don't know where he went to.
Ray Tompkin.
I don't know where he went to.
Merry Christmas.
Well, I think we should talk about breast milk.
I was waiting for us to start being productive.
So,
I don't know if anyone's ever tasted it, but
No, I haven't.
No, I haven't
No.
either.
Well, at
No?
least as far as my recollection goes, and that's as far as my recollection wants to go.
Oh,
If I have nightmares, they're going to be about something else.
I must have been a breast baby because I'm just addicted to that stuff.
Well,
even
Guess-
even Jesus Christ had like an ill taste of mother's milk. So
the lab-grown dairy alternatives and breast milk alternatives are being developed by your favorite globalist investors, including Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, and Mark Zuckerberg. They want to introduce synthetic milk produced from cultured breast tissue. Now, if this sounds like Frankenstein creating his monster, now you're getting the right idea, because as you go on to look at what they're doing and how they're going to synthesize these glycoproteins and everything, they're going to use a necessary ingredient, and it's called E. coli. Yes,
wonderful.
sir. Yeah, wonderful.
Wow.
The most commonly used microorganism in the fermentation process, which is how they're going to create this, is E. coli, which is gene edited to produce the desired compound through its digestive process. But now it gets even better. It must also be antibiotic resistant to survive the antibiotics used to kill off the other undesirable organisms in the fermentation process. And that involves growing the targeted microorganism in a bioreactor at a temperature of 87 to 90 degrees for a particular length of time. Could be hundreds of hours, could be 24 hours. But where it really gets explosively wonderful is the bio waste produced by this process must be treated and removed like it's nuclear waste, as it cannot be eaten or composted, and nobody knows its effects if released into nature.
I'm
So,
excited.
so this is another food source that they're working on for you, and they're going to want to give this to the babies, all your babies. You want to have a baby, you go to get formula. Here's your formula. I just don't know what I would do if they weren't thinking of us. I'm so
Basically,
glad to hear them thinking about us and trying to help us with all this new food sources.
what happened?
You lost Tonkin.
Lost Tompkin. Basically, the E. coli is shit. Is what you're saying.
Well, that's my understanding of E. coli. So if you think they're telling us to eat shit, well, you can't be far off.
Wow.
They got pretty high opinion of us. They want to feed this to us. Now, in the first place, when humans would consume a human body parts or derivatives thereof, that's how you get mad cow disease. That's how mad cow disease was developed. It happened in cannibals, and it also happened most notably when they started feeding cow byproducts to the cows themselves. That's produced mad cow disease. If you've never seen a cow with mad cow disease, or a human being like one of those cannibals that consumed human parts that developed the same symptoms as mad cow disease, well, you're really missing quite the circus.
Dyslexia and dementia is not a mystery.
No, they can't stand, they can't walk, they can't run. It's almost like a chicken with its head cut off, only a little bit slower paced.
That's freaking crazy. This is your government, people. The people really
They
think
will
much.
they will experiment on your kids.
Yeah.
No, these are private. This isn't your government. This is private industry.
Yeah, but the government's allowing it to happen. The FDA, whatever they call the damn thing,
One and the same, folks. One
Yeah.
and the same.
Yeah, but I think the distinction has to be clear. These are the people who seem to be in charge of the government. They certainly get their way with the government when they decide to finance their elections. So, but they're the unelected. They're the people that are looking out for everybody in the world.
That's probably got to be pretty bad, though. A person who has everything and he's so freaking bored he goes into our lives. That's pretty sickening. Really. He can't even handle his own wife. They got a divorce, didn't they? Bill Gates and him, her, I should say.
Yeah, another puppet show.
Yeah. And he wants to get in our lives. Let nature do its thing. I mean, that's what we got titty milk for. Yeah. Seriously.
That's why we have pistachios as well.
Right. Right. So I have to commend you for no sugarcoating.
Mhm.
That's the way.
Well, they want to produce something synthetic, created from cultured breast tissue. Now, what does that? I mean, where are they getting this cultured breast tissue to begin with? Are they going to cut the tits off the done ones, or?
Wow.
Test tube titties.
That's bad. That's bad.
Bad but true. I'm sure they're just sitting there in incubators, right? Just little titties ready to be succulated.
I guess they have to be selected somehow.
Well, now we know what GMO was really all about.
I give my titty to science.
Do they select what size is the best, A, B, or C, or D cup?
I don't know.
Doesn't say.
The more the merrier, I guess. I guess you could, you could produce so much different sizes. One's a snack and one's lunch. I don't know.
I mean, this is the stuff they want to feed you people, and you believe in the government? Come on. They're not there for you. They could care less, man.
You could see on the packaging now, harvested fresh, first thing in the morning. Organic at its finest, right?
Or you could find a statue that says "Gum gum for my dum dum."
Of course, the wild version of it could be any kind of titty, not just from human.
Well, we need to experiment on the humans first. I suppose. They've apparently replaced the rats and the monkeys.
Right, we're trying to protect nature. This is part of the green movement.
Well, what could be greener?
This is the government that got that $1.7 trillion stimulus bill, omnibus, what they call it, and they're going to do drugs on dogs. They'll see what happens with dogs with drugs.
Yeah, inject puppies with cocaine to see if there's any adverse effects.
But yet we got fentanyl all over the place,
These are the same people making the food that's in your shelves on your grocery stores. Wakey, wakey.
And you wonder why you have an obesity epidemic.
Yeah, that's true.
Same corporations.
Yeah, they really care about you people out there, They really do. They've been doing it for centuries. Generations and generations is screwing us. We didn't even know about it. This the kind of government you want? No. Here, you got to watch this word. When you buy flour, look at the package. If you see this word here,
Well, gone are the days where they said that the people have the power, but we don't.
Yes, we do.
We still have it. We just have a fear of people executing it.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's whether or not you want to make a different decision or not. That's what it boils down to. You have no obligation to buy from these people, to use their systems. Never did. I've been boycotting that for 20 some odd years now. Doing great. Me and millions of other people.
Well, it's true what you said before is that, whatever you can do without buying anything from a corporate, that's less taxes that you give to the government. Starve the beast,
That's part of it. The other part of it is just the usury itself empowers them because it's their system, it's their tools, and without you using them, they're nothing. They need your attention and they need your use of their system for them to have any power at all. Can you imagine if we just tomorrow, pie in the sky, but if, never mind all of us, even a small fraction of just said, we're not using Fiat anymore. What would happen to them? It's over. It's that simple. The message in that, though, is to don't wait for the masses.
Well, I heard back in the revolutionary days, it was only 3% of the people that started the revolution to get away from England. And well, if 3% could do that, what could 3% do? I mean, that's a very small number.
I only need one other person that thinks like me to cooperate.
Yeah, that's true.
Small group of us can move mountains. Doesn't take very many. 2 or 3 of us can build a house. One of us can build a house if it's small enough, But 2 or 3 of us can do it with pretty relative ease, and we could do 3 of them in half the time, 5 of us can do it in crazy, ridiculous amount of times if we're all on the same page and organized,
Yeah.
I don't need the whole world to figure it out.
Well, the big question here is, what does the government actually do for you people? Nothing. Nothing.
Rape you, pillage you, tax you, extort you. Exactly what they're supposed to do. They're a glorified pimp. You're the prostitute. You're the product. And if you want that illusion of protection, you got to pay the piper. That's it.
It may be hard to close your legs, but you got to do it.
After a while, them hemorrhoids start to hurt,
Don't worry about it. The government will give you some pepper H&H. It will.
That's only because they have all the shares of that too.
And it's a good question or a good answer. One time, a person told me, and it was Guru, that Fiat money isn't yours; it's the government's. You think it's yours, but it's not. They can take it away anytime they want to.
They made it.
Mm-hmm.
He who writes the book rules the roost.
It doesn't actually belong for you, but yet you work for it.
Right?
And
you chase after it.
Even after you work for it, it doesn't belong to you. If you take and put it in the bank, it then belongs to the bank. The bank gets to decide if you get it back at all, or if they get to keep it.
Let me show them that one plantation. Yeah, okay, I'll be right back. Yeah,
it's rats going after a piece of cheese. That's all they're doing. They just put a little piece of cheese there. Come here, come in. And it's on a hamster wheel. You go round and round and round chasing after that cheese. You never get it. Get off the frickin' hamster wheel and,
Well, they're saying right now people are working 2 to 3 jobs just to make ends meet. 2 to 3 jobs. Yeah.
Next year is where 2 to 3 jobs won't cut it. What are you going to do when there's not enough time in the day after that? They're already stacking people like, in the generations just slightly below mine. If you're a student, you're going to be living with 3 to 5 other students in a 1 to 2 bedroom apartment. Soon that's going to be in a bachelor. Soon it's going to be in a frickin' bathroom after that. Because that's all they can afford, right?
Yeah.
They're going to be tending bunking in a 4x8 frickin' room, sleeping on top of each other.
One guy sits on the toilet. One guy sleeps in the tub.
Right. He's the smart one because he just gets up and
he got to the tub first.
Right. He showers and gets out first thing in the morning before everybody else,
Yeah, it's funny, but it's going to happen that way. It really is. And people just, you know what they said in UK? Well, people are starving. Well, the government's got to do something about it.
The
Screw the government.
government has to do something about
Yeah.
it.
Why?
Yeah.
Why do people always think that the government is somehow supposed to take care of them? Since when? Since when have they ever done that? And why are they? Why would they ever have an? Why would somebody else ever have an obligation to take care of you?
I'd like someone to show me where the government farm is, where they're growing these vegetables and fruits. And
Yeah, it's not like you said before about codependency, like that. Like that they become like inept to it,
Hmm.
yeah,
The answer
They
to
do
that,
too.
Frostley, is labs and bases
yeah, labs where they're working on this breast
underground.
milk.
Mm-hmm. Underground. I had dreams about that, where they actually bring them up after the lab produced stuff.
Now, the bio waste created from this has to be treated like nuclear waste. Tell me this is a good thing. You got 8 billion people. How much nuclear waste are you producing? Or a material similar that has to be treated as if it is nuclear waste? Now, where are you going to bury that? You're going to transport that through your neighborhoods to bury it in somebody's backyard? I mean,
They had a solution for that. You know what it is?
what's that?
Fluoride. They make fluoride out of that shit. Lithium, Prozac, Ritalin, and then the off sludge is the byproduct, and they make fluoride. The chemical version, the synthetic version that goes into tap water.
Oh, you're kidding me.
No, not at all. Yeah, that's how they get people on semantics.
There you go.
It's fluoride incorporated. There's two forms of fluoride at least. One of them
I
is
eat it
natural.
12P.
Yeah, one of
12P?
them is natural occurring in the water.
Yeah, off minerals, right? And that's there's nothing harmful about that. That's just normal. That's the problem with semantics. Is you have two different things that call the same name, and people are fooled. The synthetic version of fluoride that from the sludge there that they scrape off, that's a totally different beast. That's not something you want to go near in quantities that they're wearing space suits for protection when they take that stuff off, because it comes from nuclear offshoots and shit.
Well, let's hear from somebody who's been drinking fluoride his whole life like that. Well, 12B, what do you got to say?
You talking to me?
Howdy,
And that
12B.
about wraps it up, folks.
Merry Christmas there, buddy.
What's going on? Merry Christmas, guy.
What's happening?
Not a
Toby.
chill, man. Got my coffee right here. I'm ready to rock. I didn't know you guys were coming up tonight.
We're all drinking breast milk today.
I'm going to give a demonstration of that at the end.
Oh, hell. All right.
Anyway, I got a video I want people to see. This is the one that was donated to me by Guru. This is about the plantation of America. Simulates what it is today in America. Please watch this. Everybody, everything on mute for a minute, will you? And then we're going to do this.
Just for the record, it actually represents all the plantations globally, but it's centered from America.
That makes sense. Yeah, okay. Thank you. I'm glad you corrected that.
That'd be good for some commentary afterwards. How long is this?
25 hours.
Oh, 25 hours.
Not quite sure.
Just long enough for you to suckle.
Yeah, 14 minutes.
Oh, I can finish a whole glass of breast milk by then.
All right. Put yourselves on mute. There we go.
Hit the full screen on the YouTube, if you will, right? Make it bigger.
Mr. Jones owned a cotton plantation and many slaves. One day he was talking to the owner of the plantation next to his, and Mr. Jones was lamenting the fact that times were tough. He was having to work his slaves harder than ever and was having trouble with some of them being disobedient or trying to run away. The other plantation owner said he knew someone who could help.
Day 1.
One day, Mr. Jones called his slaves together so a man named Mr. Smith could talk to them. Before beginning, Mr. Smith whispered to Mr. Jones, "Whatever I say, do not contradict me or interfere, and I promise you your slave troubles will end." "My name is Mr. Smith," he said to the slaves, "and this may be the happiest day of your lives. From today forward, you will no longer be slaves, but free men." Mr. Jones was so shocked he started to step forward, but Mr. Smith gestured for him to remain silent. He did, only because the other plantation owner had spoken so highly of Mr. Smith's skills. "You are no longer the property of Mr. Jones," Mr. Smith continued. "You are free. No more would you be forced to labor for the benefit of Mr. Jones. Now you can work for yourselves." Now the slaves were all murmuring and looking at each other. Many were smiling, many were looking puzzled. "In fact, you are now free to leave the plantation whenever you want," Mr. Smith said. "However, since we are surrounded by other plantations, if you leave, some other plantation owner will likely claim you as his own the moment you set foot on his property. So I urge you not to risk your newfound freedom by doing something so foolish. Instead, I suggest that you stay here, no longer as slaves, but as willing participants and part owners of this plantation. Yes, this is now your plantation." Mr. Jones bit his tongue to keep from objecting. "For now, we might as well leave Mr. Jones in charge," said Mr. Smith, "since he is the only one with any experience at running a plantation, which is quite a complicated thing to manage. But he will no longer be your master, but just another worker on the plantation. In fact, he will now be using his organizational and management skills to serve you. Whatever problems you may have had with him before, you are now all equals, and you need each other to make this work. If we all cooperate and work together, we can all reap the benefits together. In honor of this happy occasion, I present you this new symbol of togetherness and cooperation, this flag, which shall be the emblem of the new free Jones plantation." He held up the new flag, but most of those listening were still too amazed to respond. "And this shall be our motto," Mr. Smith announced. "We work together as free men for our mutual benefit, pledging our allegiance to the Jones plantation, which stands for prosperity, liberty, and justice for all. To celebrate, everyone has the rest of the day off. Enjoy your freedom, do as you please, and be back here tomorrow morning, bright and early, so that we may begin work on this great and noble new endeavor as equal free men." Finding convinced that Mr. Smith was serious, the former slaves applauded and cheered.
Day 2.
"We all want this plantation to do well," Mr. Smith said at the beginning of the next meeting, "so we can all share in the benefits. We all know that it takes a lot of effort to make a cotton plantation work. Just because you're all free doesn't mean you can stop working. In fact, since you're now working for yourselves, I expect you to work even harder than ever before, but now with pride and joy, knowing that you're working for yourselves. Of course, there still have to be rules. If everyone just does whatever he wants, the plantation won't produce anything. This experiment will fail and we'll all starve. You should be thankful that Mr. Jones has agreed to stay on to lend his knowledge and skills to this endeavor, and I trust you will all do your own part to make this work. Several of you have been chosen to act as project supervisors to manage different aspects of the operation, to make sure everyone is doing his assigned job, to make sure that the rules are followed, and so on. The rest of you may head out to the fields to start your first day of work as free men."
Day 3.
The next morning, Mr. Smith had a grim expression on his face as the daily meeting began. "I have an unpleasant duty to do today," he said. "Yesterday, Charles was caught keeping some of the cotton he picked, presumably to sell for his own personal profit. That is against the rules. That is stealing. For that, Charles must be punished." Two men tied Charles to the whipping post. "I take no joy in this," Mr. Smith continued, "but you must understand, if we do not maintain order, if we do not have rules that we all abide by, then the plantation will fail and we will all suffer. The whip cracked against Charles' back. But if we all pitch in for the common good, then we can all prosper. Being free doesn't mean you should be selfish and greedy. We must each do our assigned duties and obey the rules, and then we can all benefit, and each of you will receive your appropriate share of the profits. A young man named Samuel stepped forward. But if you and Mr. Jones decide the rules and whip us if we disobey, how is that any different from what we had before? How can you say that? Mr. Smith asked. I'm shocked. You were a slave before, and now you're free. Things still need to be managed and organized by those best qualified to do so. Do you know how to run a plantation, Samuel? Well, no, he answered. But if we're free, why do we get no say in what the rules are and how things work? I'm surprised at your ingratitude, Mr. Smith answered. None of you know how a plantation is run, so you're in no position to be making decisions about how things are done here. You don't seem to appreciate all the things that Mr. Jones provides for you, from protecting you from all the outside threats that you know nothing about, those who would come here, capture and enslave you, if not for Mr. Jones' protection, to making sure that you all have food and housing, tools to work with, that you're cared for when sick and injured, and so on. There wouldn't be a plantation at all, no cotton to pick, no land to plant and harvest, if not for him. You should be grateful that he's made possible the level of comfort you now have. Your lives would be far worse if not for him. Nevertheless, as free and equal participants in this endeavor, from now on at each meeting, any worker may have 2 minutes to ask questions or voice suggestions or complaints. With that, the workers all seemed satisfied and headed out again to the fields to pick the cotton.
Day 4.
I have a big announcement, Mr. Smith said as the daily meeting began. Mr. Jones' cousin is here, and not just to visit and see how our project is coming along. It has been decided that from now on, you will be deciding who will manage the plantation. Of course, this job can't be done by just anyone, but every 3 months we will have a special meeting at which all the workers will vote on whether we think Mr. Jones should run the plantation or whether we think his cousin, Mr. Johnson, should run the plantation. That means that ultimately you are in charge because you will be deciding which man you want running things on your behalf. If you don't like the way things are being managed, you now have the power to change it. Amazed and pleased, the workers headed out again to the fields to pick the cotton. Days passed, months passed, a year passed, and the plantation continued to operate as before. Sometimes Mr. Jones was in charge, sometimes Mr. Johnson was in charge, but the day-to-day routine stayed exactly the same. The workers worked hard, long hours every day and still had little to show for it. Every day the meeting would begin with them all reciting the Jones Plantation motto. We work together as free men for our mutual benefit, pledging our allegiance to the Jones Plantation, which stands for prosperity, liberty, and justice for all. One day, Mr. Smith announced, Samuel is asked to say a few words this morning, and whatever the rest of us may think of his ideas and opinions, we are all free here, and that means we are all allowed to speak our minds. So, Samuel, you have 2 minutes. Begin. Samuel stepped forward, looking scared. I was excited when all this started, he began, glancing nervously at Mr. Smith and Mr. Jones. But don't you all see what's happened here? Nothing has changed. We're all still slaves. There were grumbles of disagreement from the crowd. They tell us what to do and whip us if we don't. They still make all the rules and punish us if we disobey. They let us make suggestions and complain about things, but they never really change anything. They let us choose between Mr. Jones and Mr. Johnson, but what's the difference? The situation stays the same. We do all of the work and they take as much as they want and decide how much they'll let us keep. They live in luxury, made rich by the cotton we pick. We do all the work and have to build our own huts, grow our own food, and take care of ourselves. They leave us just enough that we don't revolt or run away. This is not freedom. We're all still slaves. They've only changed the words they use, but nothing else has changed. They say we're all free and equal, but we're not. They command and we obey. That's not freedom. That's not equality. They say we're free to leave, but all that means is that we're free to be someone else's slave. Why should we work or obey the rules? We didn't agree to this. They made the system. They forced it on us. They control and rob us and call it freedom. They've deceived you into thinking that being able to choose which slave master you'll work for is the same as being free. It's not. Open your eyes. If you keep what you produce, they call it stealing. When they take what you produce, they call it sharing and fair distribution. Can't you see that this is all your time Is up, Samuel, Mr. Smith announced calmly. At his gesture, two supervisors grabbed Samuel by the arms and led him to the whipping post. I'm sorry, Samuel, but you've broken the rules. There are rules against encouraging others not to work and encouraging others to break the rules. You're only hurting all of us with your discontentment and your complaining and your disobedience. The whip fell and Samuel let out a grunt. Without rules, without order, all would be lost. Without law, there would be chaos. We can't just behave as wild animals, each doing whatever he pleases. We must all follow the plan and all do our duty for the betterment of everyone. And those who do not must be punished. The whip fell again and blood flowed freely from Samuel's back. Samuel, it is you who are stealing from the others. When you don't do your assigned work, you are making more work for others. When you disobey the rules, it is you who are endangering the future of everyone else here. You are the thief. You are the criminal. You are the one trying to destroy the arrangement that keeps us all safe and prosperous. At every lash of the whip, the other workers cheered louder and louder, some yelling curses at Samuel. Being spoiled and selfish, you complain about everything, talking as if you're oppressed. But you are the one ruining things. You are the one keeping us from being all we could be. It is your greed and your rebelliousness that is hurting all of us. They all play by the rules, Mr. Smith said, gesturing at the others. What makes you think that you don't have to? You think you're above the law? There were loud yells of agreement as the whip fell again. We must maintain order, Mr. Smith proclaimed, to make this plantation great, to make it so that we can all be happy and prosperous. To have the society we want, there have to be rules. We all have to contribute our fair share to this great endeavor, and we cannot tolerate actions and attitudes that seek to undermine the amazing things that together as free men we have achieved and will continue to achieve. Mr. Jones was smiling as he gave Mr. Smith a pat on the back. The crowd was cheering so loudly that none of them had noticed that Samuel had died.
That sure tells the story.
I think it's time to bury Samuel.
Wow. That's exactly how our government's running today, you know. For democracy, freedom, help them out. Suffer more while we don't. You know, do as they say, but you're free.
Check
You
the
go anywhere.
basement rights. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But yeah, I saw Eddie drop. I don't know if it's
I don't
just
know.
he fell to the basement or left.
He left, I think. I don't see him anywhere.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see him anywhere. I don't know if
Okay.
they're Tompkin left, and I don't know whether they're getting a bad signal over there or what. I don't know what's going on. Not just more to say, you know, the democracy. There's no freedom. There's no democracy. Only them. They have the freedom. They have the democracy. They have the mafia.
Sounds like you don't want to share.
He wants all the breast milk for himself.
That's right. What that E. coli milk?
I know there's only one nipple, rights, but come on.
Well,
Give it up.
between you, this tastes nasty. You can have some. This is E. coli stuff.
That's the bio waste. You got the we can't say what's going to happen to you now.
I'm growing a third eye.
When the breast is purple, you got to release the nipple.
Give it some air, eh?
When it gets kind of swollen and raw, you've been on it long enough.
Unreal.
But I like the government, Teat. I got a Obama phone right through one. I don't know how they did that. I almost swallowed it.
Yeah. government's just a fantasy. It's just,
So is
we're the
democracy. I wanted to elaborate when you said that D word. This is something. Let's examine that a little closely.
yeah.
I
Let's
was
go.
I was having even a discussion somebody on a long time disproponent of Freedom actually ended up recently on Facebook put a message out about democracy and anarchy and whatnot and the difference between dictatorship and democracy. There's none. If you examine it closely enough, the heading word is dictatorship. And all these other subforms is exactly what they are. They're subforms. Fascism, socialism, democracy, republic, all of that is just slightly different varied forms of a dictatorship. Democracy, the form of dictatorship, the way this one works is that it's majority rule by force. So majority dictates what the minority can't do or can do, whether they like it or not, under the duress of going in a cage, whether they like it or not, by force, have to pay for it, whether they like it or not. And you don't even actually get to still decide on any issues itself. Again, the only thing you're voting for is who's going to be the dictator, who's going to write the regulations. It's dictatorship all the way around the boat. Who the fuck wants this?
Yeah. Fascism has been in the atmosphere the last few years. And what is a government corporate private partnerships they talking about? If it isn't fascism, what is it?
Right.
And they're promoting this. Oh, we need more of these PPs, these partnerships, these corporate partnerships in
Right, we need
partnership with
harmony. We need to
government.
cooperate. Yeah.
Cooperation between your government and your corporation, like
Right.
your big corporations, like
Right.
all the tech companies, that are stomping all over your freedom of speech.
Well, what amazes me is that when these people run for president, they just already elect the people to start running. We don't elect them. You know what I mean? They're out there on election day.
Yeah.
That's just.
But even if it was legitimate, again, you're still only electing a dictator. Like, why do people want representation at all? There's nothing healthy about that. That's a dictator. You're just electing who gets to decide for you. What the hell? Why would anybody be excited about that? Oh yeah, this person is going to tell me
Well,
on my behalf what I can or can't do.
the person that should be excited is the person that is getting elected, because
The dictator.
the dictator. Because what is the person who is electing him going to do? They're going to expect him to take care of things for him while he goes and produces and does all this, and and yet that dictator is going to say, he
The
produced
only
that much. Well, it's this much of his production belongs to me.
right. The only thing you're doing is you're electing a CEO that gets to decide where the assets of the corporation get to be utilized. That's all you're doing, right? Which is the taxpayer funds, and that's what they do. They delegate. They say, okay, here's the assets from the taxpayer, the money, and also the public facilities that we already spent some of this taxpayer money on, and then we get to delegate what happens with that military, so on and so forth, and it's just usurpation. That's all it is.
And how does the corporation benefit? Well, they get subsidies from the government. Our tax dollars. Then the politician takes and that money and he gives it to these corporations.
Look at it as the citizen is the customer. Okay, the citizen is the customer. They're buying the illusion. The illusion of protection is all they're buying, right? And so they're giving their money and the illusion of safety with these benefits, right? So it's like if anything, a kind of a co-op type of a situation where membership has its benefits type thing. Except in this particular one, membership has its fuck you up the ass benefits. You know, it's like you pay for everything, and you get a couple of crumbs in return. Whether as if you would have kept that for yourself and made your own choices and delegated uh, on your own behalf, you wouldn't have been usurped. You wouldn't have had a parasitical middleman cut 80% or 90% of the stuff that you're delegating out of the equation for yourself. That's what happens. You're paying them just a usury fee as like a broker to provide a service to delegate your assets for you on your behalf, and then they get to use the assets on top of it. You don't, unless you pay another fee on top of it, and a license to use your own stuff, your own roads, your own this, everything. You need a fucking license to access your own shit. You know.
And they'll tell you how much of your own stuff you can use. You know,
Yeah.
yeah, and when you can use it. Of
Right.
course.
They're regulating you. They're regulating your own stuff. Where you're supposed to be the regulator of your life. You know, you regulate yourself. What the fuck? You know.
And not to mention, if they want more money, all they got to do is say, "Hey, we're taking it."
Right.
You know, yep, we're going to use it any way we want to.
And you deserve it because you voted for it.
Yeah.
When you do that, when you vote, you're sending them in the message saying that's what I want. So they're providing you the service that you asked for. They did nothing wrong. They're giving you exactly what you asked for.
The shaft.
And signed to.
Mm-hmm. The shaft.
And they don't even hide it. They tell you if you read, if it's not even in the fine print. You just have to read the basics of the voting agreement and the contract of what this representation thing is all about, and so on and so forth. You know, they tell you while you're laughing. They even tell you that, hey, you don't have to. You know, in your 1040 tax booklet, I don't know if it's still there or not, but for the longest time, it said in the first like 2 paragraphs, income tax is voluntary. It's up to you.
I'm going back to mother's milk. That's it. I want the original.
Let's throw another situation in the mix here. And I don't know if this is true or not. I have no idea. But there was an article came out that said that Congress crowns the federal government as the world court and the world police. Apparently, after Vladimir Zelensky came and gave his talk before Congress did something that they don't normally do. I've never heard of it being done before. They moved at lightning speed to pass a bill that enables the federal government to penalize crimes against laws it did not pass that were committed outside of its jurisdiction. And it says it's a bipartisan bill, and it was written, I think the New York Times put it out, but it was named the Justice for Victims of War Crimes Act. Well, in other words, they can punish people for laws that they didn't break here in the United States, but the United States is going to take it upon themselves because I guess they're right next to God himself. And they feel that they can do this because even though they didn't have a law against it, they can round these people up around the world as if they're the world police and hold them accountable for crimes that were never committed as far as in their own jurisdiction. So, I mean, for them to pass a bill at lightning speed like that, that is unusual. Never heard of them doing that. Usually the wheels grind slowly, as they say, and it's quite amazing. But what kind of a mindset would it take to think that you can do something like this.
Don't know.
You know, so I started looking up different. Well, what is the word for when people think they're gods or godlike? You know, demagogue.
Narcissist,
Yeah,
to the ultimate degree.
narcissist. Yeah, narcissist.
I call them
Yeah.
assholes.
Nude guru? I don't know. Maybe.
I wonder if it's something. I wonder if it's something they're planning on putting in the breast milk.
It ain't gonna be good. It won't be chocolate, I'll tell you that.
Quit spilling my secrets.
No, the government's gonna fuck us left and right. There's no doubt about it. They're putting in rules, laws, and everything else without people knowing about it. Just like this one. Was it 4,155 pages? No one knows what the hell was in it, and they voted it.
I have one
Sam-
question.
Samuel, you're making it hard for everybody to enjoy freedom.
When in the history of government, as far as you know, have regulations ever relaxed?
I never, never.
Has it not been always an increasing uphill? More and
Yes.
more and more.
Mhm.
Yeah, you could stack them up, and you'd be sitting on top of them at about the third or fourth story at least.
Right? And that's because, by design, again, convince people that they need to be regulated, start off with a small amount, that it's for their own protection, and slowly tighten the knot over a period of years and decades to the point where they're completely, totally dominated and didn't see it coming the entire way through.
The only protection I need is away from the government. That's the protection
That's
I want.
it. Right.
Yeah.
They're the ones that you need protection from, right? And that's where, that's the conundrum that people don't want to look at. They think, oh, no, it's too much David versus Goliath. Well, that's reality. So, buck up or live free or die,
Yep.
What's your thoughts about that, 12B?
Just stay off of my fucking lawn.
I'm moving to 12B's house.
Yeah. We'll be
Don't
safe
step
there.
on the grass, Sam.
Yeah. Don't step on the grass, whatever you do.
Oh,
So-
there was a rock group that come out with that song. It was one of the '60s songs. Don't step on the grass, Sam.
Oh, that
That's
was
one
like
of
friggin' in the military. If you walked off, that little sidewalk, concrete sidewalk, and stepped on the grass, oh shit.
Oh yeah, you're in trouble.
Yeah, that was a bad day right there. Yep, we should have just been like, hey, yeah. They wouldn't want me on active duty nowadays, I'll tell you what. Yeah.
They'd have to put me in jail. I'm not going back. I don't care what. They'll never hire me, but still,
Oh, well, there's no place that you can go, see, because now previously the federal government was restricted to enforcing its own laws, and they enforce those laws only in their own jurisdiction. But now the long arm of the law reaches around the world.
Right. They through this thing called a fiction, a corporate fiction, they lay claim to the ignorant that they have dominion over all air, land, and water.
Yeah.
Which is a fiction. It's a valley. Nobody has dominion over one speck of it. Nobody. We have fluid occupation of it. That's it. Wherever your feet are is where they are. That's reality. The rest is just a fantasy that exists in the imagination. Try and convince a dog or a cat about this thing called Murica, or British or English. Only human beings, the one that thinks it's intelligent, come up with these concepts and then thinks that it's a good thing to have to pay for that which is already free to begin with and provided for free in abundance by nature because it thinks it's smart.
Well, now they name an individual in here that's a primary supporter of this bill, and it's Dick Durbin, a Democrat from Illinois. he explained that America's law enforcement will no longer be bound by her laws. I mean,
That guy's
the audacity of making such a statement. I mean, if that isn't right up there in the heavenly sphere.
It's all this thing because somebody else said so. Because somebody else said so is just such a rampant, solid fucking thing in this day and age, you know? You have these regulations because I said so. And if you don't follow it, you're going in a cage because I said so.
I tell you what, I'm getting to the point where I see the news come on or anything, I just change the channel.
It's time. Do it. Do it.
Yeah.
That thing is, right? That is a, it's not a healthy thing to be, to put your focus on at all.
Yeah, because if I try to watch the news, I'm gonna fact check them with their bullshit, and I'm just gonna wind up pissed off. So why bother?
It's designed to distract you, to usurp you, and keep you. Even if you're awake to things, we're not immune to. You know, even if we know an element is hot, if we stick our head too close, we still get burnt. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right. So the tool is still designed. It's got hypnotic frequencies in it and certain shapes and all this kind of stuff that affects our brain when we focus on it. You know, so I don't go anywhere near that. I haven't for a long time. Plus, I don't see any benefit in it anyways. You know, a lot of people, they still they think they got to know their enemy type thing. It's like, well, the enemy has been the same since before I was born. I already know their game. It doesn't change. You know, I don't need to see it anymore.
I'll tell you what, basically the only live TV I watch is when I watch football games. And when I watch live TV, it's really strange. You know, the vibe that you get coming off the TV, I don't like it at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's negative.
Yeah.
Right? It's always negative. It's always something fear-based. This is happening. Oh, the Russians are coming. Oh, you know, it's always that. And it's always, it's just a running long infomercial. That's what it is.
Hey, and I've been watching quite a bit of football recently, and all the commercials that on the TV are for the what.
That's why I quit watching sports, is because you get all those commercials and you got those announcers that are just you can't listen to those fools.
No, they're idiots.
When's the last time you've seen anything on the TV that said anything along the likes of you should go eat a bunch of oranges today because they're really healthy for you and they'll fortify your immune system?
Yeah, and take some vitamin B17 too. Apricot power.
You'll never see anything like that. Never.
But you'll see all kinds of medicine commercials, and then they list all the side effects. Oh, you're gonna have you're gonna have diarrhea.
Right. Those crack me up.
Your left eyeball is subject to pop out. And your ear.
How many times have you heard this one? And sometimes even causes death.
Yeah. But go ask your doctor if you can.
But go ask you, right? Yeah.
Hey, Frosty,
I'm gonna trust him.
Frosty, that's what you need right there, bro. B17, apricot power, bro.
That's a real deal, huh?
Oh yeah, $100 a bottle, $1 a pill.
Oh,
wow! I wish I could afford that. Damn.
It's working, huh?
Oh yeah, you feel better after 1 week.
I can see you can't sit down for very long.
Yeah, and plus I'm smoking that.
I might have to try that. I'll give that a try.
That might have been the nipple thing he was sucking for a while. You know.
I was hoping to get it in some breast milk, but
it's contaminated. You can't have it.
Yeah.
It's been pasteurized. We promise.
Yeah. We killed all the shit out of it. Drink it.
Well, Mom, do you have apricot titties?
It tasted awfully sweet this morning.
I I want the other one, the orange juice in it.
Yeah, I need some orange juice today or some watermelon. Give me some watermelon wine.
Hey, that dandelion root extract and the olive leaf extract, that shit's good too, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna give that apricot thing. Now, where did you say you got that? Did you get that online?
I'll share the link in the private chat.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, good deal.
Cool.
I'm up for trying natural uh, remedies like that.
Right.
Yeah, it's just that's what people should do is start doing natural stuff.
Yeah, I just
Go.
dropped it. I dropped it in chat.
Well, I mean, does it make sense to be doing anything unnatural?
No, it doesn't.
Oh,
I mean, if you make love go in the woods and do it,
we even smoked. Hey, we even smoked the shit that we grow in our tomato garden.
Wow, so you don't have to buy any. That's decent.
Yeah, a couple plants a year, you get about a half a pound off 2 of them. You're good to go, man. You don't need anything else.
There you go, people. But you buy it from other dealers, just make your own.
Hey, they don't call it homegrown for nothing, bro.
Yeah, relying on government ain't worth a shit. Get off the freaking grid if you can.
Hey, I'm learning though the government they tube stake us, but if you're wise, you know how to tube stake them back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
It just gets ridiculous. I mean, everything you do is paperwork.
Computers are supposed to get rid of all the paperwork. Remember when they told you all that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. This is back in the 90s, Well, once they get these computers, it's going to do away with all this paperwork.
Yeah, we'll be all set.
Never happened.
Yeah, now instead of, on election day being able to count the votes that same day, now it takes 2 or 3 weeks, right?
Yeah.
Or months.
Computers.
Yeah.
Oh, my daughter told me that Curry Lake lost. She lost.
Yeah.
In court. She
Yeah,
lost in court.
Yeah, the judge threw the case out.
Yep. 30. They want to listen to it. Crooked as a freaking dog's leg.
Dude, it's brutal. You can't expect anything from the legal system anymore except to get screwed.
Yep.
Well, yeah, see, and the last thing they want to do is get involved in making judgments on every election. And it doesn't matter what kind of evidence you have, they don't want to involve themselves in it.
Right.
So it goes to the biggest cheater. Whoever can cheat the best is going to be the winner.
Justice is a fallacy. Just remember that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, it's just
No such thing.
it's plain to
And
see now. Yeah.
any pursuit of justice is at the expense of our own selves. The joke is on us. We waste our time that we can never get back, right?
Yeah,
True.
you're better off. You're better off growing some herbs.
Mm-hmm. Be your own remedy. Semantic fun fact. What is the word formula a derivative? What's the extension word?
I have no clue.
I don't either. Probie, it's yours.
Nope, no idea. I'm baked.
Latinist root word for formulate.
Connect the dots here for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are they giving to babies?
Oh, yeah.
Formulation.
Formulation, yeah.
Oh, yeah. They'll give you
They're
the
formulating them.
Yeah. They'll give you the special blend.
Right. You better believe it.
Well, you might have missed it, 12B, but there's an article, and it's this is an idea in a project by Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, Zuckerman, supposedly, according to the article. They're going to take breast tissue and make a synthetic kind of breast milk through a
Oh, yeah.
fermentation process, and they're going to use E. coli as an ingredient. And once they produce this formula to feed these babies, any of the bio waste has to be treated as if it's nuclear waste because they have no idea how damaging it can be to the environment.
Good
So
God.
does that sound like something you want to get in line to give to your offspring if you're a family, a parent, trying to have some kids and raise them? I don't know. I don't think I'd be in favor of being in that line to get that handout.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Soil and Green Day is coming up. What the hell? Yeah, hey, I saw an article about that Frosty. I just looked at it. I didn't even read the whole thing. I just read a couple of sentences out of it and said, okay.
You knew it was right out of a Frankenstein novel,
Yeah, I
didn't
said, this is too much. I have to move on from this. Hey, for real, I'm just getting to that point where when I start to, get into something, if I get a bad feeling from it, I'm like, okay, that's it. No. I don't want to know. Leave me. Put my blindfold on and walk into the wall,
Well, what amazes me too is when you hear the TV2 news, oh yeah, we have these woke people. Well, who's the names of the woke people? They don't say the names. The woke organization. Well, who's the name? What's the organization?
Yeah.
Screw them. I'm tired of it.
Republican and Democrat.
Yeah, just don't participate in the game,
That's it. That's it. Remember, secede from all forms of corruption, or you yourself are the corruption.
Oh, dude, I'll tell you what, when you totally step back from mainstream media and all the TV and all the bullshit,
Life happens.
It's awesome, dude.
It is. It's clouds
dude.
part, and it's like, holy shit, life is amazing. Why,
Hell, you feel alive, man.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, if I wasn't doing this, I probably wouldn't be watching it that much. You know what I mean? But I'm trying to get people.
Right.
I gotta know what I'm saying to talk to people.
I understand.
Like
I don't remember ever waking up as a kid, thinking about, the terrorists might come and attack.
Wow.
That idea never happened until way later, until I heard somebody say that, and it's like, what are you talking about?
You missed the part where in first, second, and third grade you had to get underneath your desk for a nuclear attack drill.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I got underneath the desk. I was just doing something else.
Yeah.
Get an A,
A+.
Biology class.
I mean, there's different forms of patriotism, and I had to pick one.
As a flag comes up. Da, 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 da. I'm doing it for glory, baby.
Never on my knees.
Oh, shit. Yeah, it was a big freaking joke.
Yeah.
It is.
They should never come back. They shouldn't.
When you get far away from it enough, like what 12B was just talking about, when you step outside and you go at a distance, you look at it and it's this tiny little piece from a distance, and it's funny. It's funny.
Yeah.
It's sad, but it's funny. It's just a joke,
Oh, yeah, the joke's on us, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, once you realize that, you'll be good to go.
I'm not laughing, I'll tell you that. They give me the wrong joke.
Yeah, we'll give it back to them, man. Find ways to give them the sausage back.
Oh, I'm going to give it to them. More than the sausage, I'm going to leave some E. coli for them.
Yeah, I mean, you got people sneaking into this country, and they're getting benefits. So,
yeah.
Yep. You're an American veteran, so you should be getting something.
That's plantation rhetoric. Be careful.
Oh, yeah, hey, I know, but I'm just looking at it like, there's ways to give it back.
My wife,
That's it. That again, though, that's giving your attention to them. That's a distraction, right? Now,
Yeah, but
most of the time, I wouldn't say this. Most of the time, I would actually um, give a push for people to go into that direction, and I would say just make sure while you have a grenade pouch strapped on your body, take out a cop shop or two on your way out. But you folks are intelligent, so I want to protect you. And every ounce of energy and focus that you give, whether it's in retaliatory mindset or anything begrudging or anything like that, is part of the indoctrinative scam that gets you from playing the blame game and neglecting that it's not going to solve anything, number one. Number two, while you're doing that, not only are you harming yourself by doing that, you're also wasting your time, because you could be using that in making a real difference, which is continuing the path of empowering yourself, which by default, doing that disempowers them. That's how you get even with them, by not getting even with them, by going in a different direction, like they don't even exist. That's the ultimate way. Because they're nothing without your attention. Nothing. They need
oh
your
yeah,
attention and your
yeah,
focus to be anything,
yeah.
right? And if they can get you to think about things like divisionary things, like, oh, immigrants, there's no such thing. That's all just made up fallacy and fiction, right? There's no real borders. That's just man-made fantasy that did that. Corporate warmongers that did that to pin people against each other. We can't be thinking like that. It's not healthy. It's none of our business if somebody wants to have their feet on the ground over to the left of us, to the right of us, in front of us, or behind us. They're entitled to that just like we are, and the rest of the animals and the rest of nature. Anything else is a delusion in our mind from indoctrination. We got to let that shit go.
Yeah.
Well, you see, this is where I have difficulty. I really do. Because, okay, we can think that way, but yet we can't leave this country and go into another country and be treated the same.
You can if you're with people that are willing to cooperate.
Not by the
It's
country itself, not by the country and their rules and that blah, 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 which, it's
it's the
kind
same
of,
thing though. It
I
doesn't
know,
matter.
I know.
You're end up regulation regardless of where you go, and it's the same thing. Live free or die wherever you go.
Well,
Your
right.
freedom
And I get
follows
that.
you. Yeah,
I
go
get,
ahead.
I get, I get that.
Hmm.
But you go against you leave this country and you go against the laws of a foreign country that you happen to be in, and uh, you know you're gonna suffer just as greatly. That's
Nah,
yeah,
no.
yeah.
I've again, I'll remind you, I've expeditioned the world and had no problems. There's
Well,
different challenges that you're going to come up with depending on where you go, but that's nature, right? Some places it's hot, some places it's cold. You just figure out how to circumvent that. That's all.
Fucking hell.
Racism is everywhere. Doesn't matter where you go.
well, yeah. I mean, you'll never get rid of racism.
Right.
Never.
And that would be an unhealthy pursuit to even try. What you want to do is you want to live your life regardless of the racism. And if something tries to be an aggressor against you, oppose you, then you've got to be willing to go to the distance. However far you are willing to go to the distance with you and allying with others is exactly how much freedom you have.
Right. Yeah, I get that.
Otherwise,
I,
it's
But
just
it's
go
difficult. It's
ahead.
difficult for people in this country to watch what's happening on the southern border, and with all the safety nets and all these people just being given things that we can't even get.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know, we're the supposed people that put them in power for our benefit. Now this is, this is against it's in their game. I understand, but that is what is difficult for people to accept: the fact that they are more or less uh, being completely ignored as if they don't exist, and all the benefits that they're working to to provide for themselves and their families is being given away to others that haven't done a damn thing for it.
Again, you reap what you sow in life.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm just expressing it from a point of view that a lot of people have in this
I
country,
understand, and I
and
see their point of view. And it's the same wherever I go. That's a patriotic point of view. Somebody who is uh, highly attached to the system and needing it, for
right,
survival and function. So,
right.
and I get it from that position. Yeah, but that's the point, right? Is that dependency comes from
Yeah,
a lack of responsibility.
right. And you shouldn't be in that position. Like
Right,
I'm at the point where I could give a shit less. You know,
right.
I
You've
mean,
worked your way towards that. You've taken some responsibility to look for an alternative and say, "Fuck this! This isn't healthy." And that
right.
is exactly the path. Nature doesn't forgive ignorance. It doesn't. Right? It doesn't say, well, just because we think it was supposed to be this way and it's not panning out that way, that okay. No, consequences in the eye of the chooser. You're going to reap what you sow based on what you choose. And so you got these people running around who are still choosing this ignorant way of life and not learning their lesson. Nature isn't going to say, oh, well, because you're ignorant to that. No, no. If you don't want to look for another alternative or figure it out, even if there was no alternatives, even the stuff that we've talked about, it's your responsibility to make that then. It's not your oppressor's responsibility. That's not a logical thing to do.
It's your
You
Yeah.
know?
responsibility to screw them back. Just do it.
You wanna borrow a couple of my warheads in the back?
It fuels my hey, it fuels my daily rage. It makes me feel alive. Oh yeah.
Well, I'm not going to feel sorry for the people who don't, get out of government. That's their own fault. I feel sorry for who can't get out of government, who wants to get out of government.
Right. And the
That's their
further
fault.
you get away from it and learn self-sufficiency, the further you realize that all this rhetoric that people are crying about means nothing. They're only crying about it because they haven't taken responsibility for themselves. If they were to have done that, they would be laughing because you
It
have
wouldn't
to
affect you.
realize, right?
It
Not
wouldn't.
only would it not affect you, but these, which is 100% the point. In addition to that, you'll look at the other side of the fence, which is these so-called immigrants who are coming and usurping these benefits or whatever, are still in slave plantation life, in dependency mode. They're really no better off, So it doesn't matter.
Right, 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 right.
Well, yeah, they're going to get free
They're
range.
just choosing to be cattle in somebody else's pasture.
Exactly. That's all it is, right? And the little breadcrumbs might be a little bigger or whatnot, but if they lose the memory again of how to function without that, which they already did, otherwise they wouldn't be chasing them little breadcrumbs, you know,
But
they're fucked.
the usual American out there on the street is under the illusion that he had something that he never did have.
Right,
And they're telling you that you don't have it, and you're not willing to believe it. and you and that's what's trapping you. You
exactly.
they're telling you that they're going to allow these people in, and there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it, and
Right,
you think there should be something you could do about it because they did something about it before or whatever. You're
right.
in an illusion to believing that.
And it's just more dog and pony show to get people distracted to pin each other, pin each other against each other. Oh, you're an immigrant. You shouldn't be in here. We need a wall, right? And so now we got people shouting for their captivity to be more enhanced. Let's build a border wall. Well, that's not going to keep you secure. That's going to keep you out. That's going to keep you in more bondage, right?
Going to keep you on the farm.
Yeah. And now you have to have these papers to get in and out, and you have permission and stuff. Well, guess what? That's Nazism 101 right there. Your papers, please. You need permission to come back into your own country on top of it. Are you kidding?
Oh, yeah, like that one video of that lady from Canada, you know, she had to download an app on her phone to allow her father to get back into the country, his own country, you know.
It's like a $10,000 fine if you didn't do that, right?
And they were putting the burden on her, and there was nothing that says that she has to do that.
It was bad about it. He had all the credentials in the first place to leave and to come back. They wouldn't allow it.
Credentials. Your papers, please. Credentials equals Nazism. Fuck that. Who is it that you tell me has this kind of omnipresent, authoritative position by default that has the ability to demand that we need credentials? Show me which one of us is in that position.
Oh, but it's going to make you safe. That's going to make you real. What it is if you go against the government, they know who to go to. That's what it is. That's all it is.
Right.
It's safe and secure. Just 2 weeks to flatten the curve, Bill.
2 weeks.
Yeah. Just 2 weeks.
It's 2 weeks.
Just give us 2 weeks. Come on, people.
Come on, man.
They go to the left.
Come on. Oh, come on, man.
Suckle it harder, baby.
Change your diaper.
Get that titty. Get that milk. Milk of government, yeah. Don't go to milk you. They're going to milk you raw.
Hey, it's not bad out tonight, though, not to change the subject, but shit, it's 20 degrees here. Last night was, I think, 8.
I don't want to hear it. It's cold down here, up here.
Yeah. Hey, what's it about 0 up there where you guys are at?
It's gonna get in the mid-30s here.
Boy, I'm gonna get that today.
Yeah, they said that today. It's gonna be 30. It's gonna be 60 by Wednesday here in North Georgia.
Wow, it's gonna be 48 over here Thursday or Friday. I forget which one it is.
Yeah, it's gonna be in the 60s here Thursday, Friday.
I was going to ask if Wrights would send me some pantyhose because 35, my legs might get cold.
Do you want the used ones with holes in it or the new ones?
I can put holes in them.
Hey, just call the Veterans Crisis Line and tell them you need pantyhose.
Yeah, that'll work.
You know the 1-800 number that they totally trace your phone call? As soon as you call that 1-800 Veterans Crisis Line.
Yeah, they're checking you for weapons and running you through all the databases.
No. Hey, check it out though. When you call that number, when you initially call it, you just go to like a receptionist and she'll give you some options, you know. But then when they reconnect you, it goes through like 4 different connection points. So that information is going like it's ready to be sent to the cops and all that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's going to what do they call that, communication center? Where they receive all that stuff.
It goes to like 3 or 4 communication centers before it gets to your actual connection.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're probably checking, see if you bought weapons.
Yeah. Yep, they're doing a background check on you right then and there, a criminal background check.
Ain't that a bite? Ain't that something? But you got HIPAA laws, you know. Don't worry about it, people. HIPAA laws.
HIPAA laws.
Yeah, you're calling a crisis line and they're doing a criminal background check on you while you're on the phone.
Right.
Wow.
I mean, what the hell is that about, bro?
Who does it to the senators? No one. They're just the crookedest people in the world.
Hey, and if you say the wrong thing on that crisis line, I guarantee you there's going to be blue lights outside of your house in 5 minutes, bro.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You'd be guaranteed of that. Yep. It's a wonderful world, though.
Thank God for people who care, you know.
All that caring. They care.
I wake up every morning and say, how am I going to get fucked this time from the government?
I'm telling
I'm
you.
going to invest in a factory producing butterfly nets.
What the hell was he?
Frostley's debit card scheme coming to street corner near you.
Fucking butterfly nets. What the hell?
I like to see his commercial.
If your neighbor's a little bit too crazy, this is the tool, folks. You should have one. Every resident should have at least one, if not several.
You got my
I mean,
vote. I'll buy it. The Ponzi scheme.
you can catch the crazies in your neighborhood.
I would know someone would buy it too. They would.
Well, you got to have one. It'd be like a Popeil pocket fisherman. What fisherman would be caught without that?
Hey, so you guys got any family stuff going on today?
Nope.
Yeah,
Same day as every.
I got my wife in bed, sleeping.
Oh, thanks for sharing, Frosty.
No, that's a real Christmas. For
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, you
Oh, God.
Come on, we've been sleeping.
Oh.
We're sharing Christmas.
She let her have the whole king size bed for the day.
What the hell? I ask a question. You guys doing anything with your family? And Frosty's like, my wife is in bed. Dude.
I let her sleep in the middle of the bed today.
And she's got both mattresses on her. Instead of one. Oh, shit. That's too much.
We shared Christmas. I let her count reindeer to sleep.
Shit, that was a good one, though. Good
I let her
job.
change the sheets before bed instead of after today.
Oh, I can just hear it out, Rudolph Blitzen.
Donner, or was that Donner's Pass?
Oh my gosh.
You know what happened at Donner's Pass, don't you?
What happened to Donner's Pass?
Well, that's what, back in the day, this wagon train tried to get across the Rockies, and through Donner's Pass, they got snowed in, and they ended up eating each other.
Jeez. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Donner. And your buddy Blitzen looks like dinner.
Well, I'll tell you what, if it's up to the government, that's what's going to happen to us. People with no food are going to start looking at each other, looking at steaks.
Well, I like that one movie where they keep them alive and they just cut a leg off, but they do everything to keep them alive while they're eating on that leg, so that, they got a fresh leg for the next day's dinner.
Wow.
Remember what movie that was?
No, I don't.
You didn't see it?
No,
Oh, you missed it. You missed it.
there was a movie. It was a true story about these people who crash landed. They're on a
Oh
mountain.
yeah, in the
Did you see that
Andes,
before?
that soccer team.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
They didn't know, they
yeah.
ran out of food. They started eating each other when they died, and then they found out just one mountain over there was a city or a place they could call. They didn't know it. I can't think of the name of the movie.
Mm.
That's bad news. But this is you got to look forward to, people out there. You sure do. It's going to really surprise you. Merry Christmas to you. I don't foresee people having Christmas next year as much. I really don't.
Well, it's for kids. People with kids are going to go, always going to go to a little more extent than others.
Just
Well, they're
another
laying off
corporate
people.
distraction anyway.
Well, they're laying off people again this year. 2023, they're going to be laying off a lot. 10,000 at Amazon right off the bat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. 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 You can't have people employed when you want to get inflation under control. You've got to shrink the money supply.
It's kind of hard to commit genocide if your target is moving too much.
That's right.
It's true. It's true. It's funny, but it's true. Yeah.
I wish it was meant to be funny what I said, but
I know what you mean, but yeah, I know. It's true.
well, you got
That's
to
exactly.
stagnatize your target, right? Stabilize them,
Yeah.
and ready, set, shoot.
Well, we are the problem. We are the CO2. They want to get rid of us anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are the
Yeah.
problem.
You're the carbon. You're the carbon that they talk about reducing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a fact, man.
That's sickening. That is sickening.
Hey, just like I said,
Just tell them, lead by example, them first.
I did say that one time on YouTube, huh?
just watch the commercials on TV. That explains everything you need to know.
Bob, did you get your insurance yet? Do you know Ralph died of a heart attack? No, I didn't know. Did you get insurance? Bob, how come you didn't get insurance? Well, I didn't know what to buy.
How about that one where the lady's filling out some paperwork, and they got these two miners underneath her. She doesn't know she's sitting on a gold mine.
Yeah. I can see you growing out hooking the next commercial. Yeah, I've seen that one too. Yeah. I mean, and if it's an old picture, the first thing they have is senior citizen or something's wrong with you, or it's just amazing. They got it down pat. They do brainwashing you.
I'll tell you the one that gets me is they're constantly, and they've been doing this. I remember this as a teenager. They've had these commercials on for these old Russian people that and they were 90 years old then. But you gotta help them out. You gotta send us some money so we can take care of these poor uh, Russian Jews or whatever they were.
Yeah.
You know what
Right.
I'm saying? I
Yeah.
mean, and they're running those same commercials. I mean, that lady, she must be, she's got to be over 200 years old now. That you're gonna send your money to. I mean,
Yeah, I know.
they do it like the Holocaust happened yesterday. You know what I
Right.
mean?
That
And
mud hut is 7 years old that was supposed to wash away. That must be, some, what the hell? They do it
Yeah.
all the time.
Yeah,
Repeat
it's like the
infomercial.
Civil War happened 5 years ago, right?
yeah, right.
Yeah, it's a fresh wound. Let's not talk about it.
Yeah, just give him his horse. Send him
Yeah.
home.
It gets me. It's a shame. I understand why they say it, but it's pathetic. But these people on DAV, they're all blowing up. They're all fixed up. You'll get a home and everything else. I'd go back again for freedom. You know, they got
Right.
they got their arm
Right.
the leg. Yeah, I'd go back again for. What are you out of your fucking mind?
Right. And then they teach you by the time the seniors, the senior vets and whatnot are getting dementia and can't think for themselves, pass down the idea that all these people died for your freedom. So you owe them a respect and you got to pay tribute to that and the flag and so on and so forth. And you, when it's your turn to be called for duty, you better not even balk, right? When you're drafted,
Mhm.
right? Because they did it for you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, the Marine Corps met its recruitment for 2022, though. They're the only one that did. All the rest of the services bombed out. They were like 100,000 short.
Wow.
Yeah, each service, Army was like 100,000 short. Air Force, yeah.
Well, they're changing the drill sergeants now, the way they can talk.
Yeah.
They have. Oh,
Well, they done that a long time ago.
did they really? I just heard about it.
Oh yeah, they did that long after you and I were in. I mean, they pretty much get away with a lot of stuff when you and I were in, but they later on, like in the 80s and shit, yeah, they started changing it.
Here's the first clue. Did the military take the orders from the people or from the politicians?
They take orders from the politicians.
Yeah, definitely.
That writes the whole story right there.
They take their orders from Raytheon and General Electric.
Right, which is a politician.
Yeah. And Boeing. Can't forget Boeing.
Politician is synonymous for a corporate shareholder.
Ah, dude.
That's why the lobbyists, they're actually lobbying themselves. They just put it on paper and, that's why they get these fundings. And that's how they write it off on the books from the taxpayer, that they can just bail themselves out and do all these kinds of things, right?
Like all these big government agencies, they spend like $1 billion a day, dude. It's like, what the fuck?
Oh, yeah. Easy.
$1 billion a day.
Easy.
It's like NASA. NASA spends, I think, $1 billion a friggin' day, dude.
And that's just what's in circulation already. Never mind the new amount that they're printing constantly, right?
Good God.
And when war comes, oh yeah, we got to draft, and you guys got to get out there and you got to fight, and they're sitting back, watching TV, laughing their asses off, having a wine,
Yeah.
So it's it's not that there isn't enough money to solve the problems too. The thing is, money can't solve the problems because the use of it is the problem. That's the parasitical foundational problem right there. And I'll show you what I mean by elaborating a little bit. Let's just say that they took even 5% of this money that they can print. Let's say $250 billion or whatever, and they divvied that up to every single citizen, and they had enough just from that divvy up to pretty much retire at that point, or at least pretty much have their own nest egg safe and sound, so they didn't have to work anymore. What would happen the next day?
Oh hell, they'd be in big trouble.
Nobody would go to work, would they?
No, hell no.
It's over, right?
Which is really what people should do right now.
Right. You need people to be dependent on the system for there to be a need for the system, and empower them. That's why they're never going to solve poverty. Poverty is what keeps them in power.
That makes a lot of sense what you just said. It really does. A lot of sense. And it's true too, because
poverty is their business.
Yep. I mean, I worked my ass off trying to save money, and I still haven't saved enough of it, because they can't take it away from me.
Well, it was Lyndon Johnson back in the 60s that declared the war on poverty. Well, how'd that work out? I mean, seriously, look around. How'd that work out? We got more people sleeping on the street in tents and now than we ever did back then.
Yeah.
What they really meant was the war on poverty prevention.
Yeah. And everything's always praised in war terminology. Oh, the war on drugs, the war
Right.
on poverty, the
Right.
war on.
That's back to the roots of patriotism, right? We're warriors. We're in good
Yeah.
spirits. We're fighting for freedom.
And they
Killing
don't
each other over it.
They don't do a damn thing about it either. They talk about it. Don't do nothing.
Yep.
Fighting for peace.
Well,
Yeah.
Share that democracy.
I killed him and freed him up.
Right, exactly. I released him from his patriotic duties
Bondage.
holistically. Yes, bondage, right. Listen to this one loud and clear. Warring for peace is like fucking for virginity.
Yeah.
That was kind of violent, Guru.
Just doing my patriotic duty.
Just doing my duty.
Standing at attention, tall and strong.
Willing to take one for the team.
Yeah.
Just doing my duty.
I'm the quarterback of quarterbacks, all right?
Be all you can be.
Hey, that's like when anybody asks me a question from now on, I'm just going to look at them and say, my wife is sleeping in the bed.
In the middle.
We're going to be like, excuse me, sir. My wife is in the bed.
The intelligence ones will be pointing and say, this one knows what freedom means.
Yeah, they're going to be like, this guy's A-okay. You get
Right.
My wife is in the bed.
Now the real question is asking Frostley, what happens on Boxing Day?
I don't know. You go out and get a bunch of boxes or what?
Where does she sleep then?
The same box. When I tell her to go lie down, she knows where to go.
Sit, boo boo, sit.
She's being all she can be.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Naturally, she can't hear me, so. It's all good. I'm the king of my castle when she's not home.
She's not home. Yeah. Yeah, I'm the man of the house when she's gone.
Frosty's our chief strategist, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, he is. That's why he's a CEO now.
Well, someone's got to supervise.
Hey, First Sergeant. Good morning. You can do it in the
Theo, you can be in the Army. Hi, Sergeant. I'm gender.
Hi, First Sergeant. Can I get some cheese?
Fucking for virginity. What's that MOS? That's what I'm signing up for.
Yeah. The MOS. See, we got 13B. I think this is MOS is QUEER. Yeah, it's your MOS. Yeah. Base. Oh shit! Oh, this is going to be fantastic when they draft these people.
Oh
Oh, my
yeah.
nails, my nails.
Yeah, I stubbed my toe, drill sergeant.
My water
Oh,
broke.
yeah,
Yep,
I'm bloating.
I'm bloating. What the hell, dude? I'm bloating.
I can't go to the front today.
Drill
I'm
sergeant, I'm
bloating.
bloating. The guy would look at you, kick you in the nuts, and say, "How's that feel?" Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, they're not gonna. Hey, when if they do fire up the draft again and get people going through the system, they're not gonna be nice at boot camp during a wartime military draft.
You
You
don't
know,
think so?
no, the drill sergeants they have to be all nice and politically correct right now. If it's a wartime economy, the gloves are gonna come off, dude. They're gonna be abusing people like they used to.
they're gonna. What? Hey, what did they get hit with those bugle sticks? Oh, they're gonna love that.
Oh yeah. Hey, go into the
Oh.
gas chamber for about 30 seconds. See you later.
Yeah. Oh, that. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that was an experience.
Yeah.
That's one of the easiest ways to call the herd is to draft people,
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
it
yeah.
is.
right?
It sure is.
Tell you what, if it gets any thicker over in the Ukrat area, it's going to be pretty serious shit. Everybody's going to like a wartime economy now. You know what I'm saying? Except for the United States and Canada. Everything's fine here. Don't worry.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, don't worry.
I feel safe.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Or just like the southern border, the illegals. There's nothing wrong with the borders. There's nothing. We got it under control. Yeah. Fentanyl. Oh no, we got no fentanyl problems. People want to listen to this rhetoric lies. I mean, someone lies to you, you're going to go back there again? You're a fool. You're a freaking fool to believe that.
I captured a wild cat here.
It looks like a wildcat.
Oh yeah. He's bucking right now. I gotta throw him out. He's getting too used to being in the house.
That's not nice of you, 12B.
Gets any bigger and he'll be locking you out like Fred Flintstone.
No, if
He might let you sleep on the bed after that.
No, he's an outdoor cat, so I can't get him too used to staying in the house because that's not happening. So, but with this cold and everything, he's in a majority of the time, but I still toss him out for an hour or two here and there,
Yeah, keep him frisky.
Yeah.
I guess it would be, yeah. You'd be frisky,
yeah.
all right.
Especially yesterday. Good God, that wind was, there's no more wind here tonight, but that wind was howling, dude.
Yeah, over here it was too bad.
Oof, it was like 40-mile-an-hour wind constant. I mean, the trees were all bowed over,
Well, last night it was 4 degrees and it dropped down to 19 with the wind chill factor. 19 below.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a little chilly.
Yeah.
Hey, I remember when I lived in Fargo, North Dakota, I was at the bus stop and the wind chill was minus 40.
Oh.
Standing there waiting for the bus, like, come on, man. Come on, bus.
I hate when you get cold, you got to take a piss. That really bothers the shit out of me.
Yeah.
Because that cold does do it to you. I don't know what it does, but when that cold hits you, you got to take a piss.
Oh, yeah. Hey, when I was in that minus 40 wind chill up in North Dakota, I mean, I was like double, triple layered on my clothes. I had duck boots on, good gloves, hat, and everything. After about a half an hour, dude, I could feel it coming on, the cold. Being outside.
What happened to this global warming they were talking about? I don't see it.
Oh, that's next summer. It'll warm up.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah,
right.
that's next summer.
Right.
Oh,
The solution for that is next time just keep it in her mouth and don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Stroke the hair a bit and say, "You can sleep in the bed tonight, honey."
My wife is in the bed.
The other bed.
Oh, that's too much boys in the bed. Yeah,
No,
this
I actually got a couple hours sleep earlier, so I'm ready to go tonight.
Yeah, me too. I slept pretty much all day.
Oh, did
Yeah,
you?
I'm
It was my turn in the bed, I guess.
and I worked my ass off all today. Thanks a lot, everybody. Yeah,
Did you?
I get
Yeah.
it. I get it. I get it again. Yep. Let's see how this is
Neener,
working.
neener, neener.
I'm getting it good. I'm getting it good today.
Christmas presents.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I see. I got my Christmas present. Yeah.
Yeah, hey, you know how they say the holidays are stressful? Shit, this year's been great. Haven't had any issues at all. Everything's just coasting along, dude.
Oh yeah, me too.
When every
Yeah.
day's a holiday, it doesn't. It's just as beautiful as the rest of the year.
Yeah. Yeah, every day's cool with me.
Yeah, I'm not stressing.
Did you
No.
catch my new avatar right?
Where? Did you already put it up?
I've had it up almost the whole stream.
Where's? No, I did.
helping-
Where's it? Where's it
He's,
at?
he's helping you advertise your headline.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I'm getting confused. Okay, wait a minute. Where's it at?
Where would you normally?
I'm the
look
guy
for
in the
that?
bottom right.
Oh, you got it. Okay, I see what you're talking about. Okay, I got it. I'm
That's
looking on my
Santa
phone.
Claus. That's Santa Claus. See the hat?
Yep, I see it now. I know what he's talking about.
Got some pretty pointy digits.
We're number one, twice over.
Read the name.
I like that. Stick this in your presents.
Not in my package.
Stick this in your presents. That's not like it is. Oh, he's sleeping though.
You're right. Exactly. That's how I celebrate Christmas.
Hold on, here we go. Well, I can understand it. I can. Every day's the same to me, really, anymore since I'm retired. You know what I mean? I'm used to look like couldn't wait till Friday, and as long as I wasn't on call.
Half
Shit.
the time I don't know what day it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way to be. That's a corporate clock, right? Days, months, years, 8 o'clock, 12 o'clock. You know, it's impossible to be late without that clock. You realize that?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm never late.
That's true. I never thought about it that way. You're right. You're never late with that clock. As long as you're retired. But you know what? Time goes by fast as you get older. It does. I mean, time is just whizzing by for some reason. I don't know why. My wife sees it too.
Because you realize by default, there's less and less.
Wow.
You know, if you do the math, if you live to be 80 years old, let me just do it again. I think it's, I'd say 80 times 305. If you live to be 80 years old, that's only 29,200 days.
29,200.
200 days.
Yeah.
Sure don't seem like a lot, does it?
Yeah. That's if you make it to 80. So, you know, I'll stop there with the math because it's not as fun.
So I don't seem like enough days at all. 29,000. Wow.
Yeah, just went outside and peed. That felt good out there.
He's learning how to undomesticate himself.
Nah, shit. I go outside for a quick smoke, and it's just as easy to take a pee while you're out there.
Right?
Yeah.
I know what he's talking about. When I see a fire hydrant, I cock my leg up.
Hey, my son and my nephew are the same way. 16-year-old kids, every time they go out back, they piss out back too.
We've got a different undomestication program for you, right?
Dog training.
Right? We got to work on that leash skill.
I'm terrible with telephone poles.
When we said you got to bite the bone, that's not the bone we were talking about, buddy.
Oh, shit. Since you started 12B, that was nice of you, 12B.
I know. I'm sorry.
At least you apologize.
Yeah, I got to accept that. Yeah.
Hey, snowing up on the Great Lakes, huh? I see Watertown, New York, snowing like hell up there, dude.
I love that kind of talk.
I'm telling you, hey, I don't miss that shit. I don't know how you guys do it.
You can have it all.
You guys have to be like doubly prepared of us Southern guys.
Now, do you get snow tires, right? Do you?
Yeah, I got retired. Yeah, I got tired.
I got tired. My wife.
I got really tired of the snow too.
Yep. My wife is sleeping.
I'm glad I didn't say studded snow tires.
I wish you would have.
Yeah, I'm a stud.
Hey, before they outlawed those things, the studded snow tires, we used to put them on our Chevelles and Impalas when we were kids. Good God.
They outlawed them?
Yeah, they didn't. The Northeast, anyways, up in New England, you couldn't use them anymore because the kids were using them on their hot rods and gouging up the street, you know?
Yeah, they did the same thing here in Michigan. Same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, laws are made to be broken.
That's right. Yeah, we used to still use them anyways. It didn't matter.
I still got to get my car fixed. The traction on that damn thing. I don't understand what the hell happened to that motherfucker. They said I got to take it in for 2 days. It said the probably electrical problem. I said, you think?
Oh, what is the traction controls not working?
Yeah, it's ringing. Bing, 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 bing. Driving me nuts.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sensor or something. They'll charge you $1,000 for.
Oh, motherfucker. Are you kidding me?
No, I'm just joking. But you know how it is. I mean, you go in there and next thing you know, they're diagnosing everything.
Yeah.
Oh, this is wrong. Well, that's wrong too. That's gonna break next month. Better fix that.
No, they won't do that to me. They already had a little sample of Ed Rinke that screwed me over. I went over it purposely for 8 hours and filmed all freaking day. And Genesis knew about it. That's where I go to Genesis dealer. And the dealer was picking up some parts. And I says, hey, tell blah, 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 blah. I said, hi. And the guy took off. He says, I will. In 5 minutes, he came back taping me to show his friends over at Genesis. So they know me.
Right.
You know what I mean? So and I even got a shirt. In fact, let me show you the shirt here. Hold on. Right back.
So they know what a pain in the ass you are then.
Oh yeah, they sure do. Oh yeah, they treat me good over there. Yeah, I'll show you
Cool.
why.
Yeah, it's always good when people realize that about you.
Yeah, that's something I didn't. Oh yeah, I mean, I went. Oh, it was all over freaking YouTube on that one. I was on my scooter and just sitting there taping everybody. People coming out taking pictures of me, from outside, trying to figure out who I was, ask me questions. I wouldn't give them any answers.
I
Cops
don't
didn't bother
answer.
me. Cops
I
drove
don't
by.
answer questions. I don't answer questions.
That's right. I'm a stud. I'm a stud. My wife's in bed.
I'm retired.
Yeah.
I'm retard.
Here's what I had out there. I want to put this thing on the front.
Yeah, instead of saying that, I never thought of that, Frosty. Instead of saying, yeah, I'm retired, just say I'm retarded. I'm retarded. Yeah, that'll work.
Can you read that?
A Grinch Chevrolet. Mr. Goodranch. Oh, good God, right. That
Okay,
sounds very nice.
That's what I was out there with it. And then this is the company that helped with my car, the one I'm going to now.
Cool.
And they didn't like that at all. I had this on the flag, tightened up so people could read it. Oh, they were pissed.
Oh, were they? Yeah, they didn't like that shit, huh?
No,
Oh, that's too bad. That's like when the cops started asking one too many questions. You just look at them and say, do I need a lawyer?
She's sleeping in bed.
Oh, hey, I love that. I love the look on their face when you look at them and you say, am I under arrest? Is this a lawful action you're taking here, mister?
Well, I'm going back again. I am. I'm going back there again one more time, probably next year, just to show them I'm around. So, yeah.
Yeah, Google that one. You say to the cop, is this a lawful action here, buddy?
Sorry, I was multitasking. Can you repeat?
Oh, when you tell a cop, is this a lawful action you're taking, bro? You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That's
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, if they try to give you any type of command, that's when you come in with the, is this a lawful action? What's up with this? Yeah.
That's certainly one tactic to use, and if there's a dispute over that, ask for the supervisor.
Exactly.
One direction you can go. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Ask them to define lawful action as well, because words are really tricky, and it can be lawful in his own jurisdiction, and he can lie to you, and it's perfectly legal to do that, right? So you have to get more specific, right? Is this are you a public servant, and are you serving the public right now?
I like that.
Do you identify me as the public? If they say yes, okay, so you concur that you're serving me. That means that I have authority over you, right? Keep that on record. Be recording.
I like that.
Yeah.
It's a shame, though. You can't lie to them, but they can lie to you. What a crock.
You can lie to them, too. You could also not say anything.
Yeah,
you have no obligation.
I don't have anything to say to them. I just want to, hey, if need be, I need a lawyer. We'll go that route, so it's cool.
My favorite response to "Can I have your name?" is I don't own one of those.
Yeah.
And even if I could, which is a fallacy, I wouldn't want to. That's one response. Another one is, I have about 730,000 legal names. Which one do you want today?
Yeah, I've had cops friggin' bow right up on me. I just look at them like, what in the hell is your problem? They love that.
That's great. You got to get that on camera, because that's the right. This is the thing, right? Showing people you got nothing to be afraid of. These fucking pansy ass bullies.
Just when people are aggressive towards you, it's like, really? You look around. Is there a camera? Is this a movie or something?
One time when we used to go to a coffee shop. I just got married too, and we played chess games. Chessboard. And cops come in. Says, "You come here," pointing to me. He's come on outside. He says, "Where were you?" I said, "Where were I? I was inside playing chess." He says, "No, where were you half an hour ago?" I says, "I was inside playing chess." He said, "That ain't what we heard." He says, "This the guy here?" He talked to one other cop. He goes, "Yeah, t-shirt, white t-shirt." And I was wearing a white t-shirt, you know. I said, "What the fuck's going on here?" He says, "We asked the questions, you know, and I didn't know the law at the time." I said, "What the fuck you want?" You know, I told him just like that. He says, "Where were you?" I said, "I told you I was in here." I said, "Ask the people, I'll tell you." And then they got a call and says they got the guy. I says, "Well, what the fuck's this all about?" So apparently something must have happened, and I was fit the description. You know,
Yeah.
they got the guy. They got the guy. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's a nice way to rouse somebody too. I've had them pull that crap on me, pull me over in the middle of the night coming home from work, you know, and next thing you know, they're accusing you, oh, this vehicle was involved in a police chase yesterday.
Yeah. They can always
Yeah.
say that, right? Make
Yeah.
whatever up.
You just look at them like, what?
That's when I start saying, well, listen, I just got a call for a crime down the street that there was a tire over there and you fit the description.
Mm-hmm. That would be.
What's your
great.
name and badge number? You know, I have yet to see another tactic, which I haven't done myself fully, but I'm curious about it. And I'd like to see somebody get the idea. Maybe I'll suggest it to some of the activists, the auditors or whatnot, or the cop blockers, more specific, to right from the inception of whatever the dispute is, right from the get-go, just remain silent. If you're pulled over or whatever, just remain silent. The officer starts talking, just remain silent. Don't answer a question. Don't make a motion. Don't make a move. Just do nothing. Just sit there and don't say anything. What are they going to do?
Drag you out of the car.
Okay. On what grounds, though?
They'll figure out something.
They always do. Yeah, they lie like a mother. Yeah, they do.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
They can.
Yeah.
And if they're really going to do that, they're going to do that anyways. But, you know, I don't like to use the court for last resort. And of course, always under duress, cooperate if your life is on the line, you know. But I don't think so. I think 9 times out of 10, they would just balk and walk away. Because they're fishing, right? They're looking for you to hang yourself. And if you just sit there and say nothing, they've got nothing that you hung yourself with. And they're trying to pry something out of you so that they have an excuse to go to court, right?
Yeah, I just try not to laugh at them, you know, because they always get pissed when I start laughing at them.
Your breath stinks and you got a small dick.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you.
With me, I got to watch myself because when they stop me, they check out that I have a concealed weapon. Then you know they already know. You know what I mean, when they walk up to the car, and I got to tell them, you know, I got a concealed weapon. Is it on your possession? No, it isn't. You know, it already happened already. I got my hands on the wheel. You know, so I definitely got to tell them that much.
No, just stop identifying yourself. You have no obligation to identify yourself.
Just stick your middle finger up at the window and just sit there like this.
That's it. That's it. Right? There's my identification. I'm going to thank you. I'm going to try that. That's good thinking.
Do me a favor, have it on tape if you can't. Have it on tape. I'd like to see that. I really would. Don't get in trouble, but I mean, you know.
If I maybe after this is said and done, you know, I'll show you. I've got documentation of some of the other stuff I used to do. I wish I could show you guys. I really do. Some of it is funny as fucking hell. You know.
Will you get docs if I go to backstage? Would you get docs with us or what?
No, I can't. For your protection, I can't.
Okay. No, I understand. Yeah.
Hey, I'm watching that weather channel. It's called Weather Nation. I'm watching that on. You should see the 2 chicks they got doing the show right now. They are HOT. Good God, dude. In the middle of the night, you know, on Christmas Day, you'd think they'd have the bums in there, but they got a couple of beauty queens working there.
I'm surprised Frosty hasn't asked what channel.
Yeah, it's Weather Nation. It's on Roku and Fire Stick and all that shit.
I think Frosty's sleeping.
No,
Yeah, I
I'm
heard-
waiting.
Are you awake? Okay.
I heard some panting going on there.
You got to expect that as soon as you mention weather.
Uh, he's a weather buff, Frosty.
In the buff.
Snowman from Florida. Go figure.
Yeah. They don't do snowman in Florida. Yeah. That's great. I like that intro with that Frosty jumping around and moving around and yeah. I get the biggest. Yeah. You should have put back on that.
I think that's Guru next to me there. He's got that arm pointing over there to those other two. That's Rights on it, upside down, dancing around. And then he got the Tin Man. That must be you, 12B.
Gee, thanks.
Well, I was thinking the 10 man was YouTube's AI bots that are with us all the time. But,
Yeah, could be. I'm just trying to give.
Well, we don't want to not include them, so.
You have to put a lion in there. He might be the lion.
You got kicked out of a job, 12B.
Uh-oh.
You lost your 10.
You lost your 10.
Hey, so I asked my old lady, I said, how many people are coming by today? She said, oh, just a couple people. There'll be about 30 of them here eating our free food, Gotta love relatives.
Well, that's good.
Actually, she has a good family. Like people don't come over empty handed. Everybody brings like a casserole or something,
Well, that's decent. Yeah, that's decent there. Yeah.
Yeah, if you show up over here, you better bring some damn food. What they're over here for is the booze, because my old lady's got a pretty good booze collection. So, oh yeah, they want the free alcohol. I know what's up.
Well, you can pass some butter around a little bit to make them happy.
Yeah, I've caught a few of them out back smoking doobies. I'm like, hey, what are you doing? They're like, oh, sorry. I'm like, oh, don't worry, I do that too. Yeah.
Well, we were supposed to have company over here tomorrow, but apparently someone might have got the corona, so they can't come over.
Oh, they got the ouchie, huh?
Yeah. Just tried that. Yep.
Just tell them to take some horse paste.
Some what?
Some horse paste.
Did you say horse tape?
Paste.
Oh, taste. Horse taste.
Paste.
Oh.
With a P.
Oh,
Paste.
Oh, paste. Okay.
That's what you got to take. Wilbur.
Well, they were taking that. I can't think of the name of that stuff. It was horse pills. Supposed to work more.
They say it doesn't work though.
Really?
Yeah, I know it doesn't work.
Yeah,
That's why I've been taking it off and on for about a year and a half now. Doesn't work at all.
I can't think of the name of it. Yeah.
Yeah, hey, I've told doctors at the VA that I take that stuff, and they're like, that's a bit extreme, don't you think? And I'm like, hey, I think you're a bit extreme, doc.
Really?
And they're like, oh, okay, I think we'll change the subject now, sir. I'm like, good idea. You don't want to have to push the little button under your desk right now, do you? So let's move on.
Change the subject to one you know something about, okay?
Dude, hey, I love it when you challenge them. You know what I'm saying? You give them the old Pepsi challenge right back at them, and they look at you like, uh-oh. Oh, shit.
My primary care physician won't even talk to me hardly when I'm talking because, I'm hitting her right between the eyes. Boy, she won't say nothing.
I mean, it's all right if they're cool about it, but if they try to talk down to you, that's a whole different story right there.
Yeah, she's a polite lady, but she's a crooked little bitch.
Oh, yeah? Well, they all want you to do the thing,
The colonoscopy.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, the shop vac.
The shop vac. The shop vac. The shop
That's what it's like, dude. That's horrible.
Yeah, I know. I ain't too happy about it.
I had one of them like 5 or 6 years ago. That was like a traumatic event in my life, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't quite feel as manly when I left the VA that day.
I take
I
flowers
just got
and
raped by 2 dudes with a shop vac.
I usually have a fairly decent experience.
Damn, I'll be giving them chocolate.
Dude, hey, I have a real high tolerance for pain medicine and stuff like that. And yeah, they try to knock me out at the VA, and I still know what the hell's going on. And they're like, okay, it's time to operate. And I'm inside like, no, dude, don't do it. Oh, good God.
You know what it is? They manhandle you. They're not discreet about anything or nice about it. They just, all right, let's go.
Hell no. Oh, they're brutal, dude.
Yeah, they are.
I told people that guy, he violated me big time.
Suckers, man.
Yeah, what a creepy dude, too, you know? The guy that runs the shop vac. I mean, what the hell, dude? How would you like that for a job?
Turn on the Hoover.
Oh,
We got a live one here. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
yes.
are hereby designated the operator of the shop vac.
I'm going to get a cup of coffee. I'll be right back. You guys handle it for a minute. Right back.
Gee, thanks.
Is Guru still here?
Yeah, multitasking.
Oh, okay. Right back.
Yeah, that's a great thought. Let's change the subject now. What happens when you smoke weed for about 4 or 5 hours straight?
Let me see here. Let me pick up another topic. What can we get into?
Yeah, what can we get into that won't get his channel shut down?
Let's see.
We should actually be backstage because there ain't jack shit going on YouTube. Not trying to be the boss or nothing.
Oh yeah, Soros is giving out fellowships to journalists who will promote left-wing propaganda.
Imagine that. Who figured?
I never thought that would happen. What a surprise. What a surprise.
Do all day. Hey, First Sergeant. Morning.
Hey, First Sergeant. Can I get some cheese top? Oh, good God. Shit.
Okay. Yeah, multitasking, trying to get a tool that I use to create videos and stuff for the project. It's having a glitch. So I had a support ticket in and they just wrote back to me. But the guy who wrote back to me must be dumber than hell. He either didn't read the support ticket or didn't read all of it. It's a second guy who was just put on the case. The first guy was doing great, but now I guess he had to go home after hours. Now I got a new guy. He was too lazy to read it. Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
Yep.
These corporate fools they're so lazy. They think they can get away with, not having to do work and understanding what's going on. They don't know who they're dealing with.
They have no idea.
Nope.
Hey, remember that Dr. Oz that was running up there in Pennsylvania? Did he have a memory drug?
Who? Dr. Oz?
Yeah,
Oz, yeah.
he was running for senator up there in Pennsylvania.
Oh,
I never liked him.
I never did either.
Yeah. And
Because
I don't like the other guy even more.
oh yeah.
Lumpy, yeah.
Lumpy.
Yeah.
He looked like Uncle Festus.
Just look at that thing on the back of his neck. It's like, that's Lumpy. Good God, dude. He's a horror show, isn't he?
Oh yeah.
Friggin' Fetterman. What the hell? And can you imagine he even won? That's crazy, dude. Talk about a slap in your face, right? Imagine how the people in PA feel.
They voted.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you know something's going on when everybody you talk to didn't vote for the person that won. Yeah.
Well, who would admit it? Who would have the guts to admit it?
Dude, I'm telling you. Then if you do get a case and go to court, you can forget it because it's just going to get tossed out by some libtard.
nudity court open for business. Bring it on.
Oof. That guy's scary. I had to get that picture off of there. That was too much negativity.
He was a little too bald.
For real. Just look at him. It's like, oh, shit. Not somebody you want to be in the same room with.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good God.
Make sure I finish suckling before he gets in the room.
Good God, Guru. I see some of these people that are in our government here in the States, and you see them on TV and you just look at them like freak. That's all you can think in your mind is freak.
Well, it makes you want to go back to the horse and wagon days, you know, because that guy driving that wagon, what's he looking at? The horse's ass.
The federal government is sickening now. I mean, yeah, just look at them. They don't have to say nothing. Just look at them. That tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah.
Yeah. And these people, they just get reelected time after time. It's amazing.
Well, that's when you're electing yourselves. It's kind of hard not to, you know.
Oh yeah, God.
It's pretty. You got it in the bag, pretty solid there, you know.
Oh, it's in the bag now. I mean, I think even people that are not too aware of what's going on are getting sick and tired of the crap.
That's it. Which that's why I applaud the narrative, and I push for it to continue because it's all opportunity.
Hey, it's all they can do is double down, triple down. You know, just keep turning that screw. That's all they can do. Yeah, there's no going back. Yeah,
they are cornered into it backfiring, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, hell, look what's been going on in Peru. It's like a media blackout down there. You have to really look for news about Peru.
Never be on the wrong side of attrition.
Yeah. So you guys been seeing what's going on down there?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
In Peru?
Yeah.
Yeah, that they had that one well, it's a YouTube video, but the lady has a guy on there that explains it. He does a pretty good job, and I think he's pretty much got it right. Boy, what a mess they have down there politically.
Oh yeah, Brazil too. Brazil's right behind them, bro.
Argentina too.
Yeah, it's like a festering shitstorm down there. Yeah.
Constantly.
Yeah, you probably got to get up into Panama to get any stability, you know, Panama and Costa Rica. Yeah, Central America can be, and South America too, you can be some shit going on down there for sure. It's like back in the 80s down in Colombia. That was a rough neighborhood.
Oh yeah.
El Salvador too, bro. I used to be afraid there. I'll admit it.
They cleaned it up though pretty good from what I hear. A new president came in there and he reduced the crime tremendously.
Well, one third of their country is in the United States now, so that helps too.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, I'm back.
They probably emptied their prisons and sent them all up here.
Yeah, no, hey, that's a fact, Frosty. 1/3 of El Salvador is now in the United States.
Something just dawned on me too when I was in the kitchen. Because he's passed these freaking rules, I should say, for that $1.7 trillion, they ain't not a damn thing the Republicans can do next year. They're screwed.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't do anything this time, so what the hell would you expect them to do?
Yeah.
Over a year's time, they're every bit as fucking worthless as
yeah. Hey, back in
the Democrats.
Back in 2017 and 2018, they controlled the whole show and did nothing.
Did nothing.
Right. Yep, that's right. Yep, that's right. They did.
That told me right there. That's why, in a way, I wasn't surprised they passed this budget.
Yeah, hell, there was about 10 of the idiot Republican rhinos that voted for it.
Yeah, and people retiring the Republican Party voted for it. Rotten bastards. Yeah, they're all crooked. Every freaking one of them. There's no difference between a Democrat or a Republican. None.
No, not anymore.
Nope. Mm-mm. It's like they got something on them, Well, if you don't vote, we're going to say something about you, I don't know. Just weird. I cannot believe all the government is corrupt like this. I guess it's always been that way. I just never noticed it. But they're getting braver and braver, I mean, they're out there speaking more and more about what's going to happen, you know what I mean? And people over there cheering for it. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well, I was listening to how incestuous that Sam Bankman-Fried relations were with government and the Democratic Party and his folks and all that. So after listening to some of that and what was actually going on and the people that were connected, I started thinking you might be right. That guy might not go to jail.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think it really was against the cryptocurrency. Is what I really do think. I mean, he was giving out money and everything else, and all of a sudden he decided to take off, and he didn't go any place where he couldn't get himself extradited. You know what I mean? It just doesn't seem right to me. If you're going to hide someplace, you want to at least hide someplace where they can't find you. He just made it known. Something just ain't right.
I think isn't it Costa Rica or no? There's another place down there in that neighborhood that doesn't extradite. Real small place. I can't remember the name of it.
Caribbeans?
Down around Costa Rica someplace, there's it's a little small country that.
I wouldn't know it then.
The name escapes me right now.
Shit, the only place you could hide is the Antarctic or, Anti-Arctic. Without a cell phone.
I just want to see the written discussion of the Patriot Know-It-All that I was talking about.
Yeah,
This
let's do
guy.
it.
Okay, I'll put it on screen share in a second. This guy, his name is Jerry Bushman. Actually, he was one of the first people that I engaged with on YouTube. Yeah, and I'm sure he doesn't remember me. That we got into it a long time ago, and now he was, unbeknownst to him, a big part of my first social experiments to test different verbiage.
Did you want this live or do you want it Memorex?
Yeah, live is fine and
Okay.
totally fine. You know, this is on Facebook, so there's nothing. You know, this is his own thing for public and whatnot, and that's the same thing on his YouTube. So
Now we
no
can go
concerns.
backstage. We can go backstage and raise hell.
Yeah, that's why I probably wouldn't get a copyright again.
Play
Hopefully.
copyright shit and everything. I can play Army commercials and shit.
Mhm.
I want to be all I can be.
Yeah. I mean, I went in the Army. Look at me now. Hello, boys and girls.
Did you join for the transgender surgery?
How did you know that?
Who
Who gave it
told
away?
you?
Yeah, yeah. That
I
was the
joined for the hormones. I joined for the hormones, and I heard plenty.
Yeah. Yeah, that old joke, you know how to make a hormone? Just don't pay her the money.
That's not very nice, right?
I don't know if you're smoking or not, but I put it in the basement whenever you're ready.
No, that's why I'm just having a cup of coffee here. Ah, delicious. I love my coffee, that creamer.
Hell yeah, me too.
I just can't get away from that shit. Okay.
I drink about 15 to 20 cups
No.
a day now.
Before I start, will I get a copyright on this thing again?
No, this is just written text of me and a guy going back and forth.
All right. That's good. I just want to make sure. I want to make sure everything's all. I don't want nothing to happen. God knows what I went through for you know what.
So this is on Facebook.
Can you see? Is that
and,
bigger? You want me to make it bigger or what?
I can't act, if I come back and look, then that's what I'm going to see. So you guys tell me if you can see.
Is that better,
I'm
guys, or not? Frosty,
I can also zoom a bit.
Yeah, I put it up on full screen. I can see it.
Oh, you guys can do it yourselves. Okay, all right.
Let's see a driver's license or something. Passport.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. This is so somebody in my contacts in Facebook made a post of this. Actually, I'll zoom out a bit so you can see what the post is. This is his post. It's a meme. Actually, a pretty good meme. It's got all the government documentations, a passport, birth certificate, license, blah blah blah. So look at all my freedom.
You know what? I'd like to take. Could I make a snapshot of that?
Yeah, actually, here what I'll do is
I'm gonna.
let me. This one's a bit big, so it's hard for me to get it all in one thing. I'll copy the image and 2 seconds.
Yeah, that would be perfect. I know how to use that one.
There, it's in your email.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, so that was the meme, and let me zoom back up so you can see the writing now. There we go. Okay, so this Jerry guy here, Jerry Bushman, he's the guy that longtime sort of proponent of mine, I guess, if you want to call it that. So he made a comment on this meme here. The alternative is anarchy. That's his comment. And so who wants to read? This was my reply to him. Making
Go
that
ahead,
comment.
Frosty. You're better than I am.
Read your reply.
Yeah.
Jerry Bushman negative. This is one of the things possible to happen because anarchy is the default state of nature. Jerry Bushman. Nudie freedomist, every democracy requires the participation of every member of the public to fund it. The alternatives are fascism or anarchy. Anarchy can only lead to democracy or fascism.
I'll skip in my response. He was in it with some others as well. There we go.
Jerry Bushman, democracy is fascism. All various forms of dictatorship and foolish to participate in. It is because the default state of nature being anarchy that democracy can be tried. However, it's far from the only structural formula to operate. So, no, anarchy doesn't lead to only democracy. It's one possibility of many. Jerry. Nudie freedom is clearly you have no idea what you're talking about. I never said anarchy only leads to democracy, but he did. I said it can only lead to
Right?
democracy or fascism. It is an either or. Ask your favorite search engine what is the difference between far right and far left politics. All the way on the right is authoritarian fascism, aka North Korea. All the way on the left is democratic communism, aka 70s hippie communes. Most people like you think Russia, China, North Korea, Cuba, and Venezuela are communists, but they are not. They are fascist. Any authoritarian dictatorship is fascism. Communism is not communism with an authoritarian so called leader. Communism on the left has to be a democracy. Otherwise, it is on the right. I don't know what kind of shoes you wear, but I guarantee the left shoe is the opposite of the right shoe.
Whoa.
Nudie. If you read what I wrote, you would see that I stated democracy and fascism are the same thing, but you wouldn't figure that out, I guess. They are both rule by force, which is dictatorship. Voting for your dictator does not make it any less of a plantation, and it's still just as foolish to believe otherwise and participate in it. And what's the difference between you and I? I'm not on the left right false dichotomy trip. Look outside the box or stay a slave. There's your true dichotomy. Nudie, I had to read but had to stop. Either you don't know what democracy is or you don't know what fascism is. The right is opposite of the left. Look at your feet. Quite opposite. When you know what dictatorship is, you know that both are the same. Look up for a change. Your feet stink.
Wow.
Jerry Bushman, Nudie. Dictatorship is ruled by self-appointed leader and run by their hand-picked enforcers. A democracy is led by an elected leader and run more elected legislature. Just because you don't believe it doesn't make it true. Democracy is majority rule by force, which means that the majority is dictated to and forced to comply. Whether they like it or not, this is a form of dictatorship, and the form of dictatorship is called democracy. So soften it and make it.
Oh, let me, there it is.
So
Right here
soften
you
it
are.
and make it sound nice and sweet. In addition, just because you get to elect the dictators who write and dictate, mandate the rules you believe you are bound to follow, and who forced you to follow by way of violently punishing you if you do not comply and conform, whether you like it or not, does not make it any less of a dictation. You will need to use your brains here a little and be open to questioning the narrative objectively which will be challenging for you as you have indoctrinated stench everywhere in your wording. Democracy, Nudie, this is Jerry. Nudie, democracy is majority rule by constitution. Dictatorship is ruled by whim. That's a crock of shit. Jerry, Nudie, this is, anyway, Nudie Freedomist, Jerry Bushman. Rule by force equals dictate. The method of dictation is irrelevant. Call it anything you want. Wake up, Jerry. Nudie, ruled by the people, for the people, and of the people. Dictatorship, ruled by one person, for one person, and of one person. Well,
That's where
that's crazy.
That's where it left. I didn't even read this one yet. I didn't realize that was there. I got to respond to that. What does he say? Democracy, ruled by the people, for the people, and of the people. Dictatorship, ruled by one person, for one person, and of one. Pick up. Yeah. Okay.
No, it doesn't work that way.
No, it doesn't.
No, I mean, you got dictators ruling countries. What are you talking about? One person.
Ruled by the people, for the people. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Democracy, he's brainwashed. You tell right there.
Okay. I'm gonna put this. Here's the response to that. You ready? Unless I'm mistaken, we're a people, right? How many rules have you written that the rest of the people been held to follow? Every bitch.
That's what she said. That's not a 6.
And a spelling mistake there. So he's saying democracy is ruled by the people. Ruled, again, keyword, ruled by the people for the people, which we know that it's not. But even if it was, let's take him at his word and give him the benefit of the doubt. If it's ruled by the people for the people, I want to know how many rules he's wrote that everybody else has been deemed obligated to follow.
That makes a lot. Yep. Very good. Very good. Slavery is a bitch, ain't it? People have no idea how they're getting screwed over the government. None whatsoever. It's amazing.
He must have just wrote this like while we were, because this wasn't here a few minutes ago, this last one.
Let's see what he says and he might reply.
We wrote it, this one here, the democracy ruled by the people for the people, that one. I wasn't there a few minutes ago. You must have just wrote this now.
Well, if you wrote to him, he's going to reply back. You watch.
Yep, he sure will. He took his time on this one, though, eh? Like the rest were...
Put some real thought into it.
He did, yeah. He totally did. The rest were, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour at most. But this one, I think that's like 2 days ago now was my last message to him there.
He gonna like you, Guru.
Oh, he never has from the get-go.
He's triggered.
Yep.
Jerry Bushman. Not too many friends this guy has. 20.
Jerry Bushman.
Oh no, that's 20 mutual friends. Yeah, I don't know how many. But yeah, I first met him on YouTube. In the YouTube comments section. We got into it on quite a few different things. He doesn't know it though. He really helped me. Thanks, Jerry. Appreciate it. I appreciate like he's giving me the view of the slave from the view that I don't have, because I don't think like that. And that's exactly what I need to see so that I can know what to say to help other people realize the truth,
What the hell? Hey, did you see Dingleberry's Facebook page? He's got his little Ukrainian U-crop flag.
Who's that?
What? Who's this?
Yeah, Bushman. Look at his little U crop flag up there.
You crap. Huh?
Yeah, see
This?
the flag? That's
Yeah.
the Ukrainian flag, yeah. He's
Oh,
such
yeah.
a good little puppet.
Got some photos, Jerry? Let's
Yeah.
Is
Let's,
that AOC?
Jerry's videos. You got some videos.
Yeah,
That his house?
Yeah, he's hardcore, all right. He's been watching Fox News.
I guess he got a haircut. That must be him there. He looks like the guy who played the head radio guy in WKRP Cincinnati.
Yeah. Ben Stiller. He looks like Ben Stiller with sunglasses on.
That's
Oh yeah, just look at some of the shit this guy's put up there. He's programmed nicely, Guru.
Totally. Look what he said about
you bad Guru. Bad.
I feel so ashamed of myself. I really do.
Look what you did to Bushman's World.
I feel sorry for myself.
Look
what he said.
Hey, Guru, like I was saying earlier, all you have to do is take a look at these people, and you're like, okay, buddy. Yep, sounds good.
This guy, he was in it with this other guy here.
Uh-oh.
So this guy here.
Oh, Michael Elliott. Holy crap.
Michael Elliott. Let's read what he said. I'll read it this time. And Michael Elliott says, and what is anarchy to you? Every city vying for the murder capital, every politician and social media outlaw wanting to silence half the people, robberies everywhere. Where seems you live in madness and have no clue what anarchy actually means, as your founders and Jesus are all anarchists. Jerry writes back to him, calm down. If you actually believe what you wrote, you are part of the problem. Michael Elliott says, rolling on the floor, laughing my ass off. No, you are the voter-willing tax slave that has enabled all this go vote harder willing slave.
Oh, yeah, he's on it.
Michael Elliott, Jerry Bush just puts a smiley face. Michael Elliott says, and you are right. I am the problem for the willing slave and the slavers. Then Jerry, in his crafty wisdom, comes up with, oh, the roads. Oh, them blessed roads. You are welcome for all the public roads, hospitals, the healthcare you have. He's lucky he didn't write that to me. The healthcare you have, the airports, public transportation, power lines to your house, phone lines to your house, running water, sewer lines, garbage collection, traffic lights, street lights. What else? The mightiest military on the planet. Ooh, the mightiest military on the planet. Jerry, I don't want any of those fucking things. Not one of them. And I certainly don't want to be forced to pay for them. I don't want your stinking fucking streetlights. I despise the fucking roads. The hospitals are a joke. They're murder camps. Healthcare is death care. The airports fucking dump jet fuel and chemtrails all over us every day. Public transportation is not public because you still have to pay for it after you already did. Power lines to my house make me weak and dependent on a system that I never have no business being dependent on. Phone lines mean people bug me all day long when I want to keep to myself. Running water I can get from the fucking spring up the street. Sewer lines are unnecessary unless if you're using toxic chemicals to begin with. Garbage collection. There is no garbage. That's a fallacy. Traffic lights are for slaves. The mightiest military on the planet is a pretty fucking weak military that I wouldn't want to have anything to do with to begin with.
Hey, just be all you can be in the army.
Be all you can be. I should reply to that. Be. That's the only thing I need to say. Just reply back to that. Be all you can be, Jerry.
Oh, would he be pissed off?
Yeah.
Oh, would he be pissed?
Yeah.
I'm going to paraquote that because this wasn't to me. If whatever he replies back to, I'm going to paraquote that, and that's exactly what I'm going to say to put closure on this thing. I'm
Yeah.
the mightiest military on the planet. I'm going to quote that and respond with "Be all you can be, Jerry."
Oh yeah, I bet he's hardcore veteran. He was a
Kill
killer.
a commie for mommy, and
Kill
kill a commie for mommy, you bullet stopper.
Yeah, you friggin' pop-up target.
Did you get 3 letters already, Guru, or is that somebody else?
Sorry, did I get what?
3 letters response. This is 3 up there.
Oh, that's direct messages. Yeah, that's other people.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
Oh,
Jerry.
If he were to respond, then it would show up on the bell thing to the right of that.
Hey, Jerry got his booster. His little booster thing. Yep, he's got his little picture, and it says, "I got my 19 thing."
Is he fully vaxxed?
Yeah, he's all juiced up.
He's all juiced up.
Yeah, he took the juice.
Way to be all you can be, Jerry.
Yeah, be all that you can be, Jerry. Jerry.
Is this guy military?
No, I don't think so.
I don't know for sure, but he's definitely patriot.
Oh yeah,
Oh, he's friggin' hardcore. He's the
Patriot with
hard.
was a patriot with heel spurs.
Heels first.
Yep, he's all juiced up. That's great, Jerry. Yeah.
He's a good little army boy.
What the hell was he's a good little army boy? What the hell was that?
Where did you see that? Paul B. His juice
On his profile
trophies.
On his photos. Go to his photos. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I was in his photos, and he had his little emoji thing. I'm all juiced up.
Maybe another section.
Yeah, it would be up
Let me
the
zoom
top.
out a bit.
Huh? Yeah, it's in his photos. See, the photos ain't loading up because he's got a bunch of them on there. He's got a couple hundred friggin' pictures.
What the hell?
Oh, that's a video. Oh, we can see what this guy. There he is. There's Jerry. This is Jerry's robot.
Oh.
This is AI.
He's a robot, but he's going to be fully dressed. He says.
Oh.
I'm showing him how to spank somebody.
That's the wank motion.
Golf, please.
Oh, he's working on kicking ass.
He's gonna send it after Nudie. You see that thing coming down the street, Nudie, run.
Oh yeah, grab by the balls. There you go.
What the hell did he just do? Check its package?
He's advertising using subliminal messages.
Wow. Yeah, that's not good. Stranger danger, stranger danger.
Oh, look at.
Why?
He's just getting it on, Jerry.
You'll be breaking out to blow up Betty in a minute.
No good. Choke it, Jerry. Choke it. Choke it harder.
I'll see. He turns his head when they grab by the crotch. Watch me now, please. Now, watch. See? There you go.
Check out his butt, he says. Check out his butt. Be all you can be, Jerry.
Yeah, Jerry. That's like what a big W there.
That guy's a savage.
What did he say?
Oh,
that must have been for Halloween or something. That he's going to put that on the porch and scare a bunch of kids. I hope that he meant for Halloween.
Yeah, can you imagine him answering the door, trick or treat?
Looks like she lost her arm.
Oh, it's terrible.
That his too? I don't know.
Did you hear somebody just pop up?
I don't.
Oh yeah,
Let's see. I just heard something.
Denizen.
Where's he at? I don't see.
Denizen.
Yeah,
Denizen X.
Oh yeah, I got him. Yep. Come on up, Denizen.
Good to see you, Denizen.
Oh, is he on?
Is he just in the chat? Or is he... Hey, Denizen. What's up, man?
If you're trying to talk, we can't hear you, Denizen.
Yeah, sewer lines are for sheep, Denizen. Stupid system. Stupid system.
Is he writing to you?
That was in the public chat.
Okay, because I didn't see. He must be having problems with his mic.
Mike?
Is that his roommate or?
Who, Mike?
So anyway, yeah.
All you anti-government subversives in here again, I see.
There he is. How you doing, Denizen?
He rides in on the white. He rides in on the white dog.
I'm thinking, like, who needs clean water and a place to shit? You can just toss it out your window like the olden days.
Oh yeah, exactly.
You certainly ain't going to get either from your government.
I don't know. Every time I flush the toilet, it disappears.
Yeah, and it comes back to your tap. Enjoy.
Oh yeah, you can't. Don't drink that stuff. No, you got to rely on like capitalists who exploit brown people in island countries for clean water.
I don't know where that. I don't know where it is. It looks like that's the end of the pictures there, Colby.
No, I go on his Facebook page and he's got like 100, 200 photos.
Yeah, I was on the videos. What the hell? I tried to get on. Why does it take me to videos when I expand the photo?
Try a different album under photos. Does he have a couple of different albums?
Well, it has that Facebook icon on the
Yeah, there
left
you
top.
go. No, yeah, he's only got a couple of pictures there, according to. Yeah, that's weird.
13,192.
Yeah, that's strange because when I go on, he's got buku of them.
Huh.
I don't know if I use a VPN too. I don't know if that makes any difference on what we see, on his page.
I don't think
No.
so.
I want to see this guy being vexed. I want to see him cry.
Yeah, Facebook's been putting me in timeout a lot lately.
Yeah?
Yeah, as
What you
soon as
been
I
posting?
nothing really, just funny memes and pictures. Nothing real savage. And yeah, it goes against their community standards, so they give me a 24-hour timeout. They've been doing that probably 3 or 4 times a week recently.
Wow.
Yeah.
Don't get kicked out, though.
Huh?
Don't get kicked out.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to keep my account. I
Yeah,
mean,
it-
it's a good
it's
way
a-
for me to communicate with my family.
I get insta banned from Facebook.
Yeah.
As soon as I log in the first time, it locks my account. Says I violated the terms of service.
Yeah, I've had to use all sorts of different emails and stuff like that to get around things,
Again, where's our freedom at?
Yeah. Yeah, good luck on that one.
Write me, I'll send you a picture.
Yeah, checks in the mail.
Uh-oh.
Well, I'm saying, what's happening, Dennison?
Nada,
Merry-
you too?
Are you
Merry
done, Guru?
Christmas.
I'll kick you out of here.
What happened?
I was just asking Guru if he's done with his post. I'll remove this post for him. Oh,
Okay.
never mind. He got it. Okay. Yeah, we're
There's
just talking
something else today.
Hmm?
Go ahead.
I was just going to say we're just talking about the government. He was asking what was going on, so we're just talking about the government.
Yeah.
Nothing new.
Just be all you can be. That's all you can
Yeah,
do.
My wife's in bed.
My wife's asleep.
Get an edge on life.
I'm promoting patriotism today.
My wife is sleeping.
Given that a majority of people are stupid, I think I prefer fascism and dictatorship over democracy.
Might wake him up. I
I
doubt
write
it.
my own rules. I'm my own dictator. You guys don't have to follow them, though.
Yeah, I mean, that works until you show up in that outfit to Walmart.
Yeah.
Shit. Yeah, you got to be careful with Walmarts around here. You get shot in the head out in the parking lot.
Were
Never
you in
used-
Buffalo?
No. North Metro Atlanta.
He who has the fastest draw has the most freedom.
I prefer a good
Freedoms.
old. I prefer a good old wagon train Indian attack.
There you go.
I prefer my bitch to be in chains in the basement.
Or am I in bed?
Oh, great. Yeah, conversation gone sideways.
I was about to say I prefer to have a female attack my penis. Y'all can have all the gunfights to yourselves. I'm gonna be lying in
That's the
bed
new.
watching cartoons, getting head.
That's the side of patriotism I concur with.
Hey, I'd be watching Flash Gordon, the old Flash Gordon from the 30s. Dude, I've watched that series like 100 times on YouTube. Flash Gordon, the old stuff, you know, when they had the little models going. But dude, it's so great to watch because it's totally mindless. You know what I'm saying? You just like, okay, cool.
It's weird that you say that because Flash Gordon is what I call my penis.
Oh, that's disgrace.
Flash Gordon.
Yeah, I call mine Scruffy.
Technically, it's Flash Organ, but you know, it's a pun.
Flash Gordon.
I named it after Flash Gordon. I call it Flesh Organ.
There you go.
Flash Gordon.
That could be your porn. That's probably your porn
He gets in and out really fast. Takes care of business.
That's your ID on Pornhub.
Flash Organ. Oh my god. Flash Organ. I didn't name mine, but I put a tattoo on this as welcome aboard.
Oh, that's great. Oh,
Mission dinner, officer. Permission to come aboard.
there you go.
Yeah. They were talking about the government how they spent that $1.7 trillion and what a facade it is, you know, lies and everything else. They didn't spend one penny on the American people at all. Nothing. Just nothing but a pork deal type of deal.
Hey, First Sergeant. Good morning.
You can do it. You can do it.
Makes you want to join up again, I'm telling you.
Oh, yeah,
The
sure.
propaganda is so effective they don't even need the draft anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Will I really get 3 meals a day? And a place to sleep too?
Can I have a chance tender checked out?
You know what you can do is you can hold up a convenience store and get the same benefits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get away with it, yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Pharmacy's your best bet.
In your own
Yeah.
2-man bungalow.
Freaking drugstore cowboy. You guys ever see that movie, Drugstore Cowboy? Funny as hell.
Never heard of it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's about this robber gang. They get together. They're all a bunch of junkies, you know, doing Oxycontins and everything. And they go around robbing pharmacies. It's a pretty gritty movie.
No wonder kids get ideas. Yeah, but one thing about the government, they'll fuck you over. There's no doubt about it. And it makes sense what you said, Guri. You know that? They want you poor. So you have to keep working for them. They don't want you rich. Nobody
Yeah.
will work. Yeah, nobody will work.
A retired slave doesn't do any good.
That when they roll out that central bank digital currency, you won't be able to rob a bank anymore.
Yeah. It's coming too, bro.
Yeah.
Sure enough.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this. Yeah.
Only hackers might be able to at that point.
Yep.
We had a bank robbery here recently. I think it was this week. Took him 24 hours to catch the guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Florida's like Georgia. They got plenty of bed space in the prison system.
But you know what amazes me? When someone does a crime, they usually get the guy. They do crime in the government. They don't know nothing about it. We don't have the evidence. We can't find nothing.
Yeah. Can't prosecute him. We don't have the evidence. All we see is him doing the actual crime on film. There's
Yeah,
no evidence.
that's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
No, that wasn't me. Yeah, it's funny how they don't want that to their advantage. And the news goes with it, you know.
We can't have this, Jerry. I didn't pay for it.
Well, when that Nancy Pelosi, when she retired, I guess CNN took her out for dinner. Did you guys hear about that?
Uh-uh.
Yeah. CNN took her out for dinner for her last farewell. Mm.
Her net worth is some 700 million or something.
Oh, she's worth more than that now. She went up.
Is she?
Yeah, she got
did-
that chip thing,
did-
whatever it is.
Yeah, she did some more insider trading.
Yeah, she's over 100 some million. I forget what it was now.
Oh yeah, that's just the documented net worth.
Oh, okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. Like I was telling Frosty, how much does it take for a person to live on, you know, to have money? Where does it stop? It doesn't, I guess. It just keeps going and going and going. Like Frosty said.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if I had $1 million, that would be perfect for me. I wouldn't want it anymore. Just retire, you know.
Until your $1 million only buys a loaf of bread.
Yeah, then I'd have to work harder, yeah. I'd have to pimp myself out.
Not again.
Yeah.
Yeah, not again.
Pimp harder this time.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it was a good gigolo one day. Mm-hmm.
I said on the live stream one time, I think Denison was there, I said fiat currency is one of the dumbest things to hold on to. Somebody responded saying, that sounds like the rhetoric to somebody that doesn't have any. I said, you're fucking right. It's from somebody who doesn't have any.
Oh.
No, he's right. I ain't holding on to that shit.
Mm.
That's fucking less than toilet paper, you know? You guys know what to hold on to.
Yeah, I sure do. I do now. Screw that Fiat. They had a girl out there. She was showing what, you know, all of her beautiful toys and everything else, and how rich she was. This is on YouTube, and they all came back on her. It was on TV about it. You know, people are screaming about her. You know, we don't want to hear your shit. You know, I mean, she just flattened all that shit out there. You know, people weren't buying it.
I would have said that sounds like the rhetoric from somebody who does, but that would have went way over.
Oh, for sure. What happened to Dennis? Did he fall asleep?
Don't know. I'm not watching the thing here. You still with us? Yeah, he's still with us.
Is he? Yeah, he is. Yeah.
He might be multitasking with Flesh Gordon.
Good man, Dennison.
Be all you can be.
What you do when your wife is sleeping.
Yeah.
Make us proud.
Mm. Multitasking, eh? It's
pretty much just one task.
Yeah.
Oh,
Glad you can handle it.
oh my God. Yeah, this is gonna be a. Before I shut down tonight, later on, I'll be wishing everybody a Merry Christmas and whatever, and just hanging up for the day. I'll be on what's today? It's Monday. Back on Monday. This is just me and my wife now. That'll be about it. So me and her will be cozying up a little bit. Yeah.
There's another video that goes along with that plantation one that we first watched. I showed it to you before, right? It's one
Like
from
a
that.
continuation or like
No, it's another individual who is also very intelligent and very well spoken in terms of articulation and how to put things. And those two, one video of his in particular, I'll show you in a second here, and that plantation one just go hand in hand, very, very well.
Okay. Well, when you get ready, Sam, we'll go ahead and take a look at it.
Get ready, Sam.
We'll give you 2 minutes.
Okay.
It'll take me a couple minutes just to pull it up here. In the meantime, I sent you another meme in your email there, right?
Oh, good. Thanks. Let me check that out.
It's not a new one. It's quite an old one, but again, it really does tell it like it is.
Oh, that's a nice picture of that guy with the ID. I love that.
That's from the Matrix movie.
You have to understand how slow these people are. Yeah, that I like. Yes, that definitely is. Yeah, I'll use that definitely. That means a lot there, boy. Yeah, it sure does. That's a good one. Yes. You know, I have a feeling next year people are going to start listening to us next year when things start hitting the fan. But by that time, it'll be too late for them, you know? I really do.
Well, it's never too late to take responsibility for yourself, you know, but people are going to be in a pinch to a
Yeah.
degree they've never fathomed, that's for sure. It's already getting that way. Yeah.
Well, that's what the government wants. They want people to bear arms and start, you know, do whatever they. And then they're going to bring in the cavalry, you know.
Yeah.
Then we're all going to be locked down, you know.
Fight against each other and they say, see, you guys, you can't regulate yourselves. You need us. So,
Yeah.
To make you safe.
right.
Yeah. Martial law.
Like they always do. Yeah.
Yep. It's a big
Go
con
back in
job.
your cages and one by one in order, head to the box cart, right?
Yep. Exactly what they want. Exactly. I can see the scenario coming up.
I bet you there is people that were pushing and shoving each other to get in them box carts back in the day, making sure they had a spot in there.
Squeal like a pig.
Quit indoctrinating me, 12B. That's not very nice of you.
Squeal like a pig. Pistachios?
Yeah, that movie Deliverance, boy, that was a hell of a picture. Wow.
Quaker. Oh, he's got the munchies now.
Is he eating?
He is.
That guy always eats. He never gains no weight. That's not nice of you, 12B, to eat in front of me like that.
especially because it's not salad.
Well, oh, look at me and say,
Sorry.
Okay,
Is your house?
I
What?
almost got the video. I'm on the right page. Just gotta find it. So you'll see in the basement in a couple minutes.
Okay. Is your house soundproof there, 12B?
No.
You must have an understanding wife, then.
He's down in the basement. Aren't you down in the basement, 12B?
I'm down in the basement. She's up on the 3rd floor, thank God.
Oh, third
Yeah.
floor. Oh, you got 3 floors. Okay.
Yeah, this is a multi-level.
I thought it was a bi-level. I mean, tri-level.
When you tell 12B to jump out the basement window, you're serious.
That's right. Jump off the basement window. That's right. I want to commit suicide. That's it. Don't stop me, guys. Of course, he's got an exit, though. He's got a door.
Sorry, it's going to take another minute. He must have changed his website around recently because it was easy to find like last week.
You amazes me how you can walk through that freaking computer. Just boom, 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 boom. You know, it's just, wow. Me and Frosty, we got to think about what we're doing before we do it, you know.
Yeah, I tried that once. Where did you put them here, buddy? Where in the hell did you put them? Well, actually, I sent you the link to it, so I know I can.
You sent me a link? I'll put it up there.
Links tags. It'll be in here.
Did you eat that whole bag, 12 Bravo? You animal.
Did he really?
I think he ate the whole bag.
Yeah, it's just little snack bags.
Found it.
Yeah, it's like a snack size chips. They're pretty good though. Those Quaker rice cake things.
Oh, is that what they are? Rice? Oh, apple cinnamon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You know, they're not horribly bad for you, anyways. I mean, you could do a lot worse, I guess.
Yeah.
Do you have an Amish store near you?
A what?
An Amish store?
Amish? No.
I wish I could. Well, yeah, I do have one. I gotta go over and find it out.
We have a pretty big farmers market every Saturday morning at the city hall. It's where you can meet all the people that own the farms, you know, in the counties surrounding
Locally.
this area. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good deal.
And then you
You're
get
lucky.
business cards from all of them. And you know, what can I call you for? This or that. I don't even want to say it, you know, just this or that, or you know, different
Right.
food products and stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Shit, we gotta go down to Detroit to go to farmers there. I ain't going down there to save my life. They kiss my ass going down Detroit.
You don't have a farmers market that goes on in your county anywhere?
No,
You know,
nowhere.
too cold up there. That's why, you know. I mean,
Yeah.
Okay, it's in the basement there.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't see that. I got it. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I got it. Almost got Dennison kicked out. Okay, I got it.
It's okay. I got Band-Aids.
Yeah, I don't want
I'll just do volume level check first.
Is it because we really believe
that
that
good?
our toaster and our
Yeah.
notebook will end?
Sounds good. Oh yeah, I remember this.
Yeah, I showed you before. It's another really good one. So this goes really well hand in hand with plantation. Kind of a pre. All right.
The Matrix is one of the greatest metaphors ever. Machines invented to make human life easier end up enslaving humanity. This is the most common theme in dystopian science fiction. Why is this fear so universal, so compelling? Is it because we really believe that our toaster and our notebook will end up as our mechanical overlords? Of course not. This is not a future that we fear, but a past that we are already living. Supposedly, governments were invented to make human life easier and safer. But governments always end up enslaving humanity. That which we create to, quote, serve us, ends up ruling us. The US government, by and for the people, now imprisons millions, takes half the national income by force, overregulates, punishes, tortures, slaughters foreigners, invades countries, overthrows governments, imposes 700 imperialistic bases overseas, inflates the currency, and crushes future generations with massive debts. That which we create to serve us ends up. The problem with the state as servant thesis is that it is historically completely false, both empirically and logically. The idea that states were voluntarily invented by citizens to enhance their own security is utterly untrue. Before governments in tribal times, human beings could only produce what they consumed. There was no excess production of food or other resources. Thus, there was no point owning slaves because the slave could not produce any excess that could be stolen by the master. If a horse pulling a plow can only produce enough additional food to feed the horse, there's no point hunting, capturing, and breaking in a horse. However, when agricultural improvements allowed for the creation of excess crops, suddenly it became highly advantageous to own human beings. When cows began to provide excess milk and meat, owning cows became worthwhile. The earliest governments and empires were in fact a ruling class of slave hunters who understood that because human beings could produce more than they consumed, they were worth hunting, capturing, breaking in, and owning. The earliest Egyptian and Chinese empires were, in reality, human farms, where people were hunted, captured, domesticated, and owned. Like any logical and methodological improvements, the slaves produced enough excess that the labor involved in capturing and keeping them represented only a small subset of their total productivity. The ruling class, the farmers, kept a large portion of that excess while handing out gifts and payments to the brutalizing class, the police, slave hunters, and general sadists, and the propagandizing class, the priests, intellectuals, and artists. This situation continued for thousands of years, until the 16th to 17th centuries, when again, massive improvements in agricultural organization and technology created the second wave of excess productivity. The enclosure movement reorganized and consolidated farmland, resulting in 5 to 10 times more crops, creating a new class of industrial workers displaced from the country and huddling in the new cities. This enormous agricultural excess was the basis of the capital that drove the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution did not arise because the ruling class wanted to free their serfs, but rather because they realized how astoundingly more productive. When cows are placed in very confining stalls, they beat their heads against the walls, resulting in injuries and infections. Thus, farmers now give them more room, not because they want to set their cows free, but rather because they want greater productivity and lower costs. The next stop after free range is not freedom. The rise of state capitalism in the 19th century was actually the rise of free range. Additional liberties were granted to the human livestock, not with the goal of setting them free, but rather with the goal of increasing their productivity. Of course, intellectuals, artists, and priests were, and are, well paid to conceal this reality.
Are you sharing
The
this on
great
an
problem of
Idaho or
modern
a
human
russet?
livestock ownership is the challenge of enthusiasm. State capitalism only works when the entrepreneurial spirit drives creativity and productivity in the economy. However, as productivity always creates a larger state and swells the ruling classes and their dependents, which eats into the motivation for additional productivity. Taxes and regulations rise, state debt, future farming, increases, and living standards slow and decay. Depression and despair begin to spread as the reality of being owned sets in for the general population. The solution to this is additional propaganda, antidepressant medications, superstition, wars, moral campaigns of every kind, the creation of, quote, enemies, the inculcation of patriotism, collective fears, paranoia about outsiders and immigrants, and so on.
That looked a little gay.
It is essential to understand the reality of the world. When you look at a map of the world, you are not looking at countries, but farms. You are allowed certain liberties, limited property ownership, movement rights, freedom of association and occupation, not because your government approves of these rights in principle, since it constantly violates them, but rather because free-range livestock is so much cheaper to own and so much more productive. It is important to understand the reality of ideologies. State capitalism, socialism, communism, fascism, democracy. These are all livestock management approaches. Some work well for long periods, state capitalism, and some work very badly, communism. They all fail eventually because it is immoral and irrational to treat human beings as livestock. The recent growth of freedom in China, India, and Asia is occurring because the local state farmers have upgraded their livestock management practices. They have recognized that putting the cows in a larger stall provides the rulers more milk and meat. Rulers have also recognized that if they prevent you from fleeing the farm, you will become depressed, inert, and unproductive. A serf is the most productive when he imagines he is free. Thus, your rulers must provide you the illusion of freedom in order to harvest you most effectively. Thus, you are allowed to leave, but never to real freedom, only to another farm, because the whole world is a farm. They will prevent you from taking a lot of money. They will bury you in endless paperwork. They will restrict your right to work, but you are, quote, free to leave. Due to these difficulties, very few people do leave, but the illusion of mobility is maintained. If only 1 out of 1,000 cows escapes, but the illusion of escaping significantly raises the productivity for the remaining 999, it remains a net gain for the farmer. You are also kept on the farm through licensing. The most productive livestock are the professionals. So the rulers fit them with an electronic dog collar called a license, which only allows them to practice their trade on their own farm. To further create the illusion of freedom, in certain farms, the livestock are allowed to choose between a few farmers that the investors present. At best, they are given minor choices in how they are managed. They are never given the choice to shut down the farm and be truly free. Government schools are indoctrination pens for livestock. They train children to, quote, love the farm and to fear true freedom and independence, and to attack anyone who questions the brutal reality of human ownership. Furthermore, they create jobs for the intellectuals that state propaganda so relies on. The ridiculous contradictions of statism, like religion, can only be sustained through endless propaganda inflicted upon helpless children. The idea that democracy and some sort of social contract justifies the brutal exercise of violent power over billions is patently ridiculous. If you say to a slave that his ancestors, quote, chose slavery, and therefore he is bound by their decisions, he will simply say, if slavery is a choice, then I choose not to be a slave. This is the most frightening statement for the ruling classes, which is why they train their slaves to attack anyone who dares speak it. Statism is not a philosophy. Statism does not originate from historical evidence or rational principles. Statism is an ex post facto justification for human ownership. Statism is an excuse for violence. Statism is an ideology, and all ideologies are variations on human livestock management practices. A religion is pimped out superstition, designed to drug children with fears that they will endlessly pay to have, quote, alleviated. Nationalism is pimped out bigotry, designed to provoke a Stockholm syndrome in the livestock. The opposite of superstition is not another superstition, but the truth. The opposite of ideology is not a different ideology, but clear evidence and rational principles. The opposite of superstition and ideology, of statism, is philosophy. Reason and courage will set us free. You do not have to be livestock. Take the red pill. Wake up.
Well, he's right about that.
I thought sure you were sleeping, Rice.
No, I was up. Was I breathing heavy?
Hey, I'm going to jump off anyways, y'all.
I thought you said you had all kinds of energy. What happened?
No, I'm good to go. It's just 6 o'clock, and I got to get going. Everybody's going to be waking up here sooner or later. So,
All right.
All right, Colby.
You have yourself a good
Buddy,
night.
take care, buddy.
Yeah, really.
Hey, have a good Christmas, guys.
You too.
You
bro.
Peace
too.
out.
Until next time, don't forget
Yeah.
to be all you can be.
That's
Yeah.
right. Hell yeah, bro.
And stay in bed.
Yeah, my wife's in bed, so. All right, take it easy.
I'll see you, Kobe.
All right.
He's a well
That-
Kobe.
That video is where the quote was inspired from. They wrote, never confuse freedom with free range. They are in fact opposites.
It's true. You don't have the free range with freedom. You don't. They don't. You know. They put you on a leash. You know.
Yep.
That's exactly what it is. People better wake up. I'm telling you, it's coming. It's coming to you.
Obey. Just obey.
Yeah.
Please, people. Please, people.
Yes.
You know,
Suck it harder.
Frosty said one thing, and I agree with him. I wish you would just get it done and get it over with. Just do what you got to do. Just quit playing around. Just do it. You know. Do what you got to do.
I'm with you on that, but that's because I'm prepared. There's a lot of people would be like, no, put the brakes on. I got to catch up, you know.
Well, Frosty and I, we're just sick of it. You know.
I've been sick of it since I popped out of my mother's canal. Already tired of it.
Sure
You didn't get any breast milk.
Yeah. I'll stick with that narrative. I hope so.
You put what in my face? Say that again. You didn't. That's it.
When you have my mother, formula is justified all of a sudden. Makes me take a second look.
Well, actually, they say that's the best thing for a child is the mother's milk. You know. Not this
Well,
damn
of
bullshit.
course. What else could be the best thing for the child?
Yeah.
Of course. Nature providing the best food that way. It's a no-brainer.
I miss them
No-brainer
all.
for no-brainers.
I miss the bottle days.
You run out of Depends again?
I want the nipple. I want the nipple. I can't believe they're going to put feces in freaking baby milk. Gee, E. coli, unreal.
And ferment it.
Wow. How freaking, they just, any way to screw up the people's lives, freaking there.
Any way to speed up the agenda to call the herd.
Yeah.
Even I was smart enough to ferment my garlic with honey. I didn't go out and scrape the sewer.
Yeah. That just amazes me. It does. And people just don't see it.
No, they see their, they see their superstition and their religion. That's what they see. They see their imagination. I don't know why it's so difficult for people to differentiate between the two, imagination and reality. But it is, apparently.
Well, like Frosty and I, like I said, we knew something was wrong. We just couldn't figure it out. How to, what was it? Till you just told us what it was. And it just dawned on us like a light bulb. Hey, that's what it was.
Yeah. It's all Dennison's fault.
Oh, he was free ranging.
Be all you can be,
Dennis-
Jennison. Don't let 'em fool you.
Dennison set us up with the what was the name of it again? His one task.
Yeah, you got to admit, Dennison's got it in hand. He's got it taken control of.
You master that task, and you really have
You have a handle on it.
Easy, yeah. You have an easy road from there on.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, everything is sorted when you do that. Population control, food. Dennison, I think you were asking something in the earlier part of the video, but I was away from.
Something about a program or something you were using, or questioning if you're using this program or that program or something.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah,
I was
something
wondering
like
if you were sharing that on an Idaho or a russet.
an item.
A potato.
You lost me on that. Idaho or russet. What are those?
I can see more frames per second at the museum than in your videos.
Oh, that's from Odyssey. That's why.
Damn, is that good just to know how many? Jeez, man, is that good? Dennis, how long were you in that field that you're talking about before?
About 25 years.
Ah, God, you have been doing that shit.
The author of that is using Odyssey to protect himself from censorship. But I don't know if you know much about Odyssey. Still kind of dinosaur in its capabilities.
I mean, to me, it looked normal when it was playing. He noticed it right off the bat. It wasn't the speed to it,
Oh yeah, you've been at this for a while. It's easy to see the quality was. It wasn't. It was 420, I think. Not even 720. 420. That's the highest it would go.
But you said, Frosty, tell our secretary that I want 1020 on that sucker. Speed.
I'm typing the message as you speak.
Thank you, Frosty.
No problem.
Good CEO, man. He is.
I've just set the pigeon free.
He's a pigeon free. Uh, we try to scrape corners in our business, cut
Oh
pennies.
yeah. We want to produce economically.
Yeah.
With low electricity. We're cutting back on electricity. We've gone to pigeons. Of course, I don't know what we're going to do with all the pigeon shit, but I guess we could sell that too.
I knew
Just
a guy.
feed it to the humans,
Yeah, I figure out a way to make food out of it.
right? And sell it to the formula factories.
I knew a guy who did, the pigeon stuff. He had a whole bunch of them, and he got this damn bird flu virus or whatever from it. He had to get steroids. Next time I see him, he's just as big as I was. I'm like, damn, dude, you gained the weight,
Hmm.
And he told me he got this bird flu. Huh?
He had to take the steroids, or he gave them to the birds.
No, no, he took it because he had a bird virus from the birds.
Oh, that's how you
Yeah.
giving them to the birds. And now you're not sending out a pigeon, you're sending out a B-52.
You look like a B-52. God, he was huge.
Well, bird flu is a recent phenomenon, isn't it? Wasn't it? How long's it been around? 10, 20 years?
Who?
Bird flu.
I don't know. I really don't know how long it's been. There was
First time, I was probably late 20s when I first heard about it, maybe 28, 30, yeah, so almost 20 years, at least.
Yeah, it ain't been around that long. Well, maybe it has, but nobody knew about it.
It was, there was like 4 different ones, bird flu, swine flu, what was the other ones? Like in about a 5-year period, they were just going crazy with the psyops there.
Yeah.
That was all right before Katrina hit.
Well, according to what he said, he had a lot of pigeons, that he had. So
Did that make him give them up?
I don't know. I didn't see him until I seen him when he got big, and we just talked about his symptoms, what happened, But he didn't say nothing. He probably did. I don't know. I didn't know you could get that kind of a virus from birds.
Oh, you can get a lot of things from birds that will hurt you. Yeah.
I know I got nailed one time with a freaking seagull shit right out of my head. Bastard. Big gob of shit running down my forehead.
Down in Texas, they got a bird that damn thing. You're walking down the sidewalk and it flies right at you, and then it flares and shits on you and flies off.
Like you're the toilet, eh?
Yeah. Like, there's a guy on the sidewalk. Let's take a dump.
Yeah, reminds me, I got to take a dump there. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, one day there was 3 of us in a boat. We're going fishing. My dad turns around, happened to see my Uncle Frank. His rod was up in the air. Damn bird got in the middle. Seagull. He's been for seagulls. Oh, that was hilarious. Yeah.
Another meme coming your way. I just discovered email.
Just put this thing on minimum.
Send it to your email.
Oh, Oh, it's in my email. Oh, God damn it. All right, let's see. How many of them are so? It just popped up just now. Got it.
Where there's a will, there's a way. I'm telling you.
That's a badass dog. I gotta give this to Frosty. Hold on here.
Come up with 1 million of them.
Hold on, Frosty. It's coming your way. If I had Dennis, I'd send it to Dennis. I think I did this right. Oh, I think I did this right. Yeah, I did. Tell me if you got it, Frosty.
Let me look.
That's true, too. It is true. They don't require one. I hope I did it right. Did you get it, Frost?
Well,
Okay, I got a couple more to come anyway. Hold on a second. Check your email again in about a minute.
Okay.
yeah, I got some.
Well, there's a will. There's a way. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty slick, eh?
That dog's pretty serious. He's obviously been to the range.
Dog rage.
Yeah, what would you do? What would they do about that?
Loopholes. Yep, just like they do to us, the government does.
All right, there you go. Check it again, right?
See nothing yet. Oh, baby. Refreshed it. There we go. We got it. I guess.
You
Oh,
forwarding it?
no, not yet. Hold on. Hold on. Sorry, I was laughing.
Sorry, I forgot. I keep forgetting I have your email. I could have just sent it to both of you. I'll do that.
Okay.
I remember that.
I just sent it to him, this one here. What you just sent me. Oh, she's back in the grass. I guess. She's back in the grass.
At least he's protecting himself with a mask.
Oh, shit. I forgot the name of that mask they used for that V for Vendetta. What do they call that mask again?
Oh,
Isn't it a V mask?
uh,
What is it? V mask.
I think that's what I remember people calling it, but I'm not sure.
uh,
Maybe you guys are talking about it. I was telling my wife about it. So I'm gonna have to wear this. And I said, "Oh shit!" I'm trying to explain to her, and I forgot you didn't see the movie. Going, well, forget about it.
yeah, there's a name for it, but I can't. It escapes me right now.
Yeah, I can't think of it either. You guys said it twice. I put it in my head. I lost it. Yeah, no big deal. That was a good picture, though. That was a good picture. And if I'm right, the same guy who played Matrix, the guy kept on saying Mr. Smith or whatever his name is, or the guy with the sunglasses, the bad guy. He's the one who played V Vendetta. That guy did.
Right. Right. I remember you saying that.
I can't think of his name. Yeah. Mr. Smith.
Anonymous.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, V for Vendetta is the anonymous mask.
Right.
The anonymous man. Anonymous. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm a storehouse of useless information.
So yeah, Guru, you did a good job in that intro. Thank you. The minutes is perfect for me.
Sorry. The what was perfect for you?
The intro. The
Oh,
minutes. Beautiful.
you like that? Did you enjoy that the use of it?
Yes. Yes.
Makes it so useful to get in the groove and be nice and set and relaxed before the start.
We don't have to do. I want to put names on that. Snowman, Frosty. I'll be the guy in the cloud. You'd be right next to Frosty with your hands up in the air.
Praise the Lord.
My afro is a little bigger than that, but close enough.
Yeah, I didn't like it. That just change your pace. Beats do 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 as the countdown goes.
Oh yeah.
Well, Frosty, when I turn Hollywood, all I want is bitcoins from you. That's all.
That's all you get, buddy.
That's it.
Trust me. Just you chisel that in stone. Frosty said that's all you'll get.
I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. I bet you we're gonna have to wait that 7 days before we get confirmed. You know that? I'll bet you.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
That's all right.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And cracking.
I don't know what you're talking about.
How quick he forgot, eh?
I have no idea.
My wife was sleeping for that show.
She's in bed. Yeah. pit.
Is that bad or what? The temperature's definitely dropping, I can see.
It was bad here yesterday, last night. It was real bad. My wife turned down the heat, so she don't sweat. I turned on my heater in this room here, keep warm. And that heater wouldn't even make the grade.
Yeah, we're down 36.
I had good insulation on the walls too. At least I thought I did. And a ceiling. Got new windows here. Well, somebody do. It's only about 10 years old, I think, 12. I bet you wore pants then, right?
Who, me? No.
Yeah. You did wear
No.
pants, really? Wow.
No. No, sir. I don't have any. Oh, I did. I guess I did. I do have one pair someplace. I got some long johns though. I told my wife. I said, "Well, where in the hell? What?" I couldn't find them. She put them someplace. She's not sure.
Those long johns, well, they keep you warm. They do. Remember we used to have the 2 buttons in the back?
I've been contemplating about Jerry's response there. I get it. No. Jerry thinks that dictation means only one person writes the rules.
You're breaking up there.
Yeah, he did. Say it again.
Testing, testicle. Frosty package.
No,
No, you're still not right.
no.
Testicles. Testing.
There you go. There you go.
Are we
You
back?
hear him? Yeah, okay, yeah.
We all good now?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So I was thinking about Jerry's response there, and I think I get where he's coming from now. He thinks that dictatorship is only when you have one person that's writing the rule. Somehow, if you have more than one person writing the rules and forcing other people to comply, all of a sudden that's not a dictatorship anymore. We just call it a democracy.
Huh.
Something like Congress you're talking about.
Right. Like his idea of dictatorship is when one individual says everybody has to do. Right. Says everybody has to do what I tell them to do. But it's so according to this logic, it's no longer a dictatorship if it's more than one person telling other people what to do.
It meets the definition of democracy in his mind.
Right.
It doesn't eliminate the dictatorship, though.
Right. And I concur. That's what most patriots Reddick would respond with, right? Democracy is by the people for the people in that sense. Well, if that's what he says again, I'm just going to say, well, yeah. By some dictators for some people who are forced to be ruled upon by those dictators.
By the mob for the mob.
Right. I mean, put whatever you title you want on it. It's all people, right? So right, by the people for the people, by some people ruling over the rest of the people.
That's what it is, too. Exactly what that is. By the people. Yeah, they're buying the people off for Congress. Or the people.
He's trying to dance around the voting aspect, right? As soon as he says that, he's going to have to say, well, we're electing our dictator. He knows he's cornered in that one.
That one was pretty bad when you can't even get the person you want to run, and they force you to just vote for it between one, two, like that plantation. I got two people here. You can vote for either one every 3 months.
Representation isn't freedom. Who's going to represent you and make the decisions for you? That's a dictator.
Should be you yourself doing it to yourself,
Exactly.
not them doing it for you.
Exactly. And ultimately it is. Even when you've elected a dictator, you did that to yourself. You decided that you were going to delegate your responsibility away. And that, first of all, is a fallacy. You still have to figure out how to eat. You still have to feed yourself. You still have to clothe yourself. You still have to stay warm. And it'll never, that responsibility never changes over to another individual. That's yours. And nobody can put something in your mouth and chew for you and swallow.
That's common sense, or what you're saying. Yes, I understand.
Right? So at best, people are just begging to be spoon fed. Well, pick the fucking spoon up, feed yourselves, and stop crying and worrying about it.
I would like to ask Frosty something, and you too as well. I just figured that since he's in the United States too. Frosty,
Yes.
you heard him talk about, well, you gotta vote. You gotta vote. On
Yeah.
TV. Make sure you vote.
Yeah.
Why do they say that? If you don't vote, fuck them. I mean, I don't understand why they're trying to force you to vote.
Because I'll let Frosty answer first. Go ahead.
They are looking for turnout. They believe that the more they can encourage people to vote, the bigger turnout they'll get for their party to get in power. Because there are a tremendous number, and in fact, it used to be the majority of the people did not vote. It was a very small minority of actual people that voted. Even in both parties, it dwarfed the overall population.
The reason why they want you to vote so hard is not because they care who you vote for,
That's
but because you voting at all means that you have advocated for their empowerment at all.
You participated.
You're participating in it, right? So they know that they've got you by the balls when you do that.
I got you. That makes more sense. Okay, yeah.
Well, now see, and voting has increased. If you'll, it's just like I was saying, used to be it was a very small percentage of the people, maybe 30% of the people that actually were eligible to vote actually voted.
Which
And
could
now,
never even be in their logic majority rules anyway, right?
right, it couldn't be in that regard. Would it be the majority of the voters?
Right. And, I don't have a problem with people who actually, even in their own ignorance, want to group in a system and have some sort of a systematic approach to some kind of a structure or cooperative way of living or whatever it is. Even if it's a fallacy and delusion, people got to do what they got to do to figure shit out. That's not a problem. When that ideology, though, is forced onto other people who don't want nothing to do with that and want to go in a different direction and do their own thing, that's what the problem. Do your own thing, right? I'm not going to force you to participate in my group. I'm not going to be a tyrant, so don't be a tyrant on me. And that's where the line has to be drawn, right?
That makes sense. Let me go my own way. Leave me alone. Yeah, I don't want to.
Well, that's what states' rights was all about. They were leaving some things up to the states, or as they put it, or to the people.
Right, which again is another superstition. Right?
Yeah.
It's just transferring one fallacy to another distraction.
It's a joke. It is. This voting thing is a joke. It really is. It's not worth going there. You know, either party's going to do the same thing to you. You know, they're both the same.
You can't get rid of parties because that's people joining together to do something.
Right. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. When it's by consent. Even a dictatorship is totally moralistically justified if by consent. If I delegate authority to you, that you tell me what to do, that was my choice.
But what about the people who don't want to vote? They still have dictatorship on them.
No. That's where the line comes to the responsibility factor. If somebody, that's where it's no longer consensual, and that's where it's ruled by force, and then you've got a conundrum on your hands.
Yeah.
That's where you have to be willing to do whatever it takes to defend yourself. Otherwise, you're just a bitch, right? You're just a bitch prostitute to the pimp slave system. And that's where the rubber meets the road for people, whether they're going to buck or not. How far, and it varies from individual to individual. How far is an individual willing to go?
Yeah.
Right? And that's exactly how much freedom you have. When freedom is outlawed, only outlaws will be free.
That's true. They're making it hard on us. I'll tell you that much. They're not making it easy to get out of this.
Well, yeah, you're the cattle. Remember, they want to
Yeah.
keep as many on the plantation as they can. They know a couple are going to escape, right? They know that. They also know a couple might try to help others escape, i.e., this new guru guy, and that's where kill the messenger is really strong, right?
Mhm.
As that movie presented, they train the ignorant slaves real hard to mock, ridicule, chastise, and even hang, publicly crucify. Like that for the other video too. What was the name there that died in the end? That guy, right? That's the messenger.
Freedom is overrated.
Yeah. It sure is. And you know what's bad about it, Dennison? I thought that we had it. I really did. So did Frosty, you know. Really did.
That's how clever it is. Free range looks like freedom, right?
Yeah.
To the naive.
Yeah.
I mean, you could get in your car, drive anywhere you want to, you know.
Yeah.
And now they're cracking down, you know.
You just have to pay for it.
You know. Yeah, well, yeah,
right?
yeah, you had to pay for it, all right, yeah.
So since when? Here's the question. It's the hard knocks question. Since when did paying for something become freedom?
Yeah.
Right. The first 4 letters in freedom is free.
Wow.
Yeah, but the second half is dumb.
Yeah, dumb.
DOM, not DUM. As in dumb.
Yeah.
Dominion. You have dominion over yourself. Free dominion.
Clever words, I gotta admit.
Well, that's what they do. They just change the wording when they want to promote whatever it is they want to promote. They just change the wording. Oh, well, it means this.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're
you
thinking it's
thought it
freedom.
meant that? You should have went to law school, you stupid bastard.
These colleges ain't worth a shit. They ain't worth the money to even go there anymore. They should close them son of bitches down. It's an institute for dictatorship. No?
No, let them stay. Here's the beautiful part about the system and why I advocate for it to stay. It's a shining light example of what not to do.
Well, couldn't we have a museum?
I'm ready to invest.
Let's make Rhode Island our museum.
That's after it's all over, right? Frostley's going to have his monuments going on here. And they're going to be ice sculptures, you know.
All right, Frosty. Would you run for
Frozen
president?
in time forever.
We'll vote for Frosty next time.
Yeah. Yeah, he won't melt when the going gets tough. He'll be there right to the end. Snowballs.
You got my vote, buddy. Get that package ready. Screw them all. Yeah,
There's only one thing alone that it all boils down to. Just one simple thing to whether or not an individual experiences freedom or not. One simple thing. Any idea what it is? Four-letter word.
Four-letter word.
What's the question?
There's only one thing that where it all boils down to whether an individual experiences freedom.
Oh, there's no such thing as freedom.
I pity you.
You're living in a delusion.
Right. Four-letter word. What is it?
I'm thinking. I'm trying to figure four-letter word.
Freedom doesn't even mean anything without responsibility and accountability. So by the very essence of the word, it's not free at all.
Freedom is responsibility and accountability.
Which means it's not freedom.
Sure it is.
No, it's just more responsibility.
When you're able to respond, when you're able to be accountable, keep your freedom.
Keep it. Now you're really way out there in Looney Tunes land. You gonna tell me people are born with freedom?
Yeah, and it depends on your definition of that, I guess. But I know you like to go in the philosophical directions with it. I won't.
I see both sides of that.
That's just a cop-out word for losing an argument, calling it philosophical.
No, I don't want to get into an argument. That's a different. Not interested.
Of course you don't. Most people don't.
Yeah. Pointless. Waste of time.
That's true.
Well, what's the four-letter word though? Let's go back to that.
Yeah, I can't even think of it. I'm trying to figure that myself.
I could think of a six-letter word.
Probably the number one tool that the Gestapo uses on people that works time and time again. Propaganda puts it out, pumps it out, chock full of it, day in and day out. 12B was touching on that earlier.
Fuck. Four-letter word.
Yeah, fuck wasn't it, but good try.
Balls.
Was I close?
You were close, yeah.
Four-letter word.
I thought it was a six-letter one, but it was followed by me.
Four-letter word that is the impedance of freedom. That keeps one impedent from freedom.
Free.
Obey.
Free.
Obey.
Yeah, obey. Yeah, that'd be good.
What makes people obey? As opposed to not obey.
Guns.
Yeah, well, keep going. You're on the right track. Four-letter word. What does that do?
Obey.
Take it over, Rice. Go, buddy.
I'm thinking.
Be all you can be. Come on, fellas.
You're close, Rice. Spit it out.
I had my mind. I lost it. Thank fuck. was that close to telling him. Yeah.
Probably gave him a brain freeze.
Yeah. What's the opposite? Obey.
Not the opposite of obey. No, it's the reason why people obey.
Oh, reason why people
Fear.
Fear. That's what it all boils down
shit.
to. Fear. Fear.
That makes sense. Yeah, you're right.
Freedom is the absence of fear.
So ignorance.
No.
Yeah.
Oh.
Are you ignorant if you're fearful? Are you ignorant?
Definitely not in this society. If you're not afraid of what's going on, then you're ignorant as fuck.
Well, I hate to tell you, Dennis. Since 6 months ago, I was that way. I really was.
There's another word too, cage. That's what they'll put you in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you're afraid of doing things because if you choose not to do things because you're afraid of that, you're already in a cage.
Because you'll obey.
Not the same one. It'll be a much smaller cage with a lot less freedoms.
The walls are just a little bigger. Big deal. You're still.
No, the walls are way fucking bigger outside of the cage. The cage they'll put you in is really small. And they're going to put you in there with another guy who will probably fuck you in the ass. And then when you get out of the cage, you'll have to fight for your life.
Right. So let's settle for that.
No, I'd rather avoid it.
The only way you can avoid it is if you have courage.
No, that's not true. I avoid it just fine by paying my taxes.
No.
Following all the rules and regulations. It works just fine.
If you're paying your taxes, you might be avoiding that little cage, but you're still in a cage, and you're very limited. That's free range. Very limited in what you can do.
It's a fucking huge cage, brother. It's huge. Like, I still haven't explored all of the corners of the cage. I can pretty much do whatever I want, too, because I find that at the end of the day, I don't really have much motivation to kill people, rob from people, speed.
You just want to pay people who do.
Cross in the middle of the street. I didn't say I want to. I say I do it to avoid the cage, because that's much smarter than being in the cage.
Even though it empowers your oppressor.
No, I don't need to empower them. They're already in power.
Yeah, but
you're putting
that's
the cart
how
before
they're
the horse
empowered.
here.
No, that's how they're empowered.
No, absolutely not. They were in power before I was born. They'll be in power long after I'm gone. It has little to nothing to do with me.
That's how they're empowered today. That's why
I'm not interested in anything else. I'm not interested in any time before I was here, and I'm not interested in any time after I'm here.
Yeah, I'm only talking about right now.
Yes, right now they're in power, and nothing I do or don't do will have any impact on it whatsoever.
For them, but for you, that's a different scenario.
But we're talking about their power. Nothing I do or don't do will have any impact on their power whatsoever.
That's not the case.
Absolutely is the case.
No, that's not the case. It might be a small amount, but the more you empower yourself, the more you have disempowered them from your individual standpoint. That's what they absolutely are.
Does nothing to their power.
Yeah, it does.
Does nothing to their power. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it does, because they're dependent on that fear and your commitment to handing over.
Dependent on me at all.
Yes, they
You
are.
already agreed to this. If I didn't exist, it would change nothing. My existence and anything I do changes nothing.
They are empowered because people give their power to them.
I'm not people. I'm just me. I can't affect other people.
Everybody individually is how they're empowered. You have your individual choice.
Well, that's a contradiction to what you just said 8 seconds ago.
How so?
Because you admitted that it's people that give them their power. Now you're saying it's each individual. And you're still avoiding the point, which is that individually you can do nothing to stop it. Unless you get a bunch of other people, in which case
you change the narrative.
No one
said
all you do is you replace those in power with yourself then at that point. And you become the dictator.
You changed the narrative. Nobody said anything about stopping them.
Their power. It doesn't do anything to their power.
Their power is based on you giving yours away to them.
No. What I do does nothing to their power. Nothing. I have zero impact. If I weren't here, if I were never born, it would change nothing about their power.
Why
Me
do you
being
think?
here changes nothing about their power.
I
Why do
understand
you
what you
think?
do.
Why do you think they try
Unless
so hard to make you pay your taxes at the point of gunpoint?
because they like money and power.
They need that to be empowered. They need you to do
Yeah,
that.
but so what? You're basically saying Sunday is a day of the week. Yes, they need money and power to have money and power. It's
Right.
a relevant
They
truism.
need you to give that to them.
They don't need me personally.
They need you, every individual personally, as many as they can get.
Yes, and there will be plenty regardless of what I do. Again, unless I become the dictator and convince people to give to me instead of to them, to give me the power.
Unless you go your separate way and stop learn how to function without that dependence.
Well, that's an illusion you create for yourself, that you're still not dependent on the system.
Okay.
We've had this conversation before. You can't live off in the forest by yourself without the United States military.
I have.
A Chinese.
I
no,
don't
you
live
haven't.
in the United
States military. Yeah, but the United States military protects your borders. There's submarines.
I don't have
There's
any
submarines
borders.
just a dozen miles off the coast of where you live. And if
I
they
don't
weren't
have
there,
any borders.
and if they weren't there, you think you don't, but you do. If they weren't there, Chinese people would come and take away your forest.
Yeah, sure. I'm so scared about that happening.
No, you're not scared because you live in a world that's protected by the most powerful military on the planet, just like Bushman said. So you have the convenience of experiencing this illusion of freedom created for you by the system, which you claim is the one that's taking away your freedom.
No.
You'd be way too busy defending off predators and other men trying to take your shit if it weren't for the society.
I am.
No, but you're not, though. Not in the way
yes,
you would if you were truly alone or truly free, as you put it. You
Oh,
actually live in a society created by the system that you resent.
No, I don't.
You absolutely do. This is just a fact. Yes, you do. You
but
keep telling yourself you don't, but you do.
You can think that. I mean,
you live in Canada. Victoria, isn't it?
I'm nomadic, by the way.
Vancouver, rather?
I'm
nomadic, but you don't go anywhere. You live in Canada. When's the last time you left Canada?
A few years ago.
And
that's
how
for a different
long?
Reason.
And how long did you leave Canada those few years ago?
About a decade.
And how long were you in Canada before that?
A couple years.
And where were you in? Where were you for those 10 years?
Expedition around the world.
How many different places?
22 countries.
Wow.
So you were a nomad a few years ago.
Yes.
And still subject to every single government that you traveled through.
Yeah, no dispute on that.
Yeah, so you're subject to the Canadian government right now, and you're subject to the United States military right now.
Sure. No dispute about that either.
Okay, cool, because that's what I said a little while ago, and you argued with it, even though arguing is pointless.
Subject to them and afraid of them are two different things.
I didn't use the word fear. I said you live in an environment which is created for you by the protection of the military that surrounds your borders, and you absolutely 100% do. And if you didn't, the nature of all the other men, the nature of all the other men on the planet would affect the way you live directly.
Hold on, elaborate.
I mean, it still does.
What do you mean created for me? This land existed.
The environment that you live in is created by the system that you resent.
How so?
In every way that I mentioned. By the military, by the government, by society, by all your neighbors.
You tell me how they're creating it. I don't follow you there.
They enforce the borders. They enforce the laws. They regulate the society. They police the society. They monitor the borders. They militarize the borders. They patrol the borders. They attack your political enemies. They defend you from everybody else on the face of the planet.
Okay, so that's what you mean by environment. I got you. Except I'm not
Yeah,
a
I
part
don't
of
mean
that.
trees and grass, right?
Yeah, okay, that's where I wasn't following you there. Okay, so the environment you're talking about, the benefits of being a citizen or a member, right?
I mean,
Well-
really, just being in the physical location that's inside of border of a well-protected, maintained country that has a large and effective military.
By all intents and purposes, I would be considered a foreigner wherever I go.
That's fine, but you're still living in that system, and you're benefiting from the benefits that are provided by that system.
In what way?
Well, this has already been explained. Would you like me to repeat it again?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so the military patrols all the borders. The society creates all the regulations and polices and enforces them.
Yeah, that's a fallacy. In
No,
your
it's
head.
not. That's just reality.
Yeah, they're not doing that to
The
protect you from
fallacy is
anything.
you believing that you live outside of all that somehow.
They're
Because you
doing
decide to go walking into the woods and picking fruit off of a tree.
they're doing that
That's
to
the
keep
fallacy.
you. That they're doing that to keep you tracked.
Keep me what?
Tracked.
Oh yeah, tracking is absolutely part of how they regulate society.
Yeah, to keep you regulated. Yeah, it's
Yes,
it's not,
they use force and
not
brutality.
that's not a
They
benefit.
use
for me.
force.
Not
Yes, it
something
is.
that I
I mean,
rely on.
according to your own claims, it's a benefit to you.
No.
Because again, you wouldn't have the freedom, as you put it, to go out into the woods and do what you want if you weren't benefiting from the freedom that's created by the system around you.
So the system that's around me protects me from all these bears and other people and thieves, and that's.
Oh yeah, the system here that it wiped out most of the bears. You'd much have a much harder time. Plus, are you really the nude guru? Do you really walk around outside naked?
Yes.
So unless you had enough land to do that, where you couldn't run into somebody else, you'd have a problem. Not to mention, are you naked in the winter outside?
I've done in the beehives
naked
as well.
in the winter outside in Canada?
No.
So you wear clothes?
Sure, sometimes.
Okay, so you make your own clothes out of fiber that you grow yourself?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. So
Yeah.
again, we're relying on clothes from the system, privacy from the system,
Not
military
your system that you're talking about.
protection from the. Oh, absolutely.
No, I don't go to the
Absolutely,
corporate
because
stores and-
nothing exists outside that system. It's the dominant system on the face of the planet.
Right. So there's no other systems at all. There's no other people cooperating outside that corporate system. That's a fantasy.
Outside of it? Outside of it? No.
That's a
not
fantasy
outside of
that,
it. Inside
you
of
haven't
it, yes.
experienced.
No. Inside of it, yes. It's not a fallacy. It's just reality. You can
Okay.
keep telling yourself you exist outside of it, like you're in an alternate dimension. You're not. That society exists all around you. It's the dominant one. And even the black market is affected by it.
I'm not even talking about black market. I'm just talking about people cooperating with each other.
I'm talking about anything, including the black market. That's just yet another example of something that cannot exist outside of the system.
Oh, okay.
By its very definition, the system is what's dominant and what regulates.
If you say so.
I mean, those are the definitions of words.
It doesn't dominate me.
You believe it doesn't, which for you is good enough.
If you can show me how it dominates.
I explained it to you.
It challenges me, but it doesn't dominate me.
I explained to you how you exist within that system.
That doesn't explain how it dominates.
The system dominates all interactions between humans on this planet. You are a human on this planet. You cannot avoid it. The way you interact and you attempt to skirt around it is all a result of its existence. It affects everything that you do. And you wouldn't be able to do what you do without it, including having this conversation right now.
So I can't grow food and I can't go pick something off a tree without the system existing.
Absolutely, because someone with a bigger gun or a bigger rock would come along and hit you over the head and take your food. That's the nature of humanity.
Right. That is with or without that system that you're talking about.
Oh, it's far, far less with the system. The system steals from you financially.
Yeah, I
It
disagree.
brutalizes you. It brutalizes you oppressively.
Right.
It uses force only when you disobey.
Right.
Just another human being, that would not be the circumstance. Another human being would brutalize you and use force against you just because they wanted to. There would be no rules to follow. There'd be no system in place. There'd be nothing to regulate. They would just come and see that you have something that they want, so they would brutalize you and take it.
It's still another human being doing that either way.
But it's not that. I just described two different things.
Yeah, one was like a boogeyman. The other is the same thing. One in the same boat. It's still
I don't know where you're getting boogeyman.
You have to still have an individual coming and a human being coming and applying that force on me. It's the same thing.
Yes, but in one, I'll repeat it. In one, if you obey and you follow the rules, then you are taken from financially only, and you are only oppressed and brutalized through regulation. In the other, it doesn't matter what you do. All you have to do is exist, and someone will come along and brutalize you directly, physically, with force, and probably kill you.
Unless if I defend myself fast.
Yes, but you can't defend yourself against 2 men, 3 men, 4 men. No matter how many men you defend yourself against, there will always be more that will end up coming along and taking from you.
Unless if I've got a few on my side, that's certain.
Now you just created a government. Congratulations.
Or an alliance for the purposes of self-defense.
Sounds like a government to me.
Sure, whatever you want to call it.
And then congratulations, you've just created a society. Now fast forward 8,000 years, and voila, you have the United States and Canada.
If your definition of society is people working in cooperation with each other, completely concur with that. Nothing
yes,
wrong
but
with
they
that.
don't just cooperate. They also enforce their morality and their rules on the rest of the people in the society.
Yeah,
they exile people from the tribe if they don't follow those rules. They punish those people.
Unless if the cooperation is just based in self-defense.
No, then you would still have to agree to that alliance. If you don't agree to it, you'll be left out of the alliance. So at the very least, you'll be defenseless. But actually what would happen is you'd be punished. That's what human beings do. That's why we create governments, to punish people we don't like.
Yeah, that's if you want to be an offender. That's if you want to be an aggressor.
Humans are very aggressive by nature.
That's right. So you don't have to be, though.
You don't have to be, but the society around you will continue to be regardless, and you'll be subjected to the reality that is created by that society, no matter how hard you try to the contrary.
Agreed.
Okay, cool, because that's what I said 20 minutes ago before we started arguing, which is pointless.
That doesn't mean that it's for my benefit.
You benefit
That's for
from
their
it.
benefit. No, I don't. They want to oppress
absolutely
me.
Do.
No, they want to oppress me. So they're
Do we need to
a
go through
challenge.
it all again? Do we need to go through it all again? How you're benefiting? We don't have to go through it all again, do we? Right? Because you kind of acknowledged it.
No, I don't know where I acknowledged that I was benefiting.
Again, you would be left defenseless, or you would be exiled or punished, and someone would come along and brutalize you more directly if it weren't for everybody else around you and the system that created the environment which you benefit from.
Oh, you see, you're combining that system with all people. That's the difference. Not all people are that system. That's what you haven't figured out yet.
No, it doesn't have to be all people. It's just the dominant system on the face of the planet, and it literally controls and interacts with every interaction on the human level.
It controls all those who are dependent on it.
No.
Yeah.
You're dependent on it right now. If it didn't exist, you wouldn't have this environment. You would have a much different one.
I think you're confusing using and depending. I'm not dependent on it. If it goes to the wayside tomorrow, I'm perfectly fine. No problem.
Nah, you won't be. I'm just going to get 20 guys that I know that are more heavily armed than you and take all your shit.
Fine. Go ahead. No problems. I'm not scared of that.
But I mean, right. Well, okay. You can say that that's not a problem and it's not a benefit to not be dead and have nothing. But I think then we've kind of hit, bedrock
That same
here.
thing is what's happening with your oppression. That's what you're not
No,
getting.
absolutely not. No, absolutely not. I'm going to get at
It's-
least
it's-
80 years out of this
it's-
system, and they'll even give me a menial retirement with a halfway shitty kind of Medicaid that I can have. So it's not the same as dying at 20 and having nothing. The scraps that they give me are far more than nothing. No matter how enslaved I am, I'm alive.
Mhm.
My cage is way bigger than the one that they have in those buildings where they lock up people who don't follow the rules.
Right. So that's a system that you advocate for and you like. You want to be in that. I
I
don't.
didn't advocate for it. I said that it exists and you cannot escape it. You have not escaped it. You are reliant upon it. You're dependent upon it, because if it didn't exist, you would be in a different environment. And I would put money on the fact that you wouldn't make it. Especially if you're not even making your own clothes in the winter. You wouldn't last 2 seasons.
I know how to do all that, dude.
Oh, well, now you know how to do it. Okay.
Mhm.
How are you
And I
going to do it with nobody else?
If it came down to that, I would just be in a warm environment where my needs were very. That's no problem. But I already have alliances all over the place.
Oh, so you have your own government?
Whatever you want to call it. People that I
Yeah.
cooperate with. Sure, whatever. You know, we don't do rules.
So you've created your own society.
Yeah, that's too stagnant. It's fluid, right? It's just people that I know, and if we want to do something together, we do.
Well, if there's no consequences to not agreeing to uphold your promises, then no one would ever agree to do anything.
The consequence of that is built in. If I screw somebody over, then that person's not going to trust me.
So, what do you need their trust for? You don't need anybody.
Yeah, when you're operating like that, self-accountability becomes much more important.
How?
Because if you're going to work with those individuals, you need to have that relationship with them, that rapport. And, if they fuck you over, you fuck them over, then that's the end of that relationship, right?
What would you need to work with them for?
It depends. Depends what you want to do, what you want to accomplish.
Have freedom.
No, that's by default.
So then what do you need other people for?
It depends what you want to do, like I said. Maybe you want to build something.
You don't need other people to have freedom.
That's by default.
That doesn't really answer my question.
You might need other people to defend yourself from oppression.
Uh-huh. So you do need it.
Is that a question?
Yes.
When you say, do you need it? Be more specific. You need
other people. Yeah, you need other people to have freedom.
You may need other people in certain situations to defend yourself. It would come in handy, sure.
Okay, so you do need other people to have freedom.
Perhaps, to defend yourself from oppression. If that's what you're equating to, yes.
Well, I mean, it's the lowest hanging fruit. It's the most obvious reason that you need other people.
For self-defense. Right? For self-defense, sure.
Okay, so now that you need other people and you're in alliances with these people and you have an agreement with these people, what do you call that?
Cooperation.
And what do you call cooperation on a scale of 360 million people?
Quite a hell of a feat. I've never seen that.
You're seeing it now.
No, I'm not.
You call it slavery.
No.
Yes?
Slavery is when you have to do something, whether you like it or not, by force.
Yes.
Those people that you're talking about are consenting.
No. If they change their mind, then they're out of the alliance. Defenseless, exiled, and probably punished. We can leave punished out because I don't need it, but more than likely they're going to be punished too.
Right, I agree that they're consenting mostly from being under duress.
Yes, the duress of the stresses of life, the threats of human nature, the human existence.
The stress of the government and their military and their what do you call it? Police force, which is one and the same, really, coming and doing these things to them, attacking them.
But instead, you could be stressed by the nature of men without any governance.
From the same force that's supposed to protect them from that.
Yeah, again, except one, if you obey and follow the rules, you stay out of prison and you don't get directly brutalized with force.
Well, first of all, that's a fallacy. There's plenty of documented cases where people who do follow the rules get completely thrown in a cage and completely fucked up the ass.
Or murdered for having a cell
much
light
easier.
out.
It's pretty easy to stay out of the system.
Now you're talking about
stay
being
out of prison.
Yeah, out of prison.
It's pretty easy not to be forcefully brutalized. Even in this fascist dictatorship that we live in, which is brutal, which is a police state, which is it's one of its goals is complete and utter control. It's still pretty easy, even for a stupid person, to stay out of prison, to not be physically brutalized. Whereas
perhaps, but it still doesn't change the duress factor, as people are afraid of the same people that are supposed to protect them, supposedly, from being the ones who are going to come and brutalize them if they refuse.
I think it does change the duress factor, right? Because on the one hand, if you follow a certain set of predefined rules, which are widely available, you can avoid a lot of the duress. Whereas under the other environment, you are subject to all forms of duress, regardless of what the fuck you do.
So then you're thinking that people are consenting more not because of duress.
Oh, like a majority of people consent to slavery. They prefer it.
There you go. So I don't see consent to slavery.
But it becomes with certain benefits. That's why they consent to it. That's why they prefer it. Otherwise, they would choose the other way.
That's one step above a slave is feudal serf. You know, it's just slightly a little bit better.
And we're doing even better than the feudal serfs now.
Congratulations. I'll still go to my apple tree and pick it without having to pay for it.
Yes, but you can only do that because of the rest of us slaving away. While you pontificate about how free you are. Again, a luxury you're only afforded because you're not being constantly hunted by other animals and men.
Sure I am. I go out there and I totally am. Have you ever been out there?
Out there?
Yeah, out in the wilderness.
Yeah, I've been in the wilderness. No one tried to kill me.
Oh, well.
There was a ranger that came by every once in a while, too, wanting to make sure we were following the rules.
I don't know where you were, but let me tell you, it's just as dangerous out there by default with nature and animals and people who don't self-govern and whatnot. You know, you have to do what you got to do to protect yourself.
Oh, yeah, but it's nowhere near as bad as it would be if you were surrounded by a militarized force and a society.
Yeah, I disagree. That militarized force is my problem, not my benefit.
Yeah, but it is to your benefit.
They're not my military. They're not my military.
No, they just create a whole shit ton of peace for you to enjoy.
They're a Gestapo that wants to force me what they want to do, and
correct.
And if I obey, they'll let me have 10% of what I work for instead of 5%, or they'll take it all if I don't obey. Right?
About 60%.
Yeah, fluctuates.
Instead, like I said, you could have nothing. I could just hit you really hard, take all your stuff.
Yeah. Well, I just refuse to be a slave on any level and work for anybody.
And again, that is all under the system which you resent. It provides that environment for you.
No, that system opposes that. It wants to circumvent that. Yes, it does.
Now, you live in the system.
No, I don't.
You live right smack dab in the middle of it. You live in North America.
Wherever I go. I live in my
You're in the imperial seat. You're in the imperial seat of the global empire.
I live wherever
You're
I
one
go.
of the most privileged people on the face of the planet.
I live wherever I go. I'm blessed because of what nature provides.
Yeah, but you can only access those things that nature has and keep them because of the militarized force around you.
Oh no, I don't keep anything. I don't do this. This is mine thing. That type of delusion.
Well, getting to put it in your body so that you don't die.
Yeah, that the military didn't make that happen.
The military created the environment in which you're able to do that without somebody else killing you for it.
No, that environment was like that before and is now and always will be. There's always the arena by default is anarchy. I can kill you if I want just because I feel like it. You can do the same thing to me. That's the default arena, and nothing we can do will circumvent that. Military
absolutely
or not.
not.
It's because that's the case that the military can be this thing that does what it does.
Oh, absolutely not. The military absolutely prevents people who would kill you otherwise from killing you. 100%. And police do the same thing. Just the existence of the police changes the psychology of a majority of people. Just living in a regulated society and going to school and being brainwashed and then going to your job and being oppressed, all of those things like dull the animalistic and murderous intent of a majority of people in society. Not to mention the handouts that they get as a result of that make them less motivated to kill. You take away society and it's Lord of the Flies. It won't take much time.
It already is Lord of the Flies. Just because you put a
isn't.
costume on and roam around.
It's 100%. It's 100% not survival of the fittest anymore. 100%.
It totally is. It totally is.
No, it absolutely isn't. I mean, a majority of the population in both our countries is obese.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not survival of the fittest anymore. The Industrial Revolution flipped the pitch on evolution.
Obese and diseased and dying.
Yes,
right?
and yet
they're not surviving at all. They're headed for destruction.
But they are. They're living 80 plus 90 years, breeding and having fat children. And they're taking over the population, literally in numbers. Worldwide.
What do you mean taking over the population? They are the population.
There's more fat people now than there is skinny people in the Western world. It's over 50% of people are overweight. Sure. In Australia, in Canada, in the United States.
Sure.
Well, it didn't used to be that way, though, right?
Yeah, and I don't think that's from
the Industrial Revolution flipped a bitch on evolution. It is no longer survival of fittest.
No, it still is by default. You can't circumvent that at all.
But it isn't. It literally isn't. I just demonstrated how. Fat, unhealthy people who are, by definition, not fit are surviving several decades, breeding successfully, and taking over the population in numbers.
What do you mean taking over the population? That part baffles me.
There are more fat people surviving in this country than there are thin people.
I get you. Yeah, the taking over part. What you mean is it's just the amount of numbers is growing compared to the numbers of non-fat people.
And the amount of people who can provide for themselves is dwindling. It's almost extinct. So it's literally the exact opposite of survival of the fittest in every single way that it can be defined from any of the words involved in the phrase.
Wait, you're saying that fat people who are people are becoming more obese and diseased and who are dying off quicker than ever before?
Not quicker, no.
Oh,
no. They're living longer than ever before.
No, I beg to differ on that. And also the quality of life and the quality of health is getting poorer and poorer.
It's getting better too. No, you can be fat and unhealthy and have a better quality of life and better health care than you can as a young, fit person 2,000 years ago.
Good luck with that.
I mean, those are just facts. People used to die of their teeth. A 30-year-old was a senior citizen back in the day. By the time you were 15, you had to start your own business and start your own family in order to produce anything by the time you died, which was somewhere around 40.
Your abilities become less when you're fat and obese, yes or no?
What abilities?
Abilities to move, abilities to function.
Yes. And it still doesn't matter. That's the point.
It does matter.
No, it doesn't.
The less response able you are, the less you're quality
and they're
of life
still
decreases.
living. No, because they're still living longer, healthier, in
No.
larger spaces, with more stuff, more freedom, more entertainment, more sex, more children.
They just have to sit there because they can't move very well.
That's
I
gonna
mean,
be.
but you
That's
can
that's
sit
healthier
everywhere
in your
now.
book.
You can. I didn't say healthier. I said they're surviving.
You did say healthier.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You said, and you also said that their quality of life is increased.
Oh yes,
You,
the
d- you don't.
quality of life for quality of life and health for a fat person now is healthier than a fit person 150 years ago. Yes, not that a thin person now. That's not
If
what
you
I'm saying.
okay,
But you
if
will
you
live
don't,
longer, have more freedom, have more stuff, be able to have children.
if you don't have good health, you have less ability, which means your quality of life is less. It's that simple.
Yes, but the medical technology that you also don't believe in does actually extend people's lives and help them live even though they poison themselves.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that their health is better and they have more ability.
But yes, it does because they'd be dead otherwise.
Who can
No.
afford health insurance? I can't. They don't
Well,
give a
if you
shit.
think about it, the people
can.
who died a long time ago, and not even all that long ago, but the way they preserved their food was through salt, and salt was what killed them mostly. And
It's a good point.
it's true because
Yeah.
all your meat, everything was preserved with salt, and if you could keep consuming that kind of salt, you're going to die earlier.
Well, I mean, what happens is
That's
your
just a
DNA starts
fact.
falling apart at 27,
And
Yeah.
you're also
and
talking
you're
about,
dying from that point on. And
and
medical
you're
technology extends people's lives.
you're also talking about your indoctrinated individual that doesn't have the knowledge and the education how to self-doctor themselves, and so
But
they're
that's my
dependent on
point.
that.
There's a
And
That
lot
makes
of
so,
my point.
variables. There's a lot of variables that make you both right a little bit, in my opinion. It's
That's
just
my point, though. If you're indoctrinated and fat, you live longer
Oh,
and have more shit than you did if you're fit
hold on, guys.
150 years ago.
Excuse me, Fred.
sure.
Excuse me, Fred. Chad, are you up here? God bless you guys. I just haven't seen him. You guys are
Oh,
up
Yeah, we
here.
got
he's
God bless.
he said
God
something
bless
in
is
the
down
chat
there.
like an hour ago.
Was it an hour? Oh shit. Okay, my apologies. Oh, God
Yeah,
bless. You want to come up?
God bless was just a few minutes ago.
It's on the link there if you want to come up here. Okay, guys.
Hey,
go on.
Chad, if you're still there, good to see you. God bless.
Yeah.
Just be
Yeah.
careful, Dennison, not to confuse the two narratives: longevity versus quality of life. They are
Define
correlated,
quality of
perhaps.
life.
I already did
Oh, I
with
missed it.
your abilities, based on your ability,
What abilities?
all abilities. The less health that you
Ability to
have,
live longer?
no, the
Ability to
ability
have fun, to enjoy yourself?
ability to function.
What is functioning?
You don't know what functioning is? The ability to function.
I would say you're as long as you're alive, you're functioning.
To
Unless you're on a
function,
fucking, life support system.
to function holistically, with your mind, physically, everything.
Yeah, I mean, people don't care about that shit though. That's your definition of quality of life.
Yeah, it is my definition, of course. Who else's definition can it be if it's coming from me?
Well, I'd say like the 80% of people who are enjoying a higher quality of life than they did thousands of years ago. I mean, I can accept your definition. We could have a conversation about that, but that's not what I was referring to.
Okay, so now we're getting to the definition part, which
We're,
is
don't say now. Don't say now. There's nothing changed about what I'm saying.
no. I'm just saying that up until this point, that's probably where the difference is, right? It usually is that it comes to a difference of definition for understanding.
Well, I would
So-
say less suffering, more enjoyment, and more attaining of whatever goals you have. That's what I would describe as quality of life.
Okay,
What people would consider the happiness scale.
sure, I get you. So more superficial material gain.
Well, I mean, it depends what you mean by superficial. Material possessions make people a lot happier. It makes life a lot easier too. The more material possessions you have, the better off you are in this society.
Right, sure. They don't end up owning you or anything.
Depending
Well, we're
on
not
where
talking
you
about
are in the
ownership.
life cycle.
We're not
Whatever
talking
you
about ownership. That would be irrelevant. No one really cares about that. What they care
in the
about is
sense of
living
whatever
longer,
you think you have material wise ends up becoming a responsibility that rules you and owns you.
which is freedom anyway, per your definition.
No, I mean it's freedom in the sense that you can have that and do that if you want. Sure, of course.
Freedom is responsibility and accountability. We already established that.
Yeah, but it comes with the superficial responsibility that you don't have by default. You're putting it onto yourself.
You can call it superficial because it's what you don't like. But what
Like, for
I'm saying is
example,
that more people live and survive and have a better quality of life than they did a couple thousand years ago.
Sure. I get what you're
They
saying.
would suffer more. They would be brutalized more. They would be killed more often. They would have far more disease. And the diseases that they would get would cause them more suffering and debilitate them more
I would
to a
like to
greater
see you
extent.
prove that. Factually prove that. I would like to see that.
Well, we have anthropological records of how long people used to live, and
I could write records down too.
the type of healthcare that.
Who's writing these records?
So again,
that's not proof.
This is what it always comes down to with you, right? Anything from the past that can be used to prove what you're saying is incorrect is just made up. We can't trust it because it contradicts what you say.
And no, unless if you can show me, that's the difference. I'm not interested
No, I might have a time machine.
I'm not interested in hearsay, right?
Yes, I know, but here's this. It still works in my favor as far as I'm concerned, because there's going to be two types of people. There's going to be the type of people who just disregard all of historical record because it fits a particular narrative, and then there's going to be people who realize that being diabetic until you're 80, having a wife, 3 kids, a house, 2 cars, a vacation spot, and trading half of your time in exchange for a slavery handout is a higher quality of life than living on a farm, breaking your back, having somebody ride in on horseback, burn down your village, kill you, rape all the women, steal the children, and dying of your teeth or dysentery by age 30. There's going to be people who realize one is clearly better than the other.
Sounds like your corporate society to me, but back to the historical record.
Corporate society is just a little bit better. You get to live 3 times longer with half the amount of suffering and disease. You get to exchange the brutality for the slavery employment system, and most people are going to prefer that. And it just keeps getting better.
See, that's
microwave TVs, fast cars, loose women, cheeseburgers, frozen pizza.
Dennis, you got a surprise coming. You got a surprise coming next year. You watch.
The problem I'm having with what you're saying, just one thing, is that you're spouting the rhetoric as if it's based on fact with the historical record. I would never do that. You see?
Yeah.
And that's religion.
Nah.
You're into religion. Yes, because you're into
beliefs. Avoiding everything that's around you and everything that's ever been discovered in order to suit your narrative, so that you can continue to believe what you want to believe.
This is the difference between religion. You and I is you're using that as if it's fact. I would never do that. I would never use any historical record that I wasn't there to see either way for my narrative.
Is life worse now or better?
Worse or better than when?
Ever before?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Okay, so then there's no point to being in or out of the system. Then who cares?
I would say it's worse. Based on my own experience, I would say it's worse.
It's gonna vary greatly depending on who you're talking about, where you're talking about, when you're talking about. It's so fluid. It's so fluid. It's impossible for you to put any sort of accuracy on that. Unless you're omnipresent and you've got all the historical data as fact for yourself.
The average person in North America 150 years ago.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
We can tell you about our time.
I can tell you about my time.
Yeah, my time too.
When I grew up and when I was a young kid in a rural area, you didn't have police, you didn't have ambulance, and you didn't have fucking doctors. They're not out there to save your life because you're way out there. You're in the rule. Okay. So you had much more cooperation. You got this, I'm not saying you, but people have this Hollywood idea of rape and murder and pillage and the fastest draw. Everybody's killing everybody. And that was not how it was. And my grandfather went out west in a covered wagon, and I as a kid grew up around those people, and they cooperated. And if you ask me, their life was better than our life today.
Yeah.
In what measure?
The freedom that they had,
What is freedom?
the non-interference from oppression on a daily basis. I got to go register this. I got to go license this. I got to go every time the fucking government wants me to do something. I got to hop.
There's no
through it.
doubt that
Shit like
oppression
that.
is getting worse by the minute.
You didn't have that extreme back then. Those people were out there living on their own and cooperating with each other and living a happier life. Now, if they needed medical attention, it was a long ways away, and it doesn't mean that they didn't go a long ways to get it. If they really needed it, it was a life-saving kind of a thing for them, like teeth or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But you cannot tell me that people living in these fucking cities are happier than the people that I seen as a kid and living out in the rural areas.
Yes, I can tell you two things. One, if you don't know, then we're back to Nudi's point that that's just your interpretation of history, and you can't actually know, in which case advocating for one system or the other is irrelevant. But two, a majority of people are absolutely happier living in cities than those people were having their kids eaten by wolves and dying from the water they were drinking.
They're doing it now. Try to drink your water now. Come to Detroit and try to drink some of this water over here. You'll love it.
Yeah, that's
drink it in Mississippi.
That's
drink
not
it in
it's all shit
Mississippi.
and piss and everything else.
That's not the same thing.
Well,
why did they clean up the rivers, and why did they dump the fucking sewage in it?
I don't understand the question.
Well, they're drawing fucking water from the goddamn rivers they're dumping sewage in. So tell me how good that is. And they're using a bunch of chemicals to try to mitigate it. And does water taste like water? You get water out of the ground, out of an artesian well, out of a clean source. It doesn't taste anything like the tap water in these damn cities, I'll tell you that.
And for your freedom, you wait till next year.
They're
going to have that.
But what's the point of that, though? What's your point of saying it tastes better?
Well,
because
water?
It is better.
Artesian
it's
water,
not polluted. It's not polluted with chemicals. It's not
but
polluted
better
with
how?
chemicals.
It's cleaner, is what he means.
And what does that get you?
A healthier life.
It doesn't damage your health.
How is it healthier?
Water's the most important thing you'll ever put in your body.
How is it healthier?
Go drink gasoline. You have your answer. You know,
because your body's made of.
But people are living
so much water.
But people are living longer with less disease than ever before in this system with the tap water, with the chemicals in it.
Again, that's your belief.
With the pharmacy in their back
based
pocket.
upon all of the available evidence.
Right.
With the pharmacy in their back pocket. Look at the fucking pills these people are on that are keeping them alive because of the way that they've been poisoned.
Yeah, but you had nothing to keep you alive before. You just died from poison.
There's so much factual proof in this day and age that circumvents what you're saying. But let's go on the evidence.
But there isn't. Give a single example. No. Don't just claim there's an abundance of evidence, and then when you're asked to support it, change the subject.
No, we can get back to that.
And then go on to something else.
Hold on, we can get back to that. I just don't want to stray from your narrative first.
I don't think it's a stray. I think we're on it. What historical record is there that people live longer, healthier lives?
I don't want to use that as
before the advent of medicine and sewage.
You guys are talking over each other. Easy.
What is the historical evidence that people lived longer, healthier lives before the advent of medicine and sewage?
I don't look at historical evidence at all. You're
Of course
asking the wrong
not.
person.
Okay, but you made that claim 20
No, I
seconds
didn't.
ago. Go ahead.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
I said
Go
there's
ahead and go
factual
on to the
proof
second.
today. There's factual proof today that you can look at, not evidence. Factual
There's
proof
factual
today.
proof today of what life was like 150 years ago.
No, I'm talking about my experience in my lifetime. I'm not talking about. I don't know what happened
Okay.
150 years.
Okay,
ago.
but I've
I
been
don't.
talking about 150 years ago for at least 18 minutes now. But go ahead.
Right.
So we've agreed.
I'm not.
You are.
You
Yeah.
can
I'm
go
not
on to
going
the
to go
second.
into that.
We're talking about our
Yes, I
lifetime.
know, but that's what I'm talking about.
We're talking
So,
about our lifetime. What we look
yes, but I'm talking about historically. I'm talking about how medicine and sewage has increased the quality of life for more people than not.
According to the records that you've looked
the
at,
history? Who wrote
Yeah.
the
Again,
history?
again, this is this.
according to the
I've already
records that you
conceded to
looked
this.
at that you believe is correct.
All of the records that are available, right? So again, I've already conceded that once something counters your narrative, it can't be trusted. I get that. So let's go to the second thing, because first you said there was a bunch of evidence showing that people live healthier now than they did before. Okay, so we've already established that's not true. You have no evidence, but you had a but there, and you were about to say something else. Let's go ahead and go on to that.
Wait. Before we get to that, one more thing. And Frostley brought it up. I was going to do it myself. What about the source of where that information is coming from?
What about it?
Who's the source?
Humans.
Just other humans?
Yeah, what is it? Aliens from another planet?
Okay, so what's the difference between them or me when it comes to who you're believing?
Oh, they're providing a record. You're just saying, I think so.
So if I put it on paper and I say, here's my record, then you're going to believe it.
Yes, if you can show evidence of people dying, living longer, and having less disease, and there being higher quality.
If I just make it up like the Bible, and I just put it down on a piece of paper for you to read, you're just going to believe it.
Well, if it's a piece of paper that has been used, if it's a piece of paper. If it's a piece of paper that's been used in courts and in order to prove ownership of land and the transfer of property after death and documentation of things that are actually agreed upon by everybody else, all the other human beings that don't impact your life at all, then yes,
indoctrinated people who believe whatever they're told by their oppressor.
Yes.
Just because they told them so.
Yes. If all the indoctrinated people can show me evidence of something and you have no evidence whatsoever and you just say it, yes, their indoctrinated evidence outweighs what you're saying 100% every single time, unless you can demonstrate otherwise.
Okay, I get you. So that is where the rubber meets the road, and that's where it individual. I don't care how many people it is. I'm not, the numbers to me don't make a difference in terms of whether it's correct or not. If I can't verify it for myself, especially with all the belief that I see people do right in front of me since I've been born. I mean, people believe in Santa Claus before they're told the truth. That's a lie that you see. A conspiracy lie that goes on every single year, There's
not entirely true, though. If it's your narrative, you don't require any evidence whatsoever.
What narrative?
And it doesn't need to be demonstrated or proved to you. You just assume it, and as so long as it feels good and fits into that container you have, it's good and it's the truth.
So I'll give you one piece of information from me. So when I fixed my health when I was in my late 20s, I was given information by somebody who I trusted that had helped me with my health previously. I don't know if I went into that with you before, but long story short, I had a really bad health crisis in my late 20s. Really bad. I was doing everything wrong in my 20s. Almost died. And an individual who owned he was running a natural health food store. It was a franchise. Was diagnosing people with their ailments and giving them how to rectify the ailments, basically like a naturopath would, without charge. Long story short, I went to see him, and he gave me the education that I needed, how to take responsibility for my own health. Gave me formula that was pretty simple to follow, and over about almost a 2-year period, it took about 1.5 years for me to stay out and reverse it, all the way to the point where I completely rectified and rebalanced my house to a point where I was even better than when I was a child, long before any of this happened. From there, things progressed. I learned about the elements of why the root cause, what other people were having and experiencing. And so people saw what happened to me and what I went through and started asking me questions. And so I would tell them. And I took that same wisdom, that information that I got from that, and I applied it to giving other people the same information, maybe altered slightly based on their challenges and whatnot. And what I discovered very quickly was if that formula was followed, almost time after time, not 100% of the time, because there's point of no return. As long as the individual's not past the point of no return, they were always successful in rebounding their health and going as far as they wanted to. Some of them took it even to surpass my level of recovery. And that narrative continued over and over and over again with literally hundreds and then into thousands of people that I consulted with to help them just for free, just by telling them. So I have right there a narrative right in front of my eyes. I wasn't even intentionally doing that. I was just, being compassionate and generous with the wisdom that I had, try and help people who were looking for information, just giving it to them. And the results were showcasing to me time after time, the same thing. That's not a coincidence at that point.
Okay, so but what does nutrition being important have anything to do with what I said about the military, medical technology, life
We're talking about quality of health.
Police protection?
We're talking about quality of health. Again, it comes down to knowledge, right?
At what point did I ever say that eating healthy would not improve your quality of life?
You said that people doing these things that they do is improving their quality of life, which include. Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. I said that medical technology,
yes,
has made it possible for people who do bad things to have a higher quality of life.
No, now you're changing the narrative.
No, I'm not.
Yeah. So you're saying that it can help circumvent.
I never told you that getting fat and being diabetic was better for your health. I said that fat diabetic people have a higher quality of life now than they did 150 years ago. That's what I said.
Okay. You didn't say that. But
that is what I said. That is exactly what I said.
Maybe that's what you meant. Here.
Go ahead,
no, that's what I said.
Let me put another scenario here, okay? Let's say you're right, Dennison. Everything's just hunky dory. We got life.
Didn't say that.
Easy.
See, you're doing it too. I never said things were hunky dory.
Well, I'm just saying. Okay.
You're just saying what you're saying, though. You're not saying what I'm saying.
Okay.
He's going hypothetical.
I'm going hypothetical. Thank you.
Okay, so then don't say you're right, Dennison. Say, let's say things are hunky dory and leave Dennison out of it.
We'll do it this way, Dennison. All right. We'll do it this way. I say, not you. I say things are just hunky dory. I mean, we got electricity, we got medicine, we have microwaves, we have a car. Wow, we're dependent on this. Now, let's say the government takes all that away. Hypothetically, what do you think we're going to do?
Revert back to what we've always done: kill each other in the streets and steal.
That's what's going to happen. Exactly. You hit it right there. That's exactly what's going on.
But that's my point. That's been my point. That was where I started before I was forced to talk about fat people.
Well, that's why I just cut it in half.
So what you're saying is that
yes.
What you're
saying
we
agree then.
What you're saying is that the oppression is suppressing the people on the beehive from coming out and stopping me from doing what I want to do, and that helps me with freedom. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, like if it's to further the conversation, I can agree to that temporarily. But what I'm really saying, ultimately, without saying something that isn't completely true, is the fact that you think you live without oppression is an illusion.
Oh no, I didn't say that. I didn't say I live without oppression.
You are being oppressed by the system right now. It's a trade of one form of oppression for another, and there's a clear, obvious, evidential reason why a majority of people who are not like you, they're not like me, they're not like us on this panel. Majority of people prefer this system of oppression to the one that would exist if it were not for the system.
Okay, so let's clarify. The system is not an entity that exists. What you're saying is people. People want to oppress other people. that has existed probably since the beginning of people. That's
yes,
not going away.
the system does exist, but yes, the second part of what you said is 100% true. It's not going away. It's a huge part of my point.
When you say system, the only thing that I see is people's path of cooperative function. Is that what you mean by that?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so, and that's just a method. That's a method. That's still people.
Sure, 100%. That's kind of the point.
Okay, so people are oppressing other people.
You're kind of born that way, but for sure.
Sure. So, okay. And what you're saying is that the oppression for me is less because other people are oppressing other people harder. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Except the oppression is not like...
Less is a little tricky, though, right? Like preferred makes
so
a little bit more factual.
Why do you think that the oppressors, the people that want to do the oppressing, would want to privilege me, the individual who would be in opposition to the oppression, by not giving into it? Why would they want to give me any privilege?
No, they don't really give a fuck about you. They're not doing it for you. You're just still
right. So it has nothing to do with me. Right. It's up to me.
No,
they're not doing
really
anything for me. They're not doing anything
doing it for you, but they're still doing it, and you're still benefiting from it.
No, they would
if
they have.
Listen, we live in an apartment building, okay? It snows, and we're all snowed in. I don't like you, right? Let's say you I don't like the cooking you do, and you fill up the whole apartment with the smells of these fucking foul, whatever it is that you eat.
You're microwaving your fish.
Yes, thank you. You microwave fish and broccoli 2 times a day. You for breakfast you have eggs like a normal person, but for lunch and dinner every fucking day you have fish and broccoli, and you refuse to stir fry it. You fucking microwave it every time. I hate your guts, but I can't get out of my apartment, so I fucking shovel all the snow and I salt the sidewalk. Right. You benefit from that. I don't give a fuck about you. I hate you. I don't even want to do it for you. But because it's done, you've just benefited from it.
Okay, you're saying because I walk on territory that other people have done some work on, I'm having a benefit from that.
Absolutely. And the territory that you're talking about, like that peaceful wilderness out in the middle of nowhere where no one bothers you, doesn't try to kill you for all your stuff, that only exists because you're a North American. No. It would be harder to find it if you were an Asian person. You'd have to go farther, deeper into the jungle to find it.
No, from my experience in travels, it's the corporate cities is where the problem is, and when you get out in the wilderness, it varies. It varies from place to place.
But you said no, and then said something that didn't contradict what I just said. I agree with you 100%. What you just said. So there's no there. Again, what I'm saying is because of the borders that you live in and the territory that you roam on is provided by that society. If it weren't for it, you would live in a different environment, and it would be more harsh in many, like it would be less preferable by a majority of human beings. That's how I can be completely factual in what I'm saying.
I'm with you there.
I'll go farther on a limb, and yes, I'll go out on a limb for myself and say it's measurably less harsh.
Okay, so I'm with you there as far as more preferable by a majority of your corporate slave human beings, certainly, but that doesn't mean that I personally am dependent on it.
Yes, you are dependent on it because the environment which you exist in and are reliable on would not exist without that society.
I'm still going to exist either way. I'm not dependent on it. It impacts me, but I'm not dependent on it. There's a difference between the two.
I mean, you'd be killed and your food would be taken. So I guess it all depends on your measurement of what dependency is.
You can't say for sure that would happen just because this system doesn't.
No, by accident you might avoid death.
That can
Yeah,
happen with your
correct.
system too.
I'm making a point. Yes, but in this system, again, if you follow the rules, you are far more likely to live to 80 than you would on your own without this system. That is just facts. It doesn't bode well for the whole freedom versus oppression narrative when you say it out loud like that, but it's the truth. It's why we have the oppression we have. It's
In
why
your
people prefer it.
in
Not
your
in my
corporate
eyes. I'm more like you.
in your corporate city,
I'm just
I would concur with that more for sure. You have to, because it's too obvious, when you're right in front of everybody else.
Yeah, but those corporate cities are where they are able to increase the levels of exploitation enough to provide for the level of security that's required in order to create your peaceful wilderness.
No, security's a fallacy. There's nobody out protecting me. If you're going to protect me at my expense, where I'm your bitch slave, I need protection from you. And the only person who can do that is me, and anybody else that's willing to cooperate with me for that.
But
Just that simple.
but you can't do it by yourself.
I've been doing. I mean, when you're up against two bullies, it's 2 against 1. That has nothing to do with the rest of the narrative, though. That's
That's
the raw nature of this. That's another example of survival of the fittest. That's why I say down to the common denominator. It basically comes down to this: he who has the fastest draw has the most freedom.
No, fucking Bill Gates can't. He doesn't even know how to hold a gun.
Yeah, but if he came up against me or another person, if it was one-on-one, whoever is faster, right?
He won't come up against you, though. He has a police force to protect him from you.
Right.
While he manufactures factories that produce poison.
Yes, right. and even those poisoned people still live longer lives.
Not happening.
You haven't had as many as poison. We don't know
eyesight.
That.
Yeah, that's it. That's and again, longer doesn't necessarily mean that's the second part of the equation, right?
Well,
longer
they have more of the stuff that they want.
More free. That doesn't mean less oppressed. No, that doesn't mean. Go ahead.
Freedom is, like again, I said it's overrated. I wouldn't measure things in terms of freedom. The older I get, the less concerned I become with freedom. It becomes more and more of a bumper sticker. I like women, pizza, TV, massages, hot showers. These are the things I like and enjoy. I don't need to be able to go out and stand on a street corner and wear a sign that says something important to other people. That doesn't make me happy. I don't get any enjoyment from that. I don't need to. Right, I don't need to talk about the C word on YouTube.
What I'm talking about for me is when I go out and I want to do my own thing with nature or other people. We do our own thing. And for me, health is the number one motivator. Just to be left alone to do that without opposition is the key factor, right? And there is opposition that wants to circumvent you from being able to do that. That's a problem.
Yeah, yes, but it's less impactful and less abundant oppression that you would have if you existed outside the system.
No, I don't think so, because outside the system, you don't have these fictional boundary. I own this, you own this thing. It's back to nature, the way that nature does it, right? It's just occupy where you're at, where your feet are on. It's fluid.
But fictional just means man-made. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Those borders, those fictions, they exist regardless of where you are and what you think and believe. So you can believe all you want that they don't, but they do. And because they do,
you have to pay to access things that were free from the get-go because somebody else said so.
No, you're paying for things that otherwise would just be taken from you, no matter how much work and money you did.
Does a dog have to pay for? Does a dog have to pay for the food?
Yes, absolutely. A dog has to pay for food. It has to pay in loyalty. Yes, it has to pay in loyalty.
You know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about in corporate money. You have to get a job and make money, or figure out how to make money, have a business, blah, 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 and pay for it.
A dog absolutely has to pay for its food in loyalty and obedience. Exactly the things that you say that you don't.
I'm not talking about a domesticated dog. I'm talking about animals out in nature.
Wolves.
Say a wolf or a bear or
correct.
a raccoon.
Yes, a wolf. A wolf will just eat you. Again, yet another thing that you're protected from by the society that you claim doesn't exist when you're out in the woods camping.
I'm not protected from that out there.
And a wolf also has the freedom to die, to be killed by a larger animal.
Correct. That's how freedom
Yes.
works. It's anarchy by default.
So again, freedom sounds like bullshit. I don't want it. I don't want to have to kill anybody. I don't want to have to steal from anybody. I don't want anybody to kill me or steal from me. I want to live in a comfortable home with lots of room in between all the walls. I want to be able to come and go as I please. I want to be able to bring attractive females into my home and lay on top of them. I want to be able to eat food that tastes good and watch the shows that I like on TV. This is what I want. I don't want to have to be naked in the wilderness attacked by wolves. That sounds like fucking bullshit.
You're domesticated.
You want the illusion of freedom and your vices.
No, I don't need the illusion at all.
And your vices to make you feel better about the oppression.
I don't need the illusion of freedom at all. Freedom is your thing. I don't need it at all.
The things that you just said is exactly that. You want those things.
No, there's no freedom required for any of that.
Yes, you want to be free to have those things without any interference.
Well, I mean, I know that there's going to be interference. It'd be nice if there wasn't, but I live in the really real world.
That's my point. Is that interference is default. We're here in a physical state where we can collide with each other.
No, hold on, Nudie. That's my point. Your point is freedom is the default and that the interference is artificial. My point is that interference is the norm, the default, and unavoidable.
About security. You think there's this thing called security. That's a fallacy.
We're still talking about interference. That's what I was just talking about because you brought it up.
You're talking about free from consequence. You're talking about free from being
there's
mortal.
Absolutely no. There's no freedom in my existence. I don't even believe in freedom anymore.
Right. I know you.
Everything I do has a consequence.
I pity you. You have a defeatist mindset.
You pity me for being aware of my surroundings, and that's cool.
No. That's
because again,
very healthy.
You think you're free. You're not.
That's a healthy, intelligent thing to do, to be aware of your surroundings. That's very important. But just because you're aware of your surroundings doesn't mean that you have to bend your fucking knee.
Who's bending a knee? I'm sitting in a chair.
You're bending a knee to your oppressors.
I have no idea what you're talking about. No, I don't know any such thing. That sounds absurd. I can't remember the last time I was on my knees.
Do you pay your taxes?
Whenever I make money, absolutely.
Exactly. You bend the knee. I don't. I haven't even filed the fucking return in over 2 decades.
That's not bending the knee. That's avoiding a cage. It's quite smart.
Right. I'm not bending the knee just because somebody says I have to do something.
He says
at the risk of going in.
I have to do it.
At the risk of going in. At the risk
if
of
somebody
going
came
in a
to me
cage,
and told
if
me
I
to
don't
give them
do
money
that.
and they had no weapons and nothing at all, and they just told me to give them money, I tell them to go fuck myself. Go fuck themselves. I don't do it just because they say I have to do it.
Oh, okay. So you willfully give
willfully
your tax.
Willfully? What are you talking about?
You willfully paying your taxes. Well,
no.
It's either one or the other. It's they're telling you have to pay your taxes, right?
They're not just telling me, bro.
Yeah. Under duress, right?
They'll take everything I own and leave me with nothing.
Right. So the difference the difference between you and I is I'm under that same duress threat, and I haven't bent my knee to it. I haven't
bent my knee to it either. You can call it bending my knee because I choose to avoid a cage by paying taxes. All you're doing is again, you can call it bending the knee, but it's not. It's a choice between living in a cage and having nothing or keeping some of what I have.
You submitted.
I don't need to submit, bro.
You did submit. When you do that, you submit. They tell you got to do something whether you like it or not, you submit to them. I'm
choosing between a cage and paying
taxes. Under the threat of going in a cage if you don't submit. Right. And that's the difference between you and I. I haven't submitted.
And you'll probably end up in a cage or with nothing.
23 years ago. I was 22 when I filed last time when I had these realizations. I'm 46 now. How many years back? 26, 36.
How much money did
22,
you make this
32,
year?
42. I don't work to make money.
Okay. I mean, I haven't paid taxes this year either.
I think I understand the nature of your question, so let me answer it with this.
Okay,
In
so
my
you-
20s, after I stopped filing, I had quite a number of years in the six figures that were even on their records.
Uh-huh.
I didn't file.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
He's not in a cage.
No.
And I'm not in a cage.
Yeah, so you got lucky.
Lucky. Okay, let's call it luck. I guess I'm just lucky.
What is it then, if it's not luck?
I just don't submit.
You're literally making the argument that there's no consequences if you don't pay taxes, that
There's
it's all an
consequences
illusion
for-
created by fear. That's the
There's
argument you're making?
There's consequences for everything that you do.
Not for you.
I never said that. The difference is I'm not afraid. I'm going to do what I need to do.
But
I'm
you're
not
not,
going in a
though.
cage.
If they show up with guns, you okay? So you rather die? Okay, yes.
Yes. I'm
I
willing
want to be
go to that
alive.
distance. Okay,
Good, and
I
that's
understand.
freedom. The freedom to die.
Right.
I choose slavery.
I gotcha. There you go.
I would like to live long and do all the things that make me happy instead of being killed.
Right. What happens
With nothing.
when it gets to the point where the borders start to get even smaller, and let's say the next step is you're in a district and you have to stay in that district just because other people say so.
I'll probably still be. It'd probably still be better than being murdered in my home.
Let's say it's 4 kilometers by 4 kilometers long. Are you okay with that?
Depends on your definition of okay. Am I comparing it to being murdered in my home? Then yes.
I mean, are you still as okay with it at this point, where you're just going to submit?
Well, no. 8
without any
kilometers. 8 kilometers is better than 4 kilometers, of course. But
You
4
can't go outside-
kilometers is better than being dead.
and you
Right
can't
now
go
it's-
outside the doors. You got to stay
Even
in there.
that's better than being dead.
Okay, there's your answer then.
Yeah. And,
What if
You don't
it's,
get to go
uh,
outside if you're
I
dead.
wouldn't. And I wouldn't argue against your choice if that's the one you make. I'd say you're.
Well, I
very
think a
well-
majority of people are going to make that choice. It's a pretty obvious one.
The majority of your
not to me.
indoctrinated.
It's not obvious to me, and I wouldn't make that choice.
So you rather
I have
be
a
dead.
line. I have a line you cannot cross.
Yeah.
And if
So
you
you'd rather
cross
be
that
dead.
line, then I'll be dead. Yes, I would
Yes,
much
me
rather
too.
be dead than
Okay.
Yeah, me
suffer
How
the
far away from-
suffer the indignity of an oppressor.
You're
that,
suffering the
has pushed me
indignity
too
every
far.
day. It's an
Well,
illusion telling yourself that you're not being indignated.
He's not in denial
Well,
of
no.
that. He's saying he has a line.
Again,
have one.
but how far outside of your house can you go if you're dead? How much dignity is taken away from you if you're gunned down in your own home by the system that you resent?
If
Well,
I'm
you
being
think the
raped every day,
quantity
who
of
cares?
life is better than the quality of life. That's
That's
what
right.
your
But
argument
there's no
is.
life. There's no better. You used life in both scenarios. One is
That's
life.
right.
The other one's death.
That's
Well,
right.
that's right.
And death,
So
death is inevitable. If the quality of my life
tomorrow,
is decent up until the time I die, then I've lived a good life. If the
Yes.
quality of my life sucks and I'm dead at the end of it, then I didn't live a good life. So what I'm saying is the quality of life is more important to me than the quantity of it, especially at my age.
and the quality of your life depends on your ability to not pay taxes and to travel a certain amount of kilometers from your door.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, because that's what he said.
Well,
didn't
that
say
may
that
be
either.
that may be the case.
Yes,
for
it
him.
is. That's what you said.
Let's put it this way: if I could get away with not paying the taxes, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Of course, so would I.
I just don't know how Guru does it. All right, there's got to be a system. There's always a loophole. Fuck. the
Well, I
government.
mean, most people can
seriously.
fall through the cracks. Is that what it comes down to? But he has a long life ahead of him, hopefully. So eventually, especially when he hits retirement age, and I don't know how things work in Canada, but here you get a social security number, and the government's going to come looking. They're going to want their cut.
I'm just going to say as well
And they're
for the
going to want
record
more
that
and more
several
and more.
several of those years that I made six figures were in the U.S. jurisdiction with a U.S. social security number.
So you owe the United States government a lot of money, is what you're saying.
That's what you're saying.
That's yes, because the government wants it and they have all the guns in cages.
Come and get me.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'd rather not be hunted down and shot in my own home.
No big deal. You sleep.
Right.
You're dead.
It's not the actual dying that's the problem. It's no longer living. I'm
You
quite
sleep.
addicted to living.
Don't worry about it. You sleep. Don't worry about it. You're done.
Again, like I said, it's not dying that's the problem. It's no longer living.
There's also
It's
there's a
being able-
couple.
like again, you're saying you're sleeping. It's no big deal. I'm not afraid of sleeping. I'm afraid of not being able to wake up ever again.
Well,
Yeah,
you move into the
other
next.
factors with. Sorry, just a delay. I'll just say real quick because they don't know you, Dennison, that much. Dennison, his view is that after, correct me if I'm wrong, after you're gone, you're gone. If you didn't figure out how to extend that before you're gone, that's it. That's just over.
Oh yeah, no. It's
I see.
if you.
I see.
So
I
if
respect
you're
that.
just going to
I
insert an
respect that.
afterlife in order to make all of your narratives make sense, again, we're back at the denying all historical record part of the conversation.
We're not going in that. There's no need to get defensive here. I'm just giving them.
I'm not being defensive.
I'm giving them information about where you're coming. No, but your response.
Okay, yeah, I didn't think so either.
Your response was in line with as if you were. So that's why I'm just saying.
I don't see how.
Well, that's what it sounded like. So all I'm saying is
that if you believe in an afterlife, it's a clever and convenient cop out to not have to worry about the consequences of death.
Here we go.
I'm just trying to. Dennison, I'm just trying to educate them.
If I get murdered in my own home by the IRS for not paying my taxes, but then I wake up in a much better place where no one can ever hurt or kill me, then yeah, bring it on. I'll stop filing today. And please, if you're listening, IRS, please come murder me right now. Because this body is getting pretty old and worn out. I'd like my afterlife body.
Just to correct Dennison, what my intention was to educate them on the view that you have because they don't know you. That's it.
Yeah, but why would it be pertinent though?
Because
why would my belief in an afterlife have anything to do with the conversation?
Oh, it's very relevant. It totally applies with the decisions that you make. You just expressed how in the
correct.
Just 2
that's
seconds.
Why I brought it up, and that's why I called it a cop out. So
right,
I wasn't being defensive. I was continuing the conversation along the lines that you brought it to.
He hasn't been educated, has he? I can see that right now about the being cop out real with the. You don't know, do you? You really don't know.
What?
I don't know who's talking about what.
You, Dennison. You don't know,
what?
do
you? What don't I know
about the afterlife or nothing like that? Do you?
I mean, I know about the concept of afterlife.
But you
have I ever been dead before?
No, I don't mean that. You never went ghost hunting, have you?
Yeah, I mean, I have, not with the elaborate equipment or anything, but.
Well, let me assure you, I have the elaborate equipment, and it is true. I've seen things move. I've seen black shadows. So you just keep thinking the way you're thinking, then.
Yeah, but none of that proves that you.
If you want to educate yourself, you go to ghoststop.com. GhostStop.com and buy a little bit of equipment and go to the original place that's haunted. And I'll guarantee you'll be a believer.
Even if ghosts are real, it doesn't prove that you're going to survive.
Hey, if there's ghosts are real, there's going to be an afterlife.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
One does not. No, one does not automatically lead to the other.
Oh yeah, where the ghosts come from?
Where did the ghosts come from?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I do.
Oh,
know. That's why I've been.
You say so?
They can exist without ever having been alive, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yes, a spiritual poltergeist can exist without a human being surviving death. Absolutely. What if they're their own thing?
Oh, they are.
What if they're just beings from another dimension that can interact with ours?
It's called demons.
What if it's literally just a magnetic resonance of life and things that have already occurred, echoing throughout time?
You got.
What if time isn't linear and everything's happening all at the same time? So your experience of ghosts is merely last Tuesday, echoing today.
So
I can think of like 5 explanations off the top of my head that don't require human beings to survive death.
You know what? Instead
of
talking about it,
these conversations is convenient because I can say, here's all of historical record, and you say, oh, well, that was written by the oligarchy. It doesn't mean anything. But you can just declare, this is true. I know it to be true, and I'm supposed to buy it.
You are. You are. Yeah. Just go to GoStop.com and then check it out yourself. Like you said, documentation is the best thing in the world for you.
What's that going to do for me, though? It's not going to prove that humans can survive death.
Well, you decide yourself when you do it. I can't decide that for you. But if you're curious about it, if you don't think there's an afterlife, do what I did. I was curious. I went to it. And I found out.
I've done a lot of research into ghosts and the afterlife.
No.
I've been doing it my whole life.
Go to a haunted place. I'll give you a good haunted place if you wherever you're at, and then you get your equipment done, and bring a friend with you.
I've been to several presumed haunted places.
No, I mean original haunted places where you have your equipment. Your
I
RR
don't
lights,
have any equipment.
Your recorder, your EMF detectors, all that stuff.
Yeah, but what I'm telling you is that I can assume that people who are using the equipment are being honest and that their equipment is not faulty. And I can assume that the data that they have accumulated is correct and accurate, and it still doesn't get you to humans surviving death.
No, being there and doing it yourself, it's just, you wouldn't believe the amount of fear coming in your heart. I'm telling you. And you'd be touched.
I've been afraid in a haunted place too.
Being
really
touched,
afraid.
Things move, hearing
I've
voices,
experienced those things as well.
dropping things.
Yes.
Well,
I've even suffered from sleep paralysis too, which is far scarier in my opinion.
Well, there you go then.
I've been out in the middle of nowhere and heard the hooves of a beast that I don't know to exist.
Well, you got demons, you got succubus, you got incubus, you got poltergeist, you have people who died that stays here, people who go to the light, people don't go to the light. Yeah, it's all kinds of stuff. And there is a portal door. It's all over the place.
But you can have all of the former without the latter too, though, was the point I'm making.
Oh, no. It doesn't work that way. Believe me, I thought the same thing you did. I thought the same thing you did until I went and started investigating. No, it doesn't work that way. But you have to prove that to yourself. I can't prove that to you. You have to do it yourself.
Well, I'm afraid EMF readings aren't going to do it for me.
Okay, well then, making excuses, that's fine. Just keep talking about it. Then I'll let you guys talk about it then. Go on.
Well, I mean, you could talk about it too.
I think, Dennison, I think you did make some good points as far as what these things could be, and now I'm a little bit different because I really don't believe in an afterlife. I personally don't. So that's just me. But you did explain how these things could exist in certain ways. But that's just where people are different, So I mean, I can believe things that other people don't believe. You can believe things that other people don't believe. But where you're coming from is more a quantity of life. As long as you have a certain quality, you're going for quantity. Would I be correct there?
Yes, more of a good thing is good. It's better.
As long as you, right?
Oh yeah, if I could live to be 500, I would take that. I don't know, 1,000 might be too long. Maybe 1,000. 1,500 years. Past 1,500 years, I'd say 3,000 years for sure. I'm probably gonna want to die.
Well, what if they took your pizza away and they took your ladies away and they took all these things that you enjoy that you talked about?
Everything that I enjoy, not just the few examples I could come up with, but for the top.
Let's say half of them. Let's say half of them anyway.
No, half of the things I enjoy are still fucking amazing.
Okay, so there you've got your
being alive is fucking dope as fuck, and I don't need to rub it in anybody else's face. I don't need to prove it to anybody or cross a boundary or a border in order to make a point. None of that means anything to me anymore. When I was in my 20s, for sure. But the older I get, the less I care about that kind of crap.
What if it was in a cage, but you could, still have some of that in there?
I mean, it is, right? To a certain extent. I'm not free to go wherever I want.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I mean the smaller cage. You know what I'm talking about? More small, the cell.
In comparison to what though? Death.
I'm just saying what. Yeah, comparison to death. That's right.
Oh yeah. No, I choose life over freedom and freedom over death.
Okay, gotcha. Life over freedom. Wait a sec. Life over freedom.
Death over freedom. Sorry.
And death over freedom. Gotcha.
Freedom. No. I would choose incarceration over death.
Incarceration over death. Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
See, I wouldn't. I personally
And
wouldn't.
that's just the way it goes.
You know,
Some
and
people are
That's people are
that's
different.
yeah, that's a variable thing from individual to individual.
I don't see, no offense, but I don't see the sense in choosing death over anything.
Of course,
except suffering.
Of
right,
course.
because you can stop suffering.
I totally get that you would have to have a logic behind coming to that conclusion.
Right. So where's the logic in choosing to die for having less of the freedom to live?
I have a different set of value on quality of life, and also if the potential of me as a being here as we speak is going to be circumvented from that potential being utilized, then there's no point. No point. I'm wasting my time. And I'm also not in fear at all because of my own reasons and my own personal experiences of the same thing that you are when it comes to once this is over, then that's it. I don't have that same view.
Oh, well, okay, yeah, and there's the loophole in it.
Loophole?
Yeah, absolutely. Because the point is, my question was going to be, how do you not decrease the potential of living by dying? And for you, death doesn't limit anything. You get to go on and do whatever the fuck you get to do after that.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of that illusion of death.
If I thought that I could live forever even after dying, then I would egg it on. I wouldn't even be wasting my time with this. Why would you waste your time with this?
Yes, of course. Yeah. Which again is I get your logic. You have the logic that you have, which is why you came to those conclusions naturally. Of course.
Nothing wrong.
If I had the same view as you, I'm sure I would have the same logic of making those decisions as well. I just don't have.
I was going to ask Frosty the same question though, because he doesn't believe in an afterlife.
What's the question?
What's the point in dying for freedom you can't live to enjoy?
What's the point in living like a slave?
Well, you're doing that now.
Well,
you are a slave right now.
Okay, but to a degree. Let's say, for example, they took me out of Africa and brought me into 1700 America. You know, if I had to live like that, I would rather be dead. They would have to kill me. They would have to kill me to keep me on that plantation and work me like they did. They would have to kill me.
There's some suffering in that, though.
Yeah, there is. Well, life is suffering.
Yeah, like an extreme amount of painful suffering, though.
Well, yeah, but if you're comparing that amount of suffering to the suffering we're doing right now, it's less. So I'm willing to live through the stuff, huh?
Way less, right? Yeah. Like not even close.
Well, yeah, and that's why I'm not. I don't relish to run out and die tomorrow. You know,
right? So
I mean, but there is a point. And the oppression is going to become much clearer and much greater, I think, over the next year or two. You're going to see it.
Well, they're lowering our standard of living to the rest of the world.
That's right.
Yeah. Just curious. Dennison. Oh, sorry. No, you finish first.
No, go ahead.
Okay. If you lost your eyesight tomorrow, how would that impact you as far as and I'll give the basis for my question after, but to hear you answer. Let's say you lost your eyesight tomorrow. What would that do as far as your view goes?
Nothing.
Nothing. So you still, all of your same things go on the same way?
Yeah, I mean, my principle, like the logic involved, includes the potential for losing my eyesight.
I'm saying, what if you did though? Not the potential. What if you actually? Yeah.
What if I did? Would it change my My logic?
Not your logic, but your position. Like, I'll elaborate the reason for my question after, but I want to see if
He'll sleep with uglier girls.
Right.
Yeah, it opens more doors.
But we seldom find as pleasurable to the touch what we find pleasing to the eyes, and so
I mean, you
without
can
the
still.
eyes, I would probably I would take on a lot fatter women, probably.
Right. Well, I mean, you can still feel if they're 200 pounds with your hands or whatnot. So you probably, I mean, maybe if you're a quadriplegic,
Yeah, but that feels good though.
If that
Like
one part is still working,
warm, squishy flesh completely surrounding
comfort. That's like
so
yeah.
Your
Again,
imagination would
we
become.
seldom find as pleasing to the eyes what we find pleasing to the touch. So if I were blind, there'd be a lot more fatties.
Your imagination would be much more prominent, I guess, at that point. It would be more.
Yes,
healthy.
I wouldn't be quite as good at eating pussy, because I'd have to kind of find my way around down there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyways, to elaborate, I'm just wondering for you, where would the line be where you would draw and say, okay, that's it. It would actually be better to be not alive instead of going through this type thing.
Life is pretty fucking rad, bro. It would take a lot of suffering. Like you think about it. Okay, so two things. First of all, I'm a white male born in North America, so I'm the most privileged and rich type of person on the planet. Like there's no real suffering in my life. But from a personal perspective, when I'm feeling sorry for myself and I try to delineate the difference between suffering and pleasure, I've been through some heinous fucking shit, some horrible gut wrenching shit, like some shit that other people would probably wouldn't survive. They would have chose an easy way out instead. So for me personally, I would put up with a lot of suffering for the opportunity to be alive.
Certainly,
to enjoy life.
So could you give a more like an example? If such and such happens, that would be the line for me where that's just too much, and I would say that's it. Where would that be?
So
if you could...
I can maybe give like a scale. So where if I wasn't able to experience pleasure anymore, then that would be a line. And if there was more suffering, or no, not more, because there probably is more suffering than there is pleasure. If there wasn't enough pleasure and it wasn't consistent enough to make some kind of dichotomy between and the suffering,
and no hope.
Okay,
right.
So for example, maybe if you were paralyzed from the neck down.
I don't know, man. There's still a lot of stuff I can enjoy.
How about from the neck up?
I think I might already be living that way now, Frosty. As a matter of fact, I would argue that increases your pleasure and decreases your suffering.
Probably. Yeah.
You could have a point there.
No, it'd have to be to where like I'm not looking forward to anything good anymore because there's just not enough of it, and the suffering is too much.
And there's no hope. So there's no hope there. At the point of no hope is your line.
You're probably right about that. The only reason I wouldn't say it is because I can't know because I'm stuck with my hope.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I get it.
That makes sense.
As part of the I don't like to use the word hope because I don't really see Dennison as going on that. I don't think, that's just not the way he thinks. But unless correct me if I'm wrong. But as part of the view, like because obviously from your standpoint, you would like to have anything be in the equation to circumvent this thing that we call death and prolong that for as long as possible. So as part of your view, as in the looking forward to thing that you said, the possibilities for that happening. Like if those possibilities, and if that's the case, then if those possibilities that you're thinking were no longer going to be possibilities anymore, would that change the narrative? That's a lot of questions. So
just it being, probably not. They would have there'd have to be a knowing and a realization. And I don't think you misrepresented my position. I would just say I would put the words in reverse order to change the motivation. Who here has seen Blade Runner?
Oh, which one? The first one or the old one? Or the new
The
one?
first one.
So.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think I.
So Blade Runner is a sci-fi novel movie, but basically it's essentially about the nature of what it means to be human, and we're capable of creating what are called replicants in the future, synthetic people, and the corporation which designs the replicants builds in a genetic feature which is like a ticking time bomb, which ultimately leads to their demise. They live a very short time in the height of what would be considered, the human age, mid to late 20s, and then they die. And at one point, a replicant actually faces his creator, and he angrily demands to him. He says, "I want more life, fucker." And that's where I come from. That's my motivation. So,
okay.
I want more life, and in any
Yeah.
way I can, right? And there are some criteria for life, which I would say is not being completely bedridden and cancer ridden and in pain all the time. But like, even waking up where I'm stuck in a bed, but a pretty nurse comes and gives me a bath.
Yeah, I get you. Right, your line of
Right.
where it's is pretty steep, where it's got to be
Yeah.
so bad. Yeah, I get it. I'm just wondering if for the other part of the equation, then, which is to prolong those and the factors that are here that make sort of possibilities with technology and so on and so forth. Let me give you an example with another question. Neuralink, what's your view on that?
I don't think I have just one view.
Okay. From the standpoint of, are you more a proponent of it or thinking, no, that's not a good idea?
Again, this is like society itself. Do I like it?
Yeah, for you
Am I a
personally.
proponent for it? Like these things are kind of irrelevant to me.
And okay.
It's inevitable, right?
All right, but in terms of this, like, let's say it was just your choice. First of all, let's say it was just okay.
I will not be an early adopter of Neuralink, and I'll probably die never having one.
Okay. So yeah, you would rather resist that. You're not. It wouldn't be something you were looking forward to.
Right. I think
Okay.
that, like, I don't attribute any moral virtue to Elon Musk, but he is human just like the rest of us. That includes how evil he may be. He still has the same basic motivations that we all do.
Sure.
And I think part of his motivation there is the inevitability of AI taking over the human species. And I think he's trying to at least integrate us with technology before we're completely replaced by it so that we can retain some form of fucking humanity in the future.
Sure. Let's take the face off of it and just the technology itself. And the possibility of what that technology represents. Do you see that as even something that maybe even for the narrative that you're looking at it for longevity and prolonging that as something to even consider at all? If it was just on that basis, no
So
other part of the equation.
Objectively speaking, yes. But personally, deep down in places I don't like to talk about at parties, I'm a romantic, so.
Okay.
Like Captain Kirk would say, I need my pain.
Gotcha. Okay, now on the and that's presuming what it would do then, which is another conversation in itself. Let's
ultimately
just
it would give you control over your brain, right? So you could stop you essentially being human. You would be a much more efficient biological machine.
that's one possibility. Another possibility is that it gives you absolutely zero control, and you're just stuck in a stagnant position, and it just has total dominance over your physical being. You never know.
You wouldn't have control. The chip would, correct?
The chip, yeah, or whoever is controlling the technology, maybe, right, or whatever.
Right.
Okay, so I mean, and that's a variable possibility. So let's in either way, whether, let's say, in either case, if there was an oppressor that came along and said, you have to have this now, you have to have this Neuralink or whatever you want to call it, maybe it's some other technology that's like that or whatever, similar ideology, you have to have it or you die. Which one? We either gas you to death now. You've got one choice to make. You're dead if you don't take this.
So what I would do in that case, because I can't know the consequences, is I would avoid it as much as I could until I was able to find out what it did to others, and then then I would avoid doing it until the point of death. So in other words, they would have to put me in a cage. They would have to take me into the room where they kill you, and they force you to take the chip.
Okay.
And then I would probably choose to, if I could see evidence that people were just, slaves and not complete automatons, then I would probably let them chip me so I could just, be more of a slave and not an automaton. But if I saw that it was turning people into zombies, then I would probably fight to the death to avoid it.
Okay. Interesting. And what if it was before you had that opportunity to see, what if it was in the initial rollout?
Well, you're removing even more of the illusion of choice then at that point, aren't you? Right? So
I'm just asking, let's say they rolled it out tomorrow. Okay. Here it is. All of a sudden we got this new thing on the market, and you have 1 week to decide if you're going to get it or not. And after 1 week, we just start killing everybody who chooses not to. What do you do?
I wait to 8 days, because it's going to take them a while to get to me.
Okay. You wait till 8 days, but after the 8 days is up, then what do? You just take it? There's no evidence around you to see what the results are. Yeah. It's just a decision. Like, they gave you a week to decide, but after a week, then that's it. Then they start putting it in people, the ones who decided to accept it, and they kill the rest.
Well, there has to be some kind of practical enforcement, right? So that reality is going to affect my decision, not to, avoid answering your question, but like that will matter. Again, like let's use taxes as an example. I stopped paying taxes in my 20s, and then the government called me and threatened me, and I started paying again.
So you're saying depending on the severity of the threat?
Yes, and how it's enforced, right? Because I'm pretty fucking clever.
Sure. So let's say you were checkmated.
Let me add this one thing before you ask that question. Sure. Realistically, in many circumstances, maybe not this one, but in these kinds of things where the government forces you to do something, I can fake getting a chip, like I get my paperwork saying I got the chip. I can get a little thing inserted in my head that when they scan me with the reader, it gives them an ID and everything. It's just not actually connected to my brain. That's the kind of shit that I would go through, like I'd sell everything I own to pay some, black market Asian dude in a fucking, dank operating room that's in the side of his living room to avoid that kind of thing. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so I guess, maybe I'll just expand I totally know what you're saying. Expand the narrative again. And ultimately, it comes into that same position that I was saying earlier where you would be checkmated. So just off the top of my head, there's some kind of a pandemic. They use that as an excuse. That's how they roll out this technology. So now to circumvent the pandemic, for everybody's safety and the safety of humanity and to continue to exist, everybody must get this implant. And if you're not going to get it, then you're going to be a threat to the rest of humanity. So you have 1 week to decide and prepare to get it. And the way that they enforce it is the same type of military rule style that they did in like Nazi Germany, where it's either you get on the box cart type thing or we just blow your head off. So, and when that happens, they're forcing you at gunpoint. You've got to come to their posts, wherever it is that their stations, where they're doing this, and they do it. So you're under duress, and you either go to the post and you let them do that, or they kill you. That's the choice.
Are we acknowledging for the fact that I'm going to be able to see the results of people getting that chip before they get to my door?
You have 8 days to decide if you're going to get it or not. On the 9th day, everybody has to go, or sorry, 7 days. On the 8th day, everybody has to go. Everybody as you had to have made up your mind within those 7 days. Nobody got it yet. And after the 7 days, that's all you get to contemplate. And then if you decided that you're gonna get it on the 8th day, you and everybody else who's gonna get it goes to the post and gets it. If you're not gonna get it, then they kill you.
And fleeing is not an option.
Well, the attempt to flee is always an option, you know.
I think that's probably what I would choose.
You would choose to attempt to flee. Okay, so
to avoid the system of enforcement, which is why I alluded to the method earlier. Like, I find the government to be very inefficient and easy to obfuscate.
Let's say they find you, and then they find you at gunpoint during your pursuit of flee at some point, and now you're under that. Go ahead.
If I'm caged and they're going to force me to take it, I'm going to take it. I would take the vaccine too under those circumstances. I would roll the dice.
Okay. Interesting.
Because with the vaccine, it could cripple me. Let's say it were an experimental medication, not a vaccine, because vaccines are safe and effective. Sorry about that. Let's say it were a medication to make you more docile. And I would avoid taking it at all costs. But if I were strapped in a chair and the choice were between, being murdered or being given this experimental medication, at that point they've got me. They've won. And I'm not going to choose death over the chance that I might be messed up by this experimental medication.
So you take the risk that the chip thing, whatever it may be, implant in your head or whatever, you take the risk that that could dismantle any ability that you have to make any decisions. It completely dominates your entire physical anatomy. Because
if I'm dead, I don't get any physical anatomy or decisions anyway.
Right.
And again, if you believe that you can survive that, then
yeah, that's going to change.
Go fuck myself, right?
Right. So of course that changes position. Yeah, I'm just and I get you. I'm just looking for where that line is, for you, where you will say no. Where's that line where you say no? Give me liberty or give me death type thing.
Yeah, that's long gone. I lost that in my 20s. Now in my 20s, it was I'd be willing to die over getting a fucking driver's license. I'd be out there holding a sign, yelling and screaming at a cop in his face about something like that. But now,
Yeah, I get it that you relax a lot, but it's not like you're saying there isn't a line at all. So I'm just trying to pinpoint where that is.
For liberty, I don't think there is a line at all. No, I don't really care about freedom anymore. You gotta figure though, like it's an illusion to me.
Yeah.
Right, to begin with. So I'm not really giving up anything. I don't believe in it.
If that's the case though, then you wouldn't have a problem going in a cage. Because it's just an illusion anyway.
No, because there's suffering involved. Like, here's the thing. If I'm in the cage and I can do whatever I want, whenever I want, the same way I do right now. I could get on YouTube and without any pants have a conversation with my friend Nudie, then yeah, I don't give a fuck about the walls.
But if there's no liberty, then there wouldn't be a variable there.
No, because I don't think that there's any freedom for me to choose to enjoy the things that I do.
And again, still though, there would be no variable.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, the suffering comes from a certain point of restraint from your ability, right?
Right, but I don't believe in the liberty or the freedom to choose those things. So the chip is not as much of a factor for me as it is for someone else. I don't believe it. Like, I believe in choice and I believe in free will, but it's the same way I believe in God, right? It's
I'm just talking about now more on a physical level, your ability to just free roam around.
Yeah, I don't like roaming. Isn't that important to me?
So why do you fear going in a cage then?
Because in the cage, they're going to actually make me suffer. It's not just the physical walls. I won't be allowed to have this conversation with you. I won't be allowed to flirt with girls and lay down on top of them. I won't be allowed to go into the kitchen and make myself fried chicken.
So some of your liberty would be more hindered.
If you're calling those things liberty, sure.
I would call those things liberty.
Yeah,
your abilities.
Those
synonymous with abilities and responsibilities.
And see, I would say those are 4 different things.
Yeah, I guess it depends on view. And I know for you, a lot of people equate back to that whole free will thing. We had a discussion about that, and I'm totally on the same page as you when it comes to that thing. As soon as you explained to me what that definition was, I was like, that's one of the most absurd, ludicrous things I have ever heard. But so when I'm talking about liberty and freedom, I'm not talking about those things at all. I'm simply just talking about, your abilities within your current anatomical structure, to even talk, to even have this conversation right now. As you said, if somebody circumvented that, then your ability becomes more limited. Your liberty becomes more limited to be able to do those things.
Well, I mean, I'm going to be subject to violence, torture, suffering. That's my problem with the cage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if it wasn't for that, let's say if you weren't subjected to that, what if it was just like you're in a limited cell, but you could still have more of the material liberties? Ability to make phone calls, ability to access the internet, nobody's circumventing you. Basically, it's just an institution with small borders. And maybe the only thing else that's limited is your ability to choose a lot of the food that you eat, because it's very minimalized. They choose it all for you.
Sounds like being an American.
There you go. Sounds like being in a beehive to me. That's where I'm coming from. Fuck that shit. I'm going to go out to nature and I want to access what's growing naturally in the wild, and see what that holds in store.
Oh, I could do that too. But again, I'm only able to do that without being killed by somebody else because of the submarines that are patrolling your borders. I guarantee you, like, most of the people on the planet don't think like us. And they will kill people for resources. That's the default nature of man.
They will also kill you if you pose as a threat to their Nazi-based system that forces people to comply against their will.
Right, but one thing I like to do, and the other one I don't give a fuck about. Like, I like to be able to go out into the wilderness and enjoy myself and eat a fucking peach off of a tree. Yeah. But proving the point of, like, that everybody needs to be self-reliant and free to do what they want, it's like it's an interesting intellectual exercise. It's mental masturbation on YouTube for me at this point. It has very little meaning beyond that. Now, I realize the horror involved in that and the cold, harsh reality of of the lack of freedom that I enjoy. But even then, still, most of that horror and fear is still created by this environment that I live in. I could be raised to worship a totalitarian system and feel none of that fear and be afraid of freedom itself.
I don't know. There's something that's a little bit hypocritical in what you're saying here, and it's this: for somebody who needs to put longevity as such a high priority because of their views, you tend to, it seems, to lose sight of some things that would be rather important when it comes to that, like minimizing things that would circumvent longevity, such as exposure to toxicity, exposure to stress, exposure to doing things that are unnatural for yourself, that would decrease your lifespan, getting access to things that have the highest quality, like food that has the highest quality nutrients, just anything that you possibly could to give yourself the best possible chance for longevity.
Yeah, but I'm not against any of those things, so I don't see the hypocrisy.
I'm not saying you're against them. I'm saying that it seems like you don't have much of a motivation to do those things. It's like you almost have a defeatist attitude towards that in favor of more of the corporate stuff that sort of instant gratification pleases you, almost like the pacification stuff. You know?
No, I'm just saying that corporations are an inevitability of the human experience, and the environment that you find yourself in, no matter what you're doing, whether you're eating Taco Bell or you're in the woods, foraging for food, is all a result of that environment, and you can't have one without the other.
Sure, but the point that I'm getting at here is that Russian roulette is not an intelligent game to play, especially when it's going to have an impact of, and I focus on health, but in your case, for the sake of discussion, we'll talk about longevity. If it's going to have an impact on the potential for that, then wouldn't you want to make sure that you had a hand to make sure your eyes were on the whole process of anything that you're going to ingest and make sure that it was the highest quality possible and so on and so forth, so that you knew you had the best possible chances for longevity?
Well, I do what I can. If we're talking about magical thinking, sure, I'd like to be dictator of the entire universe, and I wouldn't care about your freedom at all. I would make all the decisions for everyone in order for it to benefit me the most.
No. I'm just saying for you, like, if you're, for example, if you're eating.
I mean, what do you think I eat?
By the sounds of it, a mixture of things. I don't know your whole diet. Some of it sounds pretty good, but I mean, do you buy from the supermarket?
Yes.
Okay, so there you go. You're playing quite a gamble with that, right? It's less of a priority for some reason, which kind of is a hypocrisy to what seems to be very important to you for the longevity factor to do that.
How so?
Because if that was really important, you wouldn't want to be gambling with what you ingest like that.
Want to be?
Yeah, it would circumvent. If longevity is really important, then you would want to make sure that what you ingested was as pure as you possibly could.
I do that.
And not if you're buying from the supermarket.
That's not. That's not true.
No. That shit is toxic as fucking hell. And if you don't know that, you gotta open your eyes a little bit.
That's not true.
Oh yes, it is.
No, repeat yourself again.
Which part?
You said that if you wanted longevity, you would try to make sure that your food could be as pure as it possibly could be.
Yes.
Yes, I am doing that.
You didn't sound like you had any interest in going towards making sure that you grew your own food and stuff like that. You said you weren't interested in that.
No, I never said that. It never became a topic of conversation.
Or being self-reliant. And that's what I mean by self-reliant.
Never said that either.
You did. You said, yeah, self-reliant is... Oh, yes, you did. Yeah.
No, I did not.
You got to go back and rewind then. You certainly did.
I don't.
You said
I don't need to go back. I remember everything that I said.
Okay, what did you say about self-reliance?
I would never say that I wouldn't want to be self-reliant.
What did you
I
say
would
about
never say that I
self-reliance?
would want to grow my own food or eat healthily either. Those are absurdities. I would never make such claims.
What did you say about self-reliance?
I didn't say anything about self-reliance. I think
You
you're conflating
did.
it with freedom.
No, you definitely said something about self-reliance within the last 5-7 minutes.
No.
You certainly
No,
did.
not that I can recall.
Okay. No, you just
Doesn't
don't
sound
recall
like you can recall it either, though.
I can't terror quote you, but yes, I totally recall because when you said it, I was thinking of how to respond to it.
All right, so the only way I'm willing to do this is if I could share it. I'll go back in the stream. We'll go back 8 minutes now because we've been talking about it for another minute.
There's
And
roughly.
we'll watch the last 8 minutes of it and see what I said. You there,
okay.
right, Svavets?
We could do that, and I'm up for that, or we could just have whatever the record is that you want to be stated right now, and that's fine with me. It's up to you. Either way.
I absolutely do everything that I can in my power to make sure my food is as pure and not toxic as it possibly can be, to be nutritious as possible, and I venture to keep increasing that quality. So, like, in other words, 5 years from now, I hope my food is of a better quality. 10 years from now, I hope it's of an even better quality. And not to say that the two things are dependent upon one another, but my plan, my vision definitely involves both self-reliance and healthy food. In other words, growing it for myself. And it will be on a piece of land that I pay somebody for, even though I shouldn't have to, and I will pay the taxes on it to the government too. And every year I will pay the taxes continually to the government for that piece of land which I grow my own food on. Again, so that someone with a gun doesn't come take it away from me. And I will my plan there too also, like I had a change in mindset about taxation in my 30s. In my 20s, I was focused on how much they were stealing from me and how much better quality of life I would have if they didn't steal that money. In my 30s, I came to the realization that if I just made 40% more, it would be like the taxes didn't even exist. And if I made 100% more or 200% more, then compared to my taxed life as a 20-year-old, I'm living in abundance. And if I can figure out a way to do that with little effort and with little suffering, then to me, I'm gaming the system. I'm not submitting to it. Became my perspective, and so that is my aim right now in my 40s, is to in my 50s to be completely retired without having to rely upon retirement, and also, just to throw this out there, to further hammer down the nail of my lack of principles. When they offer me the free money that comes from all the taxes I paid, I will absolutely fucking take that shit.
Sorry, Clip. Can
And
you
it's not
repeat the
really
last
free
part?
money, right? It's some of my money that they're giving back to me, right? But when they do offer me that, I will absolutely 100% take it. I will allow them to know where I live so they can send me the check, and I will allow them to tax it too so that I can take it.
Gotcha.
And you know me, I disagree with all of that and think it's fucking fascism. But again,
I do. I know. And that's why it's getting to your position sometimes seems a little odd when some of the things you state.
It's very practical and pragmatic, and there's not a whole lot of fees and principles involved in it, right? It's all about maximizing the amount of serotonin and dopamine that I can experience on a regular basis and decreasing all of the other bullshit without caring about what happens in the end.
Why don't you just take drugs then?
I would if I could ensure the same experience for the same amount of time, right? So if I could be convinced that there was a pill that would literally feel just like getting my dick sucked, I would take the pill. But we both know that's not how it works. What the pills do is they make you not feel sad anymore by taking away your ability to feel fucking anything, right? So, like I said, like Captain
What
Kirk,
about
I need my
heroin
pain.
and ecstasy?
Those are fleeting. They don't last long. They require more and more drugs. They're super expensive, and they kill you way faster. And the suffering, it increases your suffering, right? So if I could take heroin for the rest of my life and it wouldn't cause any suffering, I wouldn't lose my teeth, I wouldn't choke on my own vomit, I wouldn't lose all my possessions, and et cetera, et cetera. The list of suffering is endless. It literally eats away your bones from the inside out. And when you're not on heroin, life is an absolute horrible shit show. If it weren't for any of those things, I would fucking, yes, of course, I'd shoot up all the time. That's all I would do.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It's only the consequences that I'm concerned about. I'm very pragmatic when it comes to that. Overall, I'm not a pragmatic person. I'm an emotional little bitch who makes terrible decisions. I'm not trying to big up myself. I'm just saying when we're having these discussions and you're like, choose between logic A and logic B, I'm pragmatic as fuck. You know what I'm saying? I know exactly which route I'm going to take.
Right. And that's the only really thing to do, anyways. When it's a false dichotomy given to you, choose from.
Yeah,
right?
and I do try to align them. So I am working on having the logic match up to the actual reactions that I have.
Yeah.
It's a balancing act.
Sure. So yeah, I mean, given
very lively discussion. I enjoyed
it usually is with us. Usually is. We've had some epic ones.
Oh, back in the day,
long-running epic ones. Like,
and when we were still trying to figure out each other and what we thought, it was like fucking 10-hour streams.
I still wish the first was not the way that it happened. Of course, that'll never change. But
yeah,
the introduction was not appropriate, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I knew more about you than you did of me at that point. And it was just, without knowing a little bit about me, it would be easy, especially on this platform that we're on, to lump me into that typical, I'm here to have a pissing match type thing, and I'm not interested in listening and hearing and seeing objectively what another person is talking about. I'm just here to be a troll, right?
And everybody else wanted that too, right? Like
Yes, they did.
Like we were two prize fighters.
Right, yeah. It was yeah. Some people
wanted to see this fight.
They wanted to see either the world that's split in two, or we solved the world's problems by the morning, One of the two.
Yeah. Maybe no particular preference.
Right. And it was ready, set, go. It was like that. It was on Epic. I remember.
Yeah, I had to hear about it, leading up to it, the first conversation, almost like Don King was, whispering in my ear, "You can take him, you're the best. I've never seen anybody better in the ring."
That's crazy, Then, and anybody saying that didn't listen to a fucking word I said, that I'm not going to engage in that,
Oh yeah, they don't believe me too. Like if I tell somebody I don't like to argue, they don't believe it.
Right.
Even if I explain to them the preference, which should be obviously preferable, which is I rather everybody just agree with me and do whatever I say without any conversation. They still don't believe me.
Yeah. Well, but it didn't take long, I mean, that first one was still a little rough, but I think that was just human nature too, It's like when you first feel each other out, you kind of throw test things here and there. So where's this coming from and whatnot? But really, I knew you a little bit already from you were on Hippie's panel quite a bit, and I was more just in the chat. And yeah, I probably knew you for at least a couple months to a certain degree before you probably even knew I existed, I think. So that was a little bit different. And I kind of expected that. I expected that if you didn't have a bit of a foundation on me, that it was just going to be easy to where is it going to go? If the setting wasn't right, that it was, especially that one, like you said, it was like, okay, you're in the cage lion's den, go round one, fight.
Finish him.
Were you guys throwing haymakers?
No, because we're not like that by nature. So even when we get into a contentious disagreement, it's still pretty civil and open-minded.
Right, and as you can see, it's more just we're so used to being circumvented that we have to remember that we're not like that because it's so far out of the norm that it's like, wait a second, no, just hang on, bring it back down. We're not in that arena right now. It's just the two of us who have a rational head that can listen to each other and want to hear where the view is. I already know what my view is. I've heard it a million times in my head. I'm not here to just go over that. I can do that on my own. I want to see through somebody else's eyes and gain another perspective and insight. And if that can benefit me, great, and throw mine out there as well. Not just for their benefit, but also being that I'm only one set of eyes. If I have 10 more looking on an idea that I have or whatnot, they can poke the holes. They can see where is it loose and help me tighten it up,
Yeah. I'm pretty confident in my intellectual ability compared to most people. I know that ultimately I'm a stupid, retarded monkey who's managed language and opposable digits. But compared to the average person, I have a much higher intellectual capacity. But I don't think I'm arrogant because ultimately, still, I think that as much as I've given a lot of thought to these things, come to some pretty solid conclusions. The disagreement that I have with other people who are also capable of critical thinking, that's where the truth is buried, right? It's where I'm wrong, is where wisdom lies.
Right.
And I definitely don't have any of that fucking shit. I'm telling you, if wisdom is in the chip, I don't know, that might change the equation.
That's probably why.
I think
I
they'll
don't
be
know.
leaving that out.
If there's a wisdom module, now I might be reading the website. You know what I'm saying? Like right now I'm like, no, find me, make me take the chip. Good luck. I can hide really well. But if
Right.
there was a wisdom module, I might be surfing the net, reading the propaganda on the website. Like,
Sure, that changed the whole narrative.
hey,
I mean,
let me
I have
see what
matcha
you
every
might
day
be
for a reason.
enhancing your pleasure.
Let me see what comes with this wisdom module. What are we talking about here?
Right. Yep. What can it do? Yeah. And that's the thing about, anything material-wise. Everything I see on the outside is a technology, which has a pro and a con to it. So it all depends. It could be more on one side than the other as well. But for me, my position on that is that's not a chance worth taking. I am not rolling the dice on that motherfucker. Not a chance. I'd be willing to err on the side from what I'm witnessing and experiencing as well, just while I'm alive here, and from what I can see from researching from the current oppressive people who don't really hide for the most part what they're up to. If you're just willing to, just do a little bit of research to, fuck the source of mainstream media. That's their propaganda. But there's other places where they're actually telling you, if you're willing to go look. And as far as I can tell, I wouldn't even consider rolling the dice on that one. That's the only two things that really concern me as far as the current state of where things are is machinery having the capability of making decisions on its own, or people controlling machinery for nefarious purposes that we just don't have a chance. You make a robot come and just squash people, transformer, those the cartoon Transformers, that type of thing, you know. And I don't think we're too far away from that. I really don't.
What's happening is we're reaching a point, like with technology, that where the most narcissistic, sociopathic, and psychopathic among us can not just use technology in order to exploit, but they can pontificate on what it really means to embrace their psychopathy and actually manifest practical solutions.
Right.
And those people are actually at the top of the food chain.
Right.
Right.
Achieving their objective right in front of our eyes.
Right in
Like
front
an
of
oil
our eyes.
baron. An oil baron 100 years ago would just want to exploit you more. He would just want more money, more power, more money, more power, more. Now he can sit and think, what does it mean to have power? Why do I really want it? He can his disdain for you can grow and develop into a philosophy, and he has the resources, material, and technology available to make you suffer for it.
Right. And he's got access to very powerful machinery that can show models of outcomes, go this way or that way, type thing, you know, with very, very accurate calculative precision because of the amount of power that they can do. Like if you can do enough math formulas in any given time, you can be pretty darn accurate within a small window of what will happen with a certain thing accomplished. You know? So yeah. So that's concerning a little bit, you know, but only to the degree where I have my line, you know, I know where the exit is for me, but it's nowhere near that at this point. And so long as we're at where we're at, I don't fear that oppression. I really don't, you know. But then again, I've done things ahead of time, a lot of things, to mitigate the extreme situation, or some of the extreme situation possibilities. But even before I did that, like when I just decided to stop filing, for example, when I was 22, I didn't have anybody to stand with. You know? I mean, they could have done what they were going to do or whatever, you know, but they didn't. And that the alliance thing, that only happened years later. Now I'm at the point where it's like, good luck, give it a try, you know. And you could say, sure, I have my own Gestapo alliance government club, whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter. Teams, you know, I have alliances, I have people that I work with that are willing to go the distance, and I for them as well, to circumvent tyranny when it comes to ourselves, because we don't want to buck the knee. We don't want to advocate that it's okay that somebody else can force somebody else what to do without consent.
My whole thing is whether I agree to it or not, it's going to be a thing. And so, like, standing on principle is it's almost embarrassing to me at this point.
Well, I can see where you're coming from, and I think that might be more with the philosophy that, or the idea, which a lot of people have, is like they think that they're gonna change the narrative, you know, or try and change the system, or just because you're circumventing it, like you can't change the arena, and that's not the point. The point is to take some responsibility for that. Like if I have a bully who's kicking my ass every day, I should learn self-defense, and I should do something to mitigate that threat of violence over. If I don't, then I'm just leaving myself as a sitting duck to them. I learned that lesson in my school years, right? I was tyrannically oppressed by my peers physically for months and weeks and years, literally about 3 or 4 years in my, from about grade 2.5, 3 to about grade 5, roughly. And it only ended when I decided to take a hockey stick and whack my number one bully oppressor in the shoulder. It was going to continue if I didn't do that.
To me, though, I'm increasing my chances of violence if I do that to the government.
Well, of course, if you're doing that to the government, it's a little bit different because we're talking about the numbers there. But the point is that it wasn't going to change. It was only going to get worse unless if I did something. I had to do something to alter the course where it was going. I had to take some responsibility for it. And I'll do whatever I need to do as far as that. I'll learn self-defense. I'll learn martial arts. I'll learn how to use weapons, and I'll learn how to alliance with other people. And that's just, just a good skill and tool to have while you're alive here, because we're vulnerable.
Yeah, with the guy in the school, for sure.
And even just in general, I mean,
with the IRS, I had the same exact. I did the same exact math in my head that you did. I just came up with a different number at the other side of the equal sign. It's like I'm increasing my potential for violence and suffering if I don't pay him his cut.
Right.
I recognize it as a mafia. I recognize it as unfair. And I recognize some people actually do submit. They believe in the system. I don't consider my decision a submission. I consider it a careful calculation between what's going to cost me more, what's literally going to be better for me in the long run. Paying Uncle Sam off.
There's a certain wisdom in this, especially if you could get access to this superficial money that is what they drool over without much effort,
Right.
And there's certainly
say,
ways
for
to
example,
do that.
I were to become a day trader and I could make 6 figures in a month, and then I only had to pay them 5%.
Right. Or there's other things that you can learn to do as well to even circumvent, just being under the radar type thing, right? And only just looking like on the surface. That you actually don't even owe anything in their books that they would actually owe you. That's a good strategy, right? And that keeps them off your back.
And that's the one I'm working toward.
Mm-hmm. And that's not a bad position,
If I could go back and do it over again too, I would do everything 20 years earlier.
Sure.
You know what I mean? I would start doing this at 18 as soon as I was in a corporate fiction with, then I would have exploited the system and extracted its resources before I hit 25. And then in my 30s, be working on a system to obfuscate my wealth.
Right.
And then now I'd be enjoying the fruits of my labor instead of trying to figure out how to do it before I die.
Right. And I'm a proponent for mitigating violence, in a non-violent way as much as possible, right? Like even the self-defense factor is only when you're under the scrutiny of physical duress at that point, Other than that, it's just basically nothing. It's just, words or threats or whatever it is, or just imaginations even for a lot of people. So I'm for, circumventing that. What I caution is for people to not get so caught up in that at the very least, where they're so distracted from the other side of the equation, which is that there's an abundance of stuff that you can access in nature for free if you know where it is and you know how to work with that. And that's what a lot of people just don't even know about in your corporate society, right? They forget. A lot of these youngsters these days would be hard pressed to know that any of the food can grow on trees or whatnot. They think that they just manufacture it in the supermarket. Shit. That's ridiculous at this point, and that's what happens when you get so removed and so out of touch from nature itself that all you can think about is just a superficial way of getting access to these things because you're cut off from that interaction that you're meant to have,
I was surprised myself at the low cost of entry or exit in this case from the rat race, how achievable it is, even if you do it, according to all their rules. Obviously for you, it's free. You just say, I'm not going to do it. But even if you pay them their tax and give them their cut, it's still not that expensive to just buy
Far better
yourself.
than buying it all. Yeah.
Yeah, get yourself some land, uh, build yourself a structure to live in, and put away enough money to keep the tax man off your back for however long you live. Doesn't really take that much money. It doesn't take that. If you use their slavery system and you exploit your labor in return for 60% of the money that you get paid, which is probably about 5% of what your labor is worth. So we're talking at this point, what is that? That's like 1% of your labor. Even at a 1% return on your labor, you can still work for like 5 to 10 years and then buy yourself freedom out of that rat race.
Right. Well, if you're self-reliant, you're not really making an amount anyways, if you're self-reliant enough that you would even owe any taxes in their system. So it would become kind of a moot point at that point. The last thing that would remain would be your property taxes. And then there's solutions for that as well. Quite a number of different solutions. If you want to work within being in compliance, so to speak. There's still ways to mitigate,
Yeah, that's my thing, is I want to remain compliant because I don't want powerful enemies.
Sure. Well, there's certainly ways to do that. It means more, again, attention and focus to establish that and get to that point where it's not really cumbersome, and it's a roundabout way type thing. But ultimately, it can be done, and if you're smart about it, you're still really pretty much circumventing giving them power, because you're not giving them, once you get set up and established, you're not giving your energy over to them, and that's where you stay empowered, and they don't, even if they don't know it, right? They don't have to know, even on their books, that you're not a part of the plantation anymore. In fact, it's better that they don't know. You don't want to stand there and yell up and down and say, I'm free, I'm free, I'm free. Yeah. Watch what happens, So certainly you got to be, and that's where you're saying earlier, and I concur completely, knowing your environment is absolutely crucial. You got to know what you're up against. And we're up against heavy arms and people who are very, very indoctrinated and think that they have the moral obligation to make sure that people stay as part of the plantation. Because even to them, the idea of not doing your part means more work and suffering for them, and they just can't have that, That's like stealing in their eyes, right? So they'll go to great lengths. They'll go to great lengths to circumvent that, if it looks like it's going to be a threat to the point where it's a threat to the so-called establishment, it could dismantle that, because they're so afraid of losing that, because they don't have any concept of thinking outside how to function outside of that utter dependency. And that's why I say the oppressors are ultimately, if not even more, dependent on those they oppress, because without the compliance of the oppressed, they wouldn't even know how to do their fucking dirty laundry, and they'd have nobody that they could force to do that without that compliance, especially when we're talking about the numbers that they're oppressing. So I know it's pie in the sky, and I would never want. It's a wasted endeavor to do one of two things, which a lot of people who are indoctrinated coming out of it tend to do, and it's just stupid. It really is. It's to try and wake up the masses. That's a ridiculous notion. You don't need to. You only need one other person to cooperate with you, and you've got cooperation. And if there's nobody around to cooperate with yourself. You don't need to wake up the masses, and everybody's on their own path. So that's the first thing. That doesn't mean not to tell the truth about it, though, so that people who are looking for that information might have the opportunity to learn from that experience and wisdom, and then perhaps be a benefit for both you and yourself as well, if you want to cooperate together. The other part is to try and change the system and try and circumvent the oppressor. That's just a waste of time and a stupid endeavor. But for those who want to do that, please, at the very least, strap some grenades around your waist in a belt and take out a couple fucking cop shops on your way out. Please do that. Be all you can be.
In Minecraft.
So that's my position, and freedom. When I talk about that, like I said, nothing to do with that free will shit coming from that definition thing that told me that one time, which is just ludicrous, I don't really know a better semantic word, And when I first thought of it, I was like, I'm like you. I don't like the isms. Again, that's just. I think man's greatest sin is personification, which is the pursuit of fantasy, fiction, and lie. It's lying. Personification is lying. You're in a dream state and you're saying I'm this, and you're lying to yourself. That's all it is. So I'm not into isms, but for lack of better words, semantically, just to keep things simple, I came up with this word called freedomist, because it's for all purposes of where I'm going with that. It's the freedom from the isms without the ideology to jump to another ism. Like to let that go, let it all go and just come to the raw truth without the imagination in the equation. Just whatever is as it is. And to not be afraid of it. Holy shit, that's a moment of silence. Am I the only one left or what?
No, I'm still here. Right, are you still there?
Yeah, he's writing in the chat there.
Yeah, I'm right here. You guys got a hold of me. Hey, right, and I'm taking a 10-100. Oh, shit.
Just a shout out to our
10-100.
Yeah, taking a piss. That's a
Tim
CB
100.
talk. Yeah.
10-100.
10-100.
Shout out.
10-200 is taking the shit. 10-200.
Shout out to a couple of our good friends, Grover's in the house and Graham.
Yep.
Good morning,
Hello,
folks.
everybody. Good discussion, you guys. Very good. Very good discussion.
Thank you. I think so.
It was good. Very good. I'll be taking down tonight, and I'll thank you tomorrow. Yeah.
I'm gonna make a channel just for those things. I think I'm gonna make a channel just for like all the risk lives and all the risk things, And there's bots that you can get that just carbon copy your channels. So if they take it down, you just.
Wouldn't be a bad idea. Yeah. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Seriously, yeah. I'd like that. I mean, you guys, you did good today. You did real good. Good discussion. Way good discussion.
Guaranteed.
Okay, now Dennis said I want you to hear tomorrow. No, he's not talking.
It is tomorrow.
It is tomorrow, he says.
Time is an illusion.
Yeah. That was good.
So where does that come from, 10-100?
CB.
CB
Fan Radio.
What's the etymology, though?
I don't understand what you mean.
The 10 code.
Oh, yes, okay.
But why does 100 mean piss?
That's the way it's written on there. Everybody, it's a universal language for CB. Code 99 emergency. 1041. It's been a while. But anyway, 10-100 means piss. 10-200 means shit.
Cops used to use it, but they went to a different system. Car 54, where are you?
Ooh.
Tim 300, piss all over the slate.
So is it 100 then, just because they only technically go up to 99?
I don't know how they base it on, but that's just the code, they use,
Just a designation, arbitrary, and they had a 200.
It's just a nice way of saying I got to take a piss on the radio. They just go 1000. So we use that quite a bit on it. I got to go 10-100. I got to go to 10-200. It was a lot of
Sorry
fun.
if there's a bit of noise. It will stop in a sec. Just making a tea here.
Sorry, guys. This is my computer making noises.
No, it's me.
I know.
Oh, you can have the blame though if you want.
Yeah, I was trying to help you out, but you ruined it for me.
I appreciate it. You can pay me later too.
Yeah.
For the credit. I sell my blame.
We know who has all the money, and I'm not going to say anything, Frosty.
Do what now?
I says, we know who has all the money, but I'm not going to say anything, Frosty.
Yeah, keep it quiet.
Okay.
We don't want anyone to know. So far, we're doing good. Nobody knows.
I've been broke forever, folks. I can't figure out how to get out of it, and I just kind of gave up.
Is there something you want to say to me? Like, nanny. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. I got the first dollar I ever made. And it was the last one, too.
Couldn't even circumvent inflation with that. Still had to pay 60 cents in taxes on it.
It's so old they think it's counterfeit.
Yeah. It looks Confederate.
Yeah. Unreal. Yeah,
the old Fiat currency has changed, though. It doesn't look like a greenback anymore. I remember trading greenbacks on the black market in Asia.
Well, I'll tell you what, when that CBDC comes up, I'm saving $1 of it. I want to keep that dollar, or maybe $2.
You're going to keep the digital currency, too?
Just $1, yeah.
You can put that in a plaque?
Yep.
Post it on your wall?
Yeah, so what it used to look like. Yeah. I still got a couple of $2 bills, believe it or not. You don't see those often.
Was it England where that was common? Somebody was telling us $2 bills. They had $3 bills or something too.
Oh wow. Well, if I ever spent that, they'd probably think it was fake. Probably call the manager. This guy.
They don't go by the dollar system over there, so it must be an equivalent or something.
Over where?
UK.
England. Oh yeah.
The equivalent of $1?
$3. They had some unusual. It's like we go from 1 to 5 generally, but they did make a $2 bill. They've never made a $3 bill that I know of.
I guess not. I wonder why.
I got one if you'll take it.
Huh?
I got a few if you'll take it.
Well, I'll gladly take it.
Let me know what you're willing to trade.
I'm just going to take it.
Well, what a deal, eh?
Yeah, I mean, I drive a bargain.
I have a bunch of $7 bills, $8 bills.
Yeah, there you go. But no, there was some country, I'm not sure what it was, but they had these unusual denominations. Yeah, I'm going to put my digital currency on my wall when I get to CBDC. My first digital dollar, I'm going to put that on my wall. What do you think?
That'd be something to be proud about. Yeah. The government took my money.
How the hell would you do it? Yeah, I would be proud. I would be proud.
Yeah, how would you do? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I never thought about that. How would you do it? Yeah. Well, they got to give you a receipt or something, to say how much digital currency you have left or whatever. Imagine.
Do they?
I mean, it's just going to say zero anyway, but yeah.
Just, maybe I'll just post my receipt on there. Huh? Like a receipt you get at the store. I bought cricket gum with my first digital dollar.
Well,
I
I'll
got a
tell you
receipt.
something.
There you go.
I'll go through the CBDC, boy. They ask for a chip in my hand. They kiss my ass. That's it. I'm done with it. They're not putting no chip in my hand.
Well, you're going to be the first one they're going to make.
They recorded that. They want to, they want to do away with the resistors first.
Well, they're going to see a fat man cry and everything else. So I'll make it look good. It hurts. It really hurts.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't let them do it to you. No,
That's a big needle. Damn. You went through my hand. Yeah.
They stole my testicles.
They went through my rectum and deposited it straight into my hand. I think that's unnecessary.
Don't be confused by those suppositories.
I got violated.
Some people pay extra for that.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Some people go to that cage for other reasons on purpose.
I hear they even freeze them half the time. Frozen chipmunks, what do they call them damn things? Or
Rodents.
Yeah. Damn. Of course, you wouldn't have to have colonoscopy when that thing got done with you.
No, just hopefully you can get a road map when they're done. No, we've been there before.
You got to appreciate where we're coming from, guys. I mean, me and Frosty already had colonoscopy. We know what's going on. Wow.
How much do I got to appreciate that?
Oh, you wait till you hit 50. Oh, yeah. That's the magic key, 50 years old.
Actually, that was probably refreshing to go through that. Imagine.
Oh, I'll tell you, I was so happy. I was in love. I took the snake home with me.
Her name was Glenda, Barbara's sister.
Yeah.
Well, I had a member of my family die from an intestinal tumor that grew too large, and So, I mean, there is a reason to do it. There is a purpose, but I mean, I think they're trying to push it a little bit too much to make some money. Uh, you know, but I mean, they were recommending it, once every 10 years or something like that, which that's not too much to recommend. But then if they remove a polyp, they want to do it much more frequently. No, I don't think so.
What do you think they call it? Rectamen.
Yeah, rectum.
I mean, you don't feel nothing when they knock you out, but it's just wow. When you wake up, you just don't feel right.
Well, I guess the good part about it is that stuff they give you to clean you out before the procedure, man, it definitely does do that.
Are you talking about guru stuff?
No, no, no. I mean, maybe that does the same thing, but I mean,
Somewhat, it's different though.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Not the same mechanism.
Yeah, it's well, there's nothing directly going in that way. It's all just being pushed out from the top down, so to speak. But it's to target other organs as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're going to achieve similar things for sure. But, a colonoscopy or a colonic or whatnot is going to declutter things that are kind of stuck in there pretty good. But after that, well, which is very good and will definitely fix quite a significant amount of things that could be problematic. But the one thing that it won't do necessarily is make you regular if you're not regular. So that's a challenge. Then you need something to help stimulation happen at routinic times for a period of time until that happens.
Oh yeah.
That's one of the things that this kit does.
I have no problem eating vegetables and salads. I have no problem with that. Wow. I just got to start eating more healthier. That's all.
Health is a holistic thing.
Yeah.
And intelligence is measured.
I gotta get some lemons first of all. I gotta try this one again. Nelson Frosty gave me the right recipe.
That'll help you get you regular too.
Yeah, I'll get that. Frosty tells me, he says, "Yeah." I said, "Get a lemon, put it in a blender, and drink it." You forgot to say about the water. That was really delicious. I'm looking at my wife. I got a mustache across my mouth. Something's wrong here.
Yeah, you got to put a little water in to blend it. I thought that was common knowledge.
Oh no, I follow instructions. Ask Google.
Yes.
Yeah, just not mine.
Yeah.
That was funny. I put in big bold letters in the email I sent him. Do not start this cleanse without contacting me first and getting more elaborate instructions. Next time I talked to him, 4 months later, he finished the whole procedure. I had no idea if he started.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's the nastiest probiotic I ever tasted. Ugh. And I started blending it with my cranberry juice. That was a lot better.
The powder stuff?
No, it was the probiotic yogurt like.
Oh, the BioK.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, yeah. About
There's actually another one now that I've had recently with fruity that I can attest that tastes I actually don't mind the original unflavored sour cream type flavor. I don't mind that, but some people do. And so I tried back in the day. Before it used to be just that one. There was no other alternative when the company was first getting off the ground. And then they expanded into the first flavored one, and it was still a dairy-based one. I forget what it was. I didn't try that one. I gave it to somebody else though, and they said they had good results. And then a little further on down the road was the first rice version of it. And it was a flavored one, but I forget what it was. But I tried it, and it just was nowhere near as effective as the original. So I like, well, shit, this, maybe they're just developing it or whatnot. But at this point, it's not really, as effective and useful as the other one. So I'll just stick with that and endorsing that. So, I just stayed with that for the longest time, even though other people try different kinds and whatnot. Sometimes they work pretty good. But when this thing happened with Fruity and I a few months at the end of the summer there, remember I told you guys we got hit over here with a massive fire smoke that just lingered for weeks over here from the wildfire.
Yeah.
Yeah. So both her and I got a lung infection from that. That was quite detrimental on us. And so the store that had the original was quite a ways away, and I didn't want to send Fruity to go get that, because even when I sent her just to the store that was close by here, that was enough to put her out. That's actually what made her unwell even before me. Like, if she went under the weather about 2 to 3 days before I did, and that's because she had to go outside. We were trying to stay inside for the entire time as long as we could, because there's a really good air filter in the hotel here, and we weren't smelling it all that much in here, compared to the density. Like, when you looked outside the window, it was literally about 3 or 4 feet of visibility. That's how thick it was, and it just sat there for days and days and days, and there was no wind at all. It just kept getting worse. So I didn't want to send her out farther than that, because when she had come home from just the short run that she went to the little store across the street here, it just flattened her. She was out, and she wasn't well right the next morning. And so I was holding the fort for both of us. And then it caught up to me too a couple days after. It was just lasting too long here. And so I said, well, I don't want to make you go out there, but we got to get some stuff. So she went out, and that same store across the street there, they had the rice version of it, blueberry flavored. And I said, well, we got nothing to lose. Let's just try it, see what happens. Well, the good news is I can report is I think it's even more effective than the original. That thing kicked ass. It's awesome. So that's certainly one that I can endorse now. The rice version, blueberry flavored, works really well. And I had it one other time with Fruity as well, just to double fortify our systems after we recovered from that, and to feel the benefits. And they were really, really good. Really, really good. So if you're going to take it again, try that kind. Try the rice version.
Blueberry rice.
Blueberry rice, yeah.
Yeah. That'd be a lot better than the others. Wow.
Yeah, it tastes
Eat two of them one day.
It tastes. Oh, you're crazy. You're crazy. It tastes a little bit kind of on the sort of makeshift medicinal blueberry. Like, you can definitely tell it's blueberry flavor, right?
Yeah.
The blueberry, the flavor's not coming because they'd added blueberries. It's.
I sure go on talk.
Sure. It's some kind of probably blueberry powder flavor stuff that they added to it. So you can tell it's kind of a fake taste for flavor, whatnot. But I mean, I'm sure you wouldn't mind that compared to the sour cream one if that's what you don't, you know.
Right.
But yeah, it works really, really well. Even faster effectiveness.
Oh, you guys are making me hungry now.
Talking about the medicine?
I just ain't ate supper, I don't think. Quite an unusual day today.
Just seen your message there, Grover, if you're still here. I'm on day 6 of that 7-day class. Oh, yeah, Grover's taking that kit right now as we speak. Same one that Wrights took. Yeah. On the BioK as well. He's on day 6 of 7. He's almost finished. Dog. I hope you're getting there with improvement, Grover. But you can message me later if you want. We're getting to the end of that, which is good. You still around, Dennison?
Oi.
For 11. Okay, I got you. All right, well, anybody want to get married?
Not to you.
We have to go no in general on that one.
I didn't quite mean. Damn, I should. Wow. Why ain't I pretty?
Only when you wear that skirt. Only when you wear that skirt I bought you.
Put the fish nest on and let's see.
Yeah.
Would you like me on a fish pole? Hooked into this deal? Yeah.
Rights for twerkers.
If you guys are gonna stay, I'm about 10:30. I gotta go help her out with the turkey. I gotta go.
You're gonna abuse the turkey.
Yeah.
At 10:30. What time is it now? I don't even know.
9:45 here, so I still got.
Okay.
What time is it?
9:45.
9:45.
5:45.
No, 9:45.
Oh, 9:45.
Yeah, not 5:45. Right.
Oh, that's fine by me anyway. Yeah, we've had a long
If you
one.
guys want to talk, you're more than welcome to. I'll just shut it down and you guys can talk, or I'll listen to you guys on my phone here if you want to. I don't care.
I think another 40.
I'm pretty much ready to go myself at this point.
Yeah, 45 is good enough for me. Yeah, I'm gonna head off. I got other things. I haven't done a quote in a day. I think 2 days, 3 days. I gotta catch up on stuff. Anyway, so it's all good.
So 45 minutes is okay then?
Yeah,
that's fine. I gotta wash my hair.
He's gonna wash his Wow.
He's got to get ready for the next panel.
Yeah. The hell with the rights. Yeah. That's why he became CEO. Yeah.
You go ahead and abuse that turkey.
I left the baster on the counter for you.
Oh, thank you. I love the baster. That's fun. Put that thing right up that turkey's neck.
Oh, yeah.
This one, the batteries were included.
You don't even have to squeeze the bulb.
They said waterproof or your money back.
Yeah.
Guaranteed,
Gobble-proof. Yeah.
guaranteed to be moist.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah.
It's got a high and low setting. What could that be for? I don't know.
It's the tenderize the beat.
Increases flavor, guaranteed.
Make it more moist. You know. What the hell?
Right.
You don't hang your turkey and speed bag it.
Believe it or not, she's gonna put a bag on it. Turkey bag on it. Yeah. That she is. So, yeah.
There was a back end baster and a front end baster. You know, I don't know what kind of turkey they were talking about, but
Well,
must be for a reason.
my favorite time is when I stuffed that turkey.
I ain't eating at your house.
Is that with or without the baster?
The wings just fly. Let me tell you. Oh, shoots. Yeah, she's all set. I guess she's got to make something for her sister. She's going to come out here and we're going to put it in the front door so she can grab it. So, because she's got that Kool-Aid, you know. That ruined everything.
Oh, yeah. I wondered what the hell you were talking about. Oh, you gonna set food out on the doorstep?
Well, you know.
You really like these people. I generally invite them inside, but hey, if that works.
I treat my guests well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's a cold dinner for you.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. God, it's snowing again. Well, you really did me a job there, Guru.
Did I?
Yeah, you said it right over here. You sure did. You told me it was coming. It sure did.
What'd you say is happening?
It's snowing like crazy out here.
I love that kind of talk.
When's the last time you seen snow where you live at?
Yeah, I haven't.
Wow.
No.
Well, just to keep you up and up, it's still white.
Really?
Yeah, and cold. Freaking real. Yeah. No, it's just, where's the warm front they're talking about? The global warming. I don't see it.
Global warming is such a crock of shit.
Oh, yeah. Just another way to funnel your money. That's all that is.
Saw them justify it where they said that, they said the global warming is causing the polar ice caps to melt, which causes a rise in barometer pressure, which makes crosswinds, cooling off the rest of the continents.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make any fucking sense to you?
No.
And it's supposed to flood the land too. So these rich people buy property right by the oceans. Gonna raise the water up. Mm-hmm. Well, they fly 400 jets to that COP 27 summit. 400 jets. That's amazing.
Mm.
But we got global warming. Mm-hmm.
We never have it in the winter, though.
Yeah, where you're at, I guess not. Yeah. We sure got it here, boy. I mean, tell you, it's hot out here right now. Shit. government's full of shit.
Dennison, I was just wondering when I was asking you if you were there earlier. I never did get to hear what your what's going on with you and your channel.
Nothing really.
Nothing. Yeah, I haven't seen you go live very much. I think only like once in the last quite a long time.
I didn't know you had a channel.
Put it in the.
It's kind of like ours, you know, the same thing where there's few that show up because the talks are intelligent. You know?
Yeah, there's no drama.
Do I have to pay? Well, I'd like to hear that. No drama, thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I ain't interested in drama. That
Yeah,
bores
but
the
most
shit
people
out of me.
are.
A lot of people are.
That bores me.
Screw that drama shit.
So you just taking a break from it still, or I remember I remember reading something you said where you were in. Was it drama detox or YouTube detox or something like that?
No, I unsubscribed from all the drama channels.
Nice.
I wanted to see what it would do to the algorithm, and it did affect it, but not in the way I thought. I've been resubscribing because now it's like I want as much content in my inbox, so to speak, as possible, because I'm gonna have to do my own filtering and sifting. I can't count on YouTube to do it for me.
Right.
So I
are
gotta
you?
go where the numbers are.
I see. So you still have plans then? It's not that kill the idea that you wanted to do or whatnot.
Oh no, that doesn't. No, the difference was I thought that I could bring a type of content to the drama community, that would kind of serve the purpose of my creative outlet, but make it marketable to that audience. I thought I could be in the world, but not of it,
Right. Tall order, I think.
No, that was naive. And so when I realized I couldn't do that, I tried to cut myself off from it. Now I think I'm past that.
What's your content about, Dennis?
Well, I had a direction for my channel, and YouTube didn't like it. So that is in flux. I used to do long form interviews like Joe Rogan and talk about, interesting ideas and topics. But I kept getting banned and strikes for that. So
you're interested in getting to the truth of the matter.
yeah, but YouTube doesn't allow truth on their platform, so
right.
I'm in like a state of flux right now where I'm figuring out how to adapt to the environment that I'm in.
That's why Rights is concerned about leaving this stream up, and kind of rightly so. But that's interesting. Are you considering at all multi-platform options like Rumble or anything?
Well, Rumble won't let me upload. So I definitely considered it, but they won't let me.
Why?
That's what happened to
Upload
me.
or go live.
Yeah, he's right. He's right. I went to do Rumble, and it wouldn't do it to me either.
What happened? Like, what's the challenge? What's it do?
They want a personal cell phone number.
Oh, really? Just to upload?
Yeah.
That's weird. I've successfully been able to do that. The
Did
only
you
thing
give them a number?
No, not at all. I've got a channel right now. Only an email address. The only thing I'm not sure about is because I haven't done it. I just know that, and I think it's still at this case. If you want to stream live, you have to pay for that, which might require using some personal identity to pay for it. However it is, probably PayPal or something. I don't know, or credit card, right? So for that, I have no idea about. I haven't done that, nor do I intend to. But as just far as the creating a channel and uploading part, and also monetizing. I think if you want to monetize, you probably have to verify your character, like that. Just to upload and have a channel, I haven't had no problem so far, personally.
I have. That's the truth.
When was is that recent? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Interesting. Well, maybe we got to take a look at that. I wonder what the problem is. What about you, Dennison? How long ago was that you tried that you had the problem?
I tried it like a week ago, and then I remembered that's why I didn't do it when it first came out, like a year ago.
Huh. So it's not like it's a new thing then. Well, I wonder why for me it was, I would never have given my personal information if I had to.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you guys want to make it a night, we'll go backstage and we'll see what we can do. You know what I mean?
Sure, if you want.
Yeah. Dennison, that sound good to you?
Yeah, if you're saying we could maybe find an alternative solution, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good. How about you, Frosty?
I'm probably going to cut out because I'm probably not going to have nothing on there, and I need to do some things around here.
Well, I don't mean no. I mean, like, maybe we'll make an appointment. Guru, you can get a hold of Dennison, right?
Yep.
Okay, we'll just make it a night and just do it.
Oh
I don't mean no.
yeah, because you got a turkey to
Yeah.
use.
Yeah, I would like to do it now if I could, but yeah, my wife stopped me.
Yeah, I get you.
Are you back on Twitter, Dennison? I saw, if I'm not correct, there. Were you in a Twitter timeout for a little bit or something?
No, I'm banned.
There you go. That's what I was saying, right?
Like the fourth time.
See, right? It doesn't matter, that Elon's, taken over or whatnot. It's still censored. What caused the banning?
I really couldn't tell you.
Son of a gun, he lied about that
So
too
like,
on TV.
well, it was prior to Elon taking over, where I would say there's been some lying. Is that Elon said he would give amnesty to accounts like mine, and I have not found that he's done that. And then the implication is that he cares about free speech in general, and not about the kind of speech that's currently being blocked on Twitter, right? So the reason why I would pick Elon to run Twitter is because you're not allowed to say certain things on Twitter, and Elon will let you say those things. It's not because he's a good person or he cares about your ability to say them. It's because he wants those things being said. But again, it still serves my agenda at the end of the day, so I'm for it.
Dennison, I was just like you. Believe me, they kicked me right off. I didn't have no Google for 3 days. They didn't even warn me. They just shut me right off.
Well, Elon's stepping down as CEO anyway, isn't he? According to the reports I've seen.
So so somebody else can run Twitter now. Is he selling his shares now?
I don't believe so.
Maybe it was
He
a
would
pump
just
and
step
dump.
down as chairman. That's all. He
He
still
had
would own it.
He had something on the internet saying, "Do you want me to be CEO?" And 57% said no. So he says, "Okay, I'll step down." He's going to allow somebody else to run it for him, I guess.
Well, they're
That's
still going to do what he wants. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, in other words, he's going to have a fall guy.
Yeah.
Not that he's really making any decisions anyway. He himself is a fall guy. You have to be an idiot not to see that.
Well, he has to rely on a lot of people.
Yeah. So
I mean,
yeah.
he fired 80% of the workers, and they're still running it well. You know what I mean? That's amazing.
I've never been on there, so I really don't know.
So the account was banned. You're not going to make another one. You just or did you already? Innocent
I
on Twitter.
mean, I'm running out of phone numbers. You know, like I have to call and get my number changed at this point.
You need a phone number for Twitter too?
Yep.
Did I like
Need it
just
for
get in it?
everything these days.
Did I get in at the last like fucking things? I didn't give my phone number for, nor did I give my phone
Yeah.
number for Facebook.
You must not tweet anything controversial then either, because once you get checked by the bot, it's going to make you verify with your phone number. Even if you don't put it in when you sign up.
Yeah, at the moment it's just sort of sitting there waiting for me to start. You know, I mean, still in pre-launch.
Yeah.
I haven't really done anything yet.
If you get 1,000 followers and start, you know, talking shit about elections and vaccines and shit like that, then you will be asked to enter your phone number for sure.
Did they is Twitter cool with VoIP numbers?
Oh no, I mean then I'd have 2 accounts.
I see. So it's got to be a real SMS. Well, I got a solution for that too, but it's a pain in the ass. Fuckers.
Well, you guys set a date, and I'll turn this thing on. We'll go in the backstage and do it. You know.
Oh, you're saying Rumble circumvented you right from the get-go.
Yeah, in order to have streaming ability, you have to give them a number.
Ah, okay. I thought it was for just to upload content.
Well, I've never tried to upload anything that isn't a live stream, so I don't know.
Oh, okay. Because that's what I'm talking about. Like my channel, I've got my 3 pre-launch videos on there. I had no problem with that.
You couldn't upload anything though, could you? Right?
No, I couldn't upload nothing. I started to. It started taking it, and it wouldn't take it. Wouldn't do nothing. So I don't know what I did wrong. You know what I mean? I really don't. I'm just
That could just be something on your end. But it's, I don't know, because I found it probably the most simplest and smoothest and newbie friendly of all the platforms. Like, I mean, it's really just sort of a one-click, so basic type thing and very fast. Like, I'm quite impressed with the platform that way. So I'm not sure what really went sideways, but did like an error message pop up or something when you did it, or?
Yeah, I just said it wouldn't take it, more or less. You know, it just set me back to where from the beginning. But I did this on my cell phone, not on the computer. I did this on the cell phone. Yeah.
Yeah, you might want to try it on your computer then, because I have no experience with phone stuff. You know?
Yeah, we'll try it on the
On the
computer.
cell phone, it would be less likely to ask you for information, not more, because it could potentially have your number already.
He's just talking about uploading a video. That's all he said when he tried to upload a video from his cell phone. It wasn't taking it, and it was putting him back to a different page or something. Wasn't letting him upload.
Yeah, I was talking to Frosty when it was happening. I said, we'll try this. You know, nope, didn't work.
Yeah, I think try from your desktop.
Yeah, we'll do it. You guys want to do it tomorrow or what? You guys name a date, time, and we'll do it.
Sure, anytime is good for me.
Can you just get a link from someone that's on Rumble and go to Rumble without joining it, or what? Do you have to join it, or what?
You can be on Rumble without joining. Yeah, just if you're watching a live stream though, I don't think you, just like on YouTube, I don't think you can participate in the typing chat or anything without having an actual account.
Oh, so you hit it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but I mean, you should just creating an account is pretty simple and straight. Yeah, it's no big deal. It's just like anything else. You know, pretty much just a username, password type thing, and
I'll tell you what. Come on, Frost.
That'd give you access to watch videos and.
Yeah. I mean, you have access to all that without making an account, but with the account, you have access to, like I said, participating in the chat, typing, or whatever. And if you want to do other things like content.
Dennison sounds like he's going through the same shit I went through. Damn.
Yeah, the censorship belt is just, that's part of the narrative. It's going to get tighter and tighter. It's going to get to the point, probably next year or the year after, it's going to, even to just get access to platforms, you're going to need facial recognition and stuff,
I ain't doing it. It's not that important to me,
They've already rolled that out in certain countries. Africa was first.
Yeah. I bet you they do it in everything. They want to be so far up your ass that they can see through your eyeballs.
Yep.
I hope when they are up there, I can blow a fart on them. Shit on their head, one of the two.
Eat eggs.
They're just getting ridiculous. They're getting into everything of yours, everything. Your appliances.
But, nobody's stopping us from making our own platform.
Yeah. Can we do that?
What? Of course they are.
Financially.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are. You have to run it on their platforms.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do.
No, you don't. You know what to do. You don't.
You cannot run a successful social media company on your own hardware unless you're a multi 10 times over millionaire.
You don't need to run it on your own hardware.
And then even then, they would squeeze you out. You wouldn't be. No one can download the apps.
Have you ever heard of a mesh network?
The mesh network isn't going to get you streaming video like on YouTube.
Why not?
Because you won't have enough bandwidth.
Why not?
Because again, once you need the bandwidth, you access that level of bandwidth, you're on their platform. As soon as that happens, it all goes over the internet.
No, you can use. That's if you're using their towers and stuff. You don't have to do that.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
There is no way to connect your computer physically to another computer without the internet.
Sure, there is. Yeah.
No, there isn't.
Okay. Have you ever connected your cell phone to your computer wirelessly?
Yes.
Okay, so there's your small scale example of yes, can.
But you're talking about two different things. Those two things are still physically in the same place.
I'm talking about that's the ability.
And the bandwidth isn't even enough to do audio, never mind video.
I'm talking about that's the ability to do the same thing right there. That's one method of doing that.
Yes, you can Bluetooth two computer devices in the same room to each other and share nothing of importance with no one but yourself. Correct.
Right. You can also amplify that signal through satellite.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
Satellite is an entirely different technology.
I've done it.
And satellites are also on their infrastructure. You're going to launch your own satellite into space, Nudie?
No. Not a space satellite. Just satellite that's airing signal. Using the radio waves. Local radio.
Okay, so they own the airwaves. You know that, right?
No, they don't.
Oh my God.
That's like saying they own the air.
Oh my. Yes, they do. They're literally required to license that, and if you break the regulations, they fine you. And if you don't pay the fine, they send guys with guns to your house and take your shit, just like everything else. Oh my God! This is the reality of the world that you live in, brother. To the extent to which you become indoctrinated. Oh, come on!
Up to the
oh my God!
Yang.
Oh my God!
Well,
indeed. Oh my God! Indeed, Nudie.
You'll just be one of the ones that don't access that because you're too afraid to. That's all.
Call it what you want.
That's the difference. I have no fear. I've been doing that already.
Yes, ignorance is bliss, Nudie.
What do you mean
Doing
ignorance
what?
is bliss?
Doing what? Running your own social media platform?
No, using mesh network technology.
Yes, I have a mesh network right now behind me, laying on the bed. So what?
What do you mean, so what?
So what? That means nothing. You said nothing is stopping us from making our own YouTube. You said that 7 minutes ago.
I said nothing is stopping us from making our own platforms.
Yes, to replace Rumble or YouTube or Twitter.
Yeah, or just communicate with each other.
Yes, reality is stopping you from doing that. I communicate with people all the time. I use Signal. It's encrypted.
So if I have a walkie-talkie with you and me here in the house, they own the airwaves. So you're afraid of them. You're afraid of them coming and blowing your head off, eh?
No, that's not what you claimed. That's the corner you've been backed into because I just backed you into it.
No, I'm just saying that's the airwaves, right? You're saying they own all the airwaves. So if
Yes,
I have a walkie-talkie,
if you violate the law with a walkie-talkie, you absolutely can be caught and fined and imprisoned for it. 100%.
Oh man.
It just doesn't fucking matter. Nobody cares if you talk to one other person on a walkie-talkie. If 3 of you get together and talk to each other, nobody gives a fuck. But if you try to create your own social media platform with it, and tens of millions of people start paying attention to it, the government is going to notice, and they're going to fuck you in your ass. And that's not fair.
Who are they gonna fuck if it's tens of millions of people all using it connected together?
Every single one of you.
Is that why they've done that with people using Bitcoin?
Yes. Have you seen what they've done to Bitcoin?
No, they haven't done anything to Bitcoin.
It's worth a tenth of what it was a year ago.
That's nothing to do with them.
It took out billions. What do you mean it's nothing to do with them? The markets all of a sudden aren't controlled now?
Dude, you haven't done your due diligence. You don't even know how that works.
Right, of course. Of course. I haven't done my due diligence. You're telling someone with network experience of over 2 decades, they haven't done their due diligence. You're not giving me any examples. You're not giving me any examples or explaining how you're not giving me any examples or technology that you can to support your claim. You're just going to say, you just don't know.
Okay, tell me the basis of how Bitcoin
I call bullshit, sir.
Tell me the basis of how Bitcoin works.
I don't understand the question. That's an extremely vague question.
Tell me the basis for how Bitcoin works. If you've done your due diligence,
tell
me how Bitcoin works.
Tell me how the sky works.
Tell me how the Bitcoin network works.
How does the sky work? How does it run?
You can't answer that, can you?
No, because it's a ridiculously vague question.
Not if you've done your due diligence and you know how it runs.
What is the color of spaghetti? What is the smell of happiness? You're not asking me anything. You want to ask a specific question, I'll get specific. I think between the two of us, I'm going to go out on a limb and say I know a little bit more about how cryptocurrency works than you do.
Okay, so what is the technology behind Bitcoin? What is it?
Another vague, meaningless question. Get more specific.
Not if you've done your due diligence.
Okay, cool. So what's the technology behind it, Nudie? Educate us.
Blockchain.
And what is blockchain?
It's a chain of ledger-based nodes that are running peer-to-peer, holding up a system together with millions and millions of systems worldwide.
Millions and millions of systems?
Yeah, millions and millions of systems. Millions and millions of computer systems running a software holding up the system through peer-to-peer technology.
And how does this make it impervious to government intervention?
Because they couldn't shut it down unless if they shut down the entire internet. And even then, it could still run on a mesh network.
Okay, so your first claim is not true, but you're going to tell me that the government isn't capable of shutting down the internet?
Sure, they're capable of shutting down the internet, which would cause them to be in trouble as well. But again, even if they did, Bitcoin could still go on through mesh networking because it doesn't thrive on the internet. It's a software.
Yeah, but there are no mesh networks that are capable of traversing large distances and connecting millions of people together.
Maybe that you know of.
Correct. Go ahead and tell me of one.
Okay, well, I could show you a bunch, but that's another conversation.
Of course it is.
Just the technology itself shows you, Bitcoin itself shows you that it's possible to connect millions of different devices together. And how is the government going to shut that down?
Over the government-regulated internet that is policed thoroughly by every agency of every government on the face of the planet.
It's been running since 2000.
And the price of which is manipulated by large banks. Right now, Chase has more control over the price of Bitcoin than you or I do.
The price swings are manipulated, but the stability of their price is based on...
There is no stability in the Bitcoin price.
That's where you haven't done your due diligence.
Almighty. Of course, yes. I'm going to find about the secret market where the price hasn't been as low as $4 and is 40,000.
Dude, the price is stabilized by the amount it costs to mine and mint a coin.
Even that's not stable, and even that is directly controlled by government regulation. You're talking about energy costs.
Not just energy, but the totality of what it costs to mine.
Right. Controlled by government.
Controlled by government.
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay, if you say so.
Why is energy twice as expensive now as it was last year?
Inflation.
Well, what caused the inflation?
The design of fiat currency.
And who designed it?
The bankers.
Bankers.
There you go.
So what? What's your point?
Bankers also control the price of Bitcoin right now, more than you do.
They control the manipulative swings that happen, like in any market.
Which is like everything in Bitcoin. It's one of the most unstable currencies and markets there is to trade in. It's extremely unstable. Mm-hmm. That's where the volatility is, where the hidden profit is in Bitcoin.
Sure, in trading, but within that volatility, there's a stableness. There's a line. There's a trending line that is totally in conjunction with how the design of Bitcoin works.
Within the volatility, there's stability.
Yes.
Okay.
And if you understand how Bitcoin works, you'll understand why.
I understand how. Not only do I understand how Bitcoin works, but I understand how the English language works.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and those two things are antonyms. Stability and volatility are antonyms.
Well, it is what it is. The volatility is in the swing.
Volatile, that's what it is.
Yeah, the volatility is in the swings, but there's still a mean and a base mean.
No, not anymore. That got blown out of the water.
No. You don't understand it. The mean is based on what it costs to mine a coin. It always has been since inception.
Again, even that has dramatically increased since the inception of Bitcoin. It costs at least 10 times more to mine a Bitcoin now than it did when it first came out.
And why is that?
I don't claim to have an answer. Your answer was inflation.
No, my answer is primarily the number one factor. There's several factors, but the number one factor is because there's a halving that happens with the amount that gets minted every single 4 years.
Yeah, but that wouldn't affect the cost of the mining.
Yes, because based on supply and demand, it's going to decrease the supply while the demand is still there, especially if the demand is increasing. And the miners are not going to be willing to sell their coin to maintain their mining operations for much less than what it costs to actually mine.
So your claim is that video cards, computers, and electricity cost more because of the Bitcoin halving?
Well, that's been a factor, certainly.
It's
also,
the primary factor, is what you said.
The demand for Bitcoin itself, yeah, the primary factor is what it costs to mine a Bitcoin. The reward for being a miner gets cut in half.
Hold on.
Every single
primary
4 years.
Factor in the increase of the cost to mine is the cost to mine.
No, is the halving.
That's worse than saying there's stability in the volatility.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
But that's
I
what I'm
said,
asking you. I'm
yes, I'm
asking
correct.
you, what is the primary cause of the
Give me
increasing cost for the hardware and resources it takes to mine?
some room
Because
to
that's not
answer.
stable.
Give me some room to answer. Bitcoin miners get a reward for in Bitcoin for mining. That reward gets cut in half every 4 years by design.
Hmm. So wouldn't that lower the price?
No, because the reward is how Bitcoin gets put into circulation, and the miners need to sell their Bitcoin to maintain their operations. And so, if their reward is cut in half, that means that they have to sell the coin for a higher price to pay for their rigs.
But that's not actually happening. No one is selling Bitcoin at a premium.
I'm not even talking about at a premium. I'm just talking about to maintain the operation. But actually, yes, they are. Many people are selling. It's whatever the buyer is willing to pay for it. But as a medium, it's always been the stable point. And if you look at it over since its inception, you can see the trend line. You can see the volatility. The volatility factor is people playing the markets as they usually do, day trading. I was on whale teams. I was a part of that. I've been a part of Bitcoin since 2012, roughly.
Bitcoin is worth a third of what it was a year ago.
Yeah, that's because it corrected. It was in upswing. That's just normal. It's normal bull and bear cycles. The price right now is
volatility,
roughly
not stability.
The price right now is roughly close to what it costs to mine a Bitcoin.
How? How does it cost you $20,000 to mine a Bitcoin?
That's how much it costs roughly. And actually, it's about $22,000 right now to mine a coin. That's what it costs you.
$22,000 to mine a Bitcoin.
That's right. To have a rig strong enough that would produce a Bitcoin. Look it up.
Any rig, I could produce a Bitcoin on my phone.
Yeah, good luck producing a whole coin, a whole Bitcoin. We're talking about producing one full Bitcoin. That's why the price is about that. Yeah. Good luck producing you know how long it would take for you to produce a whole Bitcoin on your phone?
No, but that's the factor that you're leaving out is the time.
Now, you'd be dead like 70 times over.
So how long does it take a $22,000 machine to make a Bitcoin?
About 10 minutes.
Good question. Let me see what
It's
the
about
current time
10
factor
minutes.
is. Depends on the hashing power. And that's what you're buying. When you're buying mining equipment, you're buying computer equipment that's strong enough to do hash calculations as fast as possible.
Right. And again, how long would it take you to mine a coin with a $22,000 computer?
Yeah, I'm not sure 100% at this moment because I haven't mined in quite some time, but let me see if I can look it up and find that. How long
Because I'm pretty sure Bitcoin is made roughly every 10 minutes, period, in the blockchain with the millions of people that you claimed are involved in it.
Yes, the reward is put into circulation every 10 minutes. That's correct. But the amount of the reward gets cut in half every 4 years.
Right. I know that. But again, we're talking about a single machine. You're saying that you invest $22,000 and you get a Bitcoin in return.
Correct.
I'm wondering where you get the math for that.
Look it up.
Well, I mean, I have my answers based upon actual research. What you're saying is complete and utter bullshit, according to what I know. So you'd have to show me this. I haven't done my due diligence, right? So you're going to have to show me this secret knowledge that I have yet to be availed of.
I just did the research the other day to show these two gentlemen. I did it in front of them.
Okay, so tell me, enlighten me. What is this? How long would it take for a $22,000 machine to make a Bitcoin?
much hash power and mining calculator profits and okay, I'll give you a website.
I'm getting a strange sensation that this website's not going to answer my question.
Time frame, hourly, to weekly, monthly, annual. Profit. Copy.
What's the average cost of a computer or a Bitcoin mining rig?
Oh, that varies. It depends on how much. It's all based on hash power. So, and you can calculate that pretty easily. This page.
What's the average, though, in this reality we live in right now, where a Bitcoin is generated by every single person who's Bitcoin mining every 10 minutes?
Yeah, it's too. That's too fluid because everybody is different in terms of the size of the rig and how much they put into it. You know.
But you're still able to calculate with near certainty that a Bitcoin is worth $22,000 in resources.
Yes. Yes.
I don't even know if you believe what you're saying at this point.
I do. Well, what do you think it costs?
Oh, I have no idea. Like you said, it's far too fluid. It costs a lot less than $22,000, though.
You think so? You think it costs a lot less right now to produce a Bitcoin than 22,000?
Yeah.
If you were to have to put your guess on,
if I had like an average $3,000 computer and I mined for 3 months, I could probably make a Bitcoin. I mean,
well, if that was true, then you should have no problems achieving the wealth you want. Okay, so
the average rate for most miners stands at 30 days per Bitcoin.
that's with how much hash power?
It's the average, so I don't know, but it's the average.
Well, it's based on how much hash power you have. That's how it works.
Of course, right? But the average hash power takes 30 days.
No, that's not how it works. It's not the average hash power. It's X amounts of hash power would take 30 days.
Yes, so the hash power that the average people have with their rigs out there mining takes 30 days.
You're making no sense, dude.
That makes perfect sense. What makes no sense is when you say there's stability and volatility, and that you can't tell me how much any of the equipment costs or how much time it would take because it's too fluid, but you know that it's exactly $22,000. Those two things don't make sense. What I said just makes perfect sense.
You didn't. You misconstrued what I was saying.
I'm sure that's what happened.
You did.
Well, please elaborate.
The fluidity is in the amount of hash power from person to person.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so...
But yet you know what a single person has to put in order to get a Bitcoin out.
Yes, you need X amount of hash power for X amount of time to get X amount of return. Now, that specific calculation I'm looking for, there's websites that make it pretty easy to do those calculations. It's based on what the current hash power is, and that fluctuates based on how much people are using the system and how many people are mining at a given time. That's why it's fluid. It fluctuates.
Unless you're solo mining.
No, if you're solar or not, it doesn't matter because it's based on the total amount of hash power that's in there altogether, which fluctuates. It goes up and down. As a constant trend, though, it's been increasing ever since the beginning, which is another factor that makes it more difficult to mine, which makes the cost of mining increase because you need more equipment to compete for hash calculations. The other factor is that every 4 years, the reward gets cut in half. Just simple math based on supply and demand. That's what...
supply and demand is not simple math.
Just on the basics of supply and demand. If demand is up and supply is low, it drives the price up and vice versa. Okay, so that's where your volatility factor comes in. Where the stable factor comes in is when it balances out, when it evens out.
Yeah, so when it's fluctuating, it's volatile, and when it's not, it's stable.
Correct. In the midst of those fluctuations, there's still a mean there.
Anything.
It's still there's a mean there that is by design the way that Bitcoin is set up stays as constant.
Any value, no matter how volatile and how often it changes, when spread out over a long enough time scale, and then measured from its lowest to its highest point, a median can be made. That's essentially saying nothing about the volatility of the value of that thing.
The volatility is based on market manipulation.
Okay, and who causes the market manipulation?
And anybody who's playing the day trading game.
And who has?
I was one of those people back in the day.
And your individual influence on the price of Bitcoin compared to the banks and countries that are involved in it, who has more control?
At this point, it's definitely bigger firms. Certainly.
Banks and countries, right?
Back in the day, well, tech firms, yeah.
Yes, right. Again, sure. Before anybody used Bitcoin and anybody gave a shit about it, right. Yes.
So yes. That's for the volatility.
So my point was, banks and countries have more control over the price than the price of mining equipment, than your participation, and then your participation in the market, than what the actual value of a Bitcoin is, and even its tradability is far more controlled by the market, by banks, corporations, and countries than by you or any of those millions of people, as you put it. That was my point. You've also made an
aspect.
You've also made an additional point that I try to make with you over and over again, which is, yes, so long as it's you and a couple other guys that no one gives a fuck about, you have plenty of fucking control and freedom, as you put it. And then as soon as it actually has an impact on society at large, the government comes in and takes control of it, just like everything else on the face of the planet.
Well, to take control of it, it's going to have to bust all the millions of people and stop them from mining. Good luck.
Nah, you just have a bunch of banks buy it up and then crash the price like they did with all the other markets.
It's still going to balance out to the price of what it costs after that swing is over. It's going to balance it out to what the price of the cost of mining is. It's done it time and time again.
Is that what you're calling a 51% attack?
No, that's different. That's a different thing.
It hasn't balanced out. It's been crashed.
No, it hasn't been crashed, dude.
Yes, it has. It's been crashed.
That's only if you don't understand. If you think that the
here we go again with the not understanding.
You're involved in day trading, so you should understand
you can't say it out loud. Of course I do. I understand a lot about trading. I understand a lot about trading. I understand a lot about markets. I understand a lot about crypto. I understand all of these things. What I don't understand is this mysterious thing you could tell me about in another conversation, but you can't seem to mention it in this one. where
If
we
you let me
have
get a
opposing
get a
opinions.
word, and maybe I will for a change. You know?
I'm pretty sure you gotten a lot of words in.
No, I haven't.
As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure every single one of my responses has been so far a criticism of one of yours.
I haven't been able to finish the sentence in about 10 minutes.
Would you like me to give you a whole 10 minutes without interruption for you to get to the point? This
I don't
thing
need,
that I don't
I don't
understand.
need that. I don't need that long. I just need, enough
How
space
long?
for. Well, there you go. You just cut. It depends on what the specific thing is. Come on. Be
Okay,
reasonable.
well, give me a time frame, and I'll give you the silence. Normally, what's going to happen is as soon as you say something that's completely and utterly full of shit, no offense, Nudie, but as soon as you say something like there's stability in the volatility, I'm probably going to interject. If you would like me to deliberately hold off and not have a conversation with you and just let you go like this is a debate, you have your time and I have my time, just give me the time constraints and I'll obey them. I don't have a problem with that. And so long as it's reasonable, obviously, right? We're not going for 20, 30 minutes here.
Would you like me to elaborate on what I meant by that? Are you open to it, or are you just like you have your opinion that what I said is like some crazy, ridiculous thing, and there's no room for explanation or elaboration?
It's actually a combination of both, right? So I'm slightly open to it, but so far you've just been filibustering and bullshitting.
If you're
and what
open
you're
to
saying
it,
is pretty out there. It sounds absolutely ridiculous.
yeah, I get it, and I get why. But again, that doesn't mean that there isn't some merit to what I'm saying. And
Right. And there's the openness. That
Okay.
right there and the truth of what you just said.
Okay, so if you're willing to give some breathing room for me to elaborate on that, I can show you what I mean.
I believe that I am and that I have been. What you're finding frustrating is that as soon as you say something that
Give me about 3 to 5 minutes.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna show you a chart. Okay.
All right, let me switch back to this tab.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna put this on screen share in a second. I just gotta put it on this browser so there.
Fuck. Oh, I thought he dropped.
No, I think that was Frostley. Went down. Frostley, if that's you, have a good one. See you later. Always a pleasure, buddy. Love that guy. Okay. Give me a second here. All right, so are you there?
That's going to put the kibosh on your sharing.
I need his assistance to put that up.
Do you have OBS?
I do, but it's not set up right. I couldn't do that on the fly. Hang on.
So I don't know how much in.
Usually he listens. Sometimes he's just.
Oh,
right?
Frost got he got like lag bumped to where he disconnected and reconnected again. It looks like.
I see. I remember. I'm in the basement and can hear you. Frostley, can you just text Wrights and just have him come up and bring you back up if you want to stay or whatnot? And also, I need him to put me on screen share for a second so I can show the Bitcoinity chart to elaborate what I was saying. Would you mind? I don't have his number. I know he had something that he needs to go off and.
Yeah, I'm here. I was in the kitchen. I'm listening to you guys. Go ahead and talk. I'm just going to leave you guys running.
He's making food over there.
Okay, I'm going to put a screen share in the basement.
Oh, Frosty's up here. Hold on here. Oh, what happened here? Hold on. Is Frosty coming up or what? Hold on. Frosty?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay. I'm glad. Okay. I'll let you guys go. Come on, do your thing.
Now you're on
I gotta
screen
get this thing
share?
here.
You're on the right screen share?
Yep.
Okay, it's in the basement. There you are. By the way, just to correct one thing, that 22,000 price, I don't know if it was USD or not. A lot of times I'm looking in Canadian for obvious reasons. But this price that you're seeing right here in the top right, that's USD. That's the current price in USD of a Bitcoin as we speak, which is under, I believe the current median, the last time I checked to mine one, was actually somewhere close to around 20,000. The website I just checked a minute ago was concurring more like 22,000. Now, this chart here is showing.
Is that Canadian?
USD.
Okay.
the site that I checked a second ago. So this site here, Bitcoinity, this is showing the chart basically since inception, depending on the exchanger that I point to here. Tracking goes all the way back to like 2013. So you can see here, there's a mean stable trend line here that's underneath all of this. And when you track it, you see that it's in conjunction with basically within a slight fluctuation, the cost of what it is to mine in Bitcoin. All the rest here is pump and dumps that happen based on FOMO and FUD during different times of the year, and typically before the halving event takes place, either on the third year or late third year, and sometimes a little after the fourth year after the excuse me, that halving is completed. So what you're seeing here, this is the last time that happened here. We're coming up on a third year of a 4-year cycle as we speak right now. The halving next time is scheduled for May, roughly, of 2024. And so we're expecting to have another upswing again sometime this coming year, as typically happens before that. And always, you typically, for these 4-year cycles, the trend is pretty set in stone. You're basically adding another decimal point every single time. When I first started and got into Bitcoin, it was, I missed the $20 mark by about 2 weeks. I bought in at about $60. This was the third year of the fourth year cycle before it leveled out at about $200. The next time after that, the level was about $2,000. This time it's about $20,000. Next time it'll be roughly about $200,000. So in the next upswing, it could very well hit, $500,000 or more per coin in its peak during that bull cycle. And then it'll come down. There'll be a bear cycle, and then it'll level out. We're not even in a bear cycle right now. We're in a sideways trading, which typically happens when things are kind of calm before the next halving cycle. So this right here is what I'm talking about as far as the stability goes through the bull and bear markets. There's a medium here that holds the price intact, equivalent to roughly what it costs to actually mine a Bitcoin. The rest is just swings based on people playing the market, day traders, and everything the like. If that makes sense.
It's like a relative strength line.
Yeah.
So 2013 is not the inception, and the scale is so high at this point due to the volatility that you can't even see the historical prices, right?
Yeah.
They're effectively zero. Not to mention they're not even on this chart.
I didn't say 2013 was the inception. I said that's as far as this goes. This one goes back because this is the Kraken exchanger. The inception was, I believe, roughly 2010.
You said since its inception, and then later you said it only goes back to 2013. So I'm just pointing out that 2013 is not the inception. And there's always a mean in everything that can be measured in a price, no matter how volatile it is, right? If you, again, like I said earlier, if you zoom out far enough, you can create a mean for anything, no matter how volatile it is. So it doesn't say anything about the volatility.
Yeah, but that's my point as far as stability goes, right?
Okay, but that's not stability, though. Creating a mean does not equate, translate, or otherwise mean stable.
If you understand what it's based on, I would equate that as stability.
That's my point. I mean, you can equate it to stability, but it's not, right? It's the price of Bitcoin is volatile, and halvings absolutely affect the price of Bitcoin without affecting the price of equipment and energy in any noticeable way, which is another claim you made that's patently false. But there are spikes all over the place, not just when halvings occur.
Hold on, that's incorrect. The halving does.
It does not affect the price of video cards and electricity for most people, not to any measurable degree.
No, the halving doesn't reflect the price of the equipment. What you need is more. You need more of the equipment to get the same hash power,
and that still doesn't.
Actually, that can inadvertently drive up
and
the
it
price
still
of equipment.
and it still doesn't to any noticeable degree, which is my point.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding. And
when you need 3 times the amount of hash power to get the same reward, your cost per coin has gone up significantly.
In the overall computer market, what actually happens is people end up with less reward because they're not going out and buying 2 to 3 times as many video cards. Because Bitcoin miners make up a tiny, tiny fraction of the computer market. Businesses make up almost the entirety of the computer market. Having absolutely affect the price without affecting the price of equipment and energy in any noticeable way. But there are spikes all over the place, not just where the halvings occur. So it doesn't explain those spikes, that volatility. There's volatility in the price of Bitcoin from minute to minute, hour to hour, and day to day. The price of Bitcoin is relatively unstable to like a majority of other markets. It only even comes close to other like traditionally extremely volatile markets. And the cost of mining has absolutely not increased as much as the value of a Bitcoin. When a Bitcoin was worth about 40 cents or $4, which is not on this chart, the price of a video card was not 1/5,000th of what it is today.
No, but that's not how you factor that in. You factor in based on the amount of hash power once again. To get the same amount of Bitcoin, you need to increase your ability to have hash power, which means you need to add more equipment to get the same reward.
And it has not come anywhere near as close to being 5,000 times the amount of equipment.
I reckon absolutely, because you're also competing against more people who are adding hash power to the system, and then also the electricity costs.
These are measurable things, though.
Absolutely, they're measurable things. Yes, they are.
So again, the cost of mining has not increased 5,000 times. Period. End of. Not an opinion. It's just that you can go to www.findacomputerpart.com and determine that computer prices have not changed that much.
If you can show me that you can mine a Bitcoin in 30 days right now with $3,000 worth of mining equipment, I'll give you $20,000 for that equipment.
I don't know how much the equipment would cost. I know that it's the average is in 30 days. And it definitely doesn't cost
$3,000 worth of equipment. Not a chance.
I don't. Again, I don't know how much it costs. Here's what I'm saying, and which is not what you're saying, and it's not contradicted by what you're saying. That the average amount of time it takes to mine a Bitcoin is 30 days, and that the average cost of mining equipment has not increased 5,000-fold since Bitcoin's inception. Those are the two things I'm saying. And why am I saying those things? Because they're not the primary factor in the price of Bitcoin. Market manipulation is the primary factor in the cost of Bitcoin.
In the day-to-day cost, yes, but what I'm referring to is the mean price, where the stability is, as far as like
the mean price.
Your idea
is 5,000 times higher than what it was since its inception.
Like your idea is when there's a bull run, right? When it goes up to, like, as you can see here, it went up to, I think the peak was like $80,000.
No, I'm talking about $4 Bitcoin and $20,000 Bitcoin.
Hold on a sec.
We can leave out the 70,000.
Just go with me, because I
don't want to go with you because I don't want to use those examples. Use my examples.
No,
$4 and 20,000.
It's irrelevant.
If it's irrelevant, then just go ahead and say what you said again. Continue to what you're going to say, except use the figures that I'm actually saying. If it's irrelevant, then go with me. Then I'm talking about $4 Bitcoin and 20,000 Bitcoin.
Okay, so you have to understand the cycles, though. That's a factor. And the reason why
but you're trying to exclude the cycles. You're talking about the mean. Yes.
No, right now I want to. You're not
about
even
that
letting
mean.
me, dude. You're not even letting me get a word in here, right? You got to give some breathing room.
I'm letting you get words in. They're just contradictory to what we're talking about and what you said before.
Okay. This bull run here has nothing to do with the actual cost of what it costs to mine a Bitcoin. You understand
Yes,
that?
we've already. First of all, you're wrong, but I'm already conceding to that so that I can prove the point that the price down at the bottom, the mean, also doesn't have anything to do with that.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, it has some to do with it. It's just not the primary factor of the price.
Yeah, it does.
It's
Yeah,
not
it
the
is.
primary factor of the price. It does not cost 5,000 times as much to mine a Bitcoin as it did when you first.
Again, if you can show me that you can mine a full Bitcoin in 30 days with $3,000, again,
$3,000. $3,000 was just the average cost of a high quality video card that I use as an example.
That's
The
not
point
going
is
to give you a
the point.
Bitcoin in 30 days.
It doesn't matter because that's not what I'm saying. That's not my claim. Here's maybe I'll help you out with this. It's not $3,000. I shouldn't have said $3,000. Now let's move on to the actual point. The point is it's not $5,000. 5,000 times what it used to be. That's the point. So that mean price is not what's driving the cost of mining. And the cost of mining is not what's driving the mean price because they have very little mathematical relationship to one another. However, how much banks are pumping and dumping the system absolutely has influence over those prices more than the cost of mining. Just like the value of Apple products doesn't determine the stock price.
Okay, let's see if we can actually do the actual calculation. See if we can find.
Yes, that would be wonderful. Because again, if you can show me those numbers, all of a sudden I become convinced. The reason why I'm incredulous is because all of the numbers I know are to the contrary. They're not even close. I can't even see a relationship between the two. Video cards are about 3 times as expensive. And that is absolutely because of the popularity of Bitcoin and the value of a Bitcoin. But are the two prices relative to one another? No.
Okay.
Bitcoin's gone up thousands and thousands and tens of thousands of times, and video cards are up about 50%.
Okay. Let's do it this way. This one here, that's on October 21. Let's see if I can type that specific question. If I want to mine 1 Bitcoin in 30 days.
And real quick, while you're figuring that out, I don't want to lose sight of my original point, which is that banks and governments influence these things and will fuck you if they want to, and there's nothing you could do about it. That's the point. I don't really care what drives the cost of Bitcoin, right? The point is that yes, you can have your little systems outside of the government, and you can all use them. And then as soon as they become effective, the government wants its cut and wants to regulate it, and they will kill you to stop you from doing it outside of their system.
Mine 1 Bitcoin in 30 days. Okay,
And when it comes to Bitcoin, they won't need to kill you. They can just have JP Morgan pump and dump the price whenever it's appropriate. Or issue their own digital currency and outlaw Bitcoin.
Yeah, the pump and dumps are going to go on all the time. That's the volatility aspect. But it's still not, it's not like it's going to kill the coin or whatever. It's only the people that are involved in that aspect of the trading and whatnot that are, affected. I don't look at, just real quick here, I don't look at this as being significant into the actual real price of the coin. I look at the coin, this is just a pump swing, This is an artificial representation of what the coin is. This isn't real,
I don't think it'll kill the coin. It just kills it as a method of opting out of the government-controlled system, which is what I think a lot of people believe in, that crypto is going to free them. So it kills that. And it may not matter to you as someone who is, invested into the long-term outcome and the mean, as you put it. But for people who are attempting to use it as a currency on a day-to-day basis to buy things like food and shelter and heat, etc., it fucking matters. It's like that. It matters more than anything else. The stability of the price at any given moment matters more than anything else, including the cost of mining and regulation and everything.
That's if you are wanting to use it for that. Yeah.
Yes, as a currency.
As a currency, yeah.
Right, as a way to opt out of the debt-based fiat system that we both agree controls everything.
Right.
Yes. So it's not an effective way to do that. It will not be an effective way to do that. And if you're able to utilize it to that function, there's two possibilities. One, it's so minute that the government doesn't care, which that's already gone. Bitcoin is blown up. It's popular now. Or two, they will stop you from doing it. As soon as it becomes an effective method, they're going to have something like a recession, a pre-planned recession, and stock market crash where they crash the fucking value of everything.
Yeah, but again, it's still when they crash it, okay, it's just a temporary thing. It's still going to balance out to what the cost is to mine it.
I think it's going to go. Well, no, it's not. Bitcoin is not going to balance out to the cost of mining. Not in this current environment. Maybe in 50 years. Maybe in 5 years.
It always has. But anyway, that's the thing that you're not sure of because you think that. Let's get to the bottom of that.
I'll tell you why I'm not sure of that, though. It's because I'm extremely familiar with a very few set of things. One, how computers work. Two, what the price of computer hardware is. Three, what the price of Bitcoin is and has been historically. I know those three things. I'm very versed in those three things. And that's why I don't believe what you're saying. So again, if you can show me data that contradicts everything I've ever known about the price of computers and Bitcoin, I am slightly open to that. I'm pretty sure it doesn't exist, but you know, the possibility is always there.
Okay, so this here is saying you need 140 terahash will get you this much per day. In terms of Bitcoin, I'm not sure what that is. Of course, that's also going to fluctuate depending on what the current price is, right?
No.
Yeah, because
how much computing power you need in order to get a Bitcoin is going to be completely unaffected by price.
No, what the your reward when you're getting it at Bitcoin, what that's worth is fluctuating from day to day, right?
Yes, but that will not affect the amount of power that you need to create the Bitcoin.
No. Correct.
That amount of power hasn't really changed, except, like you said, for the halvings, right? So technically the power doubles every time there's a halving.
That's part of it. The other part is the competition. The more people that are contributing hash power to the system, the more it depletes the value of your hash power. So you need more.
Well, inflation has caused cost of power to go up.
Not. You'll have to explain that one to me, because at the end of the day, you're getting the amount of your computation in return.
Yeah, but it's also in concurrent to how much other competition is in hash power that's there. The more hash power that's in the system, the less reward you're going to get, because it has to be divvied up for all those who are contributing to the system.
Yeah, but you're going to generate more Bitcoin, though, at the end of the day.
No, you're not. The amount of Bitcoin is a fixed rate. It doesn't fluctuate.
No, more power, though, is more Bitcoin.
More power is more reward for you.
Yes, but more power in the pool is more Bitcoin in general.
No. Negative. It's a fixed amount that gets put in supply regardless of how much is contributed. Every single 10 minutes, the amount that gets put into circulation is the same, and every 4 years that gets cut in half.
You're going to need a certain amount of computing power in order to generate a Bitcoin every 10 minutes, though. That could fluctuate.
Correct. And it fluctuates based on the amount of people that are contributing to the system, how much hash power there is. altogether.
Yes, because the pool of power changes.
Correct.
Right. So the more people in the pool, the more Bitcoin you can generate.
No. The amount of Bitcoin that gets generated is the same. The reward is the same. There's only X amount of Bitcoin that gets rewarded every single 10 minutes. It's the exact same. It gets divvied up between all the miners. The more miners there are, the more hash power that's contributed, the more that needs to be split. But it's the same amount that needs to be split. So the more competition there is, the more you have to add power if you want to produce the same amount of Bitcoin for yourself, which increase the cost. You have to increase your hash power, which in turn drives more competition, making it more expensive for other people. You combine that with the halving, and now you have the constant increase. So if all the miners left tomorrow, that would crash the price. Because that would mean that tomorrow I could go and probably, just with my little computer again, probably whip off about 4,000 Bitcoin in a day. So I have no competition. Understand?
I understand, but I don't think I agree with everything that you just said, though.
The amount that I of Bitcoin that I can make is relevant. There's two factors to that. The amount of equipment I have that can do the hashes, and the amount of competition that there is that are also doing the same thing. The more competition there is, the more that set amount of Bitcoin that happens every single 10 minutes has to get divided. The amount that is rewarded doesn't increase every 10 minutes. It doesn't fluctuate. It's a set, stable amount. Doesn't increase or decrease.
Divided between the participants.
Right. Divided between everybody. So the more participants there are, and the more hash power that gets added to that, the more that reward has to get split further, making the cost for you increase. And if the cost for you increases, you're not going to be willing to sell what you produce in your reward for too much of a loss, or sometimes not even a loss. You know, you don't want to take a loss on your investment. To some degree, people do, because they know with the halving cycle, it's inevitable that everybody is going to have a half reward altogether at the same time. So everybody's making that same position, all the miners. And that's why you get that big spike in price, typically within the third year before the halving.
Okay, so the amount of time that it takes to generate a Bitcoin does decrease over time.
The amount of time that it takes to generate a Bitcoin decreases over time?
Yeah.
Where are you getting this from?
Cointelegraph.com.
The amount of time that it takes to generate a Bitcoin decreases over time. What's the logic behind that? Based on what?
Because the pool grows, like I said, so you'd have more generation, you have more hash power, and so it takes less time to crack a block.
If you're in a pool, you got hash power in your pool that is altogether combined. If that's what you're talking about. If you're in a pool together with like a team.
Yeah, and the incentive to mine Bitcoin would decrease when each halving was completed logically, but Bitcoin halvings, on the other hand, are linked to massive increases in the price of BTC, giving miners an incentive to mine more, even though their payouts have been halved.
Yeah, the payout in Bitcoin is halved. But it turns out to be beneficial in terms of fiat because, again, it drives the price up because the miners are not willing to undercut themselves.
Right. So when the halving occurs, the price effectively doubles in fiat currency.
Something like that. But it also depends on how much hash power, because sometimes what happens as well, there's a lot of factors, is when the bull cycle happens, there's a lot of people who are mining other crypto and they switch over to Bitcoin. So all of a sudden there's a giant spike, right, for a period of time because people know that it's looking like it's going to be more profitable. FOMO is a very powerful thing. So that's driving the competition factor up. That means that it's going to be more expensive for you. Sometimes that stays as an increase, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it balances out. But it's always just as well as the price. It's always a mean, constant increase over time. If you looked at the hash power chart as well, it keeps increasing. The amount of people contributing to the system is constantly increasing over time.
Yeah, the problem with that, though, is not really saying anything, though, right? Like, when you create a mean, what you're doing is creating an average over time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can make a mean out of anything, no matter how volatile it is.
Yeah, but again, it's based on how Bitcoin works, right? Like, it's very unique unto itself. It has a formula built in here that's based on the foundation of how much basically it costs to mine a Bitcoin. That's really the basic thing. And that does fluctuate for the various reasons that I already previously mentioned.
Its resistance to inflation would be based on its limited supply.
And that's definitely a big part of it, yes.
Yes, and what I'm saying is, and I think what we've seen, is it ends up being irrelevant because banks can cause inflationary pressure on the price, as you admitted to earlier.
Sure, but that would be...
Right now, the silver market is completely rigged.
Right.
By a single fucking bank. With all the millions of people, it might even be hundreds of millions of people in the silver market, it's still almost utterly controlled by a single fucking bank.
At the same time,
Bitcoin is not impervious to this, is what I'm saying.
With silver, I believe within a slight variable, it would still take about the same amount to get a loaf of bread as it is like 50 years ago. So it's a lot more stable in terms of that, right? But that's a different commodity. Bitcoin is its own thing. It's got different factors involved.
For sure, but again, my primary point is that the price, as it is now, is driven more by market manipulation than by the cost of mining or its trade value, like its ability to go buy a pizza or get a hooker, to put it in terms of my favorite things.
As far as the volatility goes, the spikes, right, and the dumps. But
yes,
as far as
and they're all over the place, like minute to minute. It's extremely volatile, hour to hour, day to day, week to week. Very volatile compared to other things.
I agree. Right, totally. In terms of its swings, which is awesome for day traders. But in between all of that, there's this factor here. So somebody who wants like a store of value, if they understand this part here, they can really capitalize on that.
Which part? Do that again.
This trend line here is really, if you look at it, it's relevant to, and again, we have to do the actual calculation, which I have. I used to mine a lot. So I do know very clearly that the balance out price after the swings, the volatility takes place, typically is very close, a very close proximity to what it costs to mine Bitcoin.
Yeah, you're going to have to demonstrate that.
So again, that's what I'm trying to do back to here. What we need to do is we need to find out how much hash power it costs, how much hash power you need to mine 1 Bitcoin in X amount of days, and then how much physical equipment and electricity costs it costs to get that amount of hash power. That's really what we're looking at.
Which could fluctuate in itself, depending where you're mining.
It could. I mean, you can't get a dead end answer on it, because today and tomorrow it's going to have its fluctuation. Based on these swings.
Well, theoretically, then, if the halving gets to a certain point, wouldn't it de-incentivize miners?
No, because the halving it decreases the reward, but in relative proportion to
they're earning a little bit on every transaction.
Right, because people are still tongue-tied to fiat currency. So typically investors and miners, they're looking for exits in fiat and they're thinking in terms of fiat. So they know that when the halving comes, it's decreasing the reward in half, but the demand is still the same. The demand for the coin is still the same. So there's less that's being minted in supply. That means just by that law of supply and demand math, the more pressure there is for demand, which the demand doesn't actually increase, but because the supply increase, it has the same effect as if the demand goes up.
The demand goes down.
The demand for the coin doesn't go down.
But an increased supply would lead to a decrease in demand.
The supply doesn't increase, it decreases.
So you mean the supply going down leads to an effective increase in demand?
Correct, which drives the price further. In addition to the amount that it costs to actually mine a coin, and in addition to the incentive that more and more people are looking at this as an opportunity to have a business and make money. So the amount of hash power that's being put into there is constantly increasing, which means that you have to buy more equipment to compete with that, driving the cost further. So that's why it's more than just a double.
But it's not, though. It ends up being less.
No, it ends up being more. You have to factor the more hash power that there is. Again, it costs more to get more equipment and electricity to compete to get the same amount of Bitcoin.
But not double.
More than double.
Far, far less than double.
Hold on. There's two factors, okay? Go with me here. The first factor is the halving. Okay? That's the first factor. So that alone, just the basic math there would, just from primary level,
yes, but the price goes up far more than 2 times.
Yes, they do. Now, hold on a sec. Just that alone, okay, just fundamentally would equate to double the price in mining. Okay? In addition to that, well, sure, if your reward is cut in half, you're going to have double the amount of hash power in order to get the same amount of Bitcoin. It's going to cost
no,
you
because the actual reward is not cut in half. The amount
Yes,
of
it is.
Bitcoin, no, it's not.
The amount of Bitcoin. I'm just talking straight Bitcoin. The amount of Bitcoin is cut in half.
Yeah, but I'm talking about prices. Actual prices. So the price of computing does not go up that much, and the price of Bitcoin goes up far more than 2 times.
I'm not talking about the price of the computing power. I'm talking about you have to double the amount of equipment to get the same reward.
Absolutely. And the fact that that is not what controls the price because they're not the same and they don't go up the same is my fucking point.
Hold on. That's a major factor because now you have to put more investment in it to buy a coin. Okay? That's first factor. Second factor is that also means more electricity and maintenance costs. Okay?
Mm-hmm. But not twice as much.
That's the second. The third factor is all that is pushing extra hash power on it. And as this is going on, there's more people that are coming onto Bitcoin, learning about it, and starting to contribute to the network for mining. This makes it so that the reward is split further. So
yes,
your reward
but
actually gets less than half.
Up,
yes. You have to factor it all together. As there's more people contributing to the network, as there's more people contributing,
the rewards are going down exponentially, and the prices are going up even more exponentially.
Correct. That's because the cost to mine the coin increases because you need more equipment to get the same amount of hash power to get the same reward.
Not by the change in price or cost, though. Only if you take hash power
for this, not for these, but for this.
Only if you take.
This here is just the market swings, people playing the market. This here
no, even for the mean, it doesn't even come close.
Yes,
the cost of mining a coin has not changed 5,000 times over.
Well, let's see if it is that much. I haven't done the math to say confirm 5,000 or whatever it is, but.
And that's being really generous. That's giving you the average $4 price around 2008. And the low price of 20 grand right now, at the bottom of a fucking global market crash. It still doesn't even come fucking close.
All right, let's see if we can actually get to these calculations and find that out one way or another.
If
It's a little
we
tricky
talk
here.
about the fractions of pennies that it used to be worth and what it's going to be worth once the market rebounds, it's going to be even more of a discrepancy between the two things.
Okay. See if you can help me out with this calculator thing here. What we need to do is we need to find out how much hash power we need in X amount of time to mine one full Bitcoin. Let's say if we can find out it takes X amount of hash power to mine one Bitcoin in 30 days. Once we have the amount of hash power, then we can find out how much does it cost to buy that amount of hash power and equipment worth. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but and this is kind of an unfair, cop out for me, but I don't claim to know that.
No, I'm just
right?
asking you to help me look at this chart and see if we can figure it out together. It's a little bit tricky here. Am I showing the right page? Let me just get back to. Oh, I'm not. Sorry. No wonder you're wondering what I'm saying. Hang on a second. You're showing that Bitcoinity page here. Give me a sec. I forgot. I'm not sharing the whole screen. Just tap. All right. Now I'm showing that page. You can see. Okay. So I was trying to do just a direct question like that. Let's see if I can. I'm trying to circumvent the trickiness of the calculation. If we can figure out how much hash power it takes to mine a full Bitcoin in 30 days, then we're in the money. Then I can easily find that out in terms of fiat price.
Uh,
How much hash power do you need to mine a Bitcoin in 30 days? Hash power to mine a is required to mine one Bitcoin. Okay, well, this thing that's in 2017, so that's outdated.
yeah.
Is it possible to mine a Bitcoin a month? Technically, it is not possible to mine one Bitcoin, especially if you're a solar miner. However, if you mine with the pool, blah blah blah. We already know that. Which, still looking for the amount.
And you don't have to constrain yourself to 30 days either, right? Like the point would be the cost of energy over whatever the time is.
Yeah,
So
exactly. It does anytime.
Yeah.
Anytime. Yeah,
Right.
a year, 6 months, whatever. I was just picking something. I mean, we can even do it in one day. Saturday, December 24th, it would take 2009.1 days to mine one Bitcoin at the current Bitcoin difficulty level, along with the mining hash rate and block reward. One mining hash rate. Okay, so this thing. Okay, so this thing here, let me put this page up. If what this is saying is correct, then we might have what we need to do. Calculation giving this page the benefit of the doubt. Hold on a second.
I think that is not a hash calculator, but a profit calculator.
I'm
so
going
you
to
have to
different.
give it. Yeah. You have to give it the variables that we're trying to extrapolate.
Okay, let me zoom up here. Get you with me on the page here. Down here says this one says if you want to mine one Bitcoin per year, you would need one. Why is there slashes? I don't know what the one. Oh, well, it's not saying how much hash rate that is. Let me find the other one.
Based on a sample of ASIC models which represent the current hash rate demographics, the average production cost to mine 1 Bitcoin is about $9,000.
Where do you see that? And is it current?
Minerdaily.com. It's from last year.
Yeah, so you can't go by last year, dude.
But has it doubled in a single year?
Oh, certainly. Certainly could.
Híjole.
Could.
Could is not what I'm asking.
Well, based on my last bit of research a few days ago, it was around 19,000. It can fluctuate again depending on how many miners are mining at a given time, right? Because that hash power in total, the competition factor fluctuates in terms of how much you need personally to compete with that.
And these are all based on assumptions to begin with, because we don't know how many people are mining and with what.
Yeah, but you do know the total amount of hash rate at any given time. So that part's not an assumption. You can know exactly how much hash power you need right now at this given time to mine a Bitcoin. It's just that that's changing constantly based on the amount of competition. Right? It's fluctuating to a certain degree. And over the long trend, it's constantly increasing because there's more and more interest of people getting involved in it, and people seeing it as a business and investment opportunity, and so on and so forth. So the trend has been that it's been increasing since its inception. As far as miners, users, purchasers, and traders. As of Saturday, December 24th, it would take, okay, here it is. As of Saturday, December 24th, it would take 2009.1 days to mine 1 Bitcoin at the current Bitcoin difficulty level, along with the mining hash rate and block reward. A Bitcoin mining, I'm assuming that means with a Bitcoin mining hash rate of 140 terahertz. So if I'm reading this correct, and 3,000 watts of kilowatt power at 5 cents per kilowatt. So if I'm reading this correctly, we have what we need to do this calculation. This is the amount of Bitcoin that gets put right now into circulation every 10 minutes.
It would take 5.5 years at that rate.
Correct. With this amount of hash power. Is that how many 2009 1 days? Now that's based on this amount of hash power. So what we need to do is calculate how much does it cost to have this amount of hash power.
No. Well, yeah, you need to do that, and then how much energy you would spend over 5.5 years.
Right. So it's saying 3,000 watts of power at about 5 cents per kilowatt. That's what it's saying roughly that would take for it to have this amount of hash power. It uses a lot of watts. It's not cheap.
Is that per hour that has to be calculated? Or is that the total cost?
This would be the total cost if nothing changed, if it was constant for that amount of time.
$3,000.
No, where do you see $3,000?
You said 3,000 something would be the energy cost.
Watts, yeah, 3,000 watts of power at 5 cents per kilowatt hour, which I don't know where the hell you could get power that cheap. But anyways, that's the amount of watts that's used to get that amount of hash power based on the rig that you're going to have to get that amount of hash power.
So you would have to take, that's 3 kilowatts, right?
3 kilowatts, right? And then you really have to calculate what your actual cost is per kilowatt, you know?
And you'd have to run it for 5 years.
Right. Based on this rig, if it's 140,000 terahertz. But what we can do is if we can find out how much 140 terahertz is, then we can increase the amount of terahertz it is, find out how much it costs for those terahertz, and bring the amount of days down that it costs that it takes to mine a Bitcoin.
Then your wattage will go up, though, right?
Correct. The more terahashes you use, the bigger your system is. Absolutely. So they're saying that it takes about 3,000 watts per 140 terahashes at this given time. And that's a rough thing. It depends on what your equipment is, of course. That's going to fluctuate a bit too. So there are various, but roughly. And I can concur with that because I had 2 ASIC miners, and back in the day, they were only producing 1.5 gig of terahash each, and each one of them was 1,500 watts. So I was using 3,000 watts for 3 gig of terahash, and I was producing 1 Bitcoin every 3 months when I first started with that. That was my starting rig.
And how much was it costing you in those 3 months?
The equipment, it was just the electric, which for me was zero because I was using my landlord's electricity.
Then do you know how much it would have cost you if you paid for it?
That's a good question. No, but I could research that. I mean, let's see, BC.
Because that seems the easiest way would be to compare the price of Bitcoin at that time to the price of the electricity.
Sure, yeah. So let me just see, Vancouver Hydro. If I can find that here, Vancouver Hydro.
I guess it's down to 16,000 now.
Watt hour charge in. What year was that? It would have been 2015. No, rather than that, 2014.
4286. What does that mean? Oh, that's how much it's dropped in the last minute.
Does BC Hydro charge? Let's see what the current rate is. Let's start with that. What is the current cost of electricity per kilowatt hour? Right now, it's 9.5 cents per kilowatt for the first 1,350 in average 2-month bill. So fluctuates 14%, 14 cents over the 1350 step hold. I guess that's 1,350 kilowatts over a two-month thing. I guess that's what you're doing. So it depends on how much you use. Your first, this is current, right here where I am. So your first 1,300 kilowatts is 9.5 cents per kilowatt, and then after that, it's 14 cents, and then it resets itself after 2 months.
Okay, so what about the fact that last year it cost 12 grand, roughly speaking? Excuse me. The average was 13 grand to mine a Bitcoin.
What about it?
Well, I mean, the price was 70, and even now it's at 16.
Yeah, but there's a bull run going.
Now?
No, that. Which are you talking about? Let's go back to the chart.
Say again?
Let's go back to the chart. I'm not sure what you're talking about for where the price was.
So
last year, I don't
lifetime
recall,
cost to mine 1 Bitcoin using 1 ASIC. Raw data adapted from BTC.com pool, Alibaba, ASIC miner value, and hash expert on January 23rd, 2021. Methodology: kilowatt hour per days to mine 1 Bitcoin times 5.5 cents times 24 hours times machine kilowatt specs plus buy price. So, how much did you say energy costs were now? Well, they've doubled now.
Well, where I am, it's between 9 cents and 14, depending on how much you use. The first 1,300 is 9 for 2 months, and then after that, it's 14 cents per kilowatt hour.
Jesus Christ! So
Yeah,
I mean, now it would cost more than a Bitcoin. based upon that price.
Yeah, and the price is under what it costs right now from my last look in research.
Because of the incredible inflation in energy prices that's occurred recently.
Right. This is all a factor. So this is
well, of course, it's a factor. The question was whether or not it was a primary factor, and whether or not crashing the market would have more of an impact on the price than the cost of mining, which I think we kind of just proved that it does.
No, it's relevant to the cost of the mine. You said that it's not.
No, I didn't say that it had no connection at all.
You said that it's not even close to being anywhere near the primary factor,
the driving factor,
of a mean price, and it is.
Yes. No, it's not though. Now you're not even getting a return for your money.
I said it's a relevant factor within a ratio that's relatively pretty close to the mean, up and down either way. It's typically, usually about 20% of a swing up and down.
You lost me with that. I don't know what you're saying.
Okay. Let me come back down to the chart. I gotta find that page again that had the chart. I had so many freaking tabs open. Find the one that has the. I'm going to hit the back button. Tell me if you see a page change.
I have not seen anything yet.
Okay. Now?
No.
Wrong one.
That's interesting. You're in the same tab that's being shared?
No, I'm trying to find the tab that's being shared. I got too many open. Did that change
it? No.
Shit. Okay, one last one. This should do it then.
Yeah, that's it.
All right. Let me keep going and see. Is this a Bitcoin page? No, it isn't. Oh, yes, it is.
There it is.
Okay, so see if I can get. Okay, so last year was the end of the bull cycle, coming off into the bear cycle. There's 6 months. We're still like averaging out here. This, where it's kind of stable here, you can see the fluctuation between 24 and 18. The mean price is somewhere within this when it stabilizes after the major swings. Once it starts to stabilize again, it typically stabilizes within a 20% ratio, higher and lower either way, of what it actually costs to mine a Bitcoin, giving you more accurate indication of what the actual real value of the coin was, if it wasn't for the influential factors, the artificial factors of those playing the market.
Okay, so where do these stability periods occur? Can we see one?
Yeah, we're seeing one right now.
This is what you would call stable.
Yeah, in terms of, again, being a more actual reflection of what the actual value of a Bitcoin is worth.
Now go back to the 6 months, I think it was. So 16 to 24, that's a 50%. Like the change in price itself isn't even within the 40% range that you describe.
Yeah, so roughly fluctuating. Again, the actual price to cost is also fluctuating as well. So that would be somewhere between 20 and 22,000. Okay, but the actual what people are buying and sell for, because of the market factor indication, is a little bit higher and lower than that. Right here in the middle is where there's a good indication of, if there was no other factor or influence, what the base mean price is for actually buying and manufacturing a Bitcoin for mining.
I don't think I disagree with that. I think that's true. I think what I'm saying is that the price doesn't stay at that. So you can draw a line right in the middle of that price, right? Just like you would if you were trying to measure average temperatures over the course of an ice age. You could make a mean right here, but the price.
Go ahead. It's just a delay. You finish.
The price doesn't stay there. It goes all over the fucking place, even in the last 6 months. But then if we zoom out to 1 year, it's even worse. 5 years, even worse than that.
Correct. Because of the market swings and the pump and dumps and so on and so forth. Okay. But if you see through that, you can see that what's a more accurate representation of what the price is, it's relatively close. It's so far away from these things. When you see it's kind of stabilizing here.
Well,
which typically happens after those cycles.
But let's zoom in on where it's 70,000.
That is around September, right here. That's what you're talking about?
Yeah.
September of 2021. And that's coming off of the last halving. There's the all. You can see the trend every 4 years if you go back and look close enough.
Well, there definitely increases in spikes when the halving occurs.
And
I would
overall,
never argue with that.
And overall, there's a steady increase, and that's based on what's really holding up the price of Bitcoin, which is the cost to actually mine it.
Yes, but that doesn't reflect the actual price of Bitcoin. And that's the point. The cost of mining is definitely going up.
The actual price of a Bitcoin fluctuates based on what the supply and demand in put and pulls is at
and it's
any
being
given
heavily
moment.
fucking manipulated right now.
I wouldn't say heavily. This is heavily. I would say to some degree it's always fluctuating because of day traders and whatnot. Certainly.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would.
But
that thing you said here heavily, I'm talking about that. Like when I say now, I don't mean today. I mean,
well, I guess
I shouldn't say today. Today, yes, but not in the last 24 hours. I would say within the last few years, banks have been entering that market, and it's all fucked to hell. And its relationship to the actual cost of mining is much more distorted than ever before. And the more popularity it gains,
no,
the
not
more
in. You are correct up to at that last part. That last part is it's always relatively been right around that sort of 20% when it balances out. When you've been in it and watched the charts for as long as I have, you see the cycles and you see why the cycles happen. And yes, you're absolutely correct. There's more players, bigger players that have come into the game over the last 2 or 3 years, and there's reasons for that. They finally recognize that it's not a pie in the sky thing. It's actually here to stick around. So
well, it became adopted.
Yeah, people realized that they were losing money on a lot of money on it, right? So finally they decided to bite the bullet and get involved and so on and so forth. And certainly that has an impact. But there's always been the same aspect of the trader aspect. I used to be on a whale team myself, a couple of them, you know. I was involved in that back in the day. So we were manipulating the price intentionally, you know. I understand how that works, right? But it's still once those FOMO and FUD cycles start to balance out, you'll see that the trend that it typically balances out much closer to what it actually costs to mine a Bitcoin. Which is why I say that's more relevant in terms of more of a stable kind of mean price, reflecting what an actual Bitcoin is actually worth in the scheme of things. So from a store of value perspective, especially in terms of fiat and its relativity to fiat, it's an incredibly strong store of value because of the way that it's designed. It's always going to increase over time based on the law of supply and demand, based on the hashing power requirements, the halving aspect of things. The only thing that could change that is if people just lost interest in it.
Or gained interest in it.
In terms of it coming down and crashing where it would stay that way, you know. But again, that would still stable out an actual price of what it costs to mine a Bitcoin. If the hash power dropped off, that would mean that the price to mine Bitcoin would also come down significantly. That would mean that I could get still a good return on my investment if I wanted to be a miner.
Yeah. Not now though, because of the cost of energy. But in general, at the bottom of a crash, it's approaching the actual cost of mining. Approaching.
Yes.
It's crossed over now because of inflated energy costs.
At the bottom,
So, like,
or at the bottom, or at the bottom of a pump, or like, let me go back to this chart here.
What I want to see is if we zoom in on Bitcoin, the 6 months, for 6 months to a year, from the first time the price crossed over the $35,000 threshold, and the first time that it crossed back under 30,000 afterward.
Right. Okay. So this chart.
I don't know if this chart can do that.
I'm not sure myself. I mean, I got the 2-year window here. Okay, so I can go back December of a little dark, hard to see. December of 2022, and that's coming here. Here's the 30,000 entry point here.
Yeah. So I'd like to see this price in 6-month increments.
Can you elaborate? What do you mean this price?
This range, sorry, in 6-month increments.
Well, this is December of 20, March of 21. How many months is that?
Not this range, actually, is a little bit more. I would say from December 2020 to looks like March of, well, let's say February of 2022.
December 2020 is right here. And to what? Yeah. March of 2022. So that's right here.
Yeah, okay, so in 6-month increments.
In 6
months. Instead of what we're looking at right now, which is over 2 years. No, 2 years.
Yeah, but if you look at these, December to March, how many months is that? December, January, February, March. That's 3 months. Okay, so from here to here is 6 months. And from here to here is 6 months.
Yeah, but if you zoom in, the chart looks different.
It only allows me to zoom in like this on this particular one. So this is the last 6 months, you know. To do that, you would have to go on an exchange, which is quite possible, and look at their specific trade engine. It's doable. I could probably see if I could go on Kraken for a second.
Can't think of the term that I'm trying to think of. But the chart would have to show, I think it might be increments. I think that might be the term. Hold on, let me Google it.
6 month increment. What you say? See if I can get to the trade in here without having to log in. All right. Okay, crypto. All right. Yeah, on this one I don't think I can. Doesn't look like you could just have a watch.
It's aggregation. Interval and aggregation.
What does each mean? Interval, I understand what that means, so I guess that's kind of the same thing as increment, isn't it? Between 2 points, 3 months, 6 months. An aggregation would be the range of like price.
Yes. And so in order for you to see a 6-month block, it would expand the chart, right? You basically be zooming in on that time, and so the visual representation would change.
Okay, let me just bring this tab over here so that I don't have fishing for it. Let's see if on here I can back to, let's do a
Here's an
search.
interactive chart of Bitcoin. Let's see what I can get from this one.
What's the site? I can put it on screen.
Barchart.com/. Oh, I can do that here.
Put it in private.
No, I'm just gonna show it on the screen.
Oh, you're on. That's a little.
And if rights for vets makes me big,
He's
maximizes.
still in the kitchen with his wife. But if you give me the link, I can just go to it.
Oh yeah,
online
change
here.
this tab.
Yeah, pop the link in the private chat.
No, I'm still here. Hello?
Can you maximize my avatar?
Yeah, hold on. Oh, I see what you want. Okay, yeah, hold on. Bear with me here.
Okay, we'll let you do it because then you can zoom in as you want to see.
Okay, hold on here. Jumping for right now. Ah, here it is. I got it.
All right, I can see great.
Okay, so this is 2 years, and then when can I zoom in?
Probably with your mouse wheel. Probably. You can also change. There's a date range change in the buttons right above the chart. There, it's 2 year. You're on the 2 year.
Frequency. This is also that Japanese style of candles that I'm not very used to. How do I change that?
Bar type, probably. There you go. So that's what's the increments? 6 months?
This is daily or monthly. Let's do intraday. And this gives us not that much. Let's do daily. That ends up giving us a month. So let's do weekly. Here we go. Well, that's a whole year. But what we can do is just look at half of it. And this is kind of like, well, now we're in the wrong year. Hold on. 2 years. Here we go. When did we say that was? From something 21 to February 22?
I forget.
6 months would
It's
be
December
like,
or something, wasn't it? But I mean, pick whatever you're trying to showcase there.
In this 6-month period, there's a variation in price of over $30,000.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we can agree that the cost of mining doesn't come anywhere near close to that.
Correct. It's far from an accurate representation of the cost of mining right there.
Even at its lowest.
Correct. That's a great time to profit as a miner.
And we have fluctuations in price over the course of a week.
We're actually presuming that there isn't another factor right there that's actually relative to mining in there. Presuming that that's just the cause of those swings is just from day traders and nothing to do with swings in hash power or electricity costs or the amount of participants. If it's just based on the market itself, then that would certainly not be an accurate representation of the cost of mining.
Okay, so I mean, in this single week, the price decreased by $20,000,
right?
Which, as a percentage, is almost 50% of the coin.
Sure. Which there's no way that would have been based on the cost to mine. Certainly. That is your typical market trader people taking advantage of the bull and bear trend cycles that typically happen that are more relevant to the halving aspect. If you could see, when was the last halving?
Well, it was December of 2019, wasn't it?
Yeah, so roughly, it's roughly every 4 years. Here, I'll look it up in an actual, because it can fluctuate. When was the last Bitcoin? May 11th,
Jesus
2020.
Christ.
May 11th, 2020.
So right about here.
According to this as well, the first Bitcoin halving ever occurred on November 28th of 2012. I don't see that. Maybe that's possible. Yeah, because it would have taken a long time. That doesn't mean that's anywhere near its inception date. But yeah, it would have taken that long from inception to actually get to that first halving. Interesting. Anyway, back to what you're saying. So May 11, 2020. Come back to the tab. And where is it on the chart? May 2020.
That would be Q2, right?
Yeah.
Yep. So,
okay.
Right here where this line is $6,590, basically $6,600.
Right. So there was a bear cycle, as you can see, that started roughly about 2 years before this halving in this case, and it continued well after the halving. Sorry, a
definitely
bull run, not a bear run, a bull run. Because if you look at, it's a little hard to see because I got the StreamYard buttons in the middle there. But if you look prior to, what is it? What's 4 years before 2020? 19, 18, 17, 16. Look around this 2016 mark. Where is that? There. Okay, if you look,
right,
you see those, it's relatively stable in proportion. It's not if you were to zoom in. It's still going to have its like fluctuations.
This is my point about zooming in.
Yeah, you're still going to have that, but over the those fluctuations get larger as the decimal point moves.
Right, but in other words, though, in today's dollars, it's minuscule, these fluctuations.
Yes.
But in the actual volatility of the price of Bitcoin, it was all over the fucking place.
Right,
Even
and
back then.
it's going to continue. The volatility is going to continue to increase over time. That's by design as well. It's just going to be that way. You're going to see once the price reaches a stable price, and when I say stable, I mean again what the mean price is to mine a Bitcoin. After the next halving, it typically adds another decimal point to the cost of mining itself when it stabilizes out.
Okay.
And so you're going
what you're
to
essentially saying is that the stable price of Bitcoin is when it returns to the cost of mining.
Yes, that's what I'm referring to, right? As a more like accurate
so-
representation of.
All right. Well, if that's your
price.
definition of stable, though, do you see how you kind of just like skip past the English language and the volatility of the price, and then just declared a statement as true?
Yeah, but it doesn't change what I was saying. Everything else is totally correct in terms of its relevancy to what the actual price is, right? The rest, as I said, is pump and dumps based on the market. Typically, that follows the halving cycle, and it's going to be no different this time. And as I said, the volatility increases every single time. So this time, as it increases, you're going to see potential up and down swings in the tens of thousands. You add another decimal point every single time. Before it was, when I first started getting involved, it was going up and down. If it went up down $5 to $10 in a day, that was crazy. That was absolutely crazy. That was insane. And then after the next halving, it was going up $100 to $200 fluctuate. That's just when things were calm. Never mind the pump and dump, right? That's all I'm talking about. And now we're at this point where it can fluctuate in the thousands, hundreds to thousands every day. And next time it's going to be another decimal added to that as well, in the tens of thousands. Now, that's in its sort of calm fluctuations. In the crazy fluctuations during the FOMO and FUD period, it could very well be in the hundreds of thousands. I really wouldn't be surprised to see Bitcoin hit the 1 million mark as a top swing peak on this next bull run. Wouldn't be surprised at all.
And what would you say would contribute more to, well, would you say that market manipulation contributes to that?
Market manipulation, the halving, and FOMO.
So the market manipulation does contribute to it?
Certainly.
And would you say that market manipulation contributes to it more than the halving?
The halving is what triggers the cycle to begin, the bull run.
That I can agree with.
Okay, so if it wasn't for that, this wouldn't happen. It would just be more of your typical.
It's the dominant catalyst.
Correct. It's a dominant catalyst in that, and it's also, again, the dominant sort of support for in the balancing out of the equation, what holds the value of a coin.
Yeah, but what I see is that if I zoom in enough, it never balances.
It never balances to the actual cost. It's never going to balance the actual cost, but relatively, like I said, within a certain percentage of what it costs, it does. And we're at that point right now as we speak.
But you call that stability when it happens to line up with the cost of mining. And what I see is that whenever I look at Bitcoin, the price is all over the place and it rarely ever comports to the cost of mining. And that the cost of Bitcoin has gone up dramatically more in a ratio than the cost of mining.
Yeah, that's because it's volatility until it corrects and comes back down.
Yeah, you're calling the correction whenever it meets your criteria, though. You're kind of defining.
When the FOMO peaks, which is based on the demand, when people who want to get in for the rush, when that has phased out, when there's no more FOMO money being put in to drive the price up, then it corrects, just like any other market, right? And that's what you're seeing with those pump and dumps right there. It's just people playing the market.
Right. And I'm saying that the price is more reflective of those pump and dumps than it is the cost of energy and computing equipment.
While that's going on, certainly.
Which is almost all the time.
No, not almost all the time. It's typically within 1 year either way of the halving cycle, typically.
Okay, so when was the halving? It was the first one. It was 2012?
Yes, correct.
Let me see if I can even zoom in on that. Well, I could try to predefine the range.
And certainly within that, within the periods where it's more calm, you get your typical FOMO and FUD plays within that. China's banning Bitcoin, and all of a sudden people panic for a little bit and they have a sell-off, and vice versa. You get that. And then it stables out again. Again, manipulation is 1,000,000,000% a major factor in the current day-to-day fluctuation of the price. And it's definitely very volatile. There's no doubt about that, which is awesome from a trader's perspective, especially a day trader's perspective. But through that, again, the logic that I was saying, as far as what is an accurate representation of what a Bitcoin costs, is relative within a much smaller margin of what it costs to mine a Bitcoin. And that's why you're never going to see it for a long period of time come way too under that cost and stay there. It just doesn't happen. There's too much support holding up that price. And if there was a panic,
people aren't going to take a loss on Bitcoin mining.
Exactly. That's the whole point, right? So now there could be other factors that come in all of a sudden, and let's say there's a mass campaign to smear Bitcoin across the planet. 12 countries all of a sudden, right? And so they put regulations so heavy that it's just ridiculous to get into it operating wise or whatever. Okay, that's fine. What happens is that decreases the hash power, which means that everybody else who is involved in mining gets a higher reward. So you're still making the same amount. That's going to drive the price.
If you had said to me that the cost of mining keeps Bitcoin above a certain price, we probably wouldn't be having this disagreement. My disagreement is that regardless of that, the price is all over the fucking place because institutions affect the price far more than the cost of mining.
I did say that in my own words. That's what I said. By the price of mining is what supports more of an accurate representation of what a Bitcoin price would be worth.
Yeah, we got to skip past that though, because your definition of accurate is when it approaches the cost of mining. So I just have to give you that, right? And my point is that accurate becomes meaningless at that point because the price is nowhere near the fucking cost of mining. It's all over the goddamn place, and that banks influence far more than the cost of mining. Especially when they want to. Right. Okay, well then I think we agree.
Oh, certainly. Well, there was never any dispute about that. But I was telling you that
I think there was at the beginning of the conversation. No, and the implication is too by the Bitcoin cultists, which I don't think you are one, but they are out there, as you know, is that it can free you from the fiat currency system and from the bank's manipulation.
Yeah.
And I don't buy that.
Yeah, that's
I'm open to that, but I don't buy it. Yeah, you're kind of skeptical. I would agree. That's how I would put it.
It gives you more options if you know how to work with it. But as far as it being an ultimate circumventing to kill the fiat currency, they're going to do that themselves. It's nothing to do with crypto.
By the way, I have no fucking idea what range does. I can't think this. I don't know what this is or what these changing these numbers does. I thought maybe we could zoom in on the price back when it was relatively inexpensive to mine, but I don't see how to do that.
Maybe look for a chart that is just Bitcoin trading chart for 2012 or something. See if you can find it like that, maybe. And so what the thing was is that I was giving you my explanation for the logic of what I meant with the elaboration, if you remember, when I was saying that within the volatility, there's also a certain aspect of a mean stability in there as well.
But you're not really saying anything though when you define that stability as every time the price approaches the cost of mining.
Yeah, well, that's again.
I think that's called begging the question. I think.
No, I'm elaborating what I mean by that so that you understand where I'm coming from. And what I mean is by that's more of an accurate representation of what the true cost of the Bitcoin would be if there was no market influence
For sure.
from day trader, right?
For sure. Well, what I'm saying though is not day traders specifically, but all the other fucking shit is having way more of an impact on the price from day to day than the cost of mining. That's the point I've been trying to make.
Dispute.
And,
No dispute.
And the only reason, and the only reason I make that point, right, because it's kind of irrelevant, is just to illustrate the fact that like these large institutions, corporations, banks, governments, etc., can come in and fuck the Bitcoin freedom warriors in the ass anytime they want to.
Sure, if they don't understand everything that we were just talking about with the whole picture here, if they're just banking on, if they just think that Bitcoin is like stable on its own, it's like there's nobody that's capable of doing that. Well, what kind of position would be that? Have you not looked at the charts and seen how volatile it is?
Right. If they try to use it as a currency, or even if they try to use it as a store of value without getting in and out, right? So over time, you can use it as a store of value, but only if you lower your exposure and raise your exposure, and lower your exposure and raise your exposure. Because otherwise, you're kind of playing, not Russian roulette, but regular roulette, right? You're spinning the wheel, and wherever that ball lands could be, go fuck yourself.
Sure. The two best use cases of Bitcoin is a hedge against inflation and to transfer money from border
one
to border
denomination to another
without the same red tape and scrutiny. So I can transfer an unlimited amount of Bitcoin from my wallet to another person's wallet without any circumvention. Nobody could actually interfere with that. The way that works. So, and as far as the hedge against inflation goes, again, that's only more on a long run play. Depending on when you get in.
Every 4 years, it's proven to be effective. This one is currently going to test that theory.
Right. So that's why I say to anybody that I recommend taking a look at Bitcoin if you're looking at it as a store of value, don't get in unless if you're willing to hold for at least 1 4-year cycle.
Also, to my point, governments are starting to pay more attention to that, and at any point they can insert the red tape.
Sure. They already have to some degree, as far as exit goes. Mm-hmm.
They're tracking you now, right? Before they weren't even paying attention. Now they're watching you, and they're like, "Look at this motherfucker transferring all this money," And
that's when you're using the regulated exchangers and stuff.
And I would argue, I think they're watching the ledgers. Period.
Yeah, they can watch the ledgers all day long, though. They still don't know who holds the addresses in the wallets, unless if there's something that ties them directly into that address.
Which there almost always is, wouldn't you agree? Unless you take great lengths to avoid it.
No, not by default. By default, there isn't anything. Until you're going on a regulated exchange, which is not the only way to transact with the coin. There's certainly far more other ways to do that.
As soon as you get on the internet,
the exchange is the most convenient way.
Every device you use.
If you're talking about IP address, no, that would only be a factor if your IP was in your name, and that still doesn't mean that there's any track to the coin in a specific wallet was yours, and you can't when you're transferring a coin from wallet to wallet, it doesn't go by IP address.
You'd have multiple wallets on an IP. You could have multiple wallets on an ID, but you got to take the transaction to the wallet.
And thousands of addresses.
But you don't. That's the point. They don't care about those details. They're associating the money with an entity. Like how you spell your name doesn't matter to them. But to take an aggregate of your transactions as an estimate of how much you're dealing in, that's what they care about.
Okay, so let me look at it this way. Let's say you had a Bitcoin wallet and I had a Bitcoin wallet, and I had 10 in mine and you had 0 in yours. I transfer 10 from mine to yours. That goes from an address in my wallet to an address in your wallet. There's no way to tie that to an actual person.
That's not true at all.
How would you tie that to a person? You tell me how.
They watch the ledgers and they wait for other information to identify you. They've done it and prosecuted.
That specific
prosecuted
transaction
people.
is all I'm talking about. That specific transaction is tied to a ledger that's publicly viewable.
Yeah, so
that ledger doesn't have anything to do with it.
Hold on.
Sure.
If you don't use the internet, right? You live out in the woods, you have no electricity.
Mm-hmm.
And you go to the store and buy a smartphone, sign up for a wallet, and transfer money into my account. And I also live like you. I've never owned anything or done anything on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
They'll have no idea who sent that money. But that's bullshit and doesn't exist in the real world. In the real world, you're on the fucking internet right now. And the government has like terabytes of data identifying who you are. They don't look at it. They don't care because you're just some other fucking guy in Canada and I'm just some other fucking guy in America. But if they wanted to, they could absolutely take the transaction and narrow it down to a specific person. They do it all the time.
If there's a tie-in with the name to an address.
Which there almost always is what I said to begin with. 99% of the time, there always is. There always is, even for people who are way smarter than us, who are deliberately out of their way to make sure that there's no thumbprint on the actions, still get caught by the feds. So you and me, just regular schmoes, buying shit over the internet, we're tracked, we're traced, they know what we're doing.
Again, they can track the device, they can track the internet, but the actual address doesn't have a tie-in to you personally, unless if you go out and say this address is mine.
Which you do every single time you log onto the internet, you access your bank account, you talk to your fucking sister-in-law, etc., etc., etc.
Again, that could be any number of people at any given time that's accessing that on the same device. Again, there's no actual specific person that's attached to that.
They absolutely get specific people from wallets all the time.
Yes,
it's a method of investigation.
Because they tied their address into a name somewhere, either on an exchange or
which almost everybody does almost all the time. That's what I'm saying. So in a hypothetical reality, again, where you live in the fucking woods and you've never used the device for anything before and you never will again, you might be able to get away with an anonymous transaction. But in the real world...
No, it doesn't matter if you still hold on to the device for a long period of time. It doesn't matter.
Not if you use it again to access the internet in a way that can tie you to another piece of information. It does matter.
It's not device specific.
It's literally... It absolutely is device. No, it's not just address specific. Your device has... No, it's not.
Again, you got to learn how Bitcoin works. You still
your device has a digital signature.
Yeah, sure. Of course it does.
So when you access the internet to make a transaction, you are entering your digital signature into the internet.
Sure.
Your ISP has information.
It doesn't mean that address is mine.
No, but when they can correlate all of that digital signature with other things that you've done to find a pattern of behavior, they can narrow down the person. This is a fact. It's not my fucking opinion.
No, I understand what you're saying, but again, they have to have something to tie in an address.
Yes, they have to have... Yes, the volumes and volumes of readily available information that they absolutely scoop up, collect, and analyze all the time. That's what they would have to have.
Until I move my Bitcoin from an address of mine onto something or somewhere that has my name attached to it. There's no way to tie that.
No, it doesn't have to have your name attached to it. They don't even care about your name.
Yes, that name is what ties it to me.
No, you could be blockchain user number 947. How you spell your name is irrelevant.
They need a name to create joinder if they want to go after a person. Oh, yes.
No.
Oh, how do you say no? They prosecute nobody? They prosecute nobody. They just make a name up?
We're talking about being tracked. You're talking about prosecution. I'm telling you that they are able to determine people's names from this other joiner information and prosecute them. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the anonymity of the transaction. It's limited by the medium in which you make the exchange. And the medium in which
I'm
you
not
do that.
talking about that. I'm talking about the anonymity of the person tied
Okay,
to
so
the
yeah, eventually they will find enough metadata on you to connect it to your actual name. They do it all the time. I'm still correct.
If there is something that ties you
You're
to
you're
the
changing the parameters of the disagreement, but I'm still right.
No, that's exactly what I've been talking about the whole time.
If
There
you
was
do,
no dispute that the
if you do
transactions
what
were on an open letter that's viewable to the public. That's
yes, and that
right?
when you log on to do that, you reveal enough of yourself that they can find out who you are over time by analyzing the data.
First, that would be if there was an IP
100%.
that was tied to you.
And if you want to learn their methods,
again,
you can look at the indictment because they explain it in detail in these indictments because they have to prove to the court that the person who they're trying to prosecute is the person who made the crime.
Just because you're using a device that has a Bitcoin on it that has even an IP address that was tagged doesn't mean that that address has anything to do with you personally.
Right. If you don't use it for anything personal.
If you don't use it on something that can show that it has joined and attached to you.
Everything can. Once you're on the internet, it can. There is no anonymity on the internet.
I have a device in front of me right now, and it's on the internet. There's no way, just because I use the device, I use other people's devices all the time as well. What does that have to do with whether something is mine or an address?
They can tell you to those other people.
Well, that's the whole world.
And then it's just a hop, skip, and a jump to you personally.
No, because again, to be able to have that.
Keep saying no, but this is literally how they prosecute people for these crimes.
No, I've seen this from inception. In order to prosecute somebody for this crime, you have to have an actual tie-in. Where people go wrong is when they go on an exchange, they verify their identity on an exchange, and then they've done something illegal to get that Bitcoin, and then they transfer the coin onto the exchange. They sell it, and now they've got a tracking tie-in.
You're just going farther down into an incorrect assertion. The guy who ran sure.
Show me otherwise.
Let me Google his name. Ross Ulbricht.
Okay, go on.
He ran Silk Road. He was not any exchanges.
Yeah, this is the guy who was dumb enough he didn't run an exchange, dude. He put his Bitcoin on a public exchange tied to his name to sell it. That was the stupidest move he ever. Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Okay.
That's not how they got his name. They got his name by watching transactions over time and then identifying customers.
I know that he did that. And I know that was used as the evidence to prosecute. That was all over the news at the time.
No, not according to the
indictment. Everybody was laughing about it because they were like, how could he be so foolish to put his coin and not even transfer it to another wallet that was anonymous first? Like, for somebody who was so clever to set up an operation like Silk Road, and he didn't even cover that basic. It's like he didn't do his own due diligence on how Bitcoin worked. We were all laughing.
That's not how they found his name. They found his customers first.
Sure.
It was by tracing the ledgers.
Sure. But that's how they prosecuted him. They used that as the number one form of evidence to prosecute him. That was a massive
by tracing the ledgers and attaching it to metadata and finding out who his customers were, and one of his customers had his name.
Okay, well, still, to prosecute him, they needed some sort of a tie-in.
Yep, which they got from metadata on the internet. Because everything you do is tracked and traced. Even the Onion is largely run by the CIA now.
Oh, yeah, I think it always was. That's
again, people who go out of their way to avoid leaving traces on the internet still leave traces. So
I'm
you
not saying they don't. I'm not saying they don't. I'm saying that the address
right.
itself, it's like, okay, there's a ring in
Yeah,
front
but
of
it's
me.
an irrelevant truism. I'm talking about the really real world. We already had this conversation. Again, if you live out in the woods and you buy a device and you one time use it to transfer money, then you can disappear afterwards. But if you keep using the same device to talk to the same people, to go on the same websites, you're going to get narrowed down.
Okay, listen,
That's
it's
how
still
they do it.
in order for prosecution though, this is what you have to understand. Let's say there's a ring in front of me that I found. I didn't buy it. Okay. I found this ring. It's worth X amount of money. I'm holding on to it. There's no record that I actually purchased it. But I'm still having it and I'm still holding on to it. Same thing.
There
Is
is
it
if you
actually
did
mine?
it with Bitcoin.
And if I gave it to somebody else to hold on to, they're just holding on to it. And if I put it somewhere else, then it's somewhere else now. So
There is if you did it with Bitcoin. If you're doing any of these transactions with Bitcoin, there's a record of it.
Yes, there's
A
a record of the
publicly
ledger. But
accessible
again,
record.
there's a record of the ledger, but there's not a record that that specific address on the ledger is tied into you.
No, that comes with all the other.
Even if you did the transaction, it still doesn't mean that whatever was on that address has anything to do with you personally.
No, just all the other information you leave when you do it.
Like what? That's the only information
Hardware
they have.
ID, digital signature, buying patterns, IP address, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Again, from one person to another. That's the only type of transaction that I was talking about. When you go from one wallet to another, the only metadata that they have is that coin moved from one address to somebody else's address, and they can certainly see if
Good, we agree.
Possibly that there's an IP address. Possibly.
Good, we agree. If you do it one time for one transaction only and never again, there won't be anything else to connect you to it.
No. Yeah, we can transfer that Bitcoin back and forth from each other all day long, and all they can see in that ledger is that Bitcoin moving back and forth between that address.
The time, date, and amount. Yeah.
From address to address.
That wouldn't be anything illegal, though.
Did you log on? Again, you're focused too much on the prosecution point, which I'm still correct about. Because once they find out who you are, they can prosecute you for illegal actions. No one said transferring the money was illegal to begin with.
No, I'm not.
This is an unnecessary exercise in mental gymnastics, arguing, which you're engaging in, because my statement is that your transactions can be tracked and traced publicly by the government. That was my statement. This is 100% fact. You've already admitted to it 3 or 4 different ways.
Dude, there's no dispute of that. It's a public ledger that shows the fucking addresses for everybody to see.
I know there's no dispute. I know. Listen, I know there's no dispute. But you still attempted to dispute it several times, even though there's no dispute. Not only that, I'm not finished yet. Not only that, but if you did it for illegal purposes, they would be able to narrow down who you are and prosecute you. 100%. They do it all the time.
If they could tie an address to you personally,
which is a 99% likelihood of an
I have never seen them ever being able to do that without having some sort of joiner, like somebody putting their a transfer.
You're not saying anything. There's always joiners, is the point I'm making. So when you say that, you're not saying anything.
I have never seen anybody do. I've never seen any prosecutions without them doing something that ties them directly, like on an exchanger that they verified in their personal name. I've never seen anything other than that.
Ross Ulbricht is an example, so no.
Well, okay, I'll look into that. But that's totally, if that's true, wow, is that ever a contradiction to the stories that were published back and then, and why we were all laughing about, the guy was so careless about using an exchange that was regulated.
And to my point, the propaganda about Bitcoin being anonymous and untraceable.
Well, that's not my claim. I'm not saying that Bitcoin is anonymous and traceable.
Okay, cool. We agree then.
Yeah, that would be stupid for somebody to say. I've already concurred that
If you do it, if you use it for illegal purposes, they can figure out who you are and prosecute you for it.
If they can tie in your name to an address, that's what they would have.
Which they can because it's not anonymous and it is traceable.
If there's something that ties your name, if we go man to man, there's something that ties in. If we go man to exchange or something that's regulated, something that you've put your name to as far as a transaction goes, then there is, certainly.
No. Man-to-man transactions like were done by Ross Ulbricht with other customers. He got caught that way.
Okay, what's his name again? Ross
William Ulbricht. He's not the only one, too, right? It's been a long time, but I read a significant portion of the indictment because, like you, I believed it was impossible. So when I heard that it was possible, I was like, I'm not really buying that.
Believe what was impossible?
To narrow down who somebody is only on their ledger transactions.
I'm not saying they can't narrow down. I'm saying they can't put an actual joinder on an individual to an address. Yes, do you understand what joinder is? You don't know what joinder is?
Okay, it's not a way to narrow down who you are and use one data and join it to another piece of data in order to determine who you're dealing with, who your target is. In other words, good old-fashioned police work.
Joinder is putting you specifically to something specifically.
Yeah, that didn't help me. That didn't make it any less confusing.
Okay, so specifically in this case is the an actual address that made a transaction.
Yes, they can absolutely tie your address to your name.
There would have to be something that tied you in, not just.
So what? And there always is. There always is. You cannot get on the internet.
You pushing buttons to make a transaction happen doesn't mean that belongs to you. Your name is tied to it. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
That would never hold up in prosecution.
It has held up. Yes, it absolutely does.
No.
Yes.
No, that doesn't.
You can just keep saying no again. Ross William Ulbricht.
If Frostley, for example, has a Bitcoin wallet and I know his password, he gave me his password, and I go and make a transaction for them. That doesn't make the coin in that address that I sent a transaction from mine.
Yes, but what the prosecution is going to say, no, I'm not. No, you're just upset that you agree with me, but you originally disagreed. And now you've been backed into a corner of realizing that I was correct. The prosecution absolutely 100% will say that because it was accessed on your device with your password, that makes it you. Now you're free to get up in court, have your lawyer get up and argue it was your friend.
Yeah, that would never hold up as beyond a reasonable doubt.
Oh, it absolutely 100%
would. Wouldn't. No.
Yes, it has.
No.
Yes.
So you're going to tell me that I go to Frostley's house.
This is where we're at now with the insanity of just trying to disagree with me. You're in a corner now where your device being used to create to perform an illegal activity with your password isn't enough to convict you of a cybercrime in a court of law. And it's all because of the statement I made, which is that Bitcoin is not anonymous and that you can be tracked and traced while you're using
my wallet and my password and not somebody else's. How do you know whose it is? Unless if you got something to tie you personally into that specific, it could be anybody's.
Yes. The IP address, the digital signature of your device, the internet connection.
That it's mine. Again, I could be holding somebody's wallet for
prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Yes, it does.
It's not. It
quite literally has.
The burden of proof is not on the defense.
Could someone with your password have snuck into your room, grabbed your phone, unlocked it, used it for illegal activity on your Wi-Fi, and then left without a trace? Absolutely. Is that going to hold up as a defense? Is that going to hold up as a defense in a court of law? No. Is this conversation about what would hold up in a court of law even really fucking relevant to the claim that I made? Nope, not really. The claim I made is that your transactions on Bitcoin can be tracked and traced and attached to you. The FBI does it all of the time.
Okay, I got a question for you. Have you ever used Bitcoin yourself?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so you know what a Bitcoin address is?
Yeah, I mean, roughly speaking, sure. I have one, and I've sent money to one, received money from one.
Okay, your own wallet or some other variation of a wallet?
What's the difference?
Well, if you don't know that, you don't understand what Bitcoin.
I don't understand what Bitcoin is. Did you just say that to me?
Well, in terms of the fundamentals of how it works, like the blockchain and everything, and the wallets. Yeah. You're far from it. I reckon that you used an external wallet then of some sort, and
so here's the thing: my level of knowledge, lacking as it is, exceeds the point to where I realize that the feds can track and trace what you're buying with Bitcoin and who you are.
Not if it's man to man.
So as limited as my knowledge is, it's enough to know the reality, the fact that the feds use associated metadata to take anonymous wallet addresses and turn them into people that they can prosecute all the time, based upon the information that you leave all over the fucking internet every single time you get on a device.
Again, they would still have to track a specific address with joinder to me. A specific address has to be tied into me.
Which they can and do.
No, they can't.
Yes.
You can have an IP address, you can have an email address, you can have whatever.
Yes, the IP address counts as you.
Yes, you have to have a literal tie-in though directly from me to that address, not the IP address. All you're having is an IP address.
That happens every single time you get on the internet and do something from that device or from that address.
And so a couple things with that. First of all, the IP address would have to be in my name.
No, it wouldn't.
Oh, okay.
I can't be prosecuted for a cybercrime if I'm using my dad's internet. Come on.
No. In order to tie,
if my roommate pays the internet bill, I can't be prosecuted for a cybercrime.
If they're going to use the IP address as a way to collect your name, is what I'm saying, to tie it in as a joinder.
No, to collect a name. To collect a name, because they can find you through the guy who pays your internet bill. Mm-hmm. So now, if you're randomly sending Bitcoin to some person you don't even know in Africa, and he's the one who has the internet in his name, that's going to add a layer of complexity to them finding out who you are. I submit to you, they'll still fucking do it. They're going to be able to. They're going to be able to pin you to that African dude.
Yeah, but again, they still have to tie you directly to a specific address.
Which they will. Which they 100% do when they prosecute crimes.
You show me how they're going to do that.
I explained it to you already. If you want it in greater detail, beyond my level of expertise, you can read the indictment for Ross William Ulbricht, because they tracked the fuck out of that motherfucker and nailed him to the wall. And he wasn't the only one who went down. A bunch of people went down. They found out a whole shit ton of fucking people.
I know. I was there. For that whole.
So yeah, it's possible. It's done, and the methods exist, and the methods can be applied to everyone. Right.
No.
Right.
Not to a specific address.
I don't even know what that means.
I know you don't know what that means. An address in the Bitcoin.
Oh, yeah. No, that's absolutely 100% what they did. They used his address and they associated him with the addresses in order to prove he was the one transferring the money to those addresses.
Because he transferred it from his wallet to an exchange that had his name verified and attached to it.
No,
which was
because
why he was a dummy.
No, but that's not how it was done. They literally got his name from one of his customers.
That may be how they started watching him, but they still had to.
No, they started watching him from the address. That's all they need to start watching you. That's the point I was making to begin with.
Again, though, they still had to tie in.
They don't even care what your name is. We're backed into this prosecution corner because you felt like you had more room here to bullshit about the anonymity of Bitcoin. My original claim was they don't even give a fuck what your name is. They don't need to tie you to anything.
No, dude.
They're just collecting you as a person. You're a person who's using a particular wallet. And they're tracking and tracing the transactions in and out of that wallet, and they use that as aggregate data to, get an idea of how many people are using Bitcoin, what they're using it for, how often they're using it, what kind of money they keep in it, what kind of money these people have. They extrapolate all of these things from the metadata that they have, which doesn't have to have any personal identifiable information attached to it whatsoever.
Correct.
can they can they pin that to personally identifiable information if they catch you using it for an illegal transaction? 100% they can. 100%. And the level at which someone like Ross Ulbricht operates to obfuscate his actual identity is well beyond your capability.
Okay.
Realistically speaking, do you have any background in IT security that I'm unaware of? I'll retract my statement.
A background in IT security, to a certain degree, but self-taught.
It doesn't even sound like you're aware of the current methods that the investigators are using in order to track people down and find out what their names are.
Well, I'm
so,
aware.
Like,
I'm
if
well
you don't even
aware
know what
that.
they're doing. I don't know how you're
No,
accounting
I'm well
for
aware
it.
of the sophistication of that is going to be well beyond any one of us has any fathomable capability of imagining. I'm well aware.
Sure, but I mean the actual specific methods, that give you strategies in order to make it more difficult for your transactions to be traced.
The transaction is not the part that's not traced. That's what you're not getting. That is so. That's not even. It doesn't take
for it to be attached to you personally.
Right. It doesn't take any effort whatsoever. You go on blockchain.org and you see all the transactions that are happening in real time.
Right. And they have methods of taking all of those transactions and narrowing down the people who are behind the wallets.
I'm not saying they don't have methods, but unless there's something that's specifically tied to a specific address, which
I'm curious.
To do that,
why do you keep saying that?
Because that's what's required. That's what's required.
But we've already been down that road, and I've said, I don't know, maybe 12, 13 times that information almost always exists.
That's what you think.
So essentially what you're saying is, if they're able to find information that almost always exists, then they can do the thing that you say they can't do.
When you go from wallet to wallet directly, it's not tied to an individual person's. The addresses aren't tied to a person.
We've been down here too, right? So if you just did that one transaction, they would have
not
nothing.
One transaction. If we went back and forth 100 times from my wallet to your wallet
without ever doing anything else with that device or on that connection, yes, they would have nothing to tie it to.
No, I'm not talking about that's the only thing. I'm only talking about the wallet.
I know.
Even if it was a device you used for 10 years before
which is why there'd be stuff for them to find. This is my point. We're both not talking about that, which is why it's irrelevant for you to bring it up.
Again, they can find a device that has a wallet on it if they want. But again, there has to be something that ties in directly, like a paper trail that ties in the name to you. Otherwise, it's just a device that has a wallet on it and there's a bunch of addresses on there.
Yes, if you never use that device for anything else, correct. But nobody does that. That's not a thing. If you used an air-gapped laptop to do all your Bitcoin transactions and never use it for anything else, and you're always in a fucking Faraday cage when you're not using it, yeah, I don't think that they could find you. They'd have to come up with a method that I am yet unaware of. Let's put it that way.
Even if you
did
use
with currently available methods and the current usage of devices on the internet, it is just a matter of time before they track you down. Literally, not in my opinion, based on reality. And that's why I don't understand why there's even a disagreement here.
Because to prove that a Bitcoin was yours, there has to be something that ties in red tape-wise that this Bitcoin is yours.
Which there always is.
No. Just because there's a wallet. Again, if I'm holding a ring that I found, does that mean that it's mine? It's somebody else's.
Well, I mean, now we're talking about prosecution again. Now you're talking about whether or not someone can prove that the ring was yours or prove that you stole it. I'm not.
That's what it's going to come down to.
By the way, if it's in your possession, yes, that's exactly how the law works.
So if I'm holding on to,
if the government goes to the court, and it says, here's a ring. Here's the receipt for the person who owned it. Here's the person who owned it. They're going to get up on the stand and testify that the ring was stolen from them, and that they haven't seen the ring. And I haven't seen the ring, and on the other person, not on you. Yes. That person has a receipt for the ring, right?
Right.
They're going to say it was stolen. They're going to testify that it was stolen. The cops are going to testify that they found the ring in your possession. and that you have no receipt for it. Now, you can say, I found the ring in the woods. You can say, my brother Bill gave me the ring. You have all these defenses available to you, but
But
more
we're
than
talking
likely,
about
you're going to be prosecuted. You're going to be prosecuted for theft,
that's
and
a 69 narrative when you're claiming somebody
that
is
wasn't
yours.
even the claim I was making is that
Yeah,
you could
that's
be prosecuted. The
That's
claim
a
I was making
69
is
narrative
that
when you're saying that something is
the
yours. We're not talking about that.
claim I was making is that they can find the ring and find the person who has it. That's the claim that I was making, which they absolutely can. In this case,
Because there's
there's a
something
ledger.
tied to them, isn't there?
Yes, which
There's a
they're all
name. There's a
yes,
name, right?
yes, which is almost always the case. So I
I
don't know
was
why you keep
talking about,
saying it.
okay, from a Bitcoin wallet to a Bitcoin wallet. Okay, just it doesn't matter if the device, if I used it from things and it's got, just because
And it
the
does.
device was used by me and it's got thumbprints, if you want to talk like that, right?
Yes.
It's got inside the hard drive and whatnot. That still doesn't prove that a
Well, on
specific
the internet.
address on a wallet is tied to me.
Yes, it does. It ties it to that device, and that device is tied to you, and you're
No,
being prosecuted now.
That same wallet could be on 1,000 devices, dude.
It could be, but it's not.
You don't know that. There's no way
No,
to
but the
prove
feds
that.
know. Yes, there
No,
is.
they don't. You can't
They
prove
absolutely.
if I have that. I've got a wallet right
yes,
now. And
yes,
about
but the same way
12
that I
different
can't prove that
devices.
the same way I can't prove the origins of the universe. But beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law, and according to what the feds are going to believe, yes, they can prove it. When they see your device ID accessing the same bank accounts, the same websites, with the same digital signature, also has that wallet and is making those transactions, they're going to tie all that together. They
If
are going
that
to
wallet
assume.
is
They're going to assume. They are going to assume that you are the person who's using that wallet. And when they bring that kind of level of information to a court of law and they try to convince a court that you're the same person, it's going to work. So the fact that it's possible that some random person snuck in, grabbed your device, accessed it with your password, used your wallet to send money to somebody else is not the point I'm making. I would never try to make that point because that's fucking retarded. What I'm saying is that in actuality, when you're using a device to access the internet, you're leaving traces of yourself all over the fucking place. And that if the government wants to go back and look through that and find out who you are, they can and they will. And more to the point, right? A little additional nugget, because you seem so like preoccupied on it, is if they take that to a court and demonstrate it, you will be convicted, almost guaranteed.
I've never seen it.
Ross Albright.
Okay, well, let me research a little bit on that. I've never seen it in person.
They even infiltrated his website.
Yeah,
went over his chat logs.
Yeah, that's on the Tor network.
At a certain point, when you're accessing the internet to use your wallet, you're not even going to be accessing the real internet anymore. You're going to be accessing an FBI intranet that's literally sniffing and scooping up everything that you do, including, in many cases, your physical location, which is transmitted along with all the other information whenever you access the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Including the hardware device ID that you have, which will give them the country it was manufactured in, possibly even the place where it was purchased.
I agree.
Right. So this is how they track people down and find out who they are. You don't have to give them your name; they will find it.
No dispute. But again,
okay, cool.
Again, if I have a wallet on my device and I specifically make a transaction from that wallet to a wallet in another device, that there's no joiner between me and that address. Just because I press the keys for that, they would not only have to put joiner on me and that address, they would also have to know the private key. They would also have to know the password and so on and so forth. But let's say that they could even circumvent and get into that. Again, they would still, just because they had access to that wallet, which they already have the ledger, as you know, on the blockchain. We can see that all day long, right? That specific address, again, has to have Bitcoin that somehow has a paper trail that ties.
Which it
Otherwise,
will.
it's just anybody's.
And it won't be paper to be digital. You leave a digital paper trail every single time you get on the internet and do something. That includes transferring money on Bitcoin.
Listen, just because you have Bitcoin in a wallet doesn't mean that that's tied into you. Just because you have a wallet on your device,
I'm just gonna keep saying it over and over again, right? Because it's really the point ultimately, and it's probably the only thing I should have said. Every single time you get on the internet to make a Bitcoin transaction, you are leaving information about yourself all over the internet.
Yes, certainly.
Yes, and that's how they track and trace you.
Well, I mean, if you're using your personal information, then certainly not something I do.
Well, of course you do.
No,
You don't have any bank accounts?
Yeah, but there's ways. That doesn't mean
And what are you using to hide your information from YouTube right now?
my information is not tied into this internet that I'm using.
How is it not?
It's not my internet.
So that doesn't matter. You're still accessing the internet. The internet is the medium.
Yeah. So what if I'm
Right. So what are you accessing it on? A phone?
Nope.
What? A computer? A PC?
I'm using a laptop. Yeah.
Okay. So that PC, if it was manufactured after, say, 2007, I think, it has a CPU ID hard-coded onto it.
And?
Gets transmitted to every website you visit.
You still have to prove that the PC is mine if you were lucky enough to even find my location.
Oh, well, your location is given away every single time you get on the internet, unless you're deliberately going out of your way to obfuscate it.
Right, which is where the buck stops as far as I reveal.
So you're using a satellite to redirect your connection from Eastern Europe, are you?
I will never concur and tell you what I'm doing. Not a chance.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say you're full of shit.
That's fine. I would rather you think that, actually. That's better for me.
Yes, of course.
Same reason why you don't want to dox yourself.
Right. You're going, well, no, because I would never make the claim that I could keep my identity from the federal government.
I wouldn't make that claim either.
Right. Well, you kind of did for the last 20 minutes to a half hour, and you just did like one sentence ago.
No.
So the government knows who you are when you access the internet, then, Nudie? Is that what you're admitting to now? You're not hiding your physical location in your name. It can be tied to the hardware ID. Yes, correct. The feds. That's who we're talking about this whole time.
I'm sitting with cameras
This is unbelievable.
Everywhere. I mean, I don't even
have an hour-long conversation where ultimately you agree that the price of Bitcoin is extremely volatile. That's where we're heading to this with this right now. You're essentially just like digging a hole towards China, and China is, I was right.
Okay. Well, go ahead and think that. I don't care.
Do the feds know who you are when you get on the internet? Do they know where you are? Or are you using some kind of physical location obfuscation to hide where you're accessing the internet and who you are?
We've just been over that. I told you I'm not going to answer that. The same reason why you're not going to dox yourself.
No, but it's not the same reason, because the reason why I don't dox myself is so idiots like poor dirt farmer can't fucking harass me and where I live.
The foundation is
to hide illegal activity from the federal government is not one of the fucking reasons why I don't dox myself. Dude, I would never.
Listen.
Went over about what a scared little submissive slave I am, right? I don't break laws, so I don't do anything to hide my illegal activity.
The foundation, again, you go on this big long tangent for nothing. You know, I get that. The foundation is the same, and it's for my protection.
It's not, though. It's not your protection from federal prosecution for illegal crimes.
Okay, I'm not elaborating on what protection from.
But it's what I'm talking about. So if you're bringing it up in this conversation, then it's fucking irrelevant.
No, because if you're getting specific like that, then...
I've been specific. We've been specific. The feds have the ability to find out who you are from your Bitcoin transactions. That's the claim.
They can't tie me to the address.
Yes, they can.
No, they can't. They can see that I'm here. There's cameras all over the place. You can't say there's satellites with cameras that can see into the ground probably 30 miles. Who knows? You know, I mean, there's no.
They can watch you in real time, access your fucking device, and use your fucking wallet.
That's
and
fine.
with
They can do that
with
all day long.
milliseconds, with timestamps to the milliseconds, use that in a court of law to prosecute you for an illegal crime.
Again, they still have to create joinder to the address,
which they can and do.
No,
because you are not
they might be able
obfuscating the joinder information when you access the internet.
They might be able to, at best, say that I had something to do with the movement of a transaction, but that doesn't mean that doesn't mean that. No, that doesn't mean that that's fine. That's like saying that a cup in front of me that I moved over 10 feet is mine just because I moved it. That's ridiculous.
No, it means what it's saying is that if the cup is filled with gold and the gold is stamped with serial numbers from a missing vault, and they find the cup in your fucking kitchen in front of you, that you're tied to it. That's what it means. Again, you can come with all sorts of fucking elaborate reasons why you didn't actually steal the gold. No one's going to buy it.
That's a different narrative if you stole some gold. We're talking about an address in, some digital ones
Correct.
and twos that are in a hard drive here.
Used for an illegal action, correct. In the real tangible
world. That wasn't the narrative. That wasn't the narrative. The narrative was transferring what was on those ones and twos from one wallet to another.
Yes, and they can find out who did that.
Private wallet, not one that was on an exchanger where you had your name verified.
Because you're not obfuscating your name and your identity when you access the internet.
Again, even if they could find out who was making that transaction, that doesn't mean they can put joinder to who has the Bitcoin on a specific address.
That doesn't even make any sense.
I know it doesn't, because you don't understand that part of how Bitcoin works. Of course
it's because you're full of shit and you're making shit up off the top of your head now in order to avoid being wrong about being able to be tracked and traced when you use Bitcoin.
All right, whatever. Well, I guess we'll just agree to disagree on that.
You can agree to disagree. I'm going to go with the fact that the feds can absolutely track and trace what you do with Bitcoin, narrow down your identity to the point where they can literally prove it and prosecute you for it, which they did to Ross.
Very good.
Is that his name or is it Russell? It's Ross. That's it. That's it. Okay. It's just Bitcoin is tracked and traced.
No dispute that Bitcoin is tracked and traced.
I know there's not a real dispute. It was the implication that you don't have anonymity that you can use to obfuscate your transactions from the system that triggered you off into this defensive whatever the fuck it is, where you're not really even saying anything. Half of what you're saying is irrelevant truisms, and the other half is just like, oh, I'm not going to tell you what I do, or you just don't understand.
Right. So, again, I only set one specific narrative from a wallet to another wallet, and in that specific narrative, good luck tracking to me that specific address, wherever it came from, back into another wallet and back and forth, even if you did it 100 times. Doesn't matter. Even if it was from a device that I own for 30 years. But if you think that it can be done, that's great.
If it's a device that I don't think it could be done. It's been done.
Okay. And that's where the buck stops.
I'm sure they just made it up, though, right?
I've never seen it in my whole time.
Ross Ulbricht.
Again, so I'll research.
They were able to take one piece of information that did not have his name attached to it, connect it to another piece of information which had his name attached to it. And they were able to confirm his identity. And I don't even know if this is Ross or one of the other guys. It might be. There's a lot of people prosecuted where they used one of the customers. Apparently, in several of these transactions, the customers knew each other's names, and they were able to get somebody's name from one of the customers. So they didn't even track the original person down to get their fucking name. They found somebody else.
Let me just do a bit of research here.
To your point, though, if you don't ever use your device for anything, there's not going to be anything for them to sniff out. But nobody does that.
I would argue in favor of your point that would make a difference because, again, there's just tracking. There's cameras all over the place. There's your thumbprints on a device.
Yeah. But
The
they're
IP
not
address
omnipresent, right? They need you to.
they
They
don't
need
need
you to
to
leave.
be. It's
They need
AI
you to
is
leave
omnipresent.
thumbprints.
AI is omnipresent practically. You know.
Yeah, but it's not at that level.
Oh sure. If
So
they can,
so
hey,
in
if they can,
50 years,
if they can
no,
see
there's not a
X,
satellite scanning everybody's house, waiting for them to like zooming in on them, typing in their password.
sure there is. That's been around for a long time.
No, we don't have that capability. Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
yes.
I love this shit. Fucking Nudie, you kill me, bro. Something that has already been demonstrated to exist and is just regular good old-fashioned police work is fucking impossible. But
Okay.
an omnipresent artificial intelligence scanning everything you do from outer space is already happening.
No,
For
I,
fuck's
I didn't.
sakes,
I
brother,
didn't say
come
that.
on.
I didn't say that. I said
It's
there's
what I
satellites.
said,
There's
and then
satellites.
you agreed to it.
No. The AI part had nothing to do with the satellites that are recording things.
You said AI.
Yeah, I said AI on the internet itself. And then there's
Right, so it would
cameras,
have to have access to satellite data and camera data
there's
in
cameras
real time.
all over. There's cameras all over the place, and it's all one network. It's all one internet.
No, it's
Okay?
not.
Oh yes, it is. It absolutely
No,
is. Yes,
it's
this
not.
data is. Oh my god, dude.
It's not even one internet for some dude in China as it is for you.
Fuck, man. Look into the. I forget what the name it is, but Google has been storing the metadata from the entire internet since I don't know a decade ago.
Right, which will not have any record of you logging into your wallet.
I didn't say it wouldn't. I said
You
it
kind
again.
of did, yeah.
No, I said the address. You have to tie me personally into an address on a wall.
Yeah, the way they do that is by tying you to your behavior on the internet and then tying that to the address.
No, you have to somehow prove that Bitcoin on a specific address belongs to me. How are you
No,
going to do
I don't have
that?
to prove it belongs to you at all. All I have to prove is that you had financial gain from an illegal activity that you willingly participated in. The
Hold
method
on.
of
Where did
if the method of that is Bitcoin, then using your physical Bitcoin address and
Oh
tying
my
it to
God!
you as a
You changed the narrative. We
no,
weren't
it's
talking about
not
an
a
illegal activity. We were talking about transferring
no,
Bitcoin
we weren't.
from one
The
address.
first no.
Yeah, I said
First
that
of all,
same
what we were
narrative
talking
over
about.
and over and over and over again.
I'm trying to wait for you. Okay. First of all, what I said is that what you do on Bitcoin can be tracked and traced. That's it. Period. You dragged it off into this court of law and prosecution bullshit. The reason why I followed you there is because I'm so correct on how tracked and traced what you do on Bitcoin is that it has even been used to prosecute people in a court of law. That's how right I am and how wrong you are. That's why I went there with you.
Again, I'll repeat it. I know that people have been prosecuted for that.
How?
And I have not. How do I know that?
No, how did they get prosecuted? How did they find out who they were?
It's not based on that. It's based on them proving that the Bitcoin belonged to them.
Yeah, how did they do that?
They tied it to their address.
Yeah, how did they do that?
When they put it on an exchange or something that's regulated or
No.
something that has their name attached to it. Yes, that's how.
Oh, yes, of course. It has their name attached to it, which is
Yes.
plenty of things. Yeah, it has nothing to do with an exchange.
Oh no, it does. Totally
No,
does.
there was no exchange involved.
I have never
Ross
seen
Ulbricht. Ross Ulbricht got convicted by a fucking email address, and there's another guy who I don't know his name is got convicted by a customer.
I have never seen anybody get convicted by a Bitcoin transaction from man to man. Can I finish? Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
You have though.
If I didn't even finish, how do you know what I'm going to say?
I know what you're going to say. You're going to say if there was no way to tie them to their name, which is a bullshit statement that means fucking nothing. Because there is.
Unless if somebody admitted it.
Unless what?
Somebody admitted it. I have seen that. I've seen people
admitted
buck. Yeah, I've seen people buck under pressure and say, yeah, I made that transaction. That's tied to me. But other than that, if they don't say nothing, there's nothing tying you into an address. Unless if you use a regulated exchanger or something that has a red tape tie-in. directly.
Yes, everything has a red tape tie, and it doesn't have to be an exchange. Stop saying that. Let's leave that out and go back to the statement, okay? Because that's not true. That wasn't required in the case of Ross Ulbricht. So no, it doesn't need to be an exchange. Does it need other information that ties to who you are? Yes, which is the kind of shit that you leave all over the internet every single time you access it, which is my point, which is how they find you. ...
Don't you just love freedom?
You're
free to do what we tell you. You're free to do what we tell you.
I haven't even checked the. Oh yeah, you're still running. That's cool.
And listen, this just leads to your arrest. Once they arrest you, you're fucked, because now they have all of your devices. They know all your neighbors. They know your name now, so now they can talk to your mother and father.
And they want to arrest you, they're just gonna fucking do it, man. That's whatever. Yeah. That's not the narrative I was talking about.
There's going to be a whole shitload of information that ties you to those illegal transactions.
Yeah, and again, in order to have beyond reasonable doubt, there has to be something that ties you personally into an address.
Right, your metadata and all the other information you leave every time you access the internet. Correct.
It's not solid enough.
I'll put it this way:
that is
when the government been done, when the senators can do what they want to do and never get in trouble for it, fuck the government. I don't give a shit. You know,
for sure. But the point would be the government's watching your Bitcoin wallet, and don't try to get away with crimes by using Bitcoin.
You know, screw them. I can care.
Yeah, that would be stupid. That would be
right, because they can catch you.
Sure.
This is my point.
Yeah, well, I don't have any dispute about that.
I know. You still wanted to argue about it for an hour, though.
No,
because of the implication.
You think that what
Bitcoin
I'm saying is the
not
same
protect
thing.
you from the feds.
You think I'm saying the same thing there, and I'm not, because you don't understand the technical part about.
No, I think that it hit you a little wrong when I made the implication that Bitcoin cannot keep your transactions anonymous. That the feds can still find out what you're doing, who you're doing it with, who you are, and use it to prosecute you.
Yeah, I've never been an advocate that. I mean, how could you possibly think that it's anonymous when there's a goddamn fucking open public ledger of the blockchain that anybody can go and see right now at any given time? It's not even something that you need any equipment to go and see.
I thank LSD for the fact that I'm not completely insane after I have conversations with some people on fucking YouTube. I swear to God.
Can I have some?
I don't have any anymore, brother. This was a long time ago.
Damn.
But like the experimentation with the loss of control over your own mind and the exercise of grounding yourself in a certain reality, I don't know if I could survive some of these conversations without it. I might be in the corner going.
You know, it just comes to a point where you just say, "Fuck it, I'm gonna do what I want to do." You know, that's what it comes down to. When your senators can steal, rob, inside trading, and they get away with it, fuck it. You know, they're no different than we are.
From what I understood, and I had to take a break here. I had to take my wife someplace. I just got back, but I was listening to you guys for quite a while prior. But from what I understand, you're saying that by the preponderance of the evidence, they will convict you, whether they have you connected to that address or not, through anything other than a bunch of things that you've done related to that computer or that device or that IPO or whatever. Would that be correct?
Yeah, but I just don't want to be hyper focused on the prosecution part, because that to me was also a bit of a distraction, right? Like the real point is that other stuff you're talking about exists, and the feds have access to it. They know who you are. So even if you're not committing a crime, they know who you are. They know what you're doing. Now, there's going to be certain things, and I would say, to the extent to which they care about who you are, what you're doing, and how many wallets you have is the extent to which they are unable to determine that information, right? So you can have a bunch of different wallets, you can use a bunch of different devices, you can travel the country, travel the world, and use things from all over the world, and it's going to make all of that more difficult. It's going to make the haystack larger and the needle smaller. Or I would say there's several needles, but in this case, they don't know what all the needles look like. So it's going to make them harder to find, and the haystack is going to be exponentially fucking larger. But if they want to find you, no matter who you are, it is a matter of time, because at some point, there's a nexus of information between what they need to prosecute you and that Bitcoin wallet. Obviously, right? We can all agree. We can just think for like 8 seconds, as everybody in this on this panel right now is a pretty intelligent person. We come from different backgrounds and various levels of education when it comes to the internet and computers and how they work. But even the person who has the least amount of experience among us can fathom how the feds can track and trace you and attach you to a Bitcoin wallet address. When you walk around with your phone, it's literally like a tracking device that sends off your location to the police, to the FBI, to the CIA, who doesn't really give a shit, but they're still there. They can listen to your conversations. They can read your emails. They can turn the camera on and see where you are. I mean, we all know this. All four of us knows this. So it doesn't take much imagination to see how they can narrow you down and figure out who you are. And then do we have actual real world examples of the FBI just using determination and sleuthing and old-fashioned police work in the digital space to do the same thing to people who have been actually sent to prison over it?
Yeah.
Don't give a shit. I'm 71 years old. Who cares? You know what the
Yeah, I
fuck
mean,
is
I don't really care either, except like when people say Bitcoin is anonymous, that's where I push back. And it's only because I have this, weird, like it's a quality of my personality that I hate paradigms. So whenever I see them, whenever like lies bother me, but lies that are pinned as like propped up as universal truths totally fucking trigger me.
Shit.
And so this narrative around Bitcoin, it rubs my pone. It's going to save you from the government. It can protect the anonymity of your transaction. It could be used to replace fiat currency, blah, 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 yada, yada, et cetera, et cetera. And these are things that I want to believe in, right? I'm a rebel at heart. I'm just also, I have IQ high enough to realize the world that I live in, despite how I feel about it on my insides,
Well, where the prosecution matters to me is because if they're going to take you to court, they intend to win. And when I look at it from the position of a jury. If they have all this other metadata that associates you with that, even if they don't have the smoking gun, chances are you're going to be convicted on their accusation.
Yeah. And it gets to the level of a smoking gun because it's going to get ridiculous. Like it's going to be like in Ross's case, I think he used the same email address twice, and that's all it took. So like now his defense lawyer can get up and say, no, that's just somebody else with the same email address accessing from the same layer of the onion internet, also logging in as an admin to the website that we're trying to prosecute him for. You see what I'm saying? It gets to a level of fucking absurdity to where it really is a fucking smoking gun. But more to the point, the feds don't always care if they can prosecute you. My whole point was they can just know what you're up to, right? No matter what you're doing, whether it's illegal or not, it's being tracked and traced. And there's big data corporations out there who are doing the same thing. They work in partnership with the fucking intelligence agencies to gather this information on you and to build a profile of who you are. And for not even 9 out of 10, but 999,999 people out of a million, they're going to have everything about you in 320 milliseconds, including your social security number, your mother's maiden name, your full name, where you went to fucking junior high. You know what I mean? Now, if Nudie takes extra steps to obfuscate his identity, they can still know who he is to a point where it doesn't fucking matter how he spells his name. They still know he's this guy doing these transactions. So we don't know his real name. We know he's in Canada. We know which coast he's on, but we can't pinpoint his exact location. At that point, who gives a fuck, right? That was my point. They don't even care what your real name is, or like if they need to drive up to your driveway and knock on your door, they can still put an identifier on you and watch you move through the system and see what you're doing, even if they don't know your full date of birth. You know?
Well,
Yeah.
I was reading about a case that happened, and these two people, well, when they caught up with them, they were in New York, but they went in and they stole a bunch of Bitcoin from people. It went into a wallet, but they could not pin them down until they made a transaction out of that wallet. And then
Right.
once they did that, they were able to associate them through various means right up to their address and knocking on their door and arresting them. And of course, when they went inside and searched the place, they found a lot more evidence.
And there's a kernel of truth there, which is important but not exactly relevant, which I conceded to earlier, which is if you just make the transaction and then don't do anything, that I'm not aware of any method in which they can find out who you are. But that's not how people live. It's not how they make transactions. It's not how they commit crimes, dot, 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 et cetera, et cetera. At some point, you're going to log into your fucking bank account. At some point, you're going to order something from Uber Eats. You know what I mean? At some point, blah, 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 you know?
I'm not gonna worry about it myself. I can give a shit about them anyway. If I go to jail, I
Well,
go to jail for what? Stupid as shit.
I don't break the law. So I'm not worried about it either. Again, like I said, what gets me going is the implication that Bitcoin can save us. That's where I start to argue.
I have no felonies at all, so they can do what they want to do. I don't give a shit. I mean, they're going to get you anyway for anything they want to do. Spitting on the sidewalk, shitting on the street, whatever, you know.
That's
I'm
true
not
too, yeah.
interested in breaking the law either, as far as that goes. I have no
But if they want
interest
to
in
come after me, I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to put fear in the fact. You know what I mean? I'm going to enjoy my life, what I can do. I mean, they put enough screws in this life, you know. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I just don't care for the government. I just don't. I mean, I went in the
Neither do
military,
I.
you know. I went through high school, college. Fuck them. That's all I got to
It's
say.
why I go out of my way to appear passive, right? Even though it's against my nature, because I don't want them to get me for spitting on the sidewalk, right? Like, I'm the guy that when I get pulled over by the police, up until recently, it doesn't matter whether I'm breaking the law or not. It's always get out of the car. It's always put your hands behind your back. They can fucking smell it on me. They can smell it on me. I don't know what it is, but they know I hate them and I have no respect for them. And I'm not one of those people, I know my rights and all this. I'm yes, sir, no, sir. I go out of my way to appear to be one of the fucking plebes, and they still smell it on me. Now, I'll tell you a recent change that I made, though, which has changed my interaction with police, is I used to do only what I was required by law to that was the level of compliance that I met. Only what was required. Now I do almost the exact opposite. I go all the way I can without them being able to enter me into the system. So the last time I got pulled over, I was doing fucking 90 in a 40. And I did it right past the cop. He was coming out of a driveway from a fucking Del Taco, so he was stopped. So he got the full brunt of the 90 going past his fucking windshield, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And he pulled me over. I rolled all my windows down. I turned the dome light on. I turned the car off, took the keys, put them on the dash. Took my seatbelt off because, God forbid, he asked me to get out of the car and I have to reach for the fucking seatbelt and get shot.
Right.
The radio was already off, but obviously that's one of the steps. And then I take my hands and put them on 10 and 2 on the steering column where he can clearly see them. And he let me go without even a warning.
Really?
Any other time, I wouldn't have just got the ticket for speeding. They would have turned into an argument in which I'm trying to avoid being confrontational. I'm trying to trick him into thinking I respect him, and he can still fucking smell it on me. Get out of the car. Put your thumbs together. What's your social security number? Literally, the last time I was stopped before that, the cop was asking me for my social. And she threatened me with jail when I refused to give her my social. I mean, the absurdity. Whereas I went the exact opposite way with the other cop. Also, I no longer say that I don't answer questions. I answer questions with questions. And I found that gets me two different responses. The idiots can't tell, and they're so confused they give up. You wouldn't believe it, but they're that dumb. That's just, your average cop is a fucking moron. And the ones who are smart enough see what you're doing. They get that you're answering their questions with questions, but rather than get offended by you saying, I know my rights and I'm not going to answer you and go fuck yourself, they're like, oh, I better not mess with this guy, right? This guy poses a potential problem for my career.
A little verbal judo.
Yes. So they either don't see the verbal judo, in which case they're defenseless, or they recognize the verbal judo and they go, I see you know your judo well. And they send you on your way. But that level of conformity would have been impossible for me in my 20s. I was way too worried about, exercising my rights. Now I don't even believe in rights. They're going to they'll take your rights, they'll take them from you in a heartbeat. They don't need your permission. They're privileges, permissions.
Right.
And
they know they can do whatever they want and get away with it. So
exactly.
rights don't mean anything, even if they did know them, and there's no reason for them to know them because they're going to do what they want to do.
They got qualified immunity to do what they want to do.
Yeah. Oh my God. And I'm still listening. I'm still a rebel at heart. I've developed methods and tools in order to stop myself from being angry all the time with the state of the world the way that it is. And again, I do that because my anger gets me nowhere, my refusal gets me nowhere, my rebellion gets me nowhere. It causes me suffering, it costs me money, it costs me friends, it definitely costs me pussy. And so if I operate the other way, I find I have more of all those things without any of the fucking headaches,
By the way, this is a family show. Everybody, come on.
I don't know what family you're talking about, but go on.
Right? I'm recognizing what Graham said a little while ago too. Hail Satan. Oops, sorry, I mean Santa.
Yeah. Well, I just, I agree with you. When a cop stops, I do what they got to do, and that's it. I get a ticket sometimes. I tell them thank you, and that's it. I just pay the ticket sometimes, and that's it.
I have various responses depending on what I'm in the mood for at the particular time. Doesn't happen very often though. Hasn't happened in quite a long time now. But then
I've learned to avoid them. I don't go around speeding. I don't.
Yep.
I'm not in a hurry to get anywhere, and so I just don't speed, and that's the majority of the time where you're going to meet them.
Half the time, the speed limit's actually too fast if you want to be, precautious about things when you think about it. But
yeah, that's true.
If you want to be responsible just from a logical point of driving, well, if you want to really be responsible, you stay off the insane fucking road. That's one of the reasons why I have been, for quite some time. But I'll be going back nomadic again soon, so that'll be the end of that. It'll be interesting. See what happens this time.
Yeah, it's a different world out there since the last time.
Yep. Gonna get worse.
It is.
It's not gonna get any better. I'll tell you that now.
I try not to even drive anymore, so I gave up on the speeding thing, right? Like, that took me way too long to fucking mature enough to do that. To just slow down. And then I do things like I avoid highways whenever possible. I don't make right turns on red. I avoid, intersections whenever I can. Like I go way out of my way, way more than the average person to avoid interaction with the police. Now it's gotten to the point where, unless I'm forced to drive, I won't even get in my car and leave my house. And I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's right. I don't like it. It's impacted the quality of my life. But
Oh yeah.
can I enjoy most of the things that I want to enjoy without deliberately thumbing my nose in the system's face? Turns out, yeah, if I'm honest with myself, yeah, I really don't need to leave my house that much. And when I do so, I can do so during daytime hours where it's less likely for me to, be patrolled. And I can keep it to necessary destinations only, which, again, when you say it out loud, is fucked up. But it's the world that I live in. I live in a police state, 100%.
Oh yeah.
A plantation
Well,
is
we're
a
not going to
police.
even have a car. Oh, go on. Sorry,
Well, no, it's simple. Where a plantation is a.
Yeah. Yep.
I remember one time I got 3 speeding tickets in 1 week, and 2 of them from the same cop in the same damn place. his response to me when he pulled me over to give me the second ticket, he says, "You didn't learn a damn thing." And I said, "Well, I didn't think you'd be here this week." But he was in the same goddamn spot, and I travel that road all the time. You hardly ever see a cop. And I got a ticket from him 1 week, and the same day, a week later, he was in that spot too. And I just thought the chances of that were pretty remote. So I was back to normal, and sure as hell got a ticket. And then I was on my motorcycle in town the next day. It was right around Veterans Day too, and I got pulled over for speed. And you can't argue with them. I knew it. When you're speeding, you're speeding.
Yeah, at a certain point too, it's like, I was making like $80,000 a year, and I could pay somebody $75 to go to court for me and knock it down to a parking ticket.
Yeah.
Like the time and effort in trying to fight it. And I remember
They only want money, and if it's going to cost you less, at the end of the day, right?
Yeah, and I wasn't always like that. In my 20s, again, I would have fought it just on principle and won.
Mm-hmm.
So being experienced in court and winning still wasn't enough motivation for me to even fucking bother with it once I reached a certain point in my life.
It does nothing. Does
Yeah.
nothing. It's a waste of time. It's a distraction.
You know how to hurt your wallet,
I was 20 though, so I do know what it feels like. I know what it feels like to stand on principle and to have a sense of pride and to believe that you have rights, I know what that feels like, but that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
Standing on principle to someone else who is principleless is principleless.
After a certain point, too, I realized the government expects you. Like, you're like Neo in the Matrix. The architect always knew you were going to happen. He accounts for it and adjusts the program accordingly. So, like, they expect us.
Finish.
They expect a certain amount of people to buck the system, and they're okay with that.
Yeah, they train for that.
That's I'm Morpheus, and they want that fucking key in my head.
What does it unlock? Your Bitcoin wallet?
Exactly. That's a private key. Among other things. As crazy as it might sound, I sense that presence from the AI. Actually, I have since I was like a kid. In that way.
I think it's the all-seeing eye, whatever that is.
Sure.
And now it's more omnipresent than ever before. But when I was a kid, it was merely like they depended more on your neighbor telling them what you were doing than actually being able to observe it themselves. Now that's no longer the case. You have a homing device in your pocket that records everything you do.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit. I don't care anymore. It's just getting old. This shit is. I
Yeah.
mean, no one watches the government. The senators, and they're watching us like we're the enemy. They're the enemy, not us.
We are the enemy to them, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, to
They
them,
have,
yeah.
they have a
Us
good
specifically,
reason.
too.
Right. They have a good reason to look at us as the enemy. Well, a lot
Yeah.
of good reasons,
Yeah.
It's as weird as it is, it's actually justified for them to look at us that way. And I even concur.
Who looks at them?
Yeah, exactly.
Seriously, who looks at them?
We all know that we're not going to change anybody's minds, but if people did listen, it would be all fucking bad for the system.
Oh, it would be over. It would be
Yeah.
over. If even 10% of humanity listened, that'd probably be enough if we cooperate.
Yeah, that might be true.
You got my vote.
Well, I think there'll be more
Not
people
mine.
listening in the future.
Yes, it's a weird trend, isn't it? How more and more people are moving off grid, especially if you don't attach any real prerequisites to off grid, like no
Yeah.
real attempt to hide from the government or really be without electricity, but you're just talking about
Basic
people.
survival.
Yeah, people who are moving away from depending on the system for everything and becoming independently, individually, incrementally more self-reliant.
Well, I don't think it's really that. I'm not surprised by that at all. I saw that coming a long time ago, just by the direction that things were going.
It's interesting, though.
Survival reasons, again. People aren't just going to sit there cross-legged when they can't afford to eat. That's what they're using for a source of food, and starve.
When they're attacking you from every angle, financially, health-wise, education-wise, I mean, the list goes
Illegally,
on and on.
why?
They're attacking you from every angle. You just want out of it. You just want
people
out
like
of it.
their vices and their TikTok twerk videos and so on and so forth, and their porn and blah blah blah, and their drugs, blah blah blah. If you can't afford those things, then there's a problem, and people are having a hard time affording them now, right? Even though those are discretionary things, there is a line where people are just like, "Hey, no, starve me, sure, but don't touch my TikTok twerk video."
Yeah.
The rejection of that, though, is becoming trendy, which is uniquely human, right? Like, it's trendy to fucking live in a cabin and
anarchy is a trend.
yeah. That's what's interesting to me.
Right.
You get more clicks and views if you fucking, dig a well and put in your own plumbing on video.
That's because the narratives is pushing for people to have to look for alternatives. It's another thing. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. Because, I realize that knowing where things are headed, it's pushing people in that direction. So to me, that smells opportunity for people to be more open in ways that they weren't before. Not necessarily on their own terms, but either way, the result is still kind of the same. They've been forced and pushed. It would have been better if it was self-realization on their own terms, but whatever,
My worry is this, though. The only way in which life is worse than it used to be is comparatively to the past few generations. So people are finding out that slavery isn't worth it because they saw what their parents had. But overall, over the long course of history, things have gotten better. So once the generations forget how it was a couple of generations ago, a couple of generations from now, it's still going to look like a great deal, and they'll be able to sustain a decline of the quality of living, the way they were forced to increase it gradually over time, they'll be able to sustain a decrease in it over time and get away with it. That there won't be a rebellion as a result, because it'll be like a turtle, like a lobster in a pot.
Well, a rebellion won't change anything anyway, even if there was one. It just, so what, you overthrow a government to what, install another one? Big deal.
Yeah, that's what would happen.
Well, you could do small incremental things like minimize the work week.
Yeah, again, it's
so
just
like if you zoom out far enough, it doesn't mean anything, but in tiny little pieces added up over time, it's the difference between 7-year-old children being forced to work in a factory, almost 24 hours a day, to with no vacation time, to the insulting and exploitative scraps that they give us now. Don't get me wrong, it's just slavery plus, but the plus is real, and people's health and quality of lives are definitely impacted by that. It is slightly less detrimental to work for a large corporation now than it was in 1919.
Well, I don't know. That's why I see that there's a different narrative going on, because right now, from a corporate perspective, profit is being circumvented. It's not profitable to incapacitate your customers to the point where they can't work and kill them. So it's obvious that there's another narrative going on. So it's the agenda right now is not slavery.
Yeah, but they're just suffering from that though. Like usually humans outgrow. There's more new humans to replace the old sick ones that you poisoned and abused. It's just now that they're trying, and like the last time this happened, what did they do? They granted amnesty to a bunch of people from the second world or the third world.
Last time, what happened?
That corporations' bottom line started to be affected by people's unwillingness to be enslaved. Usually,
I'm not talking about that. So, yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. No, I'm talking. There's another agenda here that's beyond your typical corporate thing, which is just to keep a plantation running and profit off of farming people. That's typically really what it's all about.
Well,
but you're not implying that.
Now the corporation's trying to do this social engineering. It's not just the government; it's the corporation.
Yeah, I see it. I see it as one and the same. Corporation is a government. But the narrative that's going on right now is to call the herd, and that's very evident.
Yeah, that's
what I'm talking about, though.
Certainly.
So when you said last, you're saying
you're
last
basing
time
that on the fact that they're making people too sick to work. That it's impacting the bottom line negatively.
No, I was just using that as an example to show that there's something else going on. But there's lots of different, things that are showing that that it's far from profit being the motivation, which is the key for driving a plantation, right? Corporate
I would
domination.
say that undercutting of their agenda is relatively recent, and that it will take for quite a considerable amount of time and suffering before they react to it. Even if they ever do, they could just put themselves into extinction by riding it until the wheels fall off, because we're talking about psychopaths and narcissists and people who are they have more direct manipulation over the system than we do, but they're still humans at the end of the day.
Yeah,
they still have all their preconceived notions and beliefs about who we are and what we're worth.
Yeah, they're elitists, right? They have this view that they're better than us or whatever,
right?
And they may be right.
They are right in a lot of ways, but it won't stop their hubris from undermining their agenda potentially.
Yeah.
So
whether they're right or not is irrelevant. They're doing what they're doing.
Right. Are they going to ever admit to themselves that they have to pay us more, take better care of us, give us more health care, et cetera, in order to sustain their own power and wealth?
At the moment, they don't have to.
Right. And so I would suggest that that could be due to an ulterior motive, but it also could just be due to good old-fashioned human stubbornness.
I'll tell you what else they're going to do. They're going to educate our kids just to learn just a little bit, and then take them out in the workforce. That's all they're going to
Say that
do.
again?
They're going to take our children in school and teach them just as little as they can, and then put them out in the workforce.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's been my lifetime. I think like I'm not naive enough to think that we were free before and this didn't always exist, excuse me, but I do think there was a transition period when I started going to school from like where they taught people to believe in the system to just not teaching them at all so that they would be subject to it. I think that a cycle of that occurring definitely happened when I was a kid. The remnants of an old education system was still left, and I caught the tail end of it. And by the time I was out of the school system, there was less of it left than when I went into it. And now kids get none of it. Now it's all cultural Marxism and no history whatsoever.
You were saying a bit ago that you see it as like the agenda that's going on is be kind of like a recent implementation. What do you mean by recent? Like how far do you think?
It's a recent development that they're suffering from the consequences of their greed more than they're benefiting from it potentially. And I'd say probably NAFTA would be a good like the
I don't even know when that started. When is that? Like in years, like a decade, 2 decades.
Yeah, 2 decades. Like when the Matrix said that 1997 was the height of human capacity and civilization, it kind of ironically ended up being correct in a way.
Right. I don't think so. Personally, I've seen enough things to make me. It looks logical to presume that this current agenda was already decided upon probably well before any of us were born, and it's just been a slow progressive thing to be able to come to a point where they can do the things that they're doing right now to go full force with it. Slow boiling frog syndrome, you know?
I'd agree with you on the agenda. What I'm saying is that they've gone too far, and now companies are going to actually suffer from what they're doing to us.
Good.
They're going to have less money, less power.
So you think they made a mistake?
I think that too much of anything is unsustainable, and so
I think. What if their plan though is nothing? They don't want. They want to obliterate. They don't want it to sustain.
I
for
think
some other thing, maybe transfer and start over. Whatever that that's the big question mark is what's really the ultimate goal when it comes to them. But anyways, go on.
Anyone with that agenda would not be unopposed by other people in power, right? There's enough people in power who are psychopaths and narcissists and sociopaths, but they still acknowledge that the herd is necessary. It's the basis for their quality of life.
I would concur if that's from sort of like to the highest level of sort of the corporate Muppets that are looking for control and rulership and narcissistic benefits, especially from a financial perspective and so on and so forth. But there's definitely a group of people that control that aspect of things that are just giving directives or whatnot and have an agenda from a more holistic overview. And whatever that is something different because they could care not about the other thing. Oh, if you get to decide how much money you have because it's your money and you get to print it, it doesn't matter how much profit you make. You know what I mean? There's positions that are beyond that.
Yeah, but not separate from.
They're using the system that's in place, obviously, to achieve whatever it is that they're doing. But these people, again, it's the people that you're talking about totally have those incentives right? Like the Muppets at the highest levels of corporations and even the United Nations, so on and so forth. They care about money. They do, like from a personal gain standpoint and a competition standpoint. There's another level after that that doesn't care about money for the same reason. They only care about it for the sense that it's used as a tool to implement the agendas, whatever it is that they're trying to set out, you know?
But the agenda obviously wouldn't be just to kill most of us, right? There'd have to be a reason for that.
Right. And
how do they benefit?
Right. Don't know. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be that they benefit. It could just because maybe they decide to go on to something else. This is an experiment, and they've concluded this experiment, you know, and they're going to start another experiment, or maybe they're not starting another experiment. They're done with this. Let's get rid of it, and so on. So who knows? You know, it's a mystery. But it's certainly not for at this point. With everything that's going on, it's certainly beyond the typical like corporate objective and interest that you would see. It's all the way around the boat that it's beyond that. It doesn't make sense from a corporate standpoint of any, you know, shareholders or wherever you are in position in the corporate ladder. Everything that's going on doesn't make sense to undercut your profits left, right, and center. You know, and kill your customers.
Right, as complicated as it is, maybe we could say with a certain degree of certainty that the way this manifests itself in the most obvious and dramatic way is the fact that we're eating ourselves to death, right? Food is even worse than like 5G and fucking jibby jabbies, right? Corporate food.
Is it worse? I don't know. It's definitely right up there with not being very good. That's for sure.
They could probably keep us alive and strong longer with all of the other poisons and toxins comparatively to the food. The food definitely makes you sicker, faster, and more sick. No?
Yeah. I think you would be accurate on that. It's you know, I mean, it depends. I don't know if a person just ate a petrol farmed fruit and veggie based diet. I don't know. I don't know anybody actually right now that's eating a corporate veggie based diet that I could say it looks relatively healthy or so on and so forth. I only know people who are doing things outside that, you know, so I don't really have a good perspective on it. Anybody I know that's eating grocery store food is just not in very good health. Typically, they've got problems.
Well, most people are worse than that, right? Because they're not eating produce; they're eating processed food.
Certainly,
and that's killing us.
Right, and that's why I'm saying, you know, that would be a best case, right? Would be fruit and veggie based diet with grains and seeds and so on and so forth from a petrol farmed source.
And the amount of control and exploitation that people are subjected to when they go to work, that combined with the fact that we're getting sicker, younger, those two things are among the leading causes of what undercuts the profitability and sustainability of the labor force, right?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, but just the health of people. Of course.
So I can explain both of those things just with greed and hubris. That's why I hesitate. Like, if reptilians were real, and they literally just seeded this planet to figure out what would happen, and now they're done, and they want to kill us off in a way that without using weapons and all that shit, I could see it as an explanation. But I don't have to go there. I can stop just at fucking greed, you know? Like, I can see how corporations. And what's funny is they know that's poison, right? So they could literally just poison you and not eat the shit themselves.
Well,
But they
yeah,
don't even do that. most of the heads of these companies are fat old men who eat their own fucking poison.
Right.
You
So
know?
again, those aren't even the people that I would refer to as, you know, the ones that are having half a clue. And again, those are just Muppets, right? They're just doing as they're told to. They're just part of
Yeah.
the, you know, it's sure they're getting a fatter paycheck, but it's a decoy, you know?
Their motivation, though, and what they do is at the heart of the situation we're in, right? They like, if they're being controlled by somebody and told what to do, they have to be manipulated. They can't be skipped over.
Yeah, absolutely. And they certainly are. You know, if you know how that club, quote unquote, works, you know that it's just all the politicians and all of them are the same as the corporations. They're all compromised. You know, they've done certain things, blah blah blah. They've videotaped, and you know, that's how you get into those positions. No other way. That's so that that's been the mafia strategy to implement the goals that whoever is kind of running this massive operation is trying to achieve, right?
So what I've found as a conspiracy theorist, so to speak, is less and less need for, it was the way George Carlin put it when he was arguing with somebody on Bill Maher. He was like, you don't need, I forget how he said it. I'm going to try to paraphrase without taking the oomph and spirit out of what he was saying. But you don't need like a written set of rules and an overtly previously agreed upon contract in order to conspire. You know,
Right.
you just kind of have to have the same attitudes and agendas. And
Sure.
the way I see these people, again, through a deep dive into my own humanity, is most of them, there's a small percentage who are psychopathic, narcissistic, and sociopathic. They don't give a fuck about what's right or wrong. And those people are going to have the most wealth and power most of the time, just through the natural hierarchy of things, because they're always going to be willing to do more heinous shit, step on more people, steal, cheat more often. Usually, stealing and cheating and lying works, right? We teach our children it doesn't, but usually it does. Usually, there's no fucking consequences for these people. They just keep taking, and accumulating. And the more you're willing to fuck over other people, the more you can fuck over other people. And there's
Yep.
no karma around the corner waiting for you.
Yep.
But a majority of the people are convinced they're doing the right thing. They look down on us. They see us as useless feeders. And when they, take away certain things that we consider to be freedom or quality of life, they actually think they're doing us a favor and that we're too short sighted to see it. And I mean, in a lot of cases, they're right, especially if you believe, their religions, which
Right.
are racism, global warming, meritocracy. These are the religions they have, the things that they believe that are at the core of their values.
Yeah.
And so there's no hidden agenda required. They literally think they're doing the best for us for our own good.
Yeah, those people certainly. I totally concur. But again, I think those people are still also just Muppets that are just following the directives. You know, they're indoctrinated as well.
By whom, then?
That's a good question, right? People that there's, for lack of a better word, a layer above, that is setting a directive that they're in loyalty to for some reason, which I would reckon is probably, again, because they've been indoctrinated to do certain things that would be absolutely chastised for in the public eye and so on and so forth. And that's not a conspiracy at all. There's tons and tons and tons of documented things about people in all over the place in various quote unquote higher level positions doing these things, and being filmed and that being used as a tool for bribery, to keep people in check and so on and so forth. So yeah, who are the people above that are sort of in charge of that and running, I don't exactly know. I do know that there's at least 30 layers of people, 33 actually layers of people above the people of the United Nations. You know, I know people who have sat in the circle groups, at least a couple layers above the United Nations, and talked about some of the meetings that they had to give the directives down to the people in the United Nations. You know, they're just people too. So, you know, how high does it actually go, and as to who it is a mystery. I don't know. I've never got there. And what is the actual objective? I really don't know. You know, it's a mystery to me.
So, a few things, and I should have been taking notes because I don't think I'm going to remember all this, and it's kind of all over the place. But I can see how that fits the fact pattern, right? Like, there's, you know, I'm not a dum dum. It's, you know what I mean? Like, I can see the evidence.
Right.
But what I don't see in the fact pattern is the necessity for it, right? I can explain it without that additional layer. And something I'm also curious about, and this is usually where with other people it turns into an argument about what an asshole I am, but why would you give zero weight to historical evidence, but yet these stories about the elite and so forth, what you essentially just described, it sounds like you take it as evidence. Now, I know you. I know that you don't believe it fully because you're not that kind of person. But it does hold weight with you. I can tell by the way you just said that. So, why? Is it merely because it fits your narrative? It makes you feel better about what you already believe? Or is there something else in there?
Okay, you're going to have to get a little more specific as far as what specific am I leaning toward leaving?
Well, you
talking about,
weren't
like,
there.
the lizard
You weren't there
people
for
and
any
stuff?
of these. Yeah, you weren't there for any of these meetings.
Yeah. So again, it's just a big question mark, you know. And I think what you were talking about earlier is the why factor, and I don't have an answer to the why factor. That's the point. I don't have an answer to that, and so it's left open. I don't know why. What I know is that as far as what I can see, what's going on right now doesn't match up corporate motivation at all. And so there's certainly something beyond that. What it is and why it is a mystery. I don't even know if it's possible for any one
Hubris,
of us
greed,
to get to
ignorance.
the.
Right, these are classic. The fact that they literally can't stop themselves. They exploit and exploit until there's nothing left, and now they need to stop because otherwise they're going to kill the golden goose. And what do humans do every time? Murder the fuck out of that golden goose. Even you and I, even on our level, on our, peasant level, we do that too. We kill the golden goose. We murder our prophets. So why would the elite be any different?
I'm just trying to go with the greed factor as one. Let's talk about that. So if greed is in there, then if greed was a factor, then killing what is killing off what is satisfying your greed doesn't make any sense.
But what if it's gluttony and you're eating the thing? All right, so you're not thinking about your next meal. You're just enjoying this one.
Could be possible. If that was the case, though, a hell of a long run, for them not to have already imploded. It's
I was thinking the same exact thing, actually, like when we first started talking about this.
And again, that's the question mark. Okay, so if we're just gonna look at it just more on forget the higher people, above that, and just try and solve it from just like sort of the top of the United Nations down type thing, and try and figure out some kind of a logic behind that. We can do that, and I still don't have an answer. It's still a mystery. It still doesn't answer. I mean, yeah, not one that's solid enough for me to go, okay, I can put that to rest. Like answers the why. Nowhere near it,
I would agree with that for sure. But
I mean, we could speculate, and it's interesting, and I'm always open to new ideas of speculation on that. But I have spent a pretty good amount of time just observing, as objectively as I can, just for my own survival purposes, obviously. And as far as I can tell, especially at this point, I mean, the amount of stuff that was going on at the beginning of my life, the first half of my life, was rarely against profit. It started to be that case. You started to see, like cancer just started happening in, I think, the late 70s or something like that. It wasn't really something that people were really all that worried about until the 80s. Same with AIDS, this type of stuff. And the whole disease-based gluttony, all this kind of stuff, that really wasn't really that long ago where that was introduced. Before that, though, there was other things that people were doing corporate-wise, like the Industrial Revolution, that made perfect sense from a corporate perspective. Plantation lifestyle, have a whole bunch of slaves that are ignorant, all being distracted, doing anything but being able to be self-sufficient and take care of themselves. That's exactly the agenda you would want to have, to all the way to the point where your slaves are doing absolutely every part of the slavery on your behalf, including managing it, running it, prosecuting it, punishing people who don't obey, and all the way in and out. Now it's not really, all of that is kind of just dwindled to the wayside, and the only thing I really see at this point is just kill, just dismantle and kill, break it apart, kill. And another distractionary sort of agenda with the digital currencies and stuff like that. That whole thing, and even the fiat currency going to the wayside and blah blah blah, and that there's going to be something to take it over. I really think, again, that is just to get people more paying attention onto the stuff that doesn't really matter and isn't really important, so that they really don't see what's really going on here, which is our asses being handed to the point that they're just killing us off,
What are those things that we're supposed to be focused on specifically that distract us from that?
If we're more self-reliant and cooperative with each other, then we're strong. They have a hard time implementing whatever it is to have their way with us. That's why they want you distracted to the gills. That's why they indoctrinated you, to get you totally out of thinking like that, paying attention to all the corporate things that appeal to your senses and this and that, hypnotizing you, getting you eating food that's poisonous, so you become lethargic, getting people divided and pinning each other, and then playing the blame game. It's never our responsibility. It's always their responsibility. As long as we stay focused on their responsibility and arguing, fighting over it, and trying to get them to do what we think that they should do, being the tyrant, not even realize that, we'll never put ourselves together and actually be cooperative,
But I think we do those things anyway, and they just exploit that.
Yeah, to some degree, sure, but I think not so much. In human nature, it feels good to actually be healthy,
For you.
I see a concurrence with most people. Of course, there's a narcissist.
Most people?
Yeah, I really do.
The audience of Jersey Shore?
Who's that?
That's most people. People who vote in elections and think Hillary Clinton will offer them more freedom and more health and more security.
They still feel good about helping somebody.
Yes.
It's like this innate sort of instinctual thing. I think that's ingrained into us, that gives us like a feeling of satisfaction and gratification when we're being helpful and in unison.
Yeah, but look at the way they help themselves.
Well, again, that's because the other side of the equation, there's distraction all the way around, and they're falling for it, because they've been born into that, and also they're poisoned to the shit, hypnotized, literally.
Well, I mean, what caused it the first time then? Has there ever been a time where civilization existed and bread and circuses did not?
I really don't know. Again, that's all I know factually for that is as far back as I can see, and talk to people who lived here before my time, generations above or whatnot. after that,
So-
it's just, taking word, especially from a source that we know lies to us and has the goal of indoctrinating us over and over and over again. I'm not even very inclined to take any of that into consideration for face value, because I know what they're trying to do. That's probably the number one reason why I throw aside statistical analysis, is because the source is coming from and the objective.
Yeah, those sources are too widespread for me to assign a particular singular agenda to the accumulation of human knowledge. Like, for example, scientists are clearly lying about climate change. How they're
Right.
lying, I can't be sure because I can't do the math.
Right.
But is the climate changing? Yes. Is it, a threat to us potentially? Yes. Will sea levels change? Yes. Is it going to change everything about the way we live and threaten the very nature of our existence? Probably. Can we look back and measure carbon dioxide levels in ice? Probably. You know what I mean? So like there's always lying and manipulation and agenda,
Sure.
but there's still the baby in the bathtub,
Yeah, but again, there's so many variables, right? Like, I mean, I don't know. Again, going into yesterday is use, if you want to, logic and reason. But it's still, you can't conclude factually. It's all hearsay, just because somebody writes something down on a piece of paper doesn't mean it's not bullshit. It's probably more often than not it is. Because even at best, memory is not very accurate in a human being, And we're only talking about recently. Like, now it's going to be interesting because we've got these recording devices all over the place. In 100 years from now, it's going to be a little different when people want to look back. There's actually something, more solid.
Objective.
Right. But before this, it's very much hearsay. And, there hasn't really been these tools that we've had. And so people have just kind of, we have this thing called intuition, and my intuition is more often than not told me that 98%